Brother Chen, have you heard? Old Wang's woman, known for her ample rear, and his daughter Chen Hong are both pregnant at the same time. Rumor has it that the babies in both wombs share the same father, none other than one of the mansion's young nobles. Smack. Chen Shi slapped the young man's head and said, if you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for mute. The youth replied sheepishly, Brother Chen, what's there to worry about? Everyone at the stables is whispering about it in private. All right. Chen Shi waved his hand and pointed to a bucket of horse feed, saying the mix is ready, go to the stable and feed Qianlian. After dismissing the youth fond of political chat, Chen Shi picked up a large bowl and ladled a steaming serving from the pot. Then he sat on the stone outside the stable and began eating for himself. At the Song family stables of the Divine General Mansion, the horses are fed better than people. Their feed is rich with soybean milk, eggs, soybeans, and other fine ingredients. It smelled exquisite. He devoured a large bowl with gusto and let out a satisfied burp. Then Chen Shi sprawled in its shape on the blue stone. With his hands behind his head, he gazed upward into the night. The bright moon hung high, casting a cool, ethereal glow. For a traveler from another world to end up like me, I must indeed be one of a kind. Chen Shi sighed with deep emotion, a trace of melancholy in his heart. After 2.5 years in this world through hard work, he rose from among the stable's horse slaves to become the exclusive groom for Qianlian, a position at the pinnacle with no further ascent possible. Perhaps after decades, when Old Wang finally met his end, one might even covet the stable manager's position. But the best outcome was nothing more than ending up like Old Wang, a life of merely tending horses, taking over a master's tired maid, and bearing children who would continue in servitude. Even that was considered luck. If one encountered a master with treacherous traits, marrying him might even result in being tormented by a bull-headed man. Even more disgusting was the thought if an attractive daughter were born. And even his wife and daughter would suffer the same fate. This was not Chen Shi's conjecture, but what Old Wang was actually enduring. Better to be a beggar than a slave. After transmigrating, these words resonated even more deeply within him. Chen Shi, my young master has sent me to ask about your tale of son Wukong, what happened after he was trapped under Wuji Mountain. Suddenly, a youthful, timid voice sounded in his ear. Chen Shi turned to see a furtive servant clad in blue approaching. He quickly sat up and waved his hand, saying, go back and tell young Master Zhou not to trouble me any longer. The 7th madam has spoken. If I keep recounting stories and delay your training, she'll break my legs. The blue-clad servant replied, my young master says that the 7th madam is returning to Lingjian sect for a visit and won't be at the mansion. So don't worry. Moreover, he promises that if you tell him the tale of son Wukong, when he comes of age, he will enlist you into his retinue to enjoy vast estates, beautiful concubines, and endless grandeur. Chen Shi shook his head vigorously like a rattle, replying, unless the 7th madam personally consents, I dare not agree. In the Divine General Mansion, where martial might reign supreme. Stories, guqin, chess, calligraphy, and poetry are nothing but distractions leading one to ruin. Martial training is the true path. After enduring a severe beating, Chen Shi understood this all too well. Seeing Chen Shi's resolute refusal, the blue-clad servant abandoned his fanciful promises and quickly produced 10 taels of silver, saying, I can offer you money. Chen Shi glanced over and said, it's not about the money. The servant retorted, 15 taels. Then Chen Shi countered, at least 30. Chen Shi doubled his offer. Deal. The blue-clad servant exclaimed in delight, quickly producing another handful of silver. Chen Shi was at a loss for words. At least 60, Chen Shi insisted. The servant grew angry. How can you raise the price after it's been negotiated? In the end, after a strenuous tug-of-war, they settled on 50 taels. Rubbing his sore face, the blue-clad servant said, after the young master's morning practice, meet me at our usual spot. Don't forget to come. All right, see you, came the reply. Waving goodbye to the servant, Chen Shi clutched the silver and hurried back to the earth in calm. His brows betrayed his joy, 50 taels of silver. Unsure if it was enough to activate the system as thoughts surged within him, a text panel suddenly appeared, Talent Life Simulator. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. This was the golden finger that had accompanied his transmigration. However, the so-called life simulator remained unusable. Every time it was open, prompts of insufficient balance and please recharge would appear. Chen Shi tried various methods and discovered that the only currency available for recharging was that of this world. In his 2.5 years since transmigration, he had amassed 34 taels of silver and 10240 copper coins, totaling 44 taels of silver. 24 taels. Youth is priceless. And recharging came without any progress bar. Yet Chen Shi firmly believed that if he kept recharging relentlessly, one day he would gather enough to activate the system. System recharge for me, Chen Shi murmured. In an instant, the heavy silver in his hand vanished. Recharge successful. Current balance 94. 24 taels. Would you like to expend 50 points to activate the life simulator? It's done. Done. Chen Shi's whole body trembled as his eyes filled with tears. After 2 long years, he had finally gathered enough silver to meet the system's requirements. Eagerly he pressed yes. Instantly a line of text appeared. At 16, you transmigrate to the Divine General Mansion and become a servant in the inner courtyard. At 17, you resolved to cozy up to the powerful, becoming a lapdog like Jikiansu. After observing for a while, you learned that the Song family youths rise at 4 each morning, complete their ablutions and breakfast, and by 5 assemble at the training grounds for practice. Life was extremely monotonous. Thus, with your vast repertoire of tales, you decided to become a storyteller to fill the void of the Song family youths. In the entertainment-scarce Divine General Mansion, your stories quickly became popular, attracting the attention of more than 10 young nobles within days. Your status in the inner courtyard soared dramatically. Some Song family ladies even admired your talent and secretly harbored affection for you. Knowing that such a romance could never come to pass, you delicately refused them and swindled 5 taels of silver. Just as you began to see a promising future, you were harshly rebuked by 7th Madame Lin Manching, who accused you of corrupting the family ethics of the Divine Mansion, and alongside the Song family, youths hedonistically indulging, deeming you death-worthy. Yet, because someone pleaded on your behalf, she spared your life, only beating you severely before expelling you to the stables. Leveraging your inner courtyard connections, you managed well in the stables. The supervisor entrusted you with tending to a certain lady's beloved horse Qianlian. At 18, you received a huge sum from young Master Jiu and resolved to take the risk of meeting him. That very afternoon, everything was exposed. You were dragged away by enforcers from the justice hall. Knowing the danger you were in order to save your life, you offered all your savings to bribe the supervisor. He accepted the money promised to spare you, and even revealed that your secret dealings in collecting silver for storytelling had long been noticed by a horse slave named Li Pao, who later reported you to the 7th Madam. Li Pao. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes. This was none other than the trusted subordinate he had recruited at the stables, ever so loyal in daily service. Could it be that behind the scenes he was a turncoat? Perhaps he still resented having been denied the duty of tending Qianlian. The next day, after another severe beating, you were expelled from the Divine General Mansion, and along with other prisoners exiled to serve in the military at the Liangzhou border to build a city. By the 3rd day, you were confined in a beast-drawn wagon, traveling an entire day. On the 4th day, you journeyed on relentlessly. On the 5th day, along the road of exile, you saw a masked man in black gliding, as if defying gravity. Without a word, he unleashed a massacre, and in moments the entire caravan was slaughtered. Still in shock, you saw the masked man approach you. In a hoarse tone, he declared, "Chen Shi, I have finally caught you." He called out your name, catching you completely off guard. Just as you were about to ask, everything went dark and you lost consciousness. In a daze. After being immersed in a precious medicinal bath, your body was fortified, allowing you to embark on the martial path and enter the refining skin realm. You were being soul-searched. Your body was on the verge of collapse. You died. Did that masked man come for me? Staring at the simulated text before him, Chen Shi was utterly bewildered. He had contemplated many ways to die. He never expected that someone would try to assassinate a mere horse slave like him, even if it meant killing imperial officers. By the final clue, the assassin could essentially be ruled out as a member of the Divine General Mansion. The Great Wei boasted 4 divine generals, one of which was the Song family. The Song family guarded Liangzhou, deterring demons with 10 generals and unwavering loyalty. In Great Wei, they were top-tier nobility, enjoying endless splendor and fortune. For such extraordinary martial merit, it was unthinkable for a mere slave to openly kill imperial officers. If they truly wished to kill him, they would simply sentence him to death without trouble. But he wasn't from the Divine General Mansion. So who could it be? In over 2 years, he had never left the Divine General Mansion, his activities confined to the inner courtyard and stables, always cautious and never offending anyone. And yet someone was out to kill him. Moreover, his assassin was not a commoner, but a person of considerable wealth and status. The very way this person moved, as if defying gravity, was extraordinary, and even more outrageous was that the medicinal bath enabled him while unconscious to instantly begin his martial path and enter the refining skin realm. This was truly defying the heavens. Martial training is meant to start in childhood, and at his age he had long missed the prime period to learn. Moreover, it was said that one must remain untouched in early training, and according to his memory, the original owner of this body was a consummate artisan who indulged in intimate activities as many as 10 times a week. The physician, after taking his pulse, shook his head and said that his innate yuan yang was lost early, his fundamental energy was severely depleted, and with age the primordial qi from birth had long dissipated. Without a miracle, he would never become a martial artist. It was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet that very medicinal bath enabled him to begin his martial journey. Who would invest so heavily to do this to him? Simulation ended. Rewards were being generated. You could keep 1-1. Cultivation at the pinnacle of the refining skin realm. Seeing this reward, Chen Shi let out a slight sigh of relief. In the simulator, rewards could materialize into reality. Excellent. Chen Shi decisively chose option 1. In the next moment, a surge of warmth flowed through his body. His muscles and bones crackled as a powerful qi surged within him, filling him with vibrant energy. His body no longer felt heavy. Even his breathing seemed light and free, a stark contrast to the sub-health condition wrought by endless manual labor. Chen Shi reached down, and feeling his body murmured it has indeed become much firmer. He was referring to his abdominal muscles. Now his muscle definition was impeccable, a physique that in modern clubs would be headlining, destined to captivate even the richest of ladies with delightful challenges. However, his skin was somewhat fair, somewhere between tanned and pale, lacking a rugged masculinity. It is said that in the refining skin realm, ordinary blades barely wound, and the body can withstand blunt force. Feeling the immense power within, Chen Shi stood up, grounding his chi deep in his dantian, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The earthen Kong on which he had slept for a year shattered with a resounding crash. Looking at his unscathed fist, a smile tugged at Chen Shi's lips. He knew that it was time for him to rise up. The key is still making money. After calming down, Chen Shi grasped the crucial point. This system was just like those games from Goose Factory in his previous life, utterly obsessed with money. Yet he was merely a stable hand. His monthly stipend, even with the tributes from the underlings beneath him, amounted to no more than 500 coins. At that rate, it would take an eternity before he could afford a single simulation. I have to find a way to make a quick fortune. Speaking of fast money, Chen Shi suddenly recalled a saying from his past life: all the methods to sudden wealth are written in the criminal code: robbery, extortion, blackmail. Robbery, however, relied too heavily on brute force. That was beyond him. Extortion and blackmail depended even more on intelligence. Forcing the other side to hand over their money without violence was even harder, something only a professional team could manage. Perhaps I can try the second path. Chen Shi pondered silently. With the simulator in his possession, he could easily foresee the future. Gathering intelligence became effortless, and its authenticity was exceedingly high. As long as he seized on some unspeakable secret of a wealthy scoundrel, he could use it to ruthlessly extort a hefty sum. Nor was he worried that his lowly strength would keep him from coming into contact with such secrets, for most secrets in this world would, with the passage of time, slowly rise to the surface, provided he survived long enough in the simulations. The Shun general's residence was so vast that there were bound to be countless filthy affairs hidden within. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" At this moment, a sharp-faced, monkey-like young man walked in, carrying steamed buns and soy milk in his hands. "I just heard some noise and thought your house had collapsed." The newcomer was Li Pao. He brought Chen Shi breakfast at this time, every day. Chen Shi glanced at him, took a bun from the oiled paper packet, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I was practicing martial arts." Practicing martial arts? Li Pao was stunned for a moment. He swept his gaze around. Then the corner of his eye caught the hole in the earthen Kong bed. His eyes widened in disbelief. "This? Brother Chen, could it be that you?" Chen Shi took a sip of soy milk and said, "That's right, I've stepped through the threshold of martial cultivation." Li Pao was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. To enter the path of martial arts at 18 was enough to qualify one to be groomed as a household guard of the Shun residence. Most importantly, for the past 2 years he had been following Chen Shi around, yet had never seen him practice any martial arts at all. To think he could still reach the threshold of martial cultivation. Could he truly be a genius? "Power, you don't seem very happy," Chen Shi said, his gaze turning deep. Snapping back to his senses, Li Pao immediately pulled a face of aggrieved innocence. Why would elder brother insult his younger brother like this? "You are the leader of our Qing gang, and my foremost elder brother, my dearest kin and friend. With you becoming a martial artist, your younger brother here at the horse farm will be able to bask in your glory. I'm overjoyed. How could I possibly be unhappy?" After a pause, Li Pao added solemnly, "I only ask that elder brother not make such jokes again, lest it harm the bond between brothers." "I was inconsiderate." After swallowing a bite of bun, Chen Shi continued, "We are brothers, aren't we?" Li Pao seemed a little displeased. "Is there any doubt about that?" "Then what are brothers?" asked Chen Shi. Li Pao replied without thinking, "Bound as flesh and blood, sharing life and death, sharing wealth, sharing honor and disgrace." "Good. Then help your elder brother with something." "Elder brother has but to speak," said Li Pao. "Lend me 20 taels of silver," said Chen Shi. Li Pao's face froze. "This? Brother Chen, I don't have that much money on me." "Then lend me 10 taels. You've been at the horse farm for so many years, you should at least have that much," Chen Shi said. Li Pao stammered. I'm a bit short on money lately." "Forget it if you don't have any," Chen Shi said with a wave of his hand as though unconcerned, then added casually, "Power, within our Qing gang there has in fact always been a traitor lurking in the shadows." "Oh." Li Pao's expression grew solemn. "There's such a thing. Who is it?" Chen Shi swept his gaze up and down Li Pao. "This man is 6 chi tall, wears a gray long gown, has a sharp monkey-like face, holds a high position in the Qing gang, and constantly thinks of harming me to take my place. Tell me, according to the gang's rules, how should such a man be dealt with?" At these words, Li Pao was instantly dumbstruck. He lifted his eyes and met Chen Shi's unblinking gaze, and a nameless fear rose in his heart. Of course he should be expelled and the house cleansed. But since he is a brother of the gang, elder brother must be extremely cautious not to heed slander and wrong a good man. "Naturally," said Chen Shi. Chen Shi took out a hemp rope and slowly approached Li Pao, smiling as he said, "Do you know, a few days ago I dreamed of an old monk. He said I shared a karmic bond with him, and so in the dream he imparted to me a Buddhist art called Ta Exine Tong, insight into others' hearts, which can peer into the thoughts of men possessing powers unfathomable to gods and ghosts alike. Li Pao said in shocked disbelief, "There's actually such a technique in this world." Chen Shi nodded. The old monk said this art comes from one Fo Shan, one of the 5 great cultivation sects of Wei, and is exceedingly profound. Li Pao swallowed hard. But what does that have to do with the traitor? Chen Shi spoke slowly. Just before dawn, I was chatting with 9th young master's servant in the stables when I sensed that traitor lurking in the dark again, spying on us. So I used Ta Exine Tong as a small test of the blade. Can you guess what I heard? Li Pao's heart jolted. What did you hear? That traitor actually intends to break the agreement between me and the young master and go to 7th Madam to inform on me and expose everything, Chen said. Chen looped the coarse hemp rope around Li Pao's neck and pulled it tight once. He hoisted him straight up, lifting him into the air, his cold eyes locked onto Li Pao's. Tell me, does he deserve to die? Brother Chen, you mustn't be impulsive. Li Pao forced himself to remain calm, looking into Chen Shi's eyes with a grave expression. In this Shin general's residence, only the main household has the right to execute servants. If we overstep our station and kill on our own, we might invite a disaster that costs us our lives, he said. Chen Shi said nothing. The strength in his hands began to tighten. Chen, brother, don't do this, Li Pao pleaded as he felt Chen Shi's killing intent. Cold sweat streamed down his body. Your younger brother still has 30 taels of silver, all saved over the years to marry a wife. If you urgently need money, you can take it. After speaking, Li Pao frantically pulled a cloth pouch from his chest. Chen Shi grabbed it in one swipe, weighed it in his hand, then loosened his grip. Watching Li Pao collapse limply to the ground, Chen Shi slowly crouched down, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Power, don't blame your elder brother for being ruthless. I am the leader of the Qing gang. When you've done wrong, I all the more cannot cover for you. Understand? Li Pao's eyes were filled with terror, his lips trembled as he said, I understand. Good that you do, Chen Shi nodded, then sat back down on the Kong. He fixed his gaze on Li Pao for a long time. At last he spat out a single word, scram. A jolt ran through Li Pao. Driven by the instinct to survive, his limbs moved of their own accord. Without even managing to utter a single thank you, he crawled away and vanished from Chen Shi's sight. I wonder whether this Li Pao has anything to do with that masked man in black. Chen Shi muttered to himself. In the simulation, that masked man in black had once said, Chen Shi, I finally caught you. Did that mean the man in black had been lying in wait for him all along? Perhaps at this very moment, he was likely lurking around the Shan general's residence, silently observing him. The only reason he had not stormed in to seize Chen was probably his fear of the residence's might. If so, then it followed that all the people and events that led to his leaving the Shan general's residence might have had the masked man in black secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes. For instance, his expulsion from the Shan general's residence this time. Was it truly a coincidence, or was it man-made? If it was the latter, then it was far too terrifying. The urgent matter is to visit Lady Qi and report the frivolous behavior of young Master Song Qingya to prevent him from facing the fate of being conscripted into the military. But what about the money? Chen Shi furrowed his brows. The 50 taels of silver from Song Qingya had already been spent by him, and if Lady Qi inquired about it, he would have nothing to show and would likely suffer dire consequences. He opened Li Pao's coin pouch and counted. There was a small gold bean which amounted to about 24 taels in total. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shi took out 6 taels of silver and silently thought, system recharge. Money 6. Current balance 50. 24 taels. Fate points 10. My. Chen Shi suddenly took notice. A new section for fate points appeared in the simulator. He tried to click it, and a notification immediately popped up. Fate points: the host receives corresponding fate points for each alteration of history. The more profound the impact on reality, the greater the rewards of the fate points. I see now, Chen Shi muttered. This fate point must have been earned from his recent interaction with Li Pao. It seemed that this fellow was genuinely frightened and had temporarily abandoned the idea of reporting him. Thus, the simulator determined that he had altered history. But what use was this? Would you like to start the simulation? Would you like to invest 10 fate points to refresh your talent? Upon seeing this, Chen Shi's heart stirred. He decisively clicked yes. Instantly, a line of text reappeared before him. Ding, refreshing talent. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing to the white talent turning fortune. White talent, silver tongue. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Turning fortune: at certain moments your fate is likely to experience a turn for the better. Silver tongue: you possess excellent eloquence with a remarkably agile tongue, adept at swaying the hearts of others. Seeing this introduction to the talent, Chen Shi's eyes lit up. So this is what the fate points are for. Without hesitation, he decisively chose the white talent turning fortune. In this fantastical world, relying solely on words was ineffective. True strength was the foundation, and luck was also a part of that strength. 7 parts destiny, 3 parts hard work. Ding, talent selection successful. Life simulation commencing. After contemplation, you decide to head to the inner courtyard to report young Master Song Qingya's frivolous behavior. Due to your violation of regulations and unauthorized use of silver, Lin Manqing ordered you to be whipped 26 times. At the age of 18, you knelt before Lin Manqing humble as a lowly servant. In your anger, you secretly vowed that one day you too would make Lady Qi kneel before you in awe. After the whipping, Lin Manqing deemed you a troublemaker. She felt that remaining in the general's residence would only lead to further incidents. Not wanting to kill you, but to leave a negative impression in the hearts of the Song family's descendants, she decided to expel you from the residence, freeing you from your servitude and sending you to a tea house outside the city to work as a storyteller as a reward for your act of reporting. You were taken aback by this and, disregarding the need for discretion, immediately showcased your strength as a refining skin martial artist, smashing a piece of pavement with a single punch, and stated, "Becoming a storyteller is not my intention, I only wish for peace in the world." You requested to remain in the general's residence to continue your training, promising that once you succeeded you would follow the Song family's predecessors to die for the nation and guard the borders wrapped in the skin of a horse. Your impassioned speech moved a guard from the military, who took the initiative to plead for you, declaring you to be a person of great potential, a loyal and righteous individual. Lin Manqing was also surprised that a mere servant possessed such aspirations, and thus changed her mind, allowing you to train as a sparring partner for the Song family's descendants in the martial arts arena, while sternly warning you not to indulge the Song family's children in pleasure, otherwise no one could protect you. Sparring partner in the martial arts arena. Chen Shi was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a good position, akin to a companion reader in ancient times. In addition to having fixed training resources each month, those with outstanding abilities could be chosen as protectors by the Song family's elites, soaring high and achieving great dreams. Many people in the residence were eager to get in. As a refining skin martial artist, he managed to enter. It was likely due to the influence of that military-born guard. Or perhaps his talent had truly blossomed. The next day you officially entered the martial arts arena as a sparring partner. Due to your weak ability, you were assigned to the elementary class, sparring with a group of little kids in split-crotch pants. The manager instructed you not to hold back due to your status, as long as you did not kill or permanently injure anyone, you must give it your all. This was a decree set by the ancestors of the Song family, and those who flattered and fawned would be expelled from the martial arts arena. You took this to heart and showed no mercy. That day you punched one after another, causing over 20 Song family collateral descendants to burst into tears. The manager admired your character and promoted you to the martial arts instructor of the elementary class 5, with a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver. He also gave you a booklet called Stone Breathing Method. It included the 5 lower realms of martial arts: refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining organs, and refining bones. On the 3rd day, as you were promoted, you struck hard. On the 4th day, Song Qingya limped towards you, cursing you for being disloyal and a despicable person. On the 5th day, you struck hard. On the 6th day, a mother brought her bruised son to cause trouble, specifically accusing you of inhuman behavior. You were startled and were about to step forward to apologize, but saw that the mother was being sternly reprimanded by the manager, who warned that if she caused trouble again, her child would be expelled from the martial arts arena. The mother retreated in fear. The manager's firm stance left you in awe, and from then on you held back no longer. On the 7th day at noon, a charmingly beautiful woman suddenly came to your residence. You recognized her as the mother from a few days prior. Just as you thought she had come to cause trouble, the woman presented a gift, pleading for you to show mercy towards her child. With tearful eyes, she expressed that her husband had died early, leaving only this one child, who she could not afford to lose him. As she spoke, the beautiful woman even shed her outer garments and collapsed into your embrace, hinting that she was willing to repay you with her body. In the moment of your daze, the woman quickly unfastened your belt. Realizing her inappropriate actions, you suddenly reacted and forcefully pushed her away. The beautiful woman fell to the ground, her arms scraped and bleeding, but on her exquisite face was a trace of a cold smile. Assault. Woe is me, I cannot live. In your shocked gaze, the beautiful woman, disheveled and distraught, ran out of the room, crying out as she went. That day you were taken away by the law enforcement hall. Unable to withstand the severe torture, you signed a confession, with the charge being lustful desires clouding your judgment, using your position to attempt to violate a woman. Since the beautiful woman was merely a distant relative of the Song family, and you had not succeeded in the attempt, your martial artist status afforded you a slim chance of survival. However, you felt no joy, for the judgment concluded with imprisonment, and the next day you would be conscripted along with fellow prisoners to the border of Liangzhou to build cities. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt a chill run down his spine. The same punitive outcome as last time. No surprises here. This time the masked assailants would be waiting for him on the road again. Through these 2 simulations, he had come to understand that those who plotted against him were likely deeply connected with the Song family's law enforcement hall, because the speed of the proceedings was alarmingly ridiculous. On the 11th day, you attempted to save yourself by contacting Miss Song from the inner academy, who had once confessed her feelings to you. However, you discovered that no messages could be sent, and no one came to see you. You realized that your situation might have been deliberately concealed. On the 12th day, you were shackled and placed on a beast cart. As the escort team left Liangzhou City, you shouted that you had top-secret military information to report. Your identity as a martial artist attracted the attention of the leading soldiers who asked you about the military intelligence. You disclosed everything about the masked black-clad individuals, but in your narration their target was not you, but the entire escort team. After swearing an oath with your head on the line, the leading soldier's expressions grew serious. He glanced at you deeply and ordered the team to rest in place. You saw the leading soldier summon a trusted subordinate and whisper a few words. That person then turned his horse around and headed back to Liangzhou City. After waiting for a long time, you saw another group of prisoners being escorted from a distance. Your prison cart was opened, and a filthy, unkempt old beggar was shoved inside. The convoy continued on its way. On the 13th day, you tried to strike up a conversation with the old beggar, but he only knew how to grin foolishly. During mealtime, he even tried to snatch your pickled vegetables, which made you so angry that you hit him, and he finally behaved. On the 14th day, you felt extremely anxious. According to history, the black-clad individuals would strike tomorrow. On the 15th day in the morning, the masked black-clad individuals appeared on time. Without a word, they unleashed a massacre. After killing more than 10 people, the old beggar beside you suddenly charged out and struck the black-clad individual's back with a palm. Instantly, 5 figures soared into the sky from the prison cart. Facing the siege, the black-clad individual erupted with astonishing combat power. In the end, he paid a heavy price for severely injuring 4 Spirit River Realm and 2 True Lake Realm experts. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt a wave of unease. Having stayed in the Divine General's mansion for over 2 years, he had absorbed some common knowledge about cultivation. Spirit River, True Lake, Innate Celestial. These are all powerful figures in the 4 realms of martial arts. If the black-clad individual could counterattack and kill 2 True Lake Realm experts while being ambushed, he must be an exceptional figure among True Lake Realm practitioners, perhaps even close to the Innate Realm. The current head of the Song family, Song Tiangong, is merely at the Innate Realm. Given that celestials are currently hidden away, the Innate Realm is almost the pinnacle of martial prowess among mortals. Being targeted by such a monster is truly like a thorn in your throat, a prickling sensation on your back, and sitting on needles. Just as you felt despair and thought your life was about to end, a True Lake Realm martial artist happened to pass by. Hearing the sounds of fighting, he rushed over, and upon seeing the imperial soldiers under attack, decisively intervened and forced the heavily injured black-clad individual to retreat. You were overjoyed and took advantage of the chaos to escape from the prison cart, diving into a dense mountain forest. You dared not stop and ran frantically. During your escape, you survived by eating wild fruits and leaves, running for an entire month until you reached a deserted and remote mountain. You found a concealed spot, dug a cave, and decided to settle there, planning to cultivate in seclusion for a while before venturing out. 2 months later, you broke through and entered the early stage of flesh refinement. However, you also discovered a troubling issue. There were no wild animals near this deep mountain. This thwarted your desire to hunt for food, forcing you to rely on foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger. Due to the lack of meat, you often felt unbearable hunger while cultivating, and this predicament made you train even harder, deepening your hatred for the black-clad individuals. You encouraged yourself, reminding yourself that fortunes change over the years. 5 months later, you broke through to the late stage of flesh refinement. 7 months later, you reached the peak of flesh refinement. A year later, you broke through to the early stage of muscle refinement. Chen Shi was taken aback. When did he become so talented? Breaking through a major realm in just 10 months is comparable to the elite disciples of the Song family. Could it be that the black-clad individual's medicinal baths improved his physique? With these doubts, Chen Shi continued to read. 2 years later, you broke through to the mid-stage of muscle refinement. Elated, you took a cold bath by the riverside and inadvertently saw your haggard self in the water's reflection. You couldn't help but sigh that the wild lifestyle has made you appear weathered. 3 years later, you broke through to the late stage of muscle refinement. 4 years later, you entered the early stage of organ refinement. What puzzled you was that this latest breakthrough did not significantly increase your strength. Instead, you felt a sense of weakness. Just as you were puzzled, you suddenly noticed that the skin on your hand had become wrinkled and was covered with dark spots. 1 minute later, you stood before a spring. Staring at your aged reflection, you felt lost. You vaguely understood that something was wrong with this deep mountain, as it accelerated human aging. Your rapid cultivation speed was probably due to this. After realizing this, you fled the deep mountain that very night. On your escape route, you unexpectedly encountered a young man. He seemed surprised to see you and quickly called out, pulling out a portrait to ask if you had seen the person in it. You shook your head to deny it, saying you hadn't seen anyone like that. The young man left in disappointment. Seeing this, you quickened your pace, for the portrait unmistakably depicted your younger self. You felt a strange familiarity with the young man, as if you had seen him somewhere before. Yet you couldn't recall where. Most importantly, the young man exuded a powerful aura that gave you an unsettling feeling of being overpowering. 3 days later, you noticed smoke rising in the distance and felt immense joy realizing you had finally escaped that eerie place. But just then an angry shout came from behind Dog Thief. Do you still remember the grievances from 4 years ago at the martial arts arena? You turned your head and saw the young man who had asked for directions. Seeing the tattered prison clothes in his hands, you understood that he had found the cave where you once lived. At that moment, the young man recognized you, and you also recognized him. His mother was the beautiful woman who had framed you 4 years ago. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with anger. However, due to your own lack of strength, you could only suppress your anger. You patiently explained, but the enraged young man punched you in the jaw. He accused you of being on the brink of death, yet still daring to slander his mother. According to the young man, his mother, out of concern for her son, had brought gifts to seek you out, hoping you would show mercy. Instead, you, the Dog Thief, took advantage of the situation, attempting to use him to coerce her. In the end, the young man subjected you to various tortures leading to your death. Because of your demise, this simulation comes to an end. This young man is quite extraordinary. After reading the simulation text, Chen Shi was somewhat astonished. 4 years ago, this young man was just an apprentice in a martial arts class, probably not even having entered the path of martial arts, still stuck at the stage of sensing chi and blood. But today, 4 years later, he managed to defeat you, who was at the organ refinement realm, in an instant. Was he too weak? Or was the other party too strong? For a moment, Chen Shi couldn't make sense of it. But soon he felt relieved. No matter how talented the other was, could they compare to his own extraordinary abilities? This simulation yielded considerable insights. Although he couldn't unmask the identity of the black-clad individual, he at least grasped their strength. The person behind this has also begun to surface. The beautiful woman who framed him in the simulation was certainly being manipulated by someone. If he could capture her and interrogate her, perhaps the truth could be revealed. Ding. Generating simulation rewards. The host can choose one. Early stage of organ refinement. White talent turning fortune. Wilderness survival mastery. Stone breathing method. Seeing these rewards, Chen Shi fell into a dilemma. In this simulation, entering the martial arts arena and escaping the pursuit of the black-clad individual likely involved some of his innate abilities. If he were to give up now, it might not be so easy in the next round. However, he soon remembered that this white talent was probably the lowest level something that could be obtained with just 10 fate points. If he chose the cultivation of the organ refinement realm, his ability to change history would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. By then, accumulating enough fate points might allow him to refresh to a stronger talent. As for the stone breathing method, that was simple. He could obtain it just by joining the martial arts arena. In the Divine General's mansion, the Song family lacked nothing but basic cultivation methods. With this in mind, he decisively chose option. Instantly, his entire body felt hot, his skin turned bright red, and beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. Brother Chen, this is the 34 taels of silver collected by the brothers to support your martial training. Li Pao handed over the silver with some hesitation. You may leave now. Why has the price gone up? Chen Shi was taken aback. Suddenly, a line of virtual text reappeared before him. Note: the higher the host's realm, the more energy consumed, and the more money required for the simulation. Chen Shi. All right. He had originally intended to continue the simulation to interrogate the beautiful woman and see if he could uncover the mastermind. Now this plan was ruined. He thought for a moment and decided to follow the trajectory in the simulation and head towards Lady Seven's location, entering the training ground first. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. If he didn't go to the training ground, they would definitely find another way to trap him. Going to the training ground, although still risky, at least made the risks known and controllable. Having made up his mind, Chen Shi found a clean outfit from the wardrobe, went to the well to fetch a bucket of water, and began to wash himself thoroughly. He had spent a long time at the horse ranch, and he needed to wash off the scent of horse manure to avoid ruining any good impressions. But it seems like his favorability with Lin Manqing is currently negative. He left the horse ranch. He took a winding path along the bluestone road. Passing through a corridor filled with lush bamboos, he stepped through an archway and arrived at the main gate leading to the inner courtyard. However, he was stopped by the guards. Just when Chen Shi was troubled about how to get in, a beautiful maid wearing a green silk dress walked out. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite, and her voice was as clear as a lark. Brother Chen Shi, what brings you to the inner courtyard? Looking at the frail girl, Chen Shi's expression changed, and he stepped forward to greet her sister. Emo Xiang, I have something to report to Lady Seven. Emo Xiang glanced at Chen Shi carefully, her cheeks flushed, secretly thinking, it's been half a year since we last met. Brother Chen Shi seems even more handsome than before. She stepped down the stairs and curiously asked, what is it? Let's talk over here. Chen Shi led Emo Xiang to a corner of the wall. They reminisced about the past. It's been a while since we last met, sister. You've slimmed down a lot. Chen Shi approached and took the girl's cool little hand, scrutinizing her closely. Her waist was slender and her chest began to swell. The budding figure of a maiden was particularly alluring. With a heart-shaped face and large eyes, she was flawless from a distance or up close. Emo Xiang instinctively pulled her hand back, but then held it back, feeling a blush rising on her face from Chen Shi's warm palm, her eyes shimmering as she softly called out, Brother Chen Shi. Looking at her appearance, Chen Shi sighed inwardly. He leaned closer to her, whispering a few words detailing the matter of Song Qingya, including the incident of receiving the silver. Feeling the warm breeze by her ear, Mo Xiang shyly lowered her head and softly said, "If that's the case, then Brother Chen Shi, please hand over the 9th young master's silver to me, and I will pass it on to the lady." "Oh." Mo Xiang raised her glistening eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Then what should we do?" Chen Shi gently held Mo Xiang's delicate fingers, his gaze earnest. "Sister, take me to see Lady 7. I will explain the matter to her in person, and regarding the silver, I will brush it aside. Thus, if I report the 9th young master's offense, Lady 7 is very likely to reward me with the silver." "But," Mo Xiang tilted her head slightly, pouting her pink lips, and said with some unease, "That's against the rules. If the lady finds out, I will be punished too." "That's true. I haven't considered this properly. I shouldn't have involved you." Chen Shi sighed, pretending to suppress his loneliness, and lowered his head. "This matter is all my fault. It's my own inadequacy, wanting to practice martial arts without considering if I have the talent. I forced myself to train, and as a result the money was spent, but I couldn't achieve any results, leaving myself in a difficult situation. Perhaps I am just a waste. I should have accepted my fate and spent my life at the horse ranch feeding horses, not harbor any unrealistic thoughts about you. You are not a waste." Mo Xiang immediately triggered her maternal instincts, stepped forward to hug Chen Shi, her voice as tender as water. "I was born with talent for a reason. Brother Chen Shi, you said this. I will always help you." Chen Shi was secretly astonished. After half a year without seeing her, his little sister Mo Xiang had silently changed from CD. "She's only 16, right?" Taking a breath of her pleasant scent, Chen Shi sighed softly. "No, if Lady 7 blames you for this, I would feel heartbroken. You should report truthfully. I will report the 9th young master's offense, and at most I will just receive a beating and lie down for a few days. As long as the wounds don't get infected, I won't die. You don't need to worry too much. For Brother Chen Shi, Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang is willing to be punished." Mo Xiang's cheeks grew even redder. Her originally clear and pleasant voice turned soft and sweet due to her shyness. "Sister, Mo Xiang." Chen Shi wrapped his arm around Mo Xiang's slender waist, feeling touched. "Having you is my fortune." Mo Xiang's voice was as fine as a mosquito's buzz. "I am also very lucky." The two of them were affectionate for a while. 3 minutes later, Mo Xiang hurriedly ran out from a hidden corner. Her watery eyes carried a hint of panic. She bit her slightly swollen red lips, took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. Chen Shi followed her out. Scenting the faint aroma of a woman lingering in his nostrils, he felt a bit afraid. The maids by Lady 7's side were all from the Lingjin sect. In the future, at the very least, they would be betrothed to the sons of the Song family as wives. If someone saw his recent behavior, he wouldn't die, but would certainly suffer. When did I become so bold? In the inner courtyard, he only dared to secretly flirt at night. Now in broad daylight, with Sister Mo Xiang being slightly more proactive, he became impatient. It's probably due to practicing martial arts. My blood is too vigorous and my energy is too abundant, making it hard to control myself. Practicing martial arts has led me astray. Walking along the cobblestone path in the forest. After half an hour, he finally arrived at a courtyard. Standing on the steps of the courtyard, Chen Shi looked up and saw a gilded wooden plaque hanging over the entrance of the 3 main halls, inscribed with 3 powerful characters, Shan He Ju. It is said that this was personally written by the Great Wei's founding emperor thousands of years ago. Due to its unique historical background, the owners of Shan He Ju have always been the top talents of the Song family. The previous owner of Shan He Ju was Lin Manking's deceased husband, Song Tianyuan, one of the 7 sons of the Song family. Song Tianyuan, 19 years old, unmatched in the army. He rushed thousands of miles, destroyed royal courts, slayed great demons, and quelled a century of chaos in Liangzhou, achieving remarkable military exploits. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of the talented. This youngest duke of the Great Wei and the youngest innate powerhouse's life was forever fixed at the age of 19. It is rumored that it was the celestial emperor of the 10,000 mountains who made a move, not hesitating to tear apart the covenant of non-interference between celestials, paying a heavy price to eliminate this talent of the human race. In the courtyard of Shanhe residence, beneath the old locust tree, a young girl dances with her sword, her movements as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a swimming dragon, a perfect blend of softness and strength, exuding an extraordinary charm. Chen Shi did not understand the way of the sword. He could only describe it in 2 words: impressive. His eyes could see the dust floating in the air, yet he could not discern the girl's blade, her face, or her figure. Or rather, he could see them, but they flickered in and out of focus. He had a premonition that if he were to face such an elusive sword technique, he would probably perish within 3 seconds. The opponent should also be a martial artist of the 5th realm. Was the gap truly this vast? As Chen Shi watched in fascination, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He instinctively glanced in a certain direction. By the pavilion, an expressionless old woman in black was staring at him. The gaze of this old woman felt to Chen Shi like 2 icy sharp swords. His eyes suddenly stung. Do not disturb Sister Qingwei during her training. Grandma Rome will be upset. Mo Xiang tugged at Chen Shi's sleeve, reminding him softly. Oh. Chen Shi quickly retracted his gaze and lowered his head. He could only feel his eyeballs aching as if they were about to swell and burst. That old hag. Once they entered the hall, he quietly asked, "Who was that old senior just now?" Mo Xiang replied, "She is from the Jin sect." Chen Shi fell silent, realizing she was a master from the Lingjian sect. The Lingjian sect comprises the Ling sect and the Jin sect. The Ling sect emphasizes magical techniques, while the Jin sect focuses on swordsmanship. It is said that in this continent the rise and fall of dynasties and influential families occurs in cycles, yet the Lingjian sect remains steadfast and unyielding. With a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years, it is the true, unsung king of this land. Even the founding Emperor Gao of the Wei Dynasty did not dare to exert excessive pressure. Mo Xiang lifted the beaded curtain and led Chen Shi into a small hall. Before departing, she warned, "Brother Chen Shi, do not move from here. I will go report to the lady." Chen Shi replied, "Understood." He stayed put, glancing around. It looked much like what he had seen on television. On either side were rows of yellow pearwood chairs, and the walls were adorned with famous calligraphy and paintings. At the head of the hall there was a portrait of an emperor clad in a black and gold dragon robe, his expression stern and his gaze sharp, seemingly watching every person who entered the room. This was the founding emperor of the Wei Dynasty, Jiang Xian, a truly ruthless figure. Thousands of years ago he rose from the grasslands, entered the path of martial arts, extinguished 6 kingdoms, subdued sects, suppressed influential families, established the Wei Dynasty, divided the 9 provinces, and dominated the world for 500 years. Before Jiang Xian, the central dynasty was merely a dog ruled by the sects. After Jiang Xian, influential families and sects were not even worthy of being dogs to the central dynasty. Of course, that was in the past. After the death of the founding emperor of Wei, the influential families and sects became restless. While in the Divine General's mansion, Chen Shi often heard rumors of certain sects openly murdering court officials and seizing spirit mines. Though these were just whispers of rumors, they reflected the reality that Wei had truly weakened. At that moment, a faint sound of bells chimed. Chen Shi turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful woman walking gracefully towards him. She wore a flowing red gauze dress, her dark hair elegantly styled with a few strands cascading down her exquisitely shaped face. Her lips were full and rosy, resembling tempting cherries, while her round eyes glimmered like a pool of autumn water, sparkling with life. As she walked, the gauze skirt swayed slightly, hinting at the curves of her voluptuous hips. A red string adorned her delicate white wrist with a tiny bell strung on it. One had to admit that the 7th lady was the most beautiful woman Chen Shi had ever seen. At first glance, she seemed like a 30-year-old mature woman, then she appeared like a luscious beauty dripping with honey, and upon closer inspection, one could see her charming blend of innocence and seduction. "What did Mo Xiang ask you to find me for?" Lin Manqing gazed at Chen Shi, her watery eyes shimmering with an unusual hue, as if she had an inkling of something. Chen Shi clasped his hands and said, "I have an important matter to report, and dare to request the lady to dismiss those beside you." The old maid nearby, having heard this, narrowed her eyes, looking at Chen Shi with a cold glare. This brat, seeing the lattice eyes wandering, does not kneel. How dare he, a mere horse servant, request her to dismiss those beside her? Everyone stepped back. No eavesdropping allowed. Lin Manqing's voice was pleasant, rich, and magnetic, reminiscent of a voice actor from his past life. The old maid seemed somewhat surprised by her words, and dared not say more as she led the maidservants away. Mo Xiang, with her head lowered, also exited. As she passed by Chen Shi, he furrowed his brow. He noticed a faint blush on Mo Xiang's beautiful face. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I report to you, lady, that I have discovered I possess considerable talent in martial arts. I wish to take on a position at the training grounds, and once I succeed, I will repay your kindness with all my might." Lin Manqing nodded and said with a rich voice, "What realm are you at now?" "I am at the refining organs realm." After speaking, Chen Shi slightly bent his legs, and his entire aura changed, resembling an immovable boulder, giving an unshakable impression. His breathing was at times rapid, at times prolonged, and with each circulation of his vital energy, a faint sound emanated from within his body. Lin Manqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. The sound of bones cracking. This was an anomaly that only appeared at the 4th level of the Song family's rock-breathing technique. This servant, she had some impression of, if she remembered correctly, he was still an ordinary person expelled from the inner courtyard last year. In just 1 year he advanced 4 levels. This speed of cultivation is among the best, even among the direct descendants of the Song family. But these were not the key points. The key point is this brat claims he is still at the horse stable. This means he did not receive any help from others, relying solely on the rock-breathing technique, and in the absence of any precious herbs, he broke through 4 realms in a year. Upon realizing this, Lin Manqing found it hard to believe. "Did anyone sponsor your training?" Chen Shi shook his head. "No, it is all due to my personal efforts." After Chen Shi's confirmation, Lin Manqing's heart surged with tremendous waves, unable to calm down for a long time. The rock-breathing technique requires treasures like blood ginseng to accelerate the body's blood metabolism, otherwise training not only harms the body but yields little benefit. Yet this person before her seemed to have shattered her understanding. After a long time, she gracefully moved to the head seat and sat down crossing her long fair legs. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Shi, her slender white fingers lightly resting on the armrest, occasionally tapping and producing crisp sounds. After pondering for a moment, she gently parted her red lips, her voice ethereal and enchanting. Entering the training grounds is no problem. If your talent is as you say, I will make you Qingwei's protector. After half a year, you can accompany her to the Lingjian sect for training. As she spoke, she took a jade pendant from her waist, a smile gracing her exquisitely shaped face. This pendant can conceal your aura. Do not let others know about your training speed for now. I will not be in the mansion these days. If anything happens, I cannot take responsibility for you. Chen Shi stepped forward, took it with both hands, and respectfully said, Thank you for your regard, my lady. I am willing to go through fire and water for you in the future. In truth, he was not surprised by Lin Manking's invitation, because in 3 years the Song family would select a future leader from the younger generation. It is called the True Dragon Competition. Indeed, True Dragon. The Song family's lineage spans thousands of years. Their ancestor was the one who stood alongside the kings. The competition tests 3 aspects: temperament, connections, and talent. Temperament is assessed by several ancestors of the Song family, personally probing the heart. Talent is determined through personal combat to select the one with the strongest aptitude, and this carries the heaviest weight. Connections are evaluated by how many peers you can command as your protectors. The test involves having your subordinates compete against each other. The stronger your subordinates, the stronger your connections. This is how the fantasy world is. This is likely also the reason Lin Manqing sought to recruit him. Becoming a protector just so happens to align with Chen Shi's purpose for this visit. As long as he can hold on to Lin Manqing, wealth and riches will be almost within reach. Ding. You have formed a bond with Lin Manqing. Fate points 100. What do you think of Mo Xiang? It's beautiful. I plan to take Mo Xiang as my adopted daughter. When you reach the Lingyi realm, I will arrange her marriage to you. What do you think? Ahem. Great mother-in-law, please allow me to bow to you. Saying this, Chen Shi bowed several times. During this, his gaze inevitably fell upon the exquisite embroidered shoes of the beautiful lady in front. They were a pair of intricately crafted cloud-embroidered shoes. Through the red gauze skirt, one could vaguely see a pair of legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk, stockings voluptuous, yet elegant. Looking at those legs, a thought suddenly arose in Chen Shi's mind. Such long legs could probably reach the shoulders, even while lying down. Ding. Your bond with Lin Manqing has deepened. Fate points 50. Huh. 50 fate points. Does this count as changing history? Chen Shi suddenly found himself puzzled by the system's judgment mechanism. You brat, you're quite quick with your actions. Get up now. Lin Manqing smiled sweetly, saying, Since you have already called me great mother-in-law, I should also show my acknowledgement. How about this? If you can break through to the Lingyi realm within a year, I will personally arrange your marriage. What do you think? Personally, just collecting the betrothal gifts would make it unbeatable. Chen Shi clasped his fists and said, The kindness of great mother-in-law I can never repay in my lifetime. Looking at his obsequious demeanor, Lin Manqing couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain in her heart. He's just a servant. No matter how extraordinary his talent, he is fundamentally lowly. A slight favor can make him grateful to the point of tears, but I still need to be cautious and keep him in check to prevent any ambitions from arising. This matter must not be made public, and in front of outsiders you must never call me great mother-in-law, understand? After a pause, she perhaps felt her words were a bit harsh. She added, Do you have any other requests? As long as they are not too excessive, I will promise you all. Chen Shi immediately said, I want some gold and silver, the more the better. What do you need these mundane items for? Lin Manqing frowned slightly. For food, clothing, and the elixirs for cultivation, I will arrange everything. You need not worry about these trivial matters. Chen Shi was pondering what excuse to come up with when he saw Lin Manqing wave her hand. Enough of that, you can go now. The gold and silver will be sent to your residence later. After saying this, she called an old servant over and pointed at Chen Shi, saying, Take him to the training ground and tell Li Ping to do his best to meet this young master's requests without any excuses. The old servant replied respectfully, Yes. Thank you, great mother-in-law. Chen Shi also bowed in gratitude and exited the hall. Before leaving, he couldn't help but mention the matter of Song Qingya. Upon hearing the words great mother-in-law, the old servant's gaze towards Chen Shi instantly became extremely respectful. Leaving the inner courtyard, Chen Shi changed into another outfit and followed the old servant to the training ground. On the way, he quietly calculated his plans. Now, by exposing his cultivation level, he had gained Lin Manking's protection. It wouldn't be so easy for the mastermind behind the scenes to frame him. This 7th madam comes from the Lingjian sect, and her husband is Song Tianyuan. She carries a lot of weight in the house, and even the head of the Song family, Song Tiangong, respects her greatly. As her prospective son-in-law, he was no longer the horse servant who could be easily slaughtered. And the mastermind behind the scenes probably still didn't know this. He might be able to use this to his advantage following the trajectory of the previous simulation, allowing those who sought to frame him to come knocking on his door. After a round of questioning, he would surely be able to unearth the mastermind. At the training ground, guided by the old servant, Chen Shi encountered a middle-aged man dressed in black combat attire. He had a cold expression, stood nearly 2 meters tall, his back straight as a sword or spear, and standing in front of him felt like facing a mountain, making it hard for Chen Shi to catch his breath. Chen Shi stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "What is your name, brother?" "I am Li Ping, formerly a personal guard of the Duke of the Nation, now the deputy head of the training ground. Since you are sent by the 7th Madam, I will do my utmost to teach you." Li Ping fixed his sharp gaze on Chen Shi, saying, "It seems you have a treasure that conceals your blood energy. Ooh, I can't see through it. You tell me, to what level have you reached in the bone tempering stage?" Chen Shi's expression was somewhat awkward. "Brotherly, I am currently still in the refining organs stage." "You are merely in the refining organs stage?" Li Ping seemed somewhat surprised, then nodded. 5 years of cultivation and 18 years of refining organs is a bit slow, but don't worry, I will specifically create a cultivation plan for you. If you work hard, I can't promise you will achieve copper bones, but I can help you refine iron bones." Chen Shi looked confused. "What are iron bones? Copper bones? You don't know?" Li Ping was also taken aback. Chen Shi uncertainly asked, "Should I know?" Li Ping's expression became increasingly peculiar as he stared at Chen Shi for a while, saying, "The bone refinement stage is divided into 4 levels: iron bones, copper bones, silver bones, and golden bones. This is a crucial realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it directly determines a warrior's potential. If you don't cultivate well in the bone refinement stage, you will have to pay 100-fold or even 1,000-fold cost to make up for it later on." Chen Shi nodded and asked, "How can one refine golden bones?" Li Ping glanced at Chen Shi, feeling that this kid was a bit too full of himself. "There are many factors to refining high-grade bones. Postnatal effort accounts for 30, and innate talent accounts for 70. Some people are born with pure roots. Just following the proper training, they can easily refine high-grade copper bones or even silver bones. For example, the descendants of innate experts. Their children are born with a trace of innate energy, and with casual training, they can refine copper bones. If they have resources for cultivation, refining silver bones is not impossible. On the other hand, some people are born with mixed roots, and even the most basic iron bones are difficult to achieve. The number of such people accounts for 99 of the world's warriors. Even if they squander their entire lives, it is hard to break through to the Lingyi realm. Those who cultivate iron bones are elite warriors and can reach the Lingyi realm. Those who cultivate copper bones are talented warriors and can reach the Zhenhu realm. Those who cultivate silver bones are exceptional figures, their bones shining like silver, remaining uncorrupted for 1,000 years after death. Their Lingyi is broader, their Zhenhu larger, with innate prospects, and they can even peer into the realm of transcending mortality. Such individuals are extremely rare. Among 10,000 copper bone talents, it is unlikely to find even one. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi was stunned. Silver bones are that impressive? Then innate experts, if they keep giving birth, can't they produce silver bones in bulk? It seemed Li Ping had seen through Chen Shi's thoughts. Li Ping took the initiative to say, innate experts can only leave a trace of innate true energy for their first child. Of course, even so, the descendants born normally afterwards will have roots that are hundreds of times stronger than those born to ordinary families. As a result, countless high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants aspire to send their wives, concubines, and children to the beds of innate experts just to bear children and improve their family lineage. Having said that, Li Ping shook his head with a smile, saying, "But how many who can cultivate to the innate realm are willing to do so? Engaging with mere mortals not only harms the purity of their innate bodies, but also affects the success rate of advancing to the realm of transcending mortality." Chen Shi asked, "Then for martial arts one must abstain from lust?" Li Ping nodded, saying, "Indeed, if you want to refine high-grade bones under the Lingyi realm, you must not lose your virginity. The merging of yin and yang affects the purity of the yuan-yang." Chen Shi suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for the disciples of the Song family. Practicing martial arts can be quite intense. Keeping this in for too long, even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle. Fortunately, he had the simulator. Simulating a couple of times would be sufficient, so it wasn't a big deal. He then asked, "What about golden bones?" Li Ping's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. Those who achieve golden bones can be compared to the ancient prodigies. When golden bones reach perfection, buried underground for 10,000 years, they still shine golden, with hardness comparable to fallen meteoric iron. Such individuals often can dominate an era. One may not see another for hundreds of years. If they do not die prematurely, they can steadily advance to the realm of transcending mortality. At this point, Li Ping suddenly sighed, saying Song Shui was a golden bone prodigy in his lifetime. And the current head of the Song family, Song Tiangong, is as well. Chen Shi was somewhat astonished. A golden bone prodigy is so rare, yet the Song family produced 2 in 1 generation. Their luck is certainly remarkable. He thought for a moment and asked, "Is there anything higher than golden bones?" Chen Shi just asked casually, but to his surprise Li Ping actually nodded. According to ancient texts above golden bones there are jade bones. Their bones are as lustrous as jade, uncorrupted for 10,000 years after death. Moreover, after the passage of time, they may receive nourishment from heaven and earth, giving rise to spiritual intelligence and transforming into some kind of heavenly treasure, which can only be achieved by those with great fortune. It is said that the founding Emperor Gao was a jade bone. Jade bone? Is that for real? Chen Shi was taken aback. The very notion of jade bone sounded fantastical, and he doubted even his simulator could produce such a thing. The founding emperor of the Great Wei actually refined jade bone. Could he have truly opened a realm? Li Ping shook his head, saying it's hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Even the royal family struggles to verify this news, as the emperor's remains mysteriously vanished after his passing. Never mind that, let's talk about you. What martial arts do you know? Chen Shi replied honestly, I only know one technique, the stone breathing method. Just one. Is it the qi gathering method? Li Ping frowned, and his gaze towards Chen Shi grew odd. The stone breathing method is a foundational qi gathering technique brought back by the ancestor of the Song family from an ancient secret realm. It is widely circulated and common in training grounds, but that doesn't mean it is inferior. On the contrary, its body tempering effects are exceptional, making it one of the top techniques among various qi gathering methods. However, it is ultimately just a qi gathering method. No matter how exquisite, it cannot compare to practicing martial arts, which effectively tempers the body through physical exertion. Now is not the ancient era where abundant spiritual energy allowed one to temper their body merely through breathing and gathering qi. It primarily relies on martial arts supplemented by precious medicines, mobilizing blood and qi for body tempering. Yet this young man before me has not trained in martial arts and has relied on the qi gathering method to reach the refining organ stage. There's only one possibility: laziness. Unwilling to endure the hardships of martial training, he has relied on vast resources meditating and gathering qi for over a decade to achieve the refining organ stage. Li Ping, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, has never held a favorable view of those who leech off their ancestors' achievements, living off their merits. But due to the mention of the mother-in-law by the old servant, he still patiently said currently the training ground has 4 camps A, B, C, and D, with Camp A being the highest level, gathering the most talented individuals, and there are often innate powerhouses giving lectures. However, I must remind you that Camp A is filled with prodigies, and if your strength is lacking, going there will result in severe beatings, possibly even shattering your martial heart. I recommend you go to Camp D, where most of the refining organ stage martial artists are like you. The training intensity is similar to Camp A, though the resources are slightly lesser. However, you needn't worry about that. I can guarantee that the resources you receive in Camp D will not be inferior to those in Camp A. After hearing Li Ping's words, Chen Shi fell into contemplation. If he were to say now that he wanted to become a martial instructor in Class 5 of the elementary training school, whether Li Ping would agree was another matter, but Lin Manqing would definitely be the first to object. After all, she was the one who wanted him to cultivate, not to serve as a playmate. So it would be better to delay for a day. He would wait for Lin Manqing to leave the Divine General's mansion before giving his answer. With that in mind, Chen Shi put on a hesitant expression and said, "This matter is quite significant. Allow me to think it over thoroughly." Li Ping was not surprised. He merely assumed that this young master had yet to make up his mind. "All right, let me know your decision tomorrow." He looked down at Chen Shi, his eyes calm as still water. "But let me make this clear, whether it's Camp A or Camp D, once you enter you cannot easily withdraw midway. Otherwise you will be treated as a deserter, and I trust you understand the severe consequences of that." Chen Shi replied, earnestly understood. Afterwards, Li Ping continued to admonish Chen Shi for a few more minutes. The content was nothing more than telling him to strive hard not to embarrass the 7th madam, and not to entertain thoughts of running away midway, or else he would face dire consequences. Chen Shi could only put on a serious face, nodding frequently, pretending to be very obedient. After bidding farewell to Li Ping, Chen Shi hurriedly returned to the small wooden house at the horse ranch. In fact, Lin Manqing had arranged for him to have an independent courtyard, but fearing to alert those behind the scenes, Chen Shi did not dare to stay there. He only spent the reward money and returned. Lin Manqing had given him 800 taels, and the steward had privately sponsored 500 taels, totaling 1,300 silver taels. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 1,350. 24 taels. Fate points 150. Looking at the more than 1,000 taels in his account, Chen Shi felt quite emotional. After 2.5 years of transmigration working diligently, he had only saved over 40 taels of silver. Wealthy women are indeed appealing. "Would you like to spend 350 money to start the simulation?" Chen Shi clicked yes. Instantly another line of text popped up. "Please select the fate points you wish to invest." Seeing this, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. Fate points are used to refresh talents. The more you invest, the better the talents that are surely produced. He was inclined to go all in directly. However, before doing so, he needed to understand the situation as much as possible to maximize benefits. It's better to simulate a few times first, test the waters before going all in with fate points. Resolute Chen Shi directly input 10 fate points to test the waters. Ding refreshing talent. Ding congratulations, you have successfully refreshed the white talent glutton. White talent extraordinary stamina. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Glutton, you have a special craving for food, able to clog a toilet in one sitting. Extraordinary stamina, your endurance in certain physical activities is extraordinary. These talents seem a bit mediocre. After reading the descriptions of these two talents, Chen Shi felt somewhat disappointed. He immediately passed on the glutton talent. A useless talent for eating. Extraordinary stamina might still be somewhat useful in martial training. System, I choose extraordinary stamina. Ding talent selection, successful life simulation begins. The next day, you found Li Ping and expressed that you were a waste, unable to endure the hardships of martial training, and just wanted to become a companion in the elementary training class. After learning your intentions, Li Ping sent someone to ask Lin Manqing, only to find out that she had gone to visit the Lingjian sect. Due to Lin Manqing's prior instruction to try to meet your requests without delay, Li Ping still agreed to your request. That day you became a martial instructor using your peak refining skin stage power to make more than 20 Song family disciples cry. The steward admired your character. You were promoted. The next day, when you went to the elementary training class, you found that there were over 100 students, half of whom were orphans, mostly 12 or 13-year-old boys and girls, making it hard for you to identify the boy who had killed you last time. After all, your memories of your past life were quite strange, containing only a textual description. The steward informed you that most of these people's fathers were distant relatives of the Song family or orphans of soldiers from the Divine Might Army. Many had perished in battles against demons, forever remaining at the Liangzhou border. Upon hearing this, you decided to wait patiently, adhering to history. On the third day, you launched a heavy assault. On the fourth day, while you continued your heavy assaults, you noticed a new student named Song Fan had arrived at the elementary training class. He was the orphan of a Divine Might Army soldier who had been rejected by the training ground due to poor root talent and had only recently joined thanks to a recommendation letter. You immediately became alert. On the fifth day, you continued your assault, paying special attention to Song Fan. On the sixth day, a beautiful woman brought the bruised Song Fan to cause trouble. Looking at this charming woman, you sneered inwardly while appearing respectful as you approached her. The steward dismissed the beautiful woman. On the seventh day at noon, the beautiful woman came looking for you, tearfully pleading for you to spare her child. Eventually, the beautiful woman collapsed into your arms, hinting that she was willing to repay you with her body. You pinned the elegant woman onto the bed, restraining her firmly. Seeing your resolve, she panics. Her voice trembles as she hastily claims her monthly cycle has begun, insisting today is impossible, though she pleads for another day. You sneer coldly, speak. Tell me who sent you. Her body stiffens instantly. Then, guilt flickering in her gaze, she turns her face aside, refusing to meet your eyes. In a voice like frozen steel, you declare 10 breaths. Name your master. Fail, and I shall strip you bare for all outside to witness. Her face drains of color. After a long silence, she clenches her teeth, refusing to utter a word. You know she fears the hidden master's power so deeply that exposure, even naked humiliation, is preferable to betrayal. So you produce a jade pendant, your gaze dark and inscrutable. Do you recognize this? Tears well in her eyes as she lifts her gaze and recoils in shock. This is Madame Chi's personal pendant. You reply calmly, I am Madame Chi's designated son-in-law. She is utterly undone. Lin Manqing commands immense prestige. When she married into the Song family, celestial cultivators from Lingjian sect attended the ceremony. Within the divine general mansion of the Song family, her backing is unassailable. Whether your claim is genuine or not, merely producing this pendant places her beyond reckoning, and so too the one who commands her. She quickly confesses her true identity is Lin Qiushui, daughter of the Grand Secretary of Rites of the Great Wei Dynasty. 14 years ago, her father committed grave treason. The entire family was exiled to fortify the frontier. Near Liangzhou's border, they were ambushed by demonic beasts. During their flight, she found an infant swaddled in silk, the very child now known as Song Fan. His father served in the Divine Might Army. His mother was a borderland native who never set foot in the Song residence. Using the child's identity token, Lin Qiushui assumed the guise of Song's widowed wife, and for 14 years lived under the Song family's protection, running a prosperous tavern in Liangzhou City. Until recently, when Elder Wang of the Enforcement Hall uncovered her secret and blackmailed her into seducing you. May I leave now? She asks, trembling. In your past life, she slandered you without cause. Though you cannot break your vow of chastity, you will still make her pay, repaying that lifetime's injustice. Kneel. Lift your head. You stand over her, your gaze tracing the alabaster curve of her throat downward into shadowed depths. Madam, you murmur, you would not wish Song Fan expelled from the martial training grounds, would you? She chokes back a sob. I'm sorry. Half a day passes. You adjust your robes, watching Lin Qiushui flee, disheveled, broken, yet your mind is already calculating. Without a divine artifact or innate advantage, your so-called genius status will inevitably crumble. So you must seize this narrow window. while Madame Qi still holds you in highest regard, and wield her authority to strike fear into every hidden enemy. Moments later, crimson-robed enforcers burst in and drag you away. You are thrown into the dungeon. Interrogated. You recount Elder Wang's conspiracy with Lin Xiaoshui, but the interrogator remains unmoved. Instead, a brutal magistrate arrives ready to apply torture. You confess everything, without resistance. On the 8th day, you walk free from the prison under the interrogator's pale shaken stare, escorted by Li Ping, straight into the presence of Lin Manqing, freshly returned to the mansion. There you reveal Elder Wang's plot in full. On the 9th day, blood stains the divine general mansion. Elder Wang vanishes without trace. Shocked, you seek Lin Manqing for answers, only to find her equally grim. She explains upon hearing your account yesterday, she dispatched envoys to summon Elder Wang for questioning, only for him to erupt in violence, slaying several guards before vanishing beyond the mansion walls. This unsettles you deeply. You realize Elder Wang's reaction was unnervingly extreme. Within the Song household, you are still no more than a stable hand, and proven unknown. Even with Lin Manqing's advocacy, holding Elder Wang accountable would be near impossible. At best, the matter might be quietly investigated and mediated. After all, he is a senior elder of the enforcement hall wielding immense authority. Yet despite that, he chose violent rebellion and flight, capital offenses within the Song family. To choose execution over reprimand speaks only of one truth: the hidden master is meticulous beyond measure. Even a lion expends full strength to slay a hare. Black-clad assassins, masking their faces, seize you without a word, adhering strictly to the villain's fatal flaw: never speak unnecessarily. They simply render you unconscious and perform soul-searching. Elder Wang once exposed fleas without hesitation, leaving no trail, no testimony. Their entire modus operandi mirrors that of elite assassins: strike once. If it fails, vanish across 1,000 miles. And every move is directed solely at you. You cannot fathom why such a figure, a being whose power dwarfs yours as firefly to moonlight, would target a mere stable hand with such caution, such silence. So much so that you begin to wonder, does he too fear you? Chen Shi's eyes gleam with sudden clarity. His opponent's strength lies on an entirely different plane. Comparing them is like pitting a spark against the sun. If such a being truly wished him dead, how could he possibly survive 2.5 years after reincarnation? It is utterly impossible. Thus, this incident reveals a crucial truth: the hidden master only decided to eliminate him recently, perhaps even within the last 2 days. Realizing this, Chen Shi breaks into a cold sweat. If his strength permitted, he would flee the divine general mansion this instant, for he suspects every word he speaks, every step he takes may already be watched. After all, the master's reach extends even into the Song family's enforcement hall. Elder Wang himself serves him. Now all leads to the hidden master have vanished completely. That evening, several men arrive bearing gifts, apologizing the interrogator, the enforcers who arrested you, even Lin Xiaoshui, who sends offerings through intermediaries. You accept them all, calling it a misunderstanding. Relieved, they depart. On the 10th day, per Lin Manqing's order, you join Class 9 of the Alpha Camp for cultivation. On the 12th day, you compete in the Alpha Camp trials. As a viscera refiner, you are defeated by a sinew refiner midstage cultivator from the Song family, an embarrassing loss that brands you the camp's laughingstock. When Lin Manqing hears of it, she reassures you you've only just begun cultivation. No martial techniques mastered, no battle experience gained. Losing to a prodigy is natural. 1 month later, you practice the martial art. 8 extremes collapse, but your poor comprehension renders progress futile. 2 months later, perhaps due to Lin Manqing's influence, the hidden master falls utterly silent. No further attempts to harm you. Meanwhile, flooded with resources, you advance to viscera refiner midstage. Yet Lin Manqing begins probing you repeatedly, subtly, cautiously, clearly doubting the authenticity of your talent. You respond only with redoubled diligence. 4 months later, you finally grasp the fundamentals of 8 extremes collapse and break through again to viscera refiner latest stage. But joy eludes you. The same Song family prodigy who defeated you earlier has also reached viscera refiner stage, and now you cannot endure 3 strikes against him. Bitterness settles deep within your heart. You understand at last a harsh truth: effort is worthless before raw talent. 7 months later, despite consuming vast resources, you remain trapped at viscera refiner latest stage. The Inner Academy's chief steward matron Wang visits once, questioning how you advanced to viscera refiner within a year. You evade her with vague denials: I don't know, I can't recall. 9 months later, Lin Manqing dispatches messengers increasingly often, always asking about Elder Wang's motives and whether you ever encountered any extraordinary fortune. 10 months later, she summons you personally, demanding your secrets, promising lifelong wealth and security in return. You feign ignorance 3 times over. She scoffs, then summons a Song family nascent soul cultivator to perform soul probing. After thorough examination, the elder declares you nothing more than an ordinary stable hand. Your origins and history utterly unremarkable. Lin Manqing departs profoundly disappointed. Thereafter, searing headaches plague your cultivation sessions. Ancient texts confirm the truth: your soul has suffered irreversible damage. Your martial path is severed, forever confined to the lower 5 realms. Yet you dare not betray a single trace of despair. 11 months later, though reduced to a cripple, you are not expelled from the Alpha camp, an unexpected reprieve you attribute to Lin Manqing's conscience, until a new recruit named Song Fan arrives. His first act, to challenge you, publicly vowing vengeance for your earlier insult to his mother. Sensing his overwhelming qi and vitality, you prepare to yield, only for Li Ping to shout down your surrender. A prodigy of the Alpha camp does not yield before battle. Violation warrants death. He assures you he'll intervene if danger arises. With no choice, you engage Song Fan, and are cut down in a single stroke, your body cleaved in 2. Your death ends the simulation. Lin Manqing is truly ruthless. When someone loses their value, they are cast aside without a second thought. However, this is to be expected, as it is merely a relationship of mutual exploitation without any real affection. Having watched the simulated ending, Chen Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In the simulation, no matter how defiant Song Fan became, it was impossible for him to kill under Li Ping's watchful eyes. This is indeed a formidable expert in the true lake realm. Therefore, there is only one answer. Li Ping did it on purpose. Or rather, it was Lin Manqing who orchestrated it. Once he lost his value, his fate was already sealed. Lin Manqing likely kept him in the camp just to allow Song Fan to vent his frustrations by killing him. The reason is, of course, not hard to understand. In just a year, Song Fan went from an ordinary person to someone capable of slaying opponents in the late stage of the refining vessel realm. His displayed talents are comparable to those of his past self, perhaps even surpassing them. Under such circumstances, it is no surprise that Lin Manqing wishes to recruit him regardless of the actions she must take. After all, geniuses are in high demand everywhere. With so many prodigies at the Divine General's manor, many are eyeing the true dragon position of the Song family. Ding. Generating simulation rewards. The host can choose one to retain. Latest stage: refining vessel realm cultivation. White talent, extraordinary stamina. Yellow grade, low level martial skill, 8th level collapse proficiency, beginner level. System I choose. Without hesitation, Chen Shi made his choice after looking at the simulation rewards. A beginner level martial skill sounds quite underwhelming. It is better to select cultivation. This is something built upon countless resources. Most importantly, the price will not increase from the early to late stages of the refining vessel realm. Martial skills should be chosen later when there's more time to survive. That would be more cost-effective. As soon as Chen Shi made his choice, he felt a familiar warmth flowing within him, his physical strength rapidly increasing and his vitality surging. This tingling sensation is far more pleasurable than a massage. Once the process concluded, Chen Shi felt incredibly powerful. He had a feeling that if he were to face that mid-stage Song family prodigy from the simulation again, he could defeat him with a single punch. In the face of such a vast disparity in realms, he did not believe he would be defeated by someone of a higher level. I still need to find a way to extend the survival time in the simulation. Coming back to his senses, Chen Shi thought of the key point. In the simulation, Lin Manqing wanted to kill him for 2 main reasons. 1. His talent was a facade deceiving her. 2. She intended to use his life to curry favor with Song Fan. The duel in the martial arts arena forbids causing the death of others if Song Fan did, so there would probably be a scene later where Lin Manqing saves Song Fan. Of course, if Song Fan knew he was not merely teasing, he would likely explode on the spot, seeking retribution against Lin Manqing as well. In any case, his death ultimately stemmed from his lost value and the enmity created with Song Fan, which led to him being ruthlessly discarded. This Song family boy is not an ordinary character either. With both parents deceased, and being a washed-up talent, if he were to experience another broken engagement, he would fit the mold of a typical protagonist. As someone with mediocre talent, it is wise not to clash with others for now. In the next simulation, I should do my best to build a good relationship with Song Fan. Having made up his mind, Chen Shi opened the simulator again. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 1,000. 24 tails. Fate points 140. Would you like to spend 350 points to begin the simulation? Chen Shi clicked yes, and invested 10 fate points. Now he had refreshed his talent twice with persuasive charm and an insatiable appetite, both of which could influence or even distort his own personality. Chen Shi was worried that if he gambled all his fate points, he might end up with 2 radically changed talents. Would he inherit them or not? The answer was negative. If he chose such talents, would he still be himself? He needed to play it safe. The path ahead is uncertain. He could perish in just a few months. Betting all his fate points on drastically changing his personality would be akin to a disposable item. Even though this might not necessarily happen, he must still guard against it, minimizing any potential risks. By understanding more about the situation, he could find a way to extend his life. Even if the above scenarios came to pass, he would be better equipped to deal with them. Ding, refreshing talent. Ding, congratulations on successfully refreshing to White Talent Emotional Master. White Talent Long Life. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Emotional Master. As a representative of high emotional intelligence, you understand human sentiment and are better at winning a woman's heart. Long life you can live to 100 years without illness or pain. System I choose emotional master. Chen Shi made his choice immediately. As someone who has not survived longer than 4 years in the simulator, the long life talent seemed like a useless perk. Ding talent selection successful life simulation begins. The next day, you found Li Ping and successfully persuaded him to agree to your request to serve as a practice partner in the enlightenment class. You had a pleasant conversation with the manager. You were promoted. The manager believed you to be a person of good character and eloquence, specifically assigning you to be the martial arts instructor for the Enlightenment Class 5, or responsible for teaching the rock breathing technique, while also imparting some principles of human interaction to the students. The next day, instead of mingling with the students, you chose to guide them step by step. On the third day, you decided to slack off. On the fourth day, Song Fan appeared right on time, which made you somewhat relieved. The inertia of history is powerful and did not change because of you. As a teacher, you approached Song Fan to strike up a conversation. During the conversation, you learned that after consuming more than a dozen low-grade elixirs, Song Fan still felt no vitality within him. This made Song Fan very self-conscious, as he was the only student in the Enlightenment class who, after swallowing so many elixirs, still could not enter the martial way. Noticing Song Fan's disappointment, you comforted him and told him a story called Battle Through the Heavens. Song Fan was greatly encouraged and developed a fondness for you. On the fifth day, through Li Ping's connections, you managed to get a low-grade yellow elixir for Song Fan. He was astonished and could not believe you had gone to such lengths to help him, quickly declining. However, after your persuasion, he ultimately accepted the elixir. On the sixth day, Song Fan, feeling down, came to you stating that even after consuming the low-grade yellow elixir, he still felt no vitality. You comforted him once again and gave him another low-grade yellow elixir, which deeply moved Song Fan. At the same time, you noticed that history had changed. According to the original trajectory, Lin Xiushui would have brought a bruised Song Fan to trouble you on this day. However, since you chose not to strike hard, that incident did not occur. On the seventh day, Song Fan, in despair, came to you stating his desire to withdraw from the Enlightenment class and give up on cultivation, as consuming 2 low-grade elixirs still left him feeling devoid of vitality. You comforted him again and presented him with 2 more low-grade yellow elixirs. Song Fan was astonished by your generosity, but firmly refused despite your multiple attempts to persuade him. Ultimately, you knocked him out with a swift chop, brought him home, and ground the 2 low-grade yellow elixirs into a soup to feed him. You sat quietly in the living room waiting. In the afternoon, Lin Xiushui arrived late. Upon entering, she immediately expressed her gratitude for the care you had shown Song Fan during this time. You exchanged pleasantries before explaining Song Fan's situation to Lin Xiushui. Upon learning that you had given Song Fan 2 more elixirs, Lin Xiushui remained silent for a long time before confessing to you about Elder Wang's plot to frame you. In the end, she expressed her willingness to offer all her family's wealth, hoping you would take Song Fan as your disciple and provide him with protection. This took you by surprise. You asked Lin Xiushui what her plans were moving forward. She sorrowfully explained that 14 years ago her father was a high-ranking court official with extensive connections. Even though her entire family was exiled, the soldiers along the way did not dare to disrespect them. But 14 years later, people come and go, and the tea goes cold. If her identity as the daughter of an official were exposed, the only fate awaiting her would be imprisonment or exile to the border, or being forced into the brothel. In any case, she would inevitably suffer indignities, becoming a plaything for various people, which she could not accept. Through Lin Kushui's sorrowful eyes, you understood. The other party had resolved to die. This left you quite troubled. In your plan, if Lin Xiushui attempted to frame you, you would use pre-prepared methods to awaken Song Fan, preserving your innocence. Regardless of how things developed afterward, it would not affect your relationship with Song Fan. All enmity would shift to Elder Wang. However, if Lin Xiushui were to die because of you, it would likely create an irremediable rift between you and Song Fan in the future. Upon realizing this, Chen Shi's eyes sparkled. As the daughter of a criminal official, Lin Kushui's fate was decided by the current emperor himself. If her identity were exposed, the likelihood of the Song family protecting her was low. The chances of her voluntarily surrendering to officials were much higher. However, in the last simulation, after Elder Wang violently killed and fled, Lin Xiushui had still come to apologize to him, which did not seem like the behavior of someone who had lost her freedom. Perhaps in the end, someone intervened to protect her, a person of considerable wealth or influence. Of course, it was also possible that she was sent to prison, as she had no further scenes in the simulator thereafter. As Chen Shi pondered the simulation, text continued to scroll. After a moment of contemplation, you decide to deepen your bond with Song Fan. You ask Lin Xiushui if she is willing to marry you. You momentarily suspect that you are experiencing auditory hallucinations. You then reveal your relationship with Lin Manqing and explain, although I am valued by the 7th Madam, your identity as the daughter of an official is too sensitive. Just based on one side's word, it would be difficult to persuade the 7th Madam to intervene. However, if you become my wife, the situation might change. Lin Xiushui remained stunned for a long time after hearing your suggestion. When she learned that you are only 18 years old, she awkwardly expressed that she is 15 years older than you and is already a middle-aged woman. This is not a good match, especially since you are also Song Fan's teacher, which is inappropriate. Lin Xiaoshui politely declined your offer. In response, you were not surprised and immediately proposed a compromise, stating that you did not mean it that way. Your union only needs to have the title of husband and wife without the necessity of consummation. Once you overcome the current challenge, you could find a reason to divorce later. After hearing your suggestion, Lin Xiaoshui sighed with relief, but still felt embarrassed. However, after your emotional and rational persuasion, she ultimately agreed. An hour later, the two of you registered at the Law Enforcement Hall of the Divine General's Mansion and received your marriage certificate, becoming legally recognized as husband and wife in the Great Wei. That was indeed efficient. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Great Wei has a household registration system, and ordinary citizens can simply register their marriage at the government office. However, as a servant, he has no rights. Servants are considered part of the master's property, and marriage must have the master's consent. Moreover, Lin Xiaoshui, as a widow from the Song family collateral branch, would face significant complications in remarrying. At the very least, she would need to obtain consent from the Song family, especially when marrying a servant. Their hasty union would not pass legal scrutiny. Unsurprisingly, Elder Wang would soon jump out to intervene. The process was surprisingly smooth, and you were not at all surprised understanding that someone was secretly facilitating this matter. After completing the registration, you and Lin Xiaoshui returned to your residence and saw Song Fan, who had just awakened. Noticing his dazed expression, you realized that after consuming 2 low-grade yellow medicinal herbs, he still had not sensed his qi and blood. You are increasingly convinced that this lad is indeed the fabled child of destiny. Seeing his mother, Song Fan was quite surprised. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the marriage certificate in your hand. He let out a soft "oh" and then managed to smile to congratulate you, asking who his mother-in-law was. You then explained your marital relationship with Lin Xiaoshui. Upon hearing this, Song Fan's expression stiffened, thinking you were joking about his mother. He instinctively glanced at Lin Xiaoshui, only to see her nodding in acknowledgement. Song Fan felt as if struck by lightning. He snatched the marriage certificate, glanced at it, and felt the world spin around him. In a fit of rage, he tore the marriage certificate to shreds and angrily questioned you, asking if your intentions were merely to scheme against his mother, attempting to use a few medicinal herbs to win her favor. Lin Xiaoshui immediately reprimanded Song Fan upon hearing this. She then revealed the entire situation regarding Elder Wang, but in her account, she still portrayed herself as Song Fan's biological mother, claiming that she had met his father at the border while concealing her identity as the daughter of an official. You understand that Lin Xiaoshui must have fabricated such a lie to spare the young Song Fan from knowing that his parents had abandoned him early on. After learning the truth, Song Fan felt immense guilt and solemnly apologized to you. You smiled and reassured him. Song Fan felt even more guilty and slapped himself across the face. At dusk, you waited in the living room for a long time, but Elder Wang still did not appear. Based on the memories that suddenly appeared in your mind, you understood that he wanted to wait until you solidified the situation before taking action against you. After realizing this, you immediately shared your suspicion with Lin Xiaoshui, who agreed to stay overnight, stating that once the charges were confirmed, Elder Wang would undoubtedly be unable to contain himself and would take action in the morning. After hearing this, you shook your head, indicating that staying overnight was far from sufficient. You must share the same bed to make it convincing. This was for Elder Wang's observation as well as for the 7th Madam's. Although Lin Xiaoshui was somewhat resistant to this, she understood the gravity of the situation. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately agreed. When Song Fan learned of this, his expression became complex, and he was at a loss for words. You realized that the lad was once again being suspicious, so you demonstrated your cultivation in the refining stage, and stated that until you broke through to the Lingyi stage, you would never engage in any romantic advances. Thus, this was merely a temporary measure to protect Lin Xiaoshui, and as a teacher, you could never overstep boundaries with a student's mother. Your calmness made Song Fan feel somewhat embarrassed, realizing that he had been underestimating your intentions. He then left with a sense of relief. In the evening, you and Lin Xiaoshui shared the same bed. During this process, you practiced your restraint, making no inappropriate moves, and only engaged in casual conversation, which eased Lin Kushui's mind, making her feel that you had the demeanor of a gentleman. At the same time, she felt increasingly guilty, as you were someone favored by the 7th Madam and had limitless potential in the future. Now, due to this temporary measure, you had acquired a marriage certificate with her, a widow, and even if you were to divorce later, you would undoubtedly carry the label of remarriage, which would significantly impact your prospects of marrying in the future. While chatting, you sensed a change in Lin Kushui's mindset. You then comforted her, expressing that you were wholeheartedly focused on the Tao and had no thoughts of marriage or children, and that obtaining the marriage certificate with her would not have any negative consequences. Your understanding nature increased Lin Kushui's fondness for you. In the middle of the night, you both fell into a deep sleep. During the night, you occasionally turned over in your sleep, intentionally causing slight physical contact with Lin Xiaoshui, waking her several times. For this, Lin Xiaoshui felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, but she did not suspect you thinking you were merely being careless. Seeing this, Chen Shi had a strange expression. In the simulation, was he planning to pursue Lin Xiaoshui and directly become Song Fan's father? That is not a good idea. In the web novels he had read, the so-called Child of Destiny was no different from a jinx. They could bring misfortune to their parents, and if the family members surrounding them were not strong enough, few could meet a good end. On the 8th day in the morning, your door was kicked open and a group of red-clad enforcers barged in. You were taken away. At noon, under the fearful gaze of the interrogator, you left the prison with Li Ping. Before leaving, you took out the jade pendant given by Lin Manqing, fiercely declaring that you would seek justice from Madame Qi for today's events. Your words left those who had framed you in the prison pale with fear. They couldn't understand why you, who had been a mere horse servant just days ago, suddenly clung to Madame Qi. Seeing this, Chen Shi frowned slightly. The version of himself in the simulation seemed overly ostentatious. Didn't he fear startling the snake? After confirming the evidence of the others' framing, he should have left quietly, with Li Ping then sought Lin Manqing's support, as dealing with Elder Wang was the priority. Chen Shi suddenly found it hard to comprehend. Led by a servant, you met Lin Manqing, who had just returned to the residence, and immediately revealed the whole story of Elder Wang framing you, although this time you deliberately obscured the identity of Lin Xiaoshui. After understanding the situation, Lin Manqing showed a strange expression and asked what reason Elder Wang had to frame you. Upon hearing this, you felt a sudden tightening in your heart. You knew this was a life-threatening question. If you didn't answer well, you would likely be suspected in the future. Taking a deep breath, you solemnly requested to dismiss those nearby. Seeing your demeanor, Lin Manqing also became interested and immediately complied. Once the others had left, you made a shocking statement claiming that your current cultivation was entirely due to a treasure called the Zhang Tian bottle, which you had stumbled upon in the horse grounds. It only needed to be placed in sunlight to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, condensing a miraculous liquid, which once ingested allowed for rapid advancement in cultivation. You had relied on this liquid to go from an ordinary person to the refining viscera realm in just 3 months. After speaking, you took off the jade pendant and immediately demonstrated that you had reached the late stage of the refining viscera realm. Lin Manqing stood up in shock. This was shocking. In fact, before the meeting, she had already learned about your recent situation from Li Ping and knew that you had not been cultivating properly, merely wasting your days in the literacy class. Yet even so, you still managed to break through from the early stage to the late stage of the refining viscera realm within 7 days. This speed of cultivation was simply chilling. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on you, asking where the treasure was now. Although Lin Manqing was trying to steady her tone, you could still hear a tremor in her voice. You understood that this woman believed you. You immediately gritted your teeth and stated that you had always kept the Zhang Tian bottle on you, but since being imprisoned, the treasure had disappeared. Connecting it to recent events, you suspected Elder Wang was behind it. Upon hearing this, Lin Manqing immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation and waved for you to leave. Seeing this, Chen Shi finally understood. The version of him in the simulation was also a living person with his own thoughts. In the absence of a golden finger, he was more inclined to protect himself rather than obsessively pursue the mastermind behind the scenes and seek the truth. Thus, before leaving the prison, his intention to showcase his identity with the jade pendant was not difficult to understand. He was attempting to scare off Elder Wang, who was behind the scenes. This way, when he fabricated lies, he could ensure there were no witnesses. After you respectfully took your leave, Lin Manqing did not let you leave the inner courtyard. Instead, she had you temporarily stay in a side room of the Shanhe courtyard and even sent an old matron to serve you. You knew you were being monitored. After you moved into the Shanhe courtyard, your nominal wife Lin Xiaoshui also arrived, which brought you some relief. You understood that as long as you survived for another year, once Song Fan revealed his talents, you would have value in Lin Manqing's eyes again and wouldn't have to worry about being soul-searched. However, before that, you had to firmly grasp Lin Xiaoshui and solidify your identity as Song Fan's father. After Lin Xiaoshui arrived in the inner courtyard, she appeared very anxious. You watched her hesitating expression, knowing what she wanted to ask, but due to the presence of an unwanted guest, there were many things that were inconvenient to discuss at the moment. By evening, you told the old matron that you wanted to rest with Lin Xiaoshui. The old matron reluctantly left. On the bed, you recounted the events to Lin Xiaoshui, and to bond more deeply with her, you even shared the fabricated story of the Zhang Tian bottle. Lin Xiaoshui was greatly shocked, not expecting you to have such a secret. However, she then expressed guilt, stating that if it weren't for her issues, you wouldn't have ended up in prison to bring down Elder Wang, nor would you have lost that treasure. It was her fault that you were in this situation. You comforted her kindly. That night, you pretended to want to play the full set of roles, citing that the old matron might be eavesdropping outside, and further increased your physical contact with Lin Xiaoshui. Your relationship escalated. On the 9th day, Lin Manqing returned to Shanhe residence looking exhausted, asking you many questions about the Zhang Tian bottle. Upon learning that you had also shared this matter with Lin Xiaoshui, she was quite angry and sternly warned you not to mention this matter to a third party in the future. You nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then you inquired about Elder Wang. Lin Manqing sighed and said that he had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone in your heart finally fell. On the 10th day, you were still in a state of confinement with no one allowed to visit. In the afternoon, Lin Manqing sent you many resources, including refining body pills, instructing the old matron to guide your cultivation. You knew that Lin Manqing was testing your talent, she still had doubts about the Zhang Tian bottle matter. You were indifferent to this, well aware of your own shortcomings. On the 11th day, you worked hard on your cultivation, while also sending 5 mid-grade yellow-level medicine plants to Song Fan through connections. At the same time, you discovered a benefit of being monitored by the old matron. You could use it as an excuse to flirt with Lin Xiaoshui. The results were somewhat unsatisfactory. You found that with the surrounding environment becoming increasingly comfortable, Lin Kushui's reliance on you had significantly decreased. Coupled with her slow towering personality, no matter how hard you pursued, it was difficult to make any substantial progress in a short time. This left you quite troubled. Once Song Fan revealed his talents, he would surely want to take his mother back, and at that point you might lose the chance to be a father forever. In deep thought, you suddenly recalled a famous theory from your past life, called the suspension bridge effect. This theory states that when a person crosses a high suspension bridge in a state of fear, their heart rate involuntarily accelerates. In such danger, men and women will mistakenly interpret the physiological arousal as feelings of love leading to affection for each other. You began to consciously fabricate a dangerous environment. Every night you would instill some crisis rhetoric into Lin Xiaoshui, such as frequently suggesting that after Madame Qi reduced your cultivation resources, she had already given up on you and was trying to search your soul, or even silence you. After 7 months, your relationship with Lin Xiaoshui rapidly advanced, and one night, you embraced each other as you slept. You shared a passionate kiss and engaged in an indescribable relationship. In the 8th month, while you were lost in bliss, you suddenly received 2 bottles of bone refining pills sent by Lin Manqing. Soon after, you heard the news that Song Fan had entered the first squad of the A camp and refined his bones to a bronze level. You immediately gave up on being lazy and started cultivating together with Lin Xiaoshui. It is worth mentioning that during the few months Lin Xiaoshui stayed at the Shanhao courtyard, she managed to advance from the peak of the skin refining realm to the early stage of the internal refinement realm, relying solely on the leftover resources from your previous cultivation. Chen Shi was somewhat speechless. It seemed that his martial arts talent was truly at an abysmal level. This level of cultivation was truly achieved by relying heavily on resources. Without the simulator, he would likely cultivate until death and still not be able to enter the martial path. However, this also indicated that the mysterious deep mountains he had accidentally entered, which could accelerate aging, were not simple. Even a waste like him could progress from the peak of the skin refining realm to the early stage of the internal refinement realm within 4 years of cultivation there. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I still need to thoroughly investigate the border of Liangzhou, but it definitely won't be possible now. Without the talent of a fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult to find a true Lake Realm warrior passing by to repel the black-clad figures. Having made up his mind, Chen Shi returned his focus to the simulated text. 9 months later, Lin Manqing found you and bluntly asked whether the treasure, the heaven-controlling bottle, was still with you. You immediately felt a surge of anxiety. If you remembered correctly in the original history, it was also at this point in time that Lin Manqing suspected you might be hiding secrets and kept asking people about you. You guessed that this woman must have learned something from somewhere which led to her inquiry, and it was very likely that this information was a scheme deliberately spread by the mastermind to frame you. In response, you could only divert the blame and once again shifted it onto Elder Wang. In your narrative, Elder Wang discovered your secret and secretly framed you, intending to steal the treasure while you were in prison without anyone noticing. Then he would concoct a false charge to eliminate you outside the Divine General's residence. However, unexpectedly, you had climbed the big tree of the 7th Lady, and in the end, seeing that things were spiraling out of control, the other party fled the Divine General's residence to monopolize the treasure. In the face of your defense, Lin Manqing remained unmoved. Instead, she posed a soul-searching question to you, asking why you had to use a jade pendant to reveal your relationship with her before leaving the prison. If you hadn't done so, Elder Wang might have had some reservations and wouldn't have fled so decisively. Thus, she would surely have had a chance to retrieve the treasure. As she spoke, Lin Manqing's gaze turned colder. She accused you of having deceived her all along. Not just her, but even Elder Wang had been misled by you. Hearing the implications in her words, cold sweat broke out all over you. But you loudly cried injustice. You explained that your reason for invoking the lattice name while in prison was purely out of fear. You feared that Elder Wang in desperation would directly eliminate you in front of Li Ping. After all, wealth stirs people's hearts, especially for a treasure like the heaven-controlling bottle. Upon hearing your answer, Lin Manqing slightly eased her suspicion towards you. After all, in her eyes, you were just such a useless person who could not be relied upon. As soon as you pledged allegiance, you only sought money, and for the sake of beauty, even brought a widow who intended to frame you into your home. With such a background, adding a label of being cowardly and fearing for your life was indeed not incongruous. Of course, deep down, she was also unwilling to believe that she could be fooled and deceived by someone like you. Just when you thought you could finally muddle through, Lin Manqing revealed another explosive piece of news stating that Elder Wang's sudden defection had caught the attention of the Song family elders. They suspected that the Divine General's residence had been infiltrated, and to thoroughly investigate the matter they sent out innate experts, expending significant manpower and resources, and finally located Elder Wang's whereabouts in a certain village, successfully capturing him. Currently, he is on the way back to the residence in custody. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi felt a vague understanding in his heart. In the lie he had concocted, Elder Wang intended to harm him because of the secret of the heaven-controlling bottle, and the reason for his flight was also the same. However, the high-ranking members of the Song family in the simulation clearly did not know about this matter, which is why they mistakenly believed that the residence had been infiltrated. After all, the elder of the law enforcement hall was not in a common position. It belonged to the core circle of the Divine General's residence, overseeing hundreds of thousands of Song family disciples. The defection of such a high-ranking figure would undoubtedly cause a severe reaction, making their mobilization understandable. The one deliberately concealing the heaven-controlling bottle incident was naturally Lin Manqing. After all, only 3 people knew about this matter, and he and Lin Xiushui had been under house arrest, so it was very easy for Lin Manqing to keep this under wraps. It seems that Lin Manqing is not entirely aligned with the Song family. Otherwise, she would not have concealed this matter. The waters are indeed deep. The intrigues and schemes are numerous. You were greatly shocked by the news of Elder Wang's capture. You understood that as long as Elder Wang appeared, your fabricated lies would inevitably collapse. At that time, Lin Manqing would surely flay you alive. Before leaving, Lin Manqing also told you that as a latest practitioner of the Lake Realm, Elder Wang had been on the run for nearly a year. Despite possessing the heaven-controlling bottle, he was still captured by an innate expert, which was obviously unreasonable. Either you had deceived her, and the heaven-controlling bottle was not as extraordinary as you claimed, or the heaven-controlling bottle was not in Elder Wang's possession, or there was simply no such treasure as the heaven-controlling bottle. It was entirely a lie you fabricated. On September 3rd, you were disinterested in cultivation, and indescribable events unfolded throughout the day. On September 4th, you remained indifferent to your practice. You advised her not to meddle in other people's affairs. Chen Shi. In reality, he walked on thin ice, yet in the simulation he indulged in pleasures. Isn't this a bit reversed? Moreover, danger is approaching. If you don't find a way to deal with it, you will waste your energy on matters of love. This simulator must be broken. He is not that kind of person. On September 18th, you heard about an incident. The innate powerhouse of the Song family has escorted Elder Wang back, and he is currently being interrogated. This left you feeling very conflicted. On one hand, you hoped for a resolution to gain information about the mastermind behind it all. On the other hand, you feared that your lies would be exposed and Lin Manqing would take your life. Thus, you could only hope for your son to succeed, wishing that Song Fan would be more capable. On September 19th, after days of toil, you sensed a slight loosening in your stagnated realm, which surprised you greatly. You immediately took a bone refining pill, and your cultivation broke, through reaching the late stage of bone refinement. The old woman stared at you with a suspicious look for quite some time. On September 21st, Lin Manqing visited your courtyard again. Unlike before, this time, she was accompanied by several enigmatic elders from the Song family. Upon seeing them, you instantly understood Elder Wang may have confessed, and the accusations pointed directly at you. You even suspected that Elder Wang had been captured, intentionally planning to use himself as bait to fabricate lies and harm you with glaring treachery. Just like in the original history, Lin Manqing suddenly suspected that you held secrets and intended to search your soul, severing your path in martial arts. The elder from the Song family scrutinized you for a while, before straightforwardly asking where the Zhangtian bottle is now. Upon hearing this, you froze for a moment and instinctively glanced at Lin Manqing, only to see her expression instantly turn cold. She turned her head away, unwilling to speak to you. One elder from the Song family snorted, took out a document from his storage ring, and threw it at you. You opened it, and felt as if struck by lightning. This was a confession from Elder Wang, claiming that he accidentally discovered the secret of your Zhangtian bottle, then threatened Lin Xiushui, framing you for imprisonment, all in order to secretly steal the treasure within the prison and later concoct a false charge to eliminate you outside the Divine General Mansion. However, he did not expect that you had climbed the great tree of the Seventh Lady, and finally, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he chose to escape the Divine General Mansion. But unexpectedly, he fell into your trap. For after escaping the mansion, he found that the Zhangtian bottle was a fake, and only the liquid inside was real. In Elder Wang's account, you had sensed his plot to frame you through Lin Xiushui beforehand. Thus, you played along with his scheme, exploiting his greed with a fake bottle and a few drops of genuine spiritual liquid, leading him to destroy himself on the spot and defect from the Divine General Mansion. Later, you informed Lin Manqing about the Zhangtian bottle, using her to summon experts from the Lingjian sect to hunt him down worldwide, leaving him speechless and in constant fear. Seeing this, Chen Shi was filled with questions. The matter of the Zhang Tian bottle was clearly a lie he fabricated, so why did the other party seem so serious? But that is not the key point. The key question is, how did Elder Wang know about this? Only 3 people knew. In the simulation, Lin Xiushui and he were in cahoots, fully aware of each other, and had been confined, making it impossible for the information to leak. As for Lin Manqing, there was even less chance, as she had kept this matter hidden from the Song family. But how did Elder Wang know? Chen Shi became increasingly confused. After reading this confession, you could not calm your heart for a long time. You could not understand how Elder Wang learned about the Zhang Tian bottle. It was clearly just a lie you fabricated, but one thing you could be certain of was that the other party was not caught by accident, but came prepared. Moreover, this time there were no conspiracies or tricks, only undeniable blatant schemes. Even if you confessed the truth, admitting that the Zhang Tian bottle was a complete fabrication of yours, no one would believe you. In the eyes of the Song family, you were merely a lowly bone refinement realm servant, while the other party was a true late-stage elder of the true lake realm. The difference in status was astronomical. If it were not for that treasure, Elder Wang would have had no reason to make such a grave mistake, sacrificing his future to unjustly persecute you. However, if you could not provide a satisfactory answer, what awaited you would only be countless suspicions. In the end, you could not escape the fate of having your soul searched. Your path in martial arts would thus be severed. And this perhaps was also the purpose of the mastermind behind it all, sending Elder Wang back into the Divine General Mansion. Even if you remained holed up in the Shanhua residence, he would find a way to completely stifle your path of advancement and cultivation. In response, you could only firmly assert that the Zhang Tian bottle was taken by Elder Wang. After shifting the blame to prove your innocence, you even openly stated your willingness to undergo a soul search, but before that you hoped to start with Elder Wang. Your response left Lin Manqing and the elders of the Song family greatly surprised. However, one elder from the Song family regretfully stated that even if a soul search were to be conducted, it would begin with you, because after Elder Wang consumed several drops of the spiritual liquid produced by the Zhang Tian bottle, his cultivation had broken through from the late stage of True Lake to the peak of True Lake, his aura thick and robust, just a step away from the innate realm. Such a powerful individual, if he resisted, could easily lose his memory during the soul search. Moreover, due to Elder Wang's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, his previous contributions to the Song family, and his voluntary imprinting of a slave mark, the Song family had decided to be lenient and did not intend to pursue his faults too harshly. On September 22nd, after you woke up, you arrived at the small courtyard and discovered a familiar figure sitting by the stone table. The person was Song Fan, which took both you and Lin Xiushui by surprise. Upon seeing you for the first time, Song Fan looked at you with an incredibly complex expression filled with anger, gratitude, and conflict. You turned your head slightly, feeling a bit guilty. The atmosphere grew tense. Conversely, Lin Xiushui took the initiative to link her arm with yours and introduced your relationship to Song Fan openly. Song Fan's expression became even more complicated. In fact, he had faintly heard what had transpired earlier and understood that you both had mutual feelings without any coercion involved. Song Fan remained silent for a long time, then explained his intentions, stating that he had just returned from training successfully refining silver bones, and had specifically consulted Lady Lin to come here to take your mother away for a stay. Hearing that Song Fan had refined silver bones, you were overjoyed and wanted to say something, but saw Lin Xiushui shake her head, indicating she wouldn't go anywhere and wanted to stay with you. Your heart felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, even though you had already guessed this outcome. Song Fan fell silent again. Lin Xiushui gestured for you to return to your room, wanting to speak with Song Fan privately. You returned to your room, lying on the damp quilt, inhaling the lingering scent in the air, your thoughts wandering. Half an hour later, Lin Xiushui entered the room and informed you that Song Fan had already left. You couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. In truth, you wanted to probe Song Fan to see if he had any hidden advantages like an old man's golden finger, and to casually reveal information about the strange deep mountains at the Liangzhou border, as he, the son of destiny, would also head there in 4 years, and might discover some opportunity that could aid him in refining higher-tier golden bones. With such talent, Song Fan would be able to protect both you and Lin Xiushui. After all, the Song clan's elder only suspected that the heaven-turning bottle was in your possession. Moreover, this suspicion wasn't very strong. After all, you were just a minor character. The likelihood of hiding something under the watchful eyes of Lin Manqing and the Song clan's elder was minimal. However, that did not prevent them from wanting to search your soul. Many times, as a weak individual, once you are suspected, your fate is already sealed. The Song clan might grant you a 3-day grace period, perhaps out of respect for Song Fan, who otherwise they would have acted long ago, just like in history, without wasting words on you. Lin Xiushui looked at your troubled expression and softly reassured you, stating that she had persuaded Song Fan to become the guardian of Lady Song Qingwei. You felt a sense of relief immediately. Now that Song Fan had refined silver bones, he possessed innate talent. Moreover, he was to assist Song Qingwei in winning the True Dragon competition 3 years later. With this connection, even if you were subjected to a soul search and the lie about the heaven-turning bottle was exposed, Lin Manqing would likely overlook it, since you were Song Fan's stepfather. On September 24th, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Song clan did not come looking for trouble as expected. You realized this might be due to Song fans' influence. In the following days all was calm, and nothing happened. On October 5th, you learned that Song fan had ranked 9th in the competition at the Jia camp, earning a chance to cultivate in the Song clan spirit pool. The elderly matron informed you that the spirit pool was a treasure of the Song clan, open to the public only once every 3 years. It could help cultivators upgrade their bone quality, and had the ability to seize heavenly opportunities, with only the top 10 prodigies in the Jia camp competition qualifying to enjoy it. These spirit pool slots were typically occupied by the direct descendants of the Song clan. Song fan was the only dark horse to emerge from a remote branch in nearly 100 years, even earning praise from the clan elders for his remarkable talent. Even more astonishingly, Song fan had only been cultivating for about 10 months. You couldn't help but marvel at the unbelievable luck of a son of destiny. At the same time, you secretly rejoiced at your early investment in Song fan, otherwise you might have become the fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. In the following days, the Song clan's elder asked you many questions about the heaven-turning bottle. You firmly insisted that it was Elder Wang who possessed it, and expressed your willingness to undergo a soul search to prove your innocence, but only after starting with Elder Wang. Your resolute attitude caught the attention of the Song clan's elder, who couldn't help but begin to doubt whether Elder Wang could have fabricated his testimony. On October 15th, Song fan returned from the spirit pool, having advanced his bone quality to medium-grade silver bones. On November 1st, Song fan followed Song Qingwei to the Lingjian sect for training. Before departing, he entrusted someone to deliver a lengthy letter to you filled with thousands of words, and within it a tone of gritted teeth. After reading it, you summed it up in 3 words: handle it well. On December 9th, through these days of deepening understanding, you discovered a hidden trait of Lin Xiushui. Despite her elegant demeanor and her upbringing in a family of officials, she surprisingly preferred men with a bit of a violent edge. A year later, during your period of house arrest, you insisted on practicing for 6 hours every day, not out of love for cultivation. Rather, it was due to a dull pain in your lower back. There are no uncultivated fields, only overworked oxen. Now you felt this saying resonated more deeply with you. On March 2nd of the following year, despite your persistent training, you remained stuck at the later stage of bone refining. To your embarrassment, Lin Xiushui had already reached perfection in the bone refining realm 2 months ago. You sensed her talent was also quite remarkable and questioned her about the type of bone quality she had refined. She simply said it was just iron bones and smilingly mentioned that she was not focused on cultivation, but rather wished to stay with you and have a child or 2. Upon hearing this, you abandoned your nascent plans of cultivating a delicate wife. During Lin Kushui's days of waiting to give birth, you finally had a chance to relax and take a proper break. To pass the time, you began practicing the martial art 8th level collapse. In just 1 month, you successfully entered the initial stage. Seeing this, Chen Shi let out a soft huh. If he remembered correctly, it took him a full 3 months to enter the initial stage of 8th level collapse in the last simulation. This time the duration was reduced by 2/3. Chen Shi pondered this, concluding that with the enhancement of his latest stage, refining bone realm cultivation, practicing martial arts had likely become easier for him. On March 15th of the second year, your child was born a boy. After discussing with Lin Xiushui, you decided to name him Chen Pingan, a name that embodies your hopes for his future, signifying your desire for him to grow up safely and happily. Late at night, you suddenly asked Lin Xiushui a question: my lady, what would you do if I returned to the past, and I recognized you, but you did not recognize me? Lin Xiushui thought for a long time before replying: you should tell her about us. If she doesn't believe you, ask her if she remembers Huaying. You asked who Huaying was. Lin Xiushui smiled and said that you would know if you asked her in the past. The birth of Chen Pingan reignited your determination to cultivate. A month later, you broke through and reached the peak of the refining bone realm. Unfortunately, due to long-term reliance on pills and neglecting martial arts, the effects of your body tempering were not ideal. Even at the pinnacle of the refining bone realm, there were no signs of having iron bones. You couldn't help but recall Li Ping's words that 99% of martial artists would stop at the lower 5 realms. Clearly, you belonged to that 99%. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for you to enter the spiritual river realm in this lifetime. However, fortunately, you have your stepson Song Fan. When the time comes, you can have him procure some rare materials for body tempering, and it shouldn't be difficult to achieve iron bones. The birth of Chen Pingan caused quite a stir. Lin Manqing seldom came to check on him, and left a jade pendant as a gift, promising to restore your freedom in 6 months. This took you by surprise. You quickly asked if she had recovered the treasure. Lin Manqing shook her head, indicating that she had not, and then mentioned another matter, stating that during the True Dragon selection, the Song clan's ancestor would emerge from seclusion, and he would personally handle things. Elder Wang from the Xiantian realm would also be there, and everything would be revealed then. On November 8th of the second year, Song Fan returned from training at the Lingjian sect. On November 9th of the second year, Song Fan sat at the stone table in the courtyard, watching the old lady hold the swaddled Chen Pingan, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. However, this time, he quickly came to terms with it. You conversed with him for a long time and learned that his current cultivation was only at the peak of the spiritual river realm, and he ultimately had not forged golden bones. In contrast, his peer Song Qingwei had already reached the mid-stage of the true lake realm. Although you didn't know what kind of bone quality she had based on her cultivation progress, it was clear that it far exceeded Song Fan's mid-grade silver bones. This surprised you considering Song Fan's status as a child of fortune. He shouldn't be like this. Song Fan, however, was very satisfied with everything now. He expressed that training at the Lingjian sect was very comfortable with no lack of resources, and he didn't have to venture out on dangerous quests. Just following a routine of daily training had yielded considerable progress. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt a bit dazed. With his 10 years of experience reading on tomato, he understood that a child of fortune should be nurtured in the wild, taking risks and living on the edge of life and death for opportunities. Staying at the Lingjian sect every day, no matter how favored by the heavens, would still have its limitations. This time it seemed he had impeded Song Fan's progress. Would this not incur the wrath of the heavens? In your engaging conversation, you and Song Fan's relationship grew closer, but you regretted that he still refused to call you father. He still addressed you as Brother Chun. However, you could understand, after all, you were only 4 years older than him. On December 1st of the second year, the True Dragon selection officially began. Lin Xiaoshui left the inner courtyard for the first time to watch the event and cheer for Song Fan. In truth, you wanted to go as well, but due to your sensitive identity, you figured Lin Manqing would definitely not agree. On December 8th of the second year at noon, you heard from the old lady that during the final contest, Song Fan broke through on the spot and defeated a mid-stage true Lake Realm protector, shocking the entire venue. In celebration, Lin Manqing specifically sent the old lady to bring you a jar of spiritual wine. You opened it and took a sip. A blazing fire ignited within you, and your iron bones showed faint signs of taking shape. You were overjoyed and immediately went to your room to refine it. During the refining process, you successfully tempered your iron bones. Afterward, a strong sense of drunkenness washed over you, and you fell into a deep sleep. In your slumber, you were being soul-searched. You were struck on the head and your skull shattered. Due to your death, this simulation has ended. Seeing this, Chen Shi felt utterly confused. He died too suddenly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chen Shi pondered for a long time, feeling that the possibility of Wu Zai being the old matriarch was quite high. Because there were only the two of them in the courtyard, and the spirit wine was sent by her under Lin Manqing's name only, she had the opportunity to conspire with Elder Wang, who was at the innate realm, to conduct a soul-searching persecution after he became intoxicated. This could also explain Elder Wang's testimony regarding the Zhang Tian bottle in the simulation. It was likely provided by the old matriarch. Yet Chen Shi felt that there were some inconsistencies. Lin Manqing had concealed matters regarding the Zhang Tian bottle even from the Song family, yet she had not hidden it from the old matriarch. In fact, she had her monitor him daily, clearly indicating that the old matriarch was the most trusted among her confidants. Could such a person truly betray her? This is probably the answer closest to the truth. Chen Shi sighed lightly. He couldn't help but recall a famous line from a detective novel in his past life. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. In a sense, this had better be the truth, if not it would be terrifying. Because this would mean that the puppet master might possess some means he could not comprehend to obtain certain information, just like how his simulator was incomprehensible. Ding. Generating simulation rewards the host can choose one from them. Great perfection in bone refinement realm, including low-grade iron bone. White talent emotion master. Drunken immortal brew low-grade mystic spirit wine. For bottles of body refining pills, low-grade yellow pills. Level 8 collapse, entry-level low-grade yellow martial skill. Slight bone quality improvement. Mastery in writing. This time the rewards looked quite abundant. Chen Shi was somewhat astonished, but then fell into a dilemma. The white talent could be directly excluded. He was very resistant to a talent that would change a person's character even if the effects it brought were positive. Martial skills and pills could also be skipped as they were not valuable items. As for the slight bone quality improvement, that could also be excluded. Although he didn't know why this option existed, judging from his pitiful state in the simulation, he estimated it wouldn't improve much, merely a drop in the bucket. What remained were the drunken immortal brew and the cultivation issue. He had a premonition that if he drank the entire bottle of drunken immortal brew, he could likely directly reach high-grade iron bone in the next simulation, and even supreme-grade iron bone wouldn't be impossible. After all, this was a mystic-grade spirit wine worth a fortune. It could only be refined by mystic-grade alchemists. To note, in this continent, mystic-grade alchemists were at the pinnacle of the alchemical path. Each one was sought after by various factions, and some formidable mystic alchemists were even respected more than great beings. If he could take this bottle of drunken immortal brew to the auction house to exchange for gold and silver, it would likely be enough for him to simulate hundreds of times. However, he did not intend to do so. Firstly, there were too many uncontrollable factors. He lacked channels and was prone to leaks. If the puppet master discovered, he could casually sell mystic-grade spirit wine Given their cautious style, would they continue to slowly brew him like a frog in warm water? Would they perhaps resort to desperate measures and order Elder Wang to take his life on the spot? Such a thing was very likely to happen. In reality, he had to be extremely cautious and must not take even the slightest risk. Secondly, now that he was clinging to Lin Manqing, he would definitely not lack gold and silver. Moreover, he had a feeling that as his cultivation increased, gold and silver would gradually become obsolete. What would be exchanged among practitioners in this world would be spirit stones. This was very likely to happen after all. The simulator would also increase in price, indicating that it to some extent adhered to the conservation of energy. What I currently lack is mainly strength. As long as the displayed talent is strong enough, the so-called low-grade mystic spirit wine would be easily available, and there might even be people fighting to offer it. After all, geniuses are the best value investments wherever they go. Determined, Chen Shi decisively chose cultivation. In an instant, he could clearly feel a powerful force raging within him, wildly stimulating every part of his body. This was a very peculiar experience, joyful, painful, and itchy. It felt like water flowing into his ears while bathing, mixing with the grime inside, creating a slippery, viscous liquid that stirred against his eardrum, much like a clogged faucet painfully overflowing with clear water. The fluid in his brain seemed to be flowing with the sound of a spring gurgling, the icy, slippery substance coursing through his neural pathways, electrifyingly stimulating the vitality of his brain cells. His body felt as if it were awakened by an invisible force. At this moment, Chen Shi had a strange illusion of growing a brain. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his perception had become sharper. Closing his eyes, he began to sense carefully. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is an abundance of colorful gases. Could this be spiritual energy? Chen Shi mumbled to himself. Li Ping had said that only iron-bone warriors were qualified to step into the spiritual river realm. He had not known the basis for this before, but now he vaguely understood. Only by refining iron bones could the body perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth may be the key to advancing to the spiritual river realm. However, as for how to advance, Chen Shi was still in the dark. This issue had to be asked of Li Ping in the simulation. Thinking of this, Chen Shi reopened the simulator. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 650. 24 taels. Fate points 130. Would you like to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Fortunately, it had only increased by 150 taels, which was within his expectations. In fact, this amount of balance, whether it increased or not, was only enough for one simulation. Chen Shi chose cultivation for this reason, as he was going to gamble his fate points in the next simulation. Starting with a higher cultivation level would make it relatively easier to rise. Ding. Talent refreshing. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refreshing the Green Talent Sword Enthusiast. Green Talent Accumulation of Descent. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Sword Enthusiast, your sword heart is clear, your understanding is extraordinary, and your eyes can only contain the way of the sword. Accumulation of Descent. Every time you die in the simulation, the host can gain 6 months of cultivation in reality. It's a significant sacrifice, but now the Sword Enthusiast truly suits him. It has no side effects, and want to store one's personality, it can be inherited for long-term benefits. However, the downside is that it has a slow effect and a long return period. The Sword Enthusiast appears to be a rather obsessive talent, a fanatic of the sword path. Such a talent is destined to be one time only, no matter how strong it cannot be inherited. To practice the sword, would he give up martial arts? What use would this iron rod be? After careful consideration, Chen Shi directly locked onto the Green Talent Sword Enthusiast. Ding. Talent selection. Successful. Life simulation begins. The next day you found Li Ping and expressed your desire to enter Camp A for training. He was surprised by your decision and immediately took you to the armory to choose your techniques. You were firmly drawn to an iron sword on the weapon rack, an uncontrollable impulse rising within you to draw it and play with it fiercely. In the depths of your mind, it felt as though a voice was telling you that this sword would become the goal you pursue throughout your life. You believed in this feeling and immediately expressed your thoughts of practicing the sword to Li Ping. Li Ping indicated that sword cultivation requires high standards, including root bones comprehension and will, and that this path may not suit you. You remained indifferent to this, steadfastly holding on to your own ideas. Seeing your determination, Li Ping was quite surprised. He approached the weapon rack, took down a treasure sword, and threw it to you. He pointed to the sword techniques depicted on the armory's wall and asked you to perform a segment to see the results. You gripped the sword hilt, watching the techniques on the wall, your gaze becoming focused and sharp. In an instant you felt as if you had merged with the sword in your hand, moving gracefully as you swung the sword like a swift wind. Each strike carried a fierce momentum, and as the sword blade sliced through the air, it emitted a crisp sound. After completing a set of sword techniques, you surprisingly reached the entry level. Li Ping was astonished. The moment you began, he sensed your cultivation at the peak of the refining bone stage. Having been a mentor at the Song family for many years, he knew that those who could enter the sword path at entry level were fewer than 10. He realized you were a sword genius, leading him to change his previous views and decide to nurture you properly. The next day you entered Class A of Camp A and began practicing the falling snow sword technique under Li Ping's guidance. Meanwhile, after Li Ping's explanations, you learned about the classification of martial arts proficiency: entry, proficient, great accomplishment, and perfection. Entry refers to being able to proficiently perform an entire set of martial arts techniques. Proficient means not only being skilled, but also being able to flexibly apply techniques and respond to different situations. Great accomplishment means thoroughly understanding and integrating techniques, making them instinctive. Perfection means fully incorporating techniques into the practitioner's body and consciousness, reaching a transcendent state. In this state, practitioners can adjust their techniques in response to subtle changes in battle, making their techniques nearly flawless. Unless the techniques themselves have inherent flaws, it is said that beyond perfection, there are even higher realms. That realm is where one comprehends the essence left by the creator of the techniques. For example, the essence of fists, blades, swords. Li Ping said that only those who comprehend this essence can truly qualify to stand at the forefront of innate talents. In Class A of Camp A, your talent is not particularly outstanding, as everyone here possesses at least superior iron bones. Most of them are direct descendants of the Song family, having started cultivating since they were 5 years old. Compared to them, you, a newcomer, seems somewhat dim in light. However, you didn't care about this. Since you engaged with the sword path, everything else seemed less important. On the third day, you competed against a Song family descendant with superior iron bones, and your entry-level falling snow sword technique only lasted 10 rounds before you were defeated. Once again, you became the laughingstock, ranked 98th in strength, a position at the bottom. Since being rejected by Lu, you did not give up. Instead, you found his residence and knelt at his courtyard every day, pleading to become his disciple and learn the way of the sword. During this time, you were forcibly driven away several times, but you always returned stubbornly. Lu Yi tried to call out to Li Ping, urging him to manage you better, but due to your relationship with Lin Manqing, the training grounds had no means to deal with you. In response, Lu Yi felt extremely helpless. However, he did not compromise with your relentless pursuit, but rather planned to leave you for a while to let you know when to retreat. For the next 10 days and nights, you neither ate nor drank, kneeling in front of Lu Yi's courtyard, all in the pursuit of becoming his disciple. Your desperate behavior deeply moved Lu Yi. After much negotiation from Lin Manqing, Lu Yi agreed to accept you as his disciple. During the apprenticeship ceremony, he asked you why you practiced swordsmanship. You replied, in pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, to become the best in the world. Your answer left Lu Yi somewhat dazed. He gazed at you for a long time, ultimately letting out a long sigh tinged with regret. In response, you felt somewhat bewildered, not understanding why your master reacted this way, but you did not dwell on it, as Lu Yi was about to impart to you a peerless sword technique. You could hardly contain your excitement. Your appearance made Lu Yi's expression even more complicated. He remained silent for a long time before telling you a story. He spoke of a swordsman from over 100 years ago who in his youth was just like you, obsessed with the sword. To learn supreme sword techniques, he traversed mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships until he found the legendary sword, the best in the world, hidden away for many years, and knelt before it for 14 days. The legendary sword, moved by his sincerity, imparted to him one move, a single sword technique that was easy to learn but difficult to master. However, once perfected, it could move mountains, part seas, subdue demons, tame spirits, sever rivers, and destroy cities. The legendary sword had sternly warned him not to draw his sword before mastering the technique, or it would be difficult to progress further. The swordsman, having received the legendary move, focused solely on perfecting it, disregarding everything else. When his childhood friend was killed by a demonic cultivator, the swordsman thought for a moment, but did not draw his sword. When his childhood sweetheart was taken by the son of a noble family, he watched from afar, without making a move. When his parents were cruelly murdered by enemies, he gritted his teeth and continued training. Eventually, he mastered the sword technique, overjoyed, but when he looked around, he found himself utterly alone, without even a dog by his side. Though he had achieved mastery, he had never drawn his sword in his life. After hearing this, you were extremely excited. You quickly asked what this sword technique was called. Lu Yi gazed deeply at you and sighed again, the heaven and earth one sword slash. From that day on, you no longer went to the military camp, spending every day in Lu Yi's courtyard practicing the heaven and earth one sword slash he had taught you. During this time, Mo Xiang came to visit you once. However, at this moment, you had only the mastery of the sword technique on your mind, with no time for anything else. You bluntly told Mo Xiang not to come looking for you anymore. To draw a clear line, you even offered her a low-grade cleansing pill as compensation for the past. Mo Xiang left with a heavy heart. Before leaving, she did not take your pill. After that, the girl never came to find you again. At first, when you ran into each other at the estate, she would still smile and greet you, but after dozens of your indifferent responses, you gradually became strangers. You were completely unconcerned by this. For months later, after consuming successive cleansing pills and intoxicated fairy brew, you successfully refined your body into a top-grade iron bone. 6 months later, while practicing the Heaven and Earth One Sword Slash, you discovered that the power of this martial technique was far from what you had imagined. It could even be described as weak. It was plain and simple, entirely incomparable to your Snowfall sword technique. However, you did not question Lu Yi. You simply continued to train diligently. 8 months later, to help you refine your bones, Lu Yi, wielding a sword alone, ventured deep into the 10,000 mountains and killed a congenital realm demon king. Seeing this, Chen Shi was stunned. Kill a congenital and a demon king. As far as he knew, among beings of the same realm, demons were generally stronger than humans. How could Lu Yi break into the 10,000 mountains and return after slaying a demon king? This was almost the strength of a perfected congenital being, wasn't it? I've truly latched onto a big leg. With this esteemed master protecting me, I have nothing to fear from the hidden hand. After coming to his senses, Chen Shi was filled with excitement. No matter how strong the hidden hand was, it couldn't possibly be at the celestial realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to resort to schemes. They could have easily forced the Song family to hand over people. And now he had a perfected congenital master backing him. Perhaps this time he could live to be 100. On September 8th, after soaking in a medicinal bath made from the blood elixirs of the Demon King, you successfully refined your body into a mid-grade copper bone. On September 27th, Li Ping invited you to participate in the military camp's grand competition, but you refused, citing the prophecy that you must not draw your sword before mastering the technique. On October 5th, you went to the military camp to watch the final match, marveling at the strength of the Song family's top talents. Additionally, you spotted Song Fan, but this time without your help he only managed to achieve 10th place. However, this did not hinder his entry into the Song family's spirit pool for cultivation. You unusually approached him to strike up a conversation. Upon learning that you were Lu Yi's direct disciple, Song Fan was quite polite to you. 10 months ago, she went missing. Isn't that exactly when I entered the 1st Battalion? Chen Shi thought as various speculations flashed through his mind while looking at the simulated text. Lin Kushui's disappearance was somewhat related to him. After he entered the 1st Battalion, his identity had already been exposed. Even the most foolish of the masterminds would understand that lowly tactics such as seduction would be hard to take him down. Logically speaking, after losing her usefulness, Lin Kushui should have become safer. So why did she still go missing? After pondering, Chen Shi could only crudely interpret that it was the bad luck of Song Fan, the child of destiny, that was at play, causing those around him to meet unfortunate ends. Or perhaps Lin Kushui might still harbor some secrets that hold value for the masterminds. Upon this thought, an idea suddenly arose in Chen Shi's mind. Since Lin Kushui would go missing in a few days, could he not stake out beforehand and through her follow the clues to unearth the mastermind? This is a good idea, but it won't work for now. With insufficient strength, it's likely he would end up sacrificing himself. Chen Shi shook his head. He then redirected his focus back to the simulated text. After learning about his mother's news, Song Fan was quite excited and wanted to ask for more details, but you expressed that you only knew this much. If he wanted more details, you suggested he investigate Elder Wang. Before leaving, you earnestly requested Song Fan to keep today's conversation confidential, as you did not wish to be implicated and delay your sword training. In the following days, you spent all your time in Lu Yi's courtyard accompanying your sword daily, remaining focused on that one move, practicing in winter and summer, day after day, year after year. A year later, that move had become second nature to you, having swung your sword over 1,000,000 times, yet you still found it difficult to grasp the fundamentals. 2 years later, you had swung your sword 5,000,000 times and still failed to comprehend the essence. During this time, Lin Manqing asked you to follow Song Qingwei to practice at the Spirit Sword sect, which you refused. She then asked you to assist Song Qingwei in winning the True Dragon competition a year later, which you also declined, much to her anger, as she openly and subtly mocked you as an ungrateful person. To this you turned a deaf ear. On October 12th, 2 years later, Lu Yi found you and said the time had come, you should leave. You were greatly puzzled by this. Lu Yi informed you that to cut through the heavens with a single sword strike was easy to learn but hard to master, and it relied heavily on destiny. You asked where this destiny came from. Lu Yi pointed at the courtyard door, sighing, "Destiny lies outside." You fell silent immediately. Then you spoke of the mastermind and Elder Wang, expressing that if you left the Divine General's mansion, your life would likely be at risk. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the seemingly unworldly you had such enemies behind you. He stated he would help you resolve this. Late at night, Lu Yi suddenly found you, urging you to leave the Divine General's mansion immediately, the farther the better. Chen Shi's gaze sharpened as he looked at the simulated text. He had just revealed the matter of the mastermind and Elder Wang during the day. Now Lu Yi wanted him to leave overnight. Had something been discovered? Chen Shi's brows furrowed tighter. He recalled the last simulation where he inexplicably died in the inner courtyard. According to the timeline in the simulation, there were less than 2 months left until this incident occurred. Could it be that Lu Yi wanted him to leave the Divine General's mansion because of this? If that were the case, it would be quite terrifying. This would mean that those who sought his life were powerful to the extent that even Lu Yi, the innate peak expert of the Song family, could not protect him. With a heavy heart, Chen Shi continued to read the simulated text. You were momentarily stunned, realizing Lu Yi might know something, and hurriedly asked him why. Lu Yi's expression was very grave, instructing you not to ask too much. Then he gave you a piece of unknown ancient jade and 3 sword talismans. The ancient jade could conceal your aura and alter your appearance. Even a celestial realm expert, if not in close contact, would not be able to discern anything. The sword talismans contained the sword energy he had just left behind. Breaking them would unleash a full-force strike equivalent to an initial stage innate attack. They should not be used unless absolutely necessary, or else that one move would be impossible for you to master for life. Subsequently, your consciousness fell into darkness. In a daze. When you awoke, your sight was engulfed in darkness, the air murky, and the surroundings extremely narrow. After some exploration, you discovered you were actually lying in a coffin. You understood that this was likely arranged by Lu Yi, whose purpose was naturally to evade the ears and eyes of the mastermind, sending you out of the divine general's mansion without anyone knowing. After waiting for a long time, you felt that lying there was not a solution and was too much of a delay for your sword training. Thus you circulated your chi and blood, pushing against the heavy coffin lid. In an instant, a large amount of dirt poured in. It was then you realized that you had been buried underground. You crawled out of the grave carrying your sword and found yourself in a mountain forest. Looking at the 3-meter-high mound of earth, you gradually sensed something was amiss. After filling the grave back in, you discovered a nearby village. After conversing with the villagers, you learned some information. It turned out this place was called Meng Village, located in the domain of Wei Youzhou, nestled within the vast mountains. The villagers here were all poor people who had gathered to escape harsh taxes and corvée labor. Seeing this, Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. Yuzhou. It was over 1,000 miles away from Liangzhou. For an ordinary person, it would take several months just to travel here. How did Lu Yi manage to bury him so far away? Moreover, judging by the 3-meter-high grass on the grave, the self in the simulation had likely not just slept for a few days. Through inquiries, you learned that your grave was dug 2 years prior, meaning you had been in the tomb without eating or drinking for a full 2 years. You were unclear about what had happened. You did not care much either, as you wanted to continue delving into that sword technique. On April 5th, year 4, you built a hut out of straw and settled down in Meng Village. Since you did not clear land or farm, and only occasionally went into the mountains to hunt, you spent your days practicing swordsmanship in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, remaining taciturn. The villagers of Meng Village viewed you as a strange person and were unwilling to associate with you. However, they dared not offend you because your sword was sharp. During this period, you also discovered that your appearance had undergone a drastic change. However, when you removed the ancient jade given by Lu Yi, your body would revert to its original form. On August 5th, year 4, you hunted an 800-pound wild boar with your bare hands. Due to the hot weather, which was not conducive to preservation, you only took 100 pounds and distributed the rest among the villagers of Meng Village. The villagers' fondness for you increased. On April 6th, year 5, you had swung your sword 7 million times and still could not grasp the essence. You chose to pause your training. You took out the sword manual you had brought from the coffin and studied it carefully. The Heaven and Earth One Sword Cut. Preface: there is nothing in the world that cannot be cut by a sword. If there is, my suggestion is to run. Just through the preface, you could clearly sense that the creator of this move, the world's #1 sword, was an extremely obsessive person. In this sword manual, the world's #1 sword believed that anything in the world could be cut with a single sword, including heaven and earth. It also included enemies. Any superfluous moves and clashes were an affront to the sword path. After months of repeated observation, you summarized an 8-character insight in your heart. Focus on one point, reach the pinnacle. 7 years later, you have swung your sword countless times, and faintly you begin to grasp something which fills you with excitement. During this time, Aunt Wang came to propose a match, introducing the village beauty area to you, claiming that she is both beautiful and virtuous, the most outstanding girl in Meng Village. Suitors have nearly worn down her doorstep. Aunt Wang said that Arya has taken a liking to you and requires no betrothal gifts, just a few pounds of cured meat would suffice. You briefly picture that little chubby girl, only 14 years old, already strong and robust. You declined with a shake of your head. 8 years later, the village dog from the foolish Yi family gave birth. To repay your kindness in gifting meat, he specially brought you a puppy. You accepted it, as the foolish Yi mentioned that raising the puppy would assist you in hunting, saving you a great deal of time searching for prey. 9 years later, your dog has grown up, and with its keen nose, your time spent hunting in the mountains has been reduced by nearly half. You have grown fonder of it. You specially named this good dog Fan Fan. 10 years later, your Fan Fan was cooked by someone. The foolish Yi informed you that last night several unidentified men in black visited the village, and it was they who dismembered Fan Fan. You were furious, but upon hearing about the men in black, a sense of wariness instinctively arose within you. You began to inquire about their information from the foolish Yi. The foolish Yi expressed his anger, stating that after the men arrived in the village, they dug up the ancestral graves at the village entrance, and this morning they were asking around the village while holding a portrait. A heavy feeling settled in your heart. You immediately bid farewell to the foolish Yi and plunged into the back mountain with your sword. Not long after you left, you encountered an old man in splendid robes who called you over and questioned you carefully. Then he took out a portrait and asked if you had seen the person in it. You shook your head in denial, claiming you had never seen him. The old man left in disappointment. Your pace quickened, for the person in the portrait was unmistakably you, yet due to the ancient jade, the old man evidently did not recognize you. Most importantly, the old man had an overwhelming aura, instilling in you a sense of horror that you had only felt in the presence of innate powerhouses in the military camp. Since that incident, you realized that the person behind the scenes had begun to fixate on you again. After 6 years, their strength had once again increased a tier, even able to command innate powerhouses to pursue you. To practice your sword in peace, you chose to retreat into the deep mountains, severing all ties with the outside world. Time flies and the years pass swiftly. 25 years later, that one move, you have swung your sword billions of times, yet progress remains elusive. 35 years later, countless draws and swings of the sword with day and night, devoted to training your restless heart, gradually found tranquility, and you sensed an unprecedented peace. 45 years later on this day, after finishing your sword practice, you sat atop the mountain gazing at the dusk, and in a moment of clarity, it seemed you understood something. 55 years later, as age took its toll, your mindset underwent a drastic transformation. In your youth, after mastering the world's #1 sword technique, your mind was solely occupied with perfecting the sword technique, leaving no room for anything else. Now you enjoy the gentle breeze, the bright moon, and the setting sun. For the first time, you feel that you may have missed out on too much. At present, your vitality has waned, your hair has turned white, and the treasured sword you once cherished has become rusty and worn. On this day, you recalled the swordsman that Lu Yi had told you about. You sat atop the mountain looking at the rusty sword in your hand, laughing for a long time. When you grew tired of laughing, you casually swung the sword out, and with that swing you pondered many things. The dumplings your parents made in your past life, the smiles under the ink fragrance and sunlight, the foolish look of that dog from Mang village as it ran with its tail between its legs. Yet you never thought of your sword technique. In a daze, you heard a gentle voice say, "Your temperament truly does not resemble that of my fellow townsfolk." While you were in a deep sleep, you are currently being soul-searched. You have died. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi furrowed his brow. This familiar manner of death. Could it be the work of the person behind the scenes again? Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it seems that the opponent has been secretly observing him for a long time, but the version of himself in the simulation had not noticed. However, this does not quite add up. If it really was the person behind the scenes acting according to custom, shouldn't they have eliminated him at the first opportunity? Why would they allow him to live for so long? Also, what did that last word "fellow townsfolk" mean? Were they from the same place as him? This shouldn't be possible. This body of his was born in the Song family, and for generations they have been slaves. Where would a fellow townsfolk come from? Could it be a fellow townsman from the earth in his past life? A sudden thought popped into Chen Shi's mind. Ding. Generating simulation rewards. The host can choose one from among them. Perfected bone refinement realm, including mid-grade copper bones. Green talent sword enthusiast. Falling snow sword technique master level upper yellow grade martial skill. Ancient jade high-grade mystic spirit artifact. However, for now, I must prioritize strengthening my own abilities. Although the 3 sword talismans are powerful, they cannot withstand the continuous depletion by the puppet master. After all, external resources are ultimately just that, external. Chen Shi murmured to himself. The intelligence capabilities of the puppet master were terrifying. It seemed that no matter where he hid, they could always find him. In the simulation, even with the sword talismans and the ancient jade, escaping into the mountains and isolating himself from the world would not allow him to escape death. What he needed now was still strength. As long as his talents were sufficient in the early stages, he could follow Song Qingwei to the Lingjian sect for training. At that point, even if his uselessness was exposed, he could remain at the Lingjian sect and avoid participating in the Song family's true dragon competition, thereby perfectly evading the life and death crisis that might occur 3 years later at the Divine General's mansion. Moreover, he could continue to cultivate a good relationship with Song Fan. Once he grew stronger, he could leverage that connection to ask for help in locating the soul-seeking elder and try to uncover the suspected puppet master behind the scenes. This plan seemed feasible. Although Song Fan was someone who would repay grievances deep down, he was also quite a sentimental person. If one overlooked his misfortune, they could still get along. After making up his mind, Chen Shi redirected his focus back to the simulation rewards. Green talent sword enthusiast. He automatically ignored it. What remained were the copper bone and sword intent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shi chose to forego cultivation and directly select sword intent. The copper bone could be simulated and refined multiple times at any opportunity, but without the sword enthusiast talent, even practicing for 100 years would likely make it difficult to master a ground-level martial technique, much less comprehend sword intent. Although he did not know how powerful sword intent was, Li Ping had mentioned that it was the key to reaching the innate level. It surely could not be lacking. Moreover, this was an exceptional, ground-level martial technique. It belonged to the realm of supreme arts, even within the Song family at the Divine General's mansion. It was undoubtedly a treasure of the clan, something that non-direct descendants would rarely even see. As Chen Shi made his choice, a sword technique, called one sword cuts through heaven and earth, naturally surfaced in his mind, accompanied by a heavy sword intent. This sword intent felt different from the sharp edge of a sword. Instead, it was calm and vast. This vastness was filled with an overwhelming pressure, like a gray sea silently rising with the tide. Beneath the calmness lay a surging eruption powerful enough to sever everything. Sword intent. So terrifying. After absorbing this sword intent, Chen Shi felt immensely powerful. With a sword in hand, his strength had multiplied exponentially. He could easily defeat 100 of his former self. Yellow-level martial techniques could unleash 1 to 3 times the power of a martial artist. Mysterious-level martial techniques could unleash 10 to 20 times the power. Ground-level martial techniques could reach a terrifying 40 to 80 times the power. Based on the information in his mind, his one sword cuts through heaven and earth belonged to the explosive-type martial techniques, and as an exceptional ground-level technique, although it was only at the entry level, its explosive power had already reached a terrifying 60 times. Adding a 10% sword intent, it could increase his power by approximately 10 on top of that, equating to 66 times. In terms of might, it was almost comparable to those exceptional ground-level martial techniques mastered to great success. However, the drawback of this technique was that with his current strength, he could only unleash 1 strike. After 1 strike, he would be completely exhausted. With my current cultivation, I have no idea what rank I could achieve in the A-camp competition. If I could make it into the top 10, wouldn't I be able to enjoy the spiritual pool of the Song family during every simulation? In that case, even a pig could be refined into a golden bone, right? Chen Shi thought with some excitement. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing he was out of money. Only 150 coins were left in his account. It seemed he would have to borrow some from Lin Xiaoshui and see if he could also earn some fate points. As the mother of a child of fate, she probably wouldn't be much worse than Lin Manqing, would she? Yunyu Tower. Li Pao was taken aback, then smiled and flattered. Brother Chen, you're asking the right person. I'm quite familiar with Yunyu Tower. It's located not far from the Divine General's mansion in Changbalang. Before I entered the mansion, I often begged for food there to survive. Speaking of which, I have to thank the owner of Yunyu Tower. If it weren't for her, I would have probably frozen to death on the streets long ago. Chen Shi was somewhat surprised. You know the owner of Yunyu Tower? Li Pao quickly nodded. I met her a few times. 10 years ago, when there was a famine in the countryside, I fled to Liangzhou City and saw her distributing porridge to help the disaster victims. Even this job of mine was thanks to her help back then. Chen Shi nodded. Tell me more about the owner of Yunyu Tower. Li Pao said, the owner of Yunyu Tower is called Yun Yang, a widow of a certain officer from the Divine Might Army. She is a very capable person. In just 4 years, she turned the restaurant business in Changel Lane into the largest. A couple of days ago, I went to deliver horses to the gentleman at the martial arts arena and saw her bringing her son to the arena for elementary education, but in the end it seems he wasn't selected. Pausing for a moment, Li Pao added, by the way, it is said that Yun Yang's son has some engagement relationship with the daughter of a steward from the Song family. After hearing all this information, Chen Shi was already quite certain that this Yun Yang was undoubtedly Lin Xiaoshui. He asked, do you know where this Yun Yang lives? Li Pao replied, she lives in the Fengxian residence in the outer courtyard. Yun Yang's late husband had made numerous military merits, and the Song family, recognizing his achievements, specially granted her a residence. Hearing this, Chen Shi was somewhat surprised. With this connection, when Lin Xiaoshui had successfully framed him the first time, it would have been enough to sentence him to death by 1,000 cuts. It seemed that Elder Wang had secretly protected him, leading to his exile. However, he soon grew curious. He remembered that in the third simulation he had forcefully pursued Lin Xiaoshui, and at that time, he had definitely acted out of lust. What kind of beauty could make him lose his mind like this? With that thought, Chen Shi slightly straightened his posture. What is Yun Yang's appearance like? Li Pao was taken aback, then his face brightened. He began to do his utmost to describe Yun Yang's beauty with his limited vocabulary. After listening for a while, Chen Shi extracted the core element, wow, a fairy. This indeed sparked a bit of curiosity in him about Lin Xiaoshui. Send Li Pao away. Chen Shi thought for a moment, but still did not change out of this luxurious outfit. It was too tattered. He feared he might not even be allowed to enter the Fengxian residence. Moreover, he did not plan to attend the martial arts class at the training ground anymore. There was no need to conceal his identity. Killing Elder Wang would not sever the puppet strings of the mastermind behind the scenes at the Divine General's mansion. Rather than taking such action, it would be better to remain still, allowing the opponent to continue lurking and wait for an opportunity to capture them for soul-searching later. At this moment, it was already the hour of the snake. It was roughly equivalent to around 11 o'clock in the morning in his past life. Next to the training ground, there was a vast expanse of lush purple bamboo forest covering several hundred acres with thousands of pavilions and towers within. It was comparable in scale to more than half of the Forbidden City from his past life. This was the Fengxian residence. The environment was serene. It served as a residence for the external ministers of the Divine General's mansion. Many family members of the officers from the Divine Might Army lived here with the purpose of buying hearts, encouraging the officers to fight bravely, and serving as hostages. In peacetime, the families naturally enjoyed prosperity. During times of war, if the officers showed cowardice and surrendered to demons, they would have to consider the lives of their entire families. Young Master Chen, this is the place. Guided by a servant woman, Chen Shi walked along the forest path and arrived in front of a residence. At this moment, in front of the Yun residence, dozens of servants stood carrying many large and small boxes. Seeing these boxes, he asked, "Is there a distinguished guest at the Yun residence today?" The servant woman tiptoed to take a look and smiled. If this old woman hasn't mistaken, it should be the servants of the Nangong family. Speaking of the head of the Nangong family, he was once an officer in the Divine Might Army and was a close comrade of Yun Yang's husband. However, he later retired due to injuries, and Yun Yang's husband was not so lucky, having died at the border over a decade ago, leaving only Yun Yang and her two poor orphan children. Pausing for a moment, the servant woman seemed quite emotional. After Yun Yang returned to the Fengxian residence with her children, the young lady of the Nangong family was born. Out of past friendship, the two families immediately arranged a marriage between their children. After so many years, the young masters and young ladies of both families have grown up, and this time the Nangong family has brought so many gifts to finalize the engagement. Hearing this, Chen Shi was taken aback. In his previous simulations, there had been no mention of Song Fan having a fiancé, right? Could it be that the simulator had omitted it? Chen Shi thought for a moment. He took out a handful of copper coins and handed them to the servant woman. "Thank you for your hard work." The servant woman happily accepted, saying, "Thank you, young Master Chen. May the Bodhisattva bless you with a long life and great wealth." Chen Shi nodded, smiled slightly, and turned to walk towards the Yun residence. He had just taken a few steps. From behind, he faintly heard a mutter. "I worked so hard to speak, and he just gave me 10 copper coins to send me away. What a miser, no wonder he always has that poor look on his face." Ugh, a pretty boy who is useless. Chen Shi. Yun residence living room. A middle-aged man with a handsome appearance held a white porcelain teacup in his hand, lightly tapping the lid against the rim of the cup, his expression hesitant. He seemed to have something difficult to say, as every time he was about to speak, he would ultimately swallow his words in resignation. At these moments, the delicate young girl beside him would inevitably cast him a glance filled with sorrow. Ahem. The head of the Nangong family lightly coughed, set down his teacup, and smiled at the mother and son sitting across from him. "Sister-in-law, how is Song Fan's health recovering?" The two people he referred to were a silent youth dressed in a black tight suit, with a slightly pale, handsome face, and a pair of pure bright black eyes showing a determined quality despite his sickly appearance. The other was a beautiful woman with an oval face, clad in a luxurious white gown with features like a painting, skin as smooth as cream, and a delicate rosy hue that seemed like it could be squeezed for water. Her tender red lips invited endless imagination. Sigh. The oval-faced, beautiful woman sighed softly. "To be honest with my brother, it's still the same. Despite taking many precious medicines, Feiner still cannot sense his qi and blood." Nangong Xian nodded, comforting her. "Song Fan has been gifted since childhood. As long as we find a renowned doctor to cure this peculiar illness, it will still be possible for him to practice martial arts." Speaking of renowned doctors, a few days ago, a Dr. Zhou happened to come to Fengxian residence. I heard people say he was once a medicine boy under a pill refiner at the Lingjian sect with superb medical skills. I can introduce him to you, perhaps he can solve Song Fan's problem. "Father, I've already had 5 cups of tea. If you're too shy to say it, then let me do it." The delicate young girl could no longer sit still. She stood up from her chair and looked at the oval-faced, beautiful woman, saying softly, "Aunt Yun, we are here to withdraw the marriage this time." Upon these words, the three fell silent. The air suddenly became quiet. The beautiful woman's lovely brows furrowed tightly, Song Fan's hands resting on the table clenched into fists, and Nangong Xian let out a long sigh, though a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He had delayed for so long. In fact, it was to allow his daughter to propose the withdrawal of the marriage herself. This way he could greatly distance himself from it and avoid causing Yun Yang any resentment. Moreover, his daughter's withdrawal from the marriage had elements of his instigation. The main reason was still that Song Fan could not cultivate. The union of a cultivator and a mortal was destined to be unhappy. Cultivators of the Lingyi realm have a lifespan of 150 years, while mortals are lucky to live 70 or 80 years. Secondly, the Yun Yang before him was simply too alluring. In terms of beauty, she far surpassed any woman he had ever seen before. If his daughter were to marry Song Fan, what reason would he have to bring this beautiful woman into his household? To be honest, he was genuinely saddened when he received the news of his good brother's death at the border. Later, when Yun Yang came to recognize her kin with her children, although he harbored desires for her beauty, he could not commit such an immoral act due to his brotherly bond. However, so many years had passed, and even the strongest of feelings had faded with time along with the moral shackles. Instead, the feelings he had long suppressed for Yunyang surged forth even more violently. Bang! Nangong Xian slammed the table, reprimanding, "Wainer, do not be rude." Hearing her father's scolding, Nangong Wan bit her lip, gazing defiantly at the elegant beauty with an oval face, and said, "Aunt Yun, I am sorry, but I cannot accept a fiancé who is an ordinary person unable to cultivate. Today I must cancel the engagement." Upon hearing this, Song Fan lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, feeling an increasing bitterness in his heart. How long has it been? He was once a dazzling genius, sensing qi and blood cultivation at the age of 3 and refining skin at 4. His enlightenment came early, and even among the direct descendants of the Song family few could compare with him. But fate dealt a cruel hand. At the age of 5 he suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. His qi and blood would inexplicably deplete. This strange illness rendered his body increasingly frail. Over the years he not only fell from the skin refining realm to a sickly state worse than an ordinary person, but even lost the ability to sense his qi and blood. No matter how many precious medicines he consumed, he remained unable to enter the martial path. Meanwhile, his fiancée Nangong Wan had already become a prodigy of the B camp, and it was said she had the potential to refine her bones into copper entering the A camp. She was unwilling to marry someone like him, a useless person. While he understood her feelings, the bitterness in his heart was inescapable. Young people cannot hide their emotions. Seeing Song Fan's expression, the oval-faced beauty let a hint of sorrow flicker in her eyes. She sighed softly and looked at Nangong Wan, speaking earnestly. "Wainer, I understand your thoughts, but marriage is a serious matter. It cannot be treated lightly. Fainer has recently shown signs of recovery. His body is not as weak as before. Perhaps it is a sign that his illness is about to heal. You have known him since childhood, and your bond is deep. It would be truly regrettable to give up so easily. Why not wait for 3 years? If Fainer is still unable to cultivate by then, we can discuss the cancellation of the engagement at that time." At this moment, Nangong Xian also donned a stern expression, declaring, "Wainer, today, I am putting aside my dignity to perform this act of betrayal. I have no face to meet my sworn brother in the underworld. If you do not agree to this small request, we shall sever our father-daughter relationship." Upon hearing these words, Nangong Wan's eyes instantly reddened, her lips pressed tightly together, displaying an extreme sense of grievance. Clearly, she was unwilling to agree. Yet under the threat of her father's severing their relationship, she dared not refuse, and her heart was tormented. What if Song Fan's health improved in 3 years? He was already too old and had long missed the best period for cultivation. It would be difficult for him to even reach the bone-refining realm. And what about herself? She had already entered the B camp, and even had the prospect of refining her bones into copper. She and Song Fan were no longer in the same echelon. Once he reached adulthood, he would only be reduced to the bottom tier of the Song family, while she, with her exceptional talent, would be a key talent nurtured by the Divine General's mansion, with a future that could be said to be limitless. As for Song Fan, her childhood friend, perhaps it would be better to remain as friends. "Uncle." Song Fan took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to Nangong Xian, saying, "Since Sister Wainer is unwilling, I do not wish to force anyone. Let the engagement be dissolved." Nangong Xian looked troubled, saying, "Nephew, you." The oval-faced beauty had been observing Nangong Wan secretly, and understood that the girl was resolute about canceling the engagement. She did not wish to force the matter, nor could she. With a sigh she said, "Brother, let them be." Nangong Wan felt a surge of joy in her heart. She hurriedly took out the marriage contract she had prepared in advance, and handed it back to Song Fan, as if fearing he would change his mind. Seeing this, Song Fan felt an even greater bitterness in his heart. "Miss Nangong, as an elder I advise you with a few words. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not look down on a youth in poverty." At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside the hall. Song Fan's entire body trembled. He looked up and saw a tall young man dressed in a white embroidered robe, handsome and graceful, slowly walking in. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Chen Shi felt 4 gazes aligning upon him. The tearful and delicate young girl should be Nangong Wan, undeniably a beauty befitting the role of a female protagonist who has called off her engagement. In his previous life, she would have been considered a school goddess, yet compared to Mo Xiang's enchanting features, she fell slightly short. A glance at her chest revealed even more shortcomings. The middle-aged handsome man beside her, could he be her father, Nangong Xian? There was a slight sense of pressure. A martial artist at the Spirit River realm. As for the youth dressed in black with an emo expression, he must be Song Fan. His appearance could only be described as delicate, very classic, embodying the legendary visage of an emperor. Wait, the elegant beauty beside him, could it be Lin Qiushui? She's simply too enchanting. Indeed, Chen Shi did not use the word pretty, but rather captivating. A heart-shaped face makes a woman look charming, but once she becomes a wife, she turns into a stunning beauty, just like the 7th Lady Lin Manqing. A woman with an oval face appears sweet, yet as she matures into a dignified beauty, she becomes poised. Lin Qiushui is a typical oval-faced beauty. This is not the crux of the matter. The key point is her figure is simply too outstanding. Such fullness without any awkwardness is something Chen Shi has only seen in manga. A pure and dignified face. An alluring figure like that of a devil. Chen Shi racked his brains, and a phrase floated to mind from afar. She appears like a water lily, up close. She is irresistibly enchanting. In any case, she is a beauty that rivals Lin Manqing. No wonder the simulated version of himself was infatuated with such beauty. This is a test for a cadre. Which cadre can withstand such a test? The weakness is too significant. Ding. Song Fan was inspired by your words and strengthened his resolve in martial arts. Fate points 2. After seeing this message, Chen Shi was stunned for a few seconds before realizing. Could this be considered changing history? Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The matter of canceling the engagement must have struck Song Fan somewhat, causing his will to wane. By encouraging him, I inadvertently helped him regain some spirit. In a sense, this did alter history, albeit slightly. However, this minor change yields 2 fate points, and that's still better than Li Pao's situation, where he only received 10 fate points for changing a deadlock. This is the terrifying aspect of a child of fate. Just a slight influence can significantly affect the course of the entire world, much like the butterfly effect that amplifies everything. Elder. Nan Gongwan turned with confusion, noticing Chen Shi's dazed expression, then raised her brows in disbelief. You look only a few years older than me. How can I be your junior? At this point, Nan Gongxian also noticed this detail. He scrutinized Chen Shi, his gaze filled with examination. However, when he saw the cloud pattern embroidered on the white robe, he was startled, and his eyes cleared considerably. Qingyun daylight. If he remembered correctly, this was attire only worn by nobles within the inner courtyard. Wainer, be respectful. Father. Nan Gongwan's voice held a hint of grievance. Clearly this person was rude first, and I don't even know him. Nan Gongxian shot his daughter a glance, then stepped forward with a smile, and cupped his hands, saying, This young man, my daughter, is ignorant and spoiled since childhood. If she has offended you, I hope you can be understanding. I am Nan Gongxian, formerly a captain in the Divine Might Army. After resigning due to injury, I have been living a leisurely life here for many years. You seem unfamiliar, and since my daughter regards you as an elder, I truly apologize for my confusion. I do not recall having such a distant relative or neighbor at home. May I ask for your name? Chen Shi initially wanted to support Song Fan and gain some goodwill. However, the other party was not following the script. Starting off with the excuse of a child's ignorance, he felt the veteran buff kicking in. If he forced a conflict, it would only reflect poorly on him. So it turns out I'm facing an old hero. Adhering to the principle of not striking a man with a smiling face, he smiled and cupped his hands. I am Chen Shi, working under the 7th lady, and I am also Song Fan's maternal uncle. Nan Gongxian was taken aback. Chen Shi's powerful background surprised him, but the identity of Song Fan's maternal uncle shocked him even more. Didn't Yun Yang say that he was an orphan? Nan Gongwan blinked, her water mist sparkling eyes, a hint of worry rising within her. She was slightly concerned that this uncle might use his power to coerce her into marrying Song Fan, if what he said was true. Song Fan, on the other hand, wore a blank expression. How did he suddenly gain an uncle? And such a young one. Ultimately, the three of them instinctively turned to Lin Xiushui, as if waiting for her to confirm Chen Shi's identity. Uncle. Lin Xiushui raised her lightly mature, yet dignified face, her beautiful eyes beneath curled lashes revealing a hint of anxiety. She was merely an imposter. If any relatives who had truly seen Yun Yang came to the door, her identity would be exposed. Chen Shi smiled as he approached Lin Xiushui. Lin Xiushui nervously stood up. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted in from outside, causing Lin Kushui's magnificent gown to flutter, the soft fabric clinging closely to her body, accentuating her devilishly alluring curves. In the sunlight, her dignified oval face appeared soft, her cheeks flushed like a translucent piece of beautiful jade free of blemishes. It's been 10 years. Do you still remember me, cousin? Chen Shi took Lin Kushui's delicate hand, examining it closely. Her slender, beautiful fingers were as white as jade, slender, yet not bony. Holding her felt like grasping something soft and tender. You. Lin Xiushui instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but failed as Chen Shi held it firmly. At this moment, even if she were foolish, she realized that this scoundrel was taking advantage of the situation. If he were truly Yun Yang's cousin, how could he not recognize her as an imposter after meeting Yun Yang 10 years ago? However, considering the other party's background, she hesitated to confront him. Just as Lin Xiushui was in a dilemma, Chen Shi took the initiative to release her, and smiled as he handed her a piece of bamboo. Do you remember this? She glanced at it briefly. The voluptuous beauty froze instantly, for the bamboo piece was engraved with 3 characters. Lin Xiushui. Mother, what's wrong with you? Song Fan asked hastily as he noticed the change in his mother's expression. It's nothing, just a bit flustered at the reunion with family. Song Fan asked in confusion, is he really my uncle? Lin Kushui's expression was complex. Indeed, your uncle. Mother didn't expect he was still alive. Ding. Your bond with Lin Xiushui deepens. Your bond with Song Fan deepens. Fate points 10. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. Suddenly he thought of a way to acquire fate points. He scanned the room and smiled. Everyone please take a seat. As an elder, I would like to discuss Song Fan's marriage further. Miss Ninggong, your refusal to marry Song Fan. Does it stem from the belief that he is a toad dreaming of swan meat unworthy of a celestial maiden such as yourself? Do you prefer instead to seek out senior and junior brothers in eunuch? Those gifted cultivators far more handsome than Song Fan. Even were Song Fan to recover his body and begin cultivation, you would still scorn him. Am I correct? As these words fell, silence descended upon the chamber. Song Fan fixed Chen Shi with a glare so fierce it seemed ready to ignite. Aye. Nan Gongwan fell mute. She had merely wished to dissolve the engagement, not to shatter relations entirely. Nan Gongxian hurriedly interjected, Master Chen, this is truly unnecessary indeed. Elder Ningong, some matters must be laid bare. Hesitation invites chaos, indecision breeds disaster. Having spoken, Chen Shi turned coldly toward Nan Gongwan. Miss Ningong, if you wish to annul this marriage, answer me plainly. Otherwise this written betrothal contract, ink on paper, binds us both irrevocably. I shall certainly appeal to Madame Seven for justice. At these words Nan Gongwan abandoned all restraint, clenched her teeth, and declared yes. The moment those syllables left her lips, Song Fan's delicate youthful face twisted into stark anguish. He knew Chen Shi was sowing discord, yet knowing and hearing were two wholly different things. For years afflicted by his frail constitution, he had endured endless mockery, friends were scarce. Only Nan Gongwan, his childhood companion, had never looked down on him. Though their bond had gradually frayed after she entered the martial training grounds, within his heart lingered tender, unspoken affection. Yet now, to sever the engagement, she had publicly branded him a toad, before both sets of elders. In that instant, Nan Gongwan trampled mercilessly upon the last vestige of his dignity. Chen Shi glanced at Song Fan. Song Fan, you harbor deep-seated shame convinced you are worthless, unworthy of Miss Ningong. So you readily consented to the annulment. Am I right? Song Fan drew a slow, steady breath. Nan Gongwan is arrogant, willful, and blind to true worth. No fit match. You lie. Nan Gongwan's fair cheeks flushed crimson. I lie. Song Fan sneered. If you were not arrogant and willful, why defy your parents' decree and the matchmaker's solemn word to come here and demand dissolution? If you did not scorn men in their hour of adversity, why humiliate me thus before our elders? Nan Gongwan, be truthful. A vain, status-obsessed woman like you holds not the slightest appeal for this young master. Spoiled since birth, Nan Gongwan could scarcely bear such censure, especially before two elders. Through gritted teeth, she retorted, Song Fan, you, a worthless wretch. What right do you have? Bang! Nan Gongxian slammed his palm onto the table. Waner, enough. Lin Xiaoshui turned her elegant head and cast Song Fan a sharp, admonishing glance. Fanner, hold your tongue. Silence fell sudden and absolute. Chen Shi then spoke calmly, Song Fan. Do you possess the resolve to surpass Nan Gongwan within the coming years, and thereby prove yourself no failure? Song Fan clenched his fists. Naturally. Chen Shi nodded, then addressed Nan Gongwan. Miss Ningong, let us postpone discussion of dissolving the engagement today. Within 3 years, I shall send Song Fan to challenge you in eunuch. Should I lose, I shall serve you as ox or horse, entirely at your command. Nan Gongwan declared, icy and resolute. Seeing her so certain of victory, Song Fan took a deep breath. Ox or horse, I care not. But should you lose? He paused, then caught sight of Chen Shi, watching the spectacle with detached amusement, and pointed. Then you shall become his personal maid-in-waiting. You arrogant and imperious, he arrogant and power-drunk, truly matched. Chen Shi had not expected the melon he was casually consuming to land squarely upon his own head. He glanced at Nan Gongwan, and shook his head inwardly. Far too green. And he was certainly no devotee of youth. Very well, I accept. But should you lose, you shall kneel before all present and declare aloud, I am a failure. Ding. You have forged the 3-year pact, instilling Song Fan with purpose. Destiny points 100. Chen Shi's heart soared with delight. Even Nan Gongwan, the little girl, now seemed somewhat endearing. In time, perhaps, she might bear him several robust sons, vindication delivered through posterity. After this tumult, the two families parted in mutual displeasure. Song Fan harbored no fondness for this so-called uncle. Without even a bow, he stormed off, locking himself inside his room. In the parlor, the two elders exchanged no words. Silence hung taut and fragile. What truly is his intent? Lin Xiaoshui's thoughts churned heavily. This presumptuous man bore no air of virtue, yet held her most damning secret. If he wielded it to force her compliance. The more she pondered, the deeper her unease grew. Her fingers tightened around her teacup until her knuckles blanched white. She longed to flee, but what of Song Fan? She could not abandon him, nor would she forsake her comfortable life to become a fugitive. Moreover, this bold intruder might not know the full truth. Panic would only betray her. Lin Xiaoshui weighed her options silently. Master Chen, if you have business to discuss, pray speak freely. All servants were dismissed during our marriage negotiations. This room is the quietest sanctuary available. Madam, is there somewhere quieter we might converse? Chen Shi asked, smiling gently. Her voice remained cool and crystalline as she replied. Lin Xiaoshui, daughter of the Grand Secretary of Rites of the Great Wei Dynasty. 14 years ago, her father committed grave treason. The entire family was exiled to the frontier to construct fortifications. En route, they were ambushed by demonic beasts. Amidst the chaos, she found an infant wrapped in swaddling cloth, Song Fan, and used his identity token to pose as the widow of the Song family. With each revelation, Lin Xiaoshui's composure unraveled. Her exquisite face paled further, until upon hearing Song Fan's true origins, every last shred of hope dissolved. "Madam, would you like to hear a story?" "What story?" Lin Xiaoshui looked at Chen Shi sitting beside her, trying to keep her voice calm, but it trembled uncontrollably. She had already made up her mind to sacrifice her virtue to satisfy this scoundrel before her. The other party held this secret in their hands. If it were to be exposed, there was no way she could escape. She understood the weight of her beauty, as she always covered her face when going out, yet despite this, she had still been troubled for years. Take the divine general's manner for instance. Both openly and secretly, countless people coveted her body. However, due to her identity as a loyal widow, no one dared to push too hard. Yet if her identity were exposed, they would likely pounce on her like hungry wolves eager to devour her. At that time, one pair of jade arms would serve as a pillow for thousands, and her crimson lips would be tasted by myriad people. This was something she could never accept even in death. If she had to choose, she would rather yield to the person before her. Just as if she had been bitten by a dog. "Last night, I had a dream where I was in a martial arts class, and I met Song Fan and his wife." After that, Chen Shi spoke for a full hour. At first, Lin Xiaoshui had no mind to listen. Until later, when he mentioned Elder Wang coercing her to frame Chen Shi Song Fan's impressive talent in cultivation, and how she and Chen Shi would be happily wed in the future, even having a son named Chen Pingan. This story was riddled with holes, and could not withstand scrutiny. For instance, why would Chen Shi, relying on the support of the seventh lady, think of wasting his time in a martial arts class? Why would Elder Wang use such a foolish method to frame someone with a deep background? But the more she listened, the more suspicion clouded her pretty face. Because based on what the other party said, she empathized and found it aligned with her inner thoughts. In such an environment, she truly might make such a decision, which sent shivers down her spine. Not because of Chen Shi's story, but because the person fabricating this story seemed to understand her inner self like the worm in her belly. Looking at the faint smile at the corner of Chen Shi's mouth, she felt as if her body had been stripped bare, leaving no secrets to hide. Is this truly a story? This thought suddenly arose in her mind. By the way, a month before Chen Pingan was born, I asked her a question. I said if I were to return to the past and met her, but she did not recognize me, what should I do? Does Madam want to know how she answered? Lin Xiaoshui instinctively asked, "What did she say?" Chen Shi glanced at Lin Xiaoshui, his tone lingering. She said to let me tell our story to Madam. If Madam does not believe me, then let me ask Madam. Do you still remember Huaying? Ding. Your bond with Lin Xiaoshui has deepened. Fate points 30. You. Lin Xiaoshui stared at the man before her, shocked into silence. Huaying. It was her biggest secret in her heart. In this world, no one could possibly know that secret. Seeing Lin Xiaoshui's flustered demeanor, Chen Shi became curious. "Madam, who is Huaying?" "A friend from my dreams." "From a dream?" Lin Xiaoshui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "These are all old matters, better left unmentioned. However, since young master can call out Huaying's name, I am willing to believe your words. If young master has anything you need me to do, I will not refuse." This time it was Chen Shi's turn to be stunned. He did not expect that just a name could cause such a significant shift in Lin Xiaoshui's attitude. He became even more interested in this person named Huaying, and continued, "I asked the dream version of her who Huaying was, but she did not tell me. Instead, she told me to return to the past and ask Madam." "Young master, I cannot tell you either." Lin Xiaoshui shook her head. "Why?" "Huaying told me that if I were to speak of her matters, it could bring disaster to those around me." Such a mystical thing. Chen Shi was taken aback for a moment, but soon he did not ask further. After all, this is a fantastical world. It is better to be cautious. From his 10 years of experience reading on the Tomato platform, in such a fantastical world, the power systems are often frighteningly high. When great powers clash, even a residual wave can shatter the world, and some mighty beings can invoke fortunes just by reciting their names. It can be said to be incredibly terrifying. "My lady, I need your help with something. Please speak, young master. Let us get married." Lin Xiaoshui felt deeply conflicted inside. Marrying a young man only a few years older than Song Fan was hard for her to accept. Just thinking about it made her feel utterly ashamed. What will Song Fan think of me? How will others perceive me? At most, she could accept a private relationship that was not made public. Lin Xiaoshui's full and glistening lips shone with a vibrant sheen under the sunlight as she hesitated and said, "Young master, everything is happening too suddenly. I need some time to think." Chen Shi waited for a long time, yet the simulator did not refresh the fate points again. He thought for a moment and said, "Marriage is a serious matter, not to be taken lightly. I should give you ample time to consider, but the current situation is urgent. For certain reasons that I cannot disclose, I must inform you that this matter concerns our safety and Song Fan's future. It cannot be delayed, and I hope you can give me an answer soon. Hearing the seriousness in Chen Shi's tone, Lin Xiaoshui was momentarily bewildered. She recalled the story Chen Shi had just told. Due to the reason of Hua Ying, that magical story, she believed it to some extent, and felt that Chen Shi was trying to convey some message to her through the story. For instance, Elder Wang knows her secret. For instance, there is some danger waiting for her at Yunyu Tower. However, she couldn't make sense of it. Why was he so eager to marry her? Could it be, as in the story, that he was worried about Elder Wang exposing her identity? This was indeed a problem. Her identity was too sensitive. If it were leaked, it might implicate Song Fan as well. In that case, I am willing to marry you, young master, but I hope you can treat us mother and child kindly, Lin Xiaoshui said, biting her lip in distress. After waiting for a long time, there were still no fate points appearing. Now it was Chen Shi's turn to be puzzled. Did marrying the son of destiny not count as changing history? But then he realized another issue. Marrying Lin Xiaoshui was essentially just to gain fate points. He didn't genuinely want to do this. It was too ostentatious and would easily provoke Song Fan's resentment. Most importantly, he had yet to reach the Spirit River realm and was not fit for intimacy. Even if he married, he could do nothing, only becoming the subject of gossip like an elderly man bewildered by the sword. Deep down, he wanted to gain the fate points and then delay the matter. Most likely all of this led to the simulator not determining that he changed history. Thinking of this, he said seriously, let's set the wedding date for 7 days from now. You should send out invitations and host a banquet for guests. We should aim to have Chen Pingon descend early. What do you think? Off. Lin Xiaoshui was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Shi to be so anxious and even to host a grand wedding. She thought it would just be a simple marriage, but now they had to invite guests, which left her at a loss. My lady, what do you think? As he spoke, Chen Shi pinched her delicate chin. Faced with such an outrageous action, a flicker of panic flashed in Lin Kushui's eyes. For over 30 years, this was the first time she had such close contact with a man. While feeling ashamed, she couldn't help but feel a strange sensation rising in her heart. However, she was not someone to shy away. After a moment's hesitation, she slightly nodded. Young master, may I kiss you? Off. Is that okay? Chen Shi asked. This. Lin Kushui's beautiful face turned crimson, almost as if it were about to drip with water. However, since they had already agreed to marry, a kiss seemed acceptable. Yet being asked in such a manner by a young man was still quite embarrassing. She bit her rosy lip and let out a barely audible sound. After receiving the answer he wanted, Chen Shi immediately leaned in, slightly adjusting her tender and charming face. Then he lowered his head and captured her moist, sensual red lips. Lin Kushui's beautiful eyes widened, her long eyelashes trembling with anxiety. Her hands pressed against his chest, her breathing growing heavier, and her face gradually becoming flushed, though her lips felt cool. When Chen Shi lifted his head, she gasped for air, her red lips slightly swollen from the forceful kiss. Ding! Your bond with Lin Xiaoshui deepened. Fate points 100. Her stunning face bore a hint of spring, and her cheeks were rosy, as if intoxicated. After she caught her breath, Chen Shi moved closer again, but Lin Xiaoshui reached out, pushing against his chest, trembling as she said, "Not here." Young Master Chen, the silver you requested has been sent by the lady. Chen Shi opened the door and saw a charming maid holding a box. Young Master Chen, there is currently very little silver in the household. We have only managed to gather 1,500 taels for now. The lady mentioned that this afternoon someone will be sent to Yunyu Tower, and we expect to withdraw about 10,000 taels of silver. Thank you. Chen Shi took the heavy wooden box and recalled the strange disappearance of Lin Xiaoshui, asking, my cousin hasn't gone to Yunyu Tower, has she? No, the lady is still bathing, the maid replied. Chen Shi's expression grew serious. Please convey a message to my cousin. There are bad people outside, and she must not leave the estate, let alone go to Yunyu Tower. The maid was taken aback, but quickly nodded, saying, I will deliver the message. Ding. Recharge successful. 1,560 coins. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 1,710. 24 taels. Fate points 240. Would you like to spend 500 coins to start the simulation? Chen Shi clicked yes, and invested 20 fate points to test the waters. Ding. Refreshing talent. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refreshing the white talent, Innate Divine Strength. White talent, Minor Fortune. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Innate Divine Strength. You possess immense strength from birth, capable of killing a cow with a single punch, and can lift 3,000 gene. Minor Fortune. Your luck with wealth is profound, and you often find silver when you go out. 3,000 gene. This talent seems quite good. In the Great Perfection of the Bone Refining Realm, one usually possesses no more than 30,000 gene of strength. This innate divine strength is equivalent to a 10 increase in his combat power. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. He decided to lock in the innate divine strength talent. His Heaven and Earth Sword Slash is an explosive martial skill. With 3,000 gene of strength, he could unleash an effect equivalent to 180,000 gene in his hands. This boost is absolutely epic and may help him secure a top 10 finish in the Jia Camp competition. Ding. Talent selection successful. Life simulation begins. You stayed overnight at Yun Mansion having a long conversation with Lin Xiushui, temporarily canceling the engagement. The next day you found Li Ping and expressed your desire to enter the Jia camp for training. He was surprised by your decision and immediately offered to take you to the martial arts library to choose a technique. You asked him to wait a moment, then unleashed your full strength in the great perfection of the bone refining realm, demonstrating the power of low-grade iron bone and finally exhibiting a shocking sword intent. Li Ping was momentarily stunned. After a full minute of silence, he looked at you with excitement and exclaimed that you are a once-in-a-century sword talent. Such praise took you by surprise. You couldn't help but think of Song Qingwei, the girl who wielded a sword in the Mountain and River Academy, and you asked Li Ping how your talent compared to hers. Li Ping was taken aback, but then replied that Song Qingwei is a rare sword talent in a millennium, having refined her silver bone at the age of 10 and comprehended 30% of sword intent by 15 practicing an earth-level martial technique. You felt greatly shocked. It's worth noting that your 1% sword intent took 50 years of practice in your past life to comprehend. Li Ping noticed the change in your expression and assured you that you are already very impressive and need not compare yourself with such prodigies, as Song Qingwei is a strong contender for the next generation of true dragons from the Song family, ranked second in the competition. You hurriedly inquired who was in first place. Li Ping glanced at you with confusion, not understanding why you, having trained in the Song family for so long, didn't know this basic knowledge, but he patiently explained that the first place is Song Qingming, the legitimate son of the Song family head Song Tiangang. At just 10 years old, he successfully refined his silver bone, comprehended the intent at 11, and now 7 years later his strength is unrivaled among his peers. It is rumored that he may have refined his gold bone, just like his father. Finally, Li Ping told you that actually Song Qingwei and Song Qingming have similar talents. It's just that Song Qingming is 3 years older and therefore stronger. After you displayed your talent, Li Ping granted you access and took you to the Song family's scripture pavilion to select a technique. On the way, you asked Li Ping how to break into the spiritual river realm. He explained that once a bone refining realm warrior refines their iron bone, they can open the spiritual river within their bones. Iron bone can open 3 spiritual rivers: copper bone 6, silver bone 9, gold bone 12, and jade bone is unknown. To refine higher grade bones, one's success is 70% luck and 30% effort. The technique is also a part of luck, accounting for at least half of the weight. Some are born into prestigious families with endless access to earth-level techniques, while others from humble backgrounds with mediocre talent spend their lives without ever learning a profound-level technique. A good technique can sometimes have a decisive impact. Li Ping informed you that because you comprehended sword intent, you were given the opportunity to enter the first level of the Song family's scripture pavilion. There, the martial arts encompass a wide range collected from numerous families and sects by the ancestors of the Song family who followed the Great Wei's founding emperor. The scripture pavilion has 3 levels. The first level contains profound-level techniques, the second level contains earth-level techniques, and the third level has several top-notch earth-level martial skills accessible only to direct descendants of the Song family. After bringing you to the scripture pavilion, Li Ping repeatedly advised you to prioritize selecting a profound-level technique focused on body refinement, as this will help you refine higher-grade bones. Due to your comprehension of sword intent, you will have another opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion once you reach copper bone, so you can choose a sword technique then. You nodded solemnly in agreement. After all, you know you have no talent in the sword path. You enter the scripture pavilion and encounter an elderly man with snow-white hair. Upon seeing your heaven and earth severing sword intent, his eyes narrow as he asks your relationship with Lu Yi. The elder nods and tells you there is no need to demonstrate martial techniques. You may proceed directly to the second floor of the scripture pavilion. Without a word, you ascend silently. Does Master Lu wield such immense influence? Then again, it is hardly surprising. During the last simulation, he deployed a supreme earth-rank martial art, a technique worthy of the third-floor archives. Chen Shi wonders inwardly, without the innate talent of a sword maniac, would Lu Yi still accept him as a disciple? You reach the second floor and find the shelves lined with far fewer cultivation manuals and martial arts. Only about 100 remain. Most are supreme mystery rank or inferior earth rank manuals. 9 are mid-tier earth rank. A single superior earth rank manual is inscribed upon a massive tortoise shell. Circling it carefully, you discern it records the Dragon Phoenix scripture, a 5-layered cultivation art enabling advancement up to the celestial sovereign realm. Yet you cannot comprehend it. Before your eyes lie only obscure cryptic characters, like celestial script, utterly indecipherable. At that moment, the elder's voice sounds behind you. Young man, the higher the rank of a manual, the more unfathomable its principles, and the stricter its cultivation requirements. This Dragon Phoenix scripture follows the path of strength manifestation, demanding a rare innate constitution. It is unsuited for you. You turn and respectfully seek his counsel. The elder observes that the kidneys are the root of innate vitality. Noting your scattered gaze and weary countenance, he deduces chronic indulgence has severely depleted your foundational essence. Even the finest body-refining art would yield meager results. Yet fortune smiles faintly, though your primal yang is weakened it remains untainted, preserving a sliver of hope. He recommends instead a qi absorption method, one relying on abundant resources to forge copper bones. Chen Shi's first thought is whether this elder bears ill will toward Lu Yi, perhaps deliberately steering his disciple toward a flawed path. After all, Li Ping once remarked that qi absorption methods have long fallen into obscurity due to the world's dwindling spiritual energy. Yet he recalls Lu Yi's feat in the last simulation, slaying a demon king in the 10,000-mile mountains to refine his body. Was that not also a resource-intensive method? The elder is likely not deceiving him. After careful reflection, you resolve to follow his advice. Guided by the elder's gesture, you approach a dusty shelf in the corner, where after thorough searching you uncover only 3 qi absorption manuals thick with age-old grime. This does not surprise you. Li Ping had said entry to the second floor requires at least supreme copper bones, a mark of elite prodigies whose innate endowments are exceptional. No sensible cultivator would choose a qi absorption method. You brush away the dust to reveal 4 bold characters on the cover, the 5 celestial gates, ranked inferior heaven rank. Seeing such a low-tier qi absorption method here piques your curiosity. You open the first page and see the author's name, Ling Weizi. He was a celestial sovereign-level expert from a top-tier sect tens of thousands of years ago. His greatest lifelong regret was never beholding the legendary jade bone's transcendent grace. Thus he devoted his entire life, studying countless manuals, exploring countless ancient tombs and secret realms, until after a century of relentless pursuit, he finally composed the 5 celestial gates, a systematic cultivation path theoretically capable of forging the fabled jade bone. You are stunned, never imagining such a method could exist. The deeper you read, the more solemn your expression grows, and the more profound your disappointment becomes. After half an hour, you conclude it is both profoundly esoteric and utterly impractical. Esoteric, because it truly can forge the jade bone. The 5 celestial gates refer to 5 mysterious gates within the human body: the life gate, heart gate, birth gate, death gate, and celestial gate. According to Ling Weizi, opening the life gate yields supreme iron bones, the heart gate supreme copper bones, the death gate supreme silver bones, the birth gate supreme gold bones, and the celestial gate supreme jade bones. Crucially, the 5 celestial gates impose no innate talent requirements. Anyone, even a talentless dreg, can theoretically achieve supreme jade bones simply by following Ling Weizi's unique guidance method. Yet it is impractical, for success demands immense time investment. Ling Weizi specifies opening the first life gate takes 5 years, the second heart gate 20 years, the third birth gate 50 years, the fourth death gate 100 years, and the fifth celestial gate 200 years, totaling precisely 375 years. Moreover, once commenced, the 5 celestial gates forbid switching to any other cultivation path, and demand vast quantities of spiritual energy to sustain prolonged assaults upon the body's 5 gates. Chen Shi now understands why it is ranked inferior heaven rank. Even primordial realm cultivators rarely exceed 3 centuries of lifespan. Even a turtle practicing longevity arts daily could not survive 375 years. And what use is achieving jade bones after such an eternity? One would be decrepit, senile, like that internet celebrity from his past life, still taking college entrance exams in his 30s and 40s. What good is admission to Tsinghua or Peking University at middle age? The mind has long passed its prime for learning, just as the body does for cultivation. I wonder, possessing the simulation artifact, could I actually succeed in cultivating this art? Chen Shi feels a stirring of interest. After all, time is precisely what he lacks least. Yet he notes the 5 celestial gates require staggering amounts of spiritual energy, a quantity he cannot estimate. With the world's spiritual energy already depleted, even his simulation artifact may prove insufficient. You flip to the final page of the 5 celestial gates and discover a blood-written testament. You read only half before decisively abandoning this jade, bone-forging qi absorption method. The bloodwriter was the holy heir of a supreme sect tens of thousands of years ago. Upon reviewing the manual, his master resolved to devote the entire sect's resources to cultivating the 5 celestial gates, determined to forge a legendary jade bone prodigy. They expended mountains of spirit stones and seas of pills, yet within 2 centuries the sect collapsed under the strain, utterly destroyed. In his blood script, the holy heir bitterly denounces Ling Weizi, his lamentations heart-wrenching, soul-shattering. From it you extract one core truth. A gambler meets no good end. After choosing a mystic-level Kigathering technique, you left the scripture depository and explained the situation to Li Ping in detail. Li Ping was quite surprised. He never expected that you had entered the 2nd floor of the scripture depository and received guidance from the guardian. However, upon learning that you chose the Kigathering technique, he was still puzzled. At merely 18 years old, you had already reached the peak of bone refinement realm. Logically, with your outstanding talent, you should have achieved much more by following the path of blood essence tempering. However, since it was the guardian's suggestion, he did not say much more and indicated that he would apply for spiritual liquid cultivation for you at the training ground. After all, your status as a genius could not withstand scrutiny. If you were to practice mystic-level martial arts, it would likely take you a long time to even enter the threshold. On the third day, you entered the A camp for training. Upon discovering that you were merely a low-grade iron bone, a disciple from the Song family immediately challenged you. You recognized him as the one ranked 97th in a camp. You also wanted to test the power of your technique, so you stepped onto the training stage with him. The moment you drew your sword, a surge of overwhelming sword intent shot into the sky. The dozing referee was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly called off the match. Consequently, your ranking in a camp automatically rose to 30th, and the resources you could regularly access increased from a low-grade yellow medicine to a high-grade yellow medicine. You were extremely surprised by this. Though you could not use these yellow-grade medicines, bringing them back was perfect for feeding Song Fan, perhaps even allowing him to rise early. Immediately, you challenged the 29th ranked person above you. The opponent was a low-grade copper bone disciple from the Song family, who had practiced several mystic-level martial techniques. In an instant, he was defeated under your heaven and earth sword strike. Fortunately, the referee acted swiftly to save his life. Everyone was astonished by your strength. It is known that the peak of bone refinement realm can only exert about 30,000 pounds of strength. After refining iron bone to the extreme, one can gain another 10,000 pounds. Refining copper bone can yield 30,000 pounds, silver bone 60,000 pounds, and golden bone 120,000 pounds. You with your low-grade iron bone could at most exert 33,000 pounds of strength. However, a low-grade copper bone could exert a full 50,000 pounds of strength. Ordinary prodigies, even with martial techniques, could at best battle low-grade iron bone against high-grade iron bone. Even if some exceptional talents could counter copper bone using iron bone, it would require a prolonged struggle. No one has ever been able to achieve a swift victory like you. Just when everyone thought you would continue to challenge, you walked off the stage. Your reputation in a camp soared. A noble from the inner courtyard extended an olive branch to you, but you politely declined, citing your loyalty to the 7 wives. On the 4th day after hearing about your fame in a camp, Song Fan treated you with much more respect. He even expressed regret for what he had said on the day of the annulment, claiming he shouldn't have said that winning Nan Gong one would make her your concubine, as she was unworthy. You smiled and assured him it was no problem. Right then you handed Song Fan 30 high-grade yellow medicines, encouraging him to train well and redeem his honor. Song Fan's fondness for you increased. On the 8th day you met Lin Manqing, who had just returned home, and she was shocked by your talent. Your resources improved. That day you obtained a mid-grade mystic-level cleansing pill and a jar of mid-grade mystic-level drunken immortal brew. A month later, with the extensive resources you provided, Song Fan finally sensed his blood essence and once again entered the realm of martial arts. He was eager to practice at the training ground, declaring to everyone that Song Fan was not useless. You stopped him, advising that at his age he should venture out to gain experience rather than remain a sheltered flower. Song Fan listened seriously to your advice. He decided to go out and gain experience. That night, Lin Xiaoshui was upset with you and refused your request to play a game. After 2 months after taking the cleansing pill, you successfully refined your iron bone to the peak level. You then challenged the top few prodigies of a camp again. Due to the terror of your heaven and earth sword strike, they did not dare to take you on. To avoid injury, they all chose to surrender. Your ranking rose to 18th, and you could regularly enjoy a high-grade yellow medicine daily. However, this was where it stopped. This was because the one who ranked 17th was a peak copper bone disciple from the Song family, who practiced a ground-level martial technique, Mountain Shaker, and possessed a low-grade mystic-level spirit weapon. Your heaven and earth sword strike could not defeat him instantly. If not for your quick wit and surrendering, you would have been brutally beaten after exhausting your strength. 3 months later, Lu Yi arrived at a camp to teach. You seized the opportunity and immediately knelt, saying, "I recognize that I have drifted for half a life, regretting not meeting a wise teacher. Today, by chance, I meet Uncle Lu, and I wish to be your disciple. From this day forth, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. If I violate this oath, may heaven and earth punish me." You then bowed 3 times. Lu Yi was greatly astonished. Recently, he had just returned home and heard that a genius of swordsmanship had emerged in a camp. It was said that his style was quite similar to his own, so he took the opportunity to come and have a look while teaching, only to witness such a scene. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and asked you to demonstrate your sword intent. You immediately complied. The instant your sword intent manifested, Lu Yi's eyes widened. He hurriedly asked who your master was. You replied that you had no master and that this sword technique was discovered by chance on a mountain of bones. While burying the bones, you also found a biography. Ultimately, Lu Yi still refused your request to become his disciple. However, before parting, he gifted you a blue jade stone, claiming it to be a Tao enlightenment stone he found years ago in the Yuzhou's dream cloud secret realm, which could induce a state of epiphany and elevate your sword intent. You were overjoyed, realizing that this Tao enlightenment stone was undoubtedly more precious than in Xiangrade treasure, and you secretly remembered the place called the Yuzhou dream cloud secret realm. 4 months later, you used the Tao enlightenment stone and comprehended 20 of the sword intent, significantly enhancing your power. Is this what a copper bone is? Chen Shi was somewhat surprised. But after a moment's thought he found it quite normal. After all this time Lin Manking's bestowed treasures had raised the level yet again. And Xiangrade mid-tier cleansing pill. And Xiangrade mid-tier drunken immortal brew. Such top-tier resources, any one of them could stir up a bloodbath in the outside world. 5 months later after using up the cleansing pill and drunken immortal brew your body refinement progress stagnated at a snail's pace. Even with the enhancement from the spiritual liquid scent, Bai Li Ping progress was scant. You knew that barring any accidents your path of bone refinement had reached its peak. During this time Lin Manqing summoned you several times, and upon learning of your cultivation progress, she was disappointed each time, even a bit angry. She felt deceived, but since you had at least achieved a copper bone and comprehended 20 of the sword intent, she didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she advised you not to rush into breaking through to the spiritual river realm, as the competition in the A camp was only open to disciples below the spiritual river realm. With your 20 sword intent, if luck favored you, you might even rank in the top 10 and gain the opportunity to enter the Song family's spiritual pool for cultivation. At that time, it would be sufficient to elevate your bone grade by another tier achieving upper tier copper bone, or even top tier copper bone opening 6 spiritual rivers. Even with your mediocre bone quality under the enhancement of your extraordinary comprehension, you would still have the ability to help Song Qingwei win the true dragon selection in the future. Listening to Lin Manking's plans, you couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, because you really had no comprehension. But fortunately, you had Song Fan, a great son to rely on for moral support in the future. 6 months later, in recent days, Lin Xiaoshui had secluded herself at home, idly passing time. At your suggestion, she began her cultivation, and under your intense guidance, she surprisingly broke through from the skin refinement realm to the bone refinement realm, achieving upper-tier iron bone. You realized her talent might not be simple. You initiated a plan to cultivate your cherished wife. You gave your share of spiritual liquid to Lin Xiaoshui and had her simultaneously practice the qi gathering method for body refinement. The results were surprisingly good. In just 1 day, she refined herself into top-tier iron bone. This left you quite disheartened. That night, while discussing swordsmanship with her on the snowy mountain, you frequently interrupted her, leaving her speechless and her eyes red with anxiety. 7 months later, Lin Xiaoshui refined herself into a lower-tier copper bone. 8 months later, Lin Xiaoshui refined herself into a lower-tier silver bone. Chen Shi rubbed his eyes, thinking the simulator might be broken. What was he seeing? 2 months. Lin Xiaoshui refined herself into silver bone in just 2 months. What a child of fate. Compared to her, he seemed utterly weak. On August 14th, Song Fan returned from his training, proudly demonstrating his upper-tier silver bone strength to you. Seeing this, you firmly established a strategy to let the child of fate grow freely. According to the original history, Song Fan won the A camp competition and entered the Song family's spiritual pool for cultivation, but he only had lower-tier silver bone. This time, due to his training, he directly reached upper-tier silver bone. Once he enters the spiritual pool for cultivation, he might be just 1 step away from achieving golden bone. You smiled and asked him what opportunities he had encountered in recent months. Song Fan recounted everything to you. For instance, after leaving the Divine General's mansion, he joined the Wang family's escort agency in Liangzhou City with the strength of a skin refinement realm warrior. Soon after, he was entrusted to escort a trade caravan to the Haifeng forest to procure beast skins. During the journey, he fought fiercely against bandits, and when he eliminated their hideout, he unexpectedly discovered an Xiangrade storage ring containing a vast amount of spiritual herbs. Later, he secretly cultivated to lower-tier copper bone and arrived at Yunhu City in Liangzhou. While swimming in the Yunhu, he discovered several pieces of spiritual marrow. After absorbing the spiritual marrow, he successfully refined himself into lower-tier silver bone. Later still, in the treasure-gathering pavilion of Yundream City, he stumbled upon a neglected scroll. To his surprise, the scroll was not simple. It marked the location of a secret realm, the ruins of a top-tier power from 100,000 years ago. He faced numerous dangers, entered the outskirts of the secret realm, and harvested over 100 Xian-grade spiritual artifacts and several Earth-grade treasures, successfully refining himself into upper-tier silver bone. This left Chen Shi envious. Even innate experts would be lucky to possess a single Xian-grade spiritual artifact, yet this kid Song Fan had amassed over 100, even acquiring the legendary Earth-grade treasures. Moreover, he noticed that Song Fan had not delved deep into the secret realm, he had only explored the exterior. If he had gone deeper, wouldn't that have been an extraordinary experience? But to be fair, Song Fan had a truly big heart. With such a great opportunity, he was willing to share it with him. He was still too young. Chen Shi sighed inwardly, silently noting the scroll from the treasure-gathering pavilion in Yundream City. Under your subtle hints and moral persuasion, Song Fan reluctantly gave you an Earth-grade mid-tier storage ring. When you opened it, you were overjoyed. Inside, there were over 100 Xian-grade spiritual herbs, not to mention several nearly extinct Earth-grade spiritual herbs. On August 16th, under your recommendation, Song Fan defeated Nangong Wan with a single strike in the A camp, then swept through the entire A camp, rising to 4th place. The three above him were Song Qingming, Song Qingwei, and Song Qingying. On August 18th, driven by an overwhelming desire for progress, you took a bite of a terrestrial-grade spiritual herb and instantly spat blood, fainting on the spot, sleeping for a full 2 days. During this time, Li Ping visited you once, and upon learning that you had ingested an unknown mysterious grade spiritual herb, he sternly warned you never to act so recklessly again, for the higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the more potent its effects. Some even contain deadly toxins. Such mysterious grade herbs require an alchemist to remove impurities and neutralize their properties before they can be consumed by martial artists. You were terrified after hearing this. However, the injury did not affect your cultivation. You continued to be lazy every day. On August 25th, Lin Xiaoshui successfully refined a middle-grade silver bone. On September 5th, Shi refined a top-grade silver bone. On September 30th, while Lin Xiaoshui was meditating and cultivating, you noticed golden light emanating from her. You discovered she had refined a low-grade golden bone. This is simply more outrageous than my own achievements. Chen Shi couldn't help but comment. You were left speechless in shock. You realized that after Lin Xiaoshui practiced the qi absorption method, she needed no resources as long as she had some spiritual liquid. Her bone refinement speed was astonishing. However, if aided by elixirs like blood tonic, the progress would be exceedingly slow. You could only interpret this phenomenon as her being unsuitable for martial arts, but rather destined for cultivation. However, due to her extraordinary circumstances, to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble, you advised her to hide her strength for the time being. On October 1st, the competition in the A camp officially began, and you and Song Fan participated simultaneously. The judges began announcing the competition rules. After listening for an hour, you roughly understood it. Simply put, it resembled the ranking matches from your past life. The judges would determine the initial strength rankings based on the contestants' overall performance on the first day in the arena. In the following 4 days, the contestants with higher rankings would need to defend their platforms, continuously accepting challenges from those ranked lower. If defeated, they would have to swap rankings with the challenger. On the first platform, holding it for 1 hour grants 100 points. The second platform earns 90 points, the third 80 points, and the fourth 70 points. The final score would be determined based on the total points accumulated over the 4 days. It's worth mentioning that the platforms were engraved with formations that could protect the contestants' lives at critical moments, which eased your mind slightly. After all, you were also afraid of accidentally killing someone or being killed yourself. After the first round of draws, you stepped onto the duel stage and saw your first opponent. Upon seeing you, his expression grew serious. After all, you had a certain reputation in the A camp. Even though you were a steel bone and he was a copper bone, he dared not be the least bit careless. Once on stage, you wanted to create an image of a skilled expert for yourself, so you coldly stared at your opponent and declared with an air of superiority, any unnecessary moves and fighting are an insult to the sword path. You would only make one strike, and if he could catch it, he would win. With that, your sword was drawn, blood spattered like pearls staining your white robe. One strike defeated the enemy. You secured the first kill in the A camp competition, drawing the attention of everyone present, who were shocked by your strength. However, they were not very familiar with you. Although you had joined the A camp for 10 months, you had been practicing the qi absorption method, mostly staying hidden in Yunfu, watching others perform, while rarely showing yourself. 2 hours later, the second round of draws began. You defeated your opponent with one strike, again shocking everyone once more. That day, you pushed through effortlessly. Even low-grade silver bones could not withstand your sword strike. Your method of defeating your opponents and your invincible demeanor left the audience in awe. Even the celestial ancestors cast admiring glances your way. You became the brightest star in the competition. Lin Manqing was also greatly astonished, as she originally thought you had merely comprehended sword intent, but she never expected you had mastered such a terrifying sword technique. However, what she didn't know was that you could only use this technique once, after which you would be left utterly exhausted for an hour. Many, like Lin Manqing, were oblivious to the truth. Some even debated who was stronger between you and the contemporary prodigy Song Qingming. Only a few innate experts and the celestial ancestors present discerned the truth. However, they kept silent about it. Because momentum is also a part of strength. That evening, as Nangong Wan assisted you with your bath, her gaze was filled with stars. She couldn't believe that the usually lazy you hid such astounding strength. On October 2nd, after the results of the previous day's 5 rounds of matches with scores from more than 10 judges, you were ranked 10th overall, which caused quite a stir among the audience. After all, from their perspective, your displayed strength warranted a place in the top 3. However, you had no objections to this. At the same time, you noticed that Song Fan was placed 4th. Due to your ferocity in battle, even with the formations protecting you, anyone who could withstand your sword strike would either be killed or severely injured. Without spiritual herbs for healing, they would likely need several days to recover, which deterred anyone from challenging you. This relieved you. After all, as long as someone continued to challenge you, you would have to concede defeat in exhaustion. You turned your gaze to the other platforms and found the competition extremely intense. Even Song Qingming was continuously accepting challenges from his peers, having been dethroned from first place multiple times by Song Qingwei. However, after some recovery, he would forcefully reclaim it, yet despite this, he had only managed to hold the top position for 6 hours. On that day, no one challenged you, and you occupied the 10th platform for 8 hours, earning 80 points. To your surprise, Song Fan was remarkably resilient. He managed to hold the 4th platform for 7 hours, earning 490 points, temporarily ranking 3rd. In the evening, Lin Manqing personally visited Yunfu, which took you by surprise. After some pleasantries, she explained her purpose. She wanted you to challenge Song Qingming the next day, hoping to injure him and create favorable conditions for Song Qingwei to seize the 1st platform. You immediately agreed with a pat on your chest. However, you then informed her of the drawbacks of your Earth and Sky Sword Slash. She indicated that she was already aware and told you that the secret of your Earth and Sky Sword Slash had been revealed by several elders to their juniors, meaning you might face a wheel battle the next day. You were not surprised by this. To keep this secret hidden for a day exceeded your expectations. Before leaving, Lin Manqing left you a bottle of middle-grade mysterious liquor, the Drunken Immortal Brew, as a reward for your efforts against Song Qingming. On October 3rd, a mid-grade copperbone waste challenged you, trembling in fear. Soon after, a direct descendant of the Song family, named Song Qingxue, challenged you. She was a low-grade silverbone prodigy, wielding a mid-grade mysterious shield ready for battle. You chose to concede. After stepping down, you couldn't help but lament your lack of martial skills. If you had other sword techniques at your disposal with your 2/10 sword intent, even without employing the Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, you could have easily dealt with that mid-grade copperbone. Your concession left the audience in shock, and they began to suspect whether there was foul play involved. After resting for an hour, you challenged Song Qingming. You unleashed a sword strike. The opponent did not evade and retaliated with 40% of his knife intent. A flurry of sword and knife lights flashed through the air. You were sent flying off the stage, sliding several dozen meters on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if your insides were on fire. Song Qingming took your sword strike heated and was equally affected, his face flushed. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. The audience was shocked by Song Qingming's strength, as he had managed to defeat you, who was nearly invincible. The judges were astonished at your strength as you managed to injure Song Qingming with a strike from a low-grade copperbone. That day, due to your severe injuries, you were unable to continue fighting. Your score was 0. However, perhaps due to your influence, Song Qingming abandoned the 1st arena and defended the 2nd, instead occupying it for only 4 hours, resulting in a total score of 960, dropping him to 2nd place, while the 1st was Song Qingwei with a score of 980. The 3rd place was Song Fan with a total score of 910. The 4th place was Song Qingying with a total score of 900. The 10th place went to the one who defeated you, Song Qingxue, with a total score of 150. That night, Lin Manqing brought you a low-grade mysterious healing pill. After taking it, your injuries were instantly healed. Lin Manqing did not ask you to confront Song Qingming again, but suggested you find opportunities to see if you could secure a place in the top 10. If there was no hope, she asked you to challenge Song Qingming on the last day to help Song Qingwei solidify her 1st place. You nodded in agreement. Lin Manqing was very pleased with your attitude and left in a good mood. That night, you and Song Fan discussed tactics, hoping he would assist you in securing a top 10 position. On October 4th, you challenged Song Fan. He conceded. You successfully advanced to 4th place. Next, before you even warmed your seat, a mid-grade copperbone waste challenged you. You knew that this mid-grade copperbone challenger was merely a pawn of some silverbone prodigy, aiming to force you to draw your sword so they could take advantage afterward. You decisively chose to concede. Shortly after, a direct descendant named Song Chengxian took the stage, successfully occupying the 4th arena. He was a mid-grade silverbone and possessed a high-grade mysterious spirit weapon. At your signal, Song Fan challenged the 4th arena. After dozens of rounds, he successfully injured his opponent. After being defeated, Song Chengxian was somewhat embarrassed and furious, glaring at you, knowing that Song Fan's actions were closely related to you. However, considering your Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, he did not dare to insult you, especially since Song Qingming had been injured even by taking your sword strike heated. If you were to target him, he would likely not gain a single point today. Ignoring Song Chengxian, you challenged a mid-grade silverbone in the 8th arena. The opponent, not believing in your prowess, chose to confront you heated. You unleashed a sword strike. The mid-grade silverbone was instantly sent flying, spitting blood on the spot and losing consciousness. Your strength once again astonished everyone. Not long after, someone challenged you again. You chose to concede and challenge Song Fan. You successfully advanced to 4th place. Song Fan injured a silverbone prodigy. You injured a silverbone prodigy. You were pushed out of the top 10. You challenged Song Fan and advanced to 4th place. On October 6th, under the guidance of an elder, you arrived at the back mountain of the Divine General's residence and beheld the clan treasure of the Song family, the Spirit Pool. A rich, almost mist-like spiritual energy surged towards you. As you practiced the Qi absorption technique and took a breath, the stagnation of your realm began to loosen. The elder informed you that the Spirit Pool was filled with spiritual energy, and here you could emulate the ancient times, absorbing Qi to refine your body. You entered the Spirit Pool to cultivate. The closer your ranking was to the front, the nearer you could approach the central spring. Since you were ranked 9th, you were placed on the outermost edge of the pool. Even so, your body refinement progress was still surging at a terrifying speed. During this time, 2 ancestors of the celestial realm monitored you closely. It is rumored that the spring at the center of the spirit pool is the clan treasure of a top power from 2,000 years ago, which was later annihilated by the founding emperor of the Great Wei. The emperor then bestowed this spring to the ancestor of the Song family, which is also the reason for the Song family's enduring prosperity. It is important to note that at the beginning of the Great Wei there were a total of 10 divine generals. After 2,000 years, 6 of them have faded into the annals of history. The Song family guards Liangzhou and has not declined despite the fall of many talented individuals at the borders each year. Instead, geniuses continue to emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. This spirit spring can be said to be invaluable. It is the true foundation of the Song family, deserving utmost reverence. On October 7th, you broke through in body refinement, advancing to medium-grade copper bone. On October 10th, you broke through again, progressing to upper-grade copper bone. On October 13th, you broke through in body refinement, once more achieving top-grade copper bone. On October 14th, while you were deep in practice, you suddenly heard the hearty laughter of the 2 ancestors of the celestial realm. Opening your eyes, you were greeted by a burst of golden light. You discovered that Song Qingwei had refined golden bone. On October 15th, while still in deep training, you again heard the laughter of the 2 ancestors of the celestial realm. Upon opening your eyes, you found that Song Fan had refined golden bone. As the 10-day deadline approached, it is noteworthy that Song Qingming, being the closest to the central spring, did not exhibit any golden light, and neither did you, failing to refine silver bone. With a hint of regret in the eyes of the 2 ancestors of the celestial realm, Song Chengming left with a dark expression, saying nothing. The news of Song Qingwei and Song Fan refining golden bone caused a great stir. Upon learning of this, Emperor Wei was greatly pleased and specifically sent eunuchs to deliver a batch of cultivation resources to the divine general's residence. During this time, Lin Manqing visited the cloud residence, hoping you could persuade Song Fan to become the protector of Song Qingwei. You neither refused nor agreed, merely stating that you would do your best. In the following days, Li Ping came to the cloud residence to find you, stating that in half a month the 5 major sects would send elders to recruit disciples in the camp. With your 9th place performance in the grand competition, you could join any sect, and he advised you to choose the Spirit Sword sect, preferably persuading Song Fan to join as well. You were somewhat surprised by this. The Song family, as a top noble of the Great Wei, is closely tied to the imperial family. In theory, there should be a conflict between innate talents and cultivation sects, making it illogical to send many clan members to the 5 major sects for cultivation. Moreover, the Song family's scripture repository is not lacking in martial arts. Li Ping informed you that while the 5 major sects may harbor animosity toward the Great Wei Dynasty and regard the Song family, which is attached to the royal family, as a martial power, they are also unwilling to see the Song family fall. The Song family defends Liangzhou against demons, protecting the people of the Great Wei and alleviating the 5 major sects from demonic harassment. Thus, every 3 years they select outstanding talents from the camp to help cultivate them for better resistance against demons, a custom that has been maintained for nearly 2,000 years. In conclusion, Li Ping emphasized that the 5 major sects, having survived the sword of the Great Wei's founding emperor, are not to be underestimated. They are colossal entities with legacies spanning over 10,000 years. In terms of foundation, the Song family is hard-pressed to compare, especially given that the Great Wei Dynasty is still in a state of decline. On November 15th, more than 10 innate elders from the Spirit Sword sect, Heavenly sect, 10,000 Buddha, Mountain Medicine, King Valley, and Joyful Union sect arrived at the camp to recruit disciples. You and Song Fan joined the Spirit Sword sect and requested to bring Lin Xiushui along. Bringing family along is generally not permitted, but considering Song Fan's status as a Golden Bone prodigy and your close connection with Lin Manqing, the 2 elders of the Spirit Sword sect turned a blind eye. That afternoon, you returned to the cloud residence to pack your belongings. Amid the reluctant sobs of Nangong Wan, you reclaimed the leverage you had given her and boarded a flying vessel heading to the Spirit Sword sect. Notably, a few days prior, you had exchanged a high-grade mystical artifact for the ancient jade in Lu Yi's possession. After adorning Lin Xiushui with it, the 2 elders of the Spirit Sword sect did not recognize her as a Golden Bone prodigy. On board the flying vessel, over 100 prodigies heading to the Spirit Sword sect gathered. The appearance of the 3 of you caused a stir on the vessel, primarily due to Lin Kushui's stunning beauty. Even with her face covered, she attracted unwanted attention. You suspected that Song Fan's fortunate aura was at play and quickly urged him to reveal his identity, showcasing his Golden Bone prowess to preemptively quash a potential dramatic scenario. You 3 were invited into a private compartment with windows. As you gazed at the vast mountains below from the flying vessel, you suddenly recalled the eerie, deep mountain near the Liangzhou border. You informed Song Fan about this matter. Silence, suspicion, fear, and shock enveloped the conversation. Looking at Song Fan's shifting expressions, you couldn't help but wonder if he had an old man whispering secrets behind your backs. After 3 minutes, Song Fan noted that he had some impressions of that place, having seen it mentioned in an ancient text. If he recalled correctly, it was called the Cursed Land. It was rumored that an earth-shattering battle occurred there in ancient times, resulting in the fall of countless unparalleled powerhouses with overwhelming death energy gathering and lingering. Once inhaled, this death energy would rapidly age a person. Even more terrifying is that for practitioners it is akin to the most potent poison in existence. Even ancestors of the celestial realm would perish instantly upon inhaling just a whiff. So terrifying. Chen Shi's expression grew serious, yet soon turned puzzled. During the second simulation, he had spent 4 whole years in that eerie mountain without witnessing any fatalities. After hearing Song Fan's explanation, you mentioned having a friend who stayed in the Cursed Land for 4 years, advancing from the skin refinement realm to the organ refinement realm, and ultimately merely became an old man without suffering the fate of sudden death, as described. After another minute, Song Fan expressed that the death energy in the Cursed Land acts as a potent poison only to those who have opened their spiritual rivers, while those in the lower 5 realms remain fundamentally human, akin to ordinary folk. Thus they only experience rapid aging upon inhalation. You nodded after hearing this, and then inquired whether the death energy could accelerate a person's cultivation speed. Your friend was a waste, yet he cultivated remarkably quickly in the Cursed Land, leaping from the skin refinement realm to the organ refinement realm in just 4 years without any resources. In the Cursed Land there must be some secrets. That kid Song Fan is probably trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Chen Shi murmured. He clearly remembered that during the second simulation 4 years later, Song Fan personally ventured into that eerie, deep mountain. Given the growth speed of the Destined One, he would at least be a real Lake Realm martial artist by then, and he certainly did not perish on the spot. Of course, it's also possible that Song Fan has some means to isolate the death energy of the Cursed Land. But in any case, the death energy of the Cursed Land is definitely not simple. It's important to note that at that time he had no cultivation resources, yet managed to ascend 3 levels within 4 years, and all he had was a single chi absorption technique. Wait, the chi absorption technique. A lightning bolt struck through Chen Shi's mind. A bold speculation began to rise within him. The essence of the chi absorption technique is to inhale and exhale spiritual energy to refine oneself. Now that the chi absorption technique has fallen out of favor, the fundamental reason is the decline of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, leading to insufficient chi in the air, making it difficult for cultivators to use it for refining their bodies. Yet he was making rapid progress using the chi absorption technique in the Cursed Land. This situation either indicates that he has a special constitution or that the so-called death energy might very well be some kind of mutation. Spiritual energy. At this moment, the simulated version of himself also became aware of this issue. He then posed a question to Song Fan. After Song Fan learned that your friend was cultivating with the chi absorption technique in the Cursed Land, he remained silent for another minute. Soon after, he displayed an enlightened expression indicating that the death energy of the Cursed Land indeed has excellent refining effects for cultivators of the lower 5 realms. However, no one dares to do so, because aside from causing aging, the biggest problem is that once one inhales the death energy, that martial artist will never be able to break through to the spiritual river realm in their lifetime. As soon as the spiritual river is opened, the residual death energy in their body will instantly transform into a deadly poison, causing immediate demise. Seeing this, Chen Shi was somewhat dumbfounded. Then he was doomed. In the simulation's Cursed Land, he had cultivated for a full 4 years. Did that portion of death energy also? Hint: the cultivation inherited by the host has no side effects. This system will automatically purify it. Chen Shi sighed in relief. But soon his mind began to race again. If the system can filter out side effects, could he cultivate the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate in the Cursed Land and refine the legendary Jade Bones? Firstly, that place is abundant in spiritual energy. The attribute that can cause aging might to some extent also accelerate the cultivation speed of the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. Secondly, that place is a forbidden zone for martial artists of the upper 4 realms, but not for those of the lower 5 realms. If he hides inside, the masterminds behind the scenes would not dare to send upper 4 realm martial artists to their deaths, would they? With his earthly sword slash, he wouldn't be afraid of any lower 5 realm martial artists coming. A second here, a second there. Unless, of course, the other side is insane enough to send multiple golden bone prodigies to hunt him down. However, this is clearly impossible. Because if the mastermind had that strength, they would have long since forced the Song family to surrender people in the simulation. On November 25th, after 7 days and nights of flight, the flying vessel arrived at the Lingjian sect's mountain gate. Relying on your 20 sword intent strength, you successfully entered the sword sect and became a disciple of a congenital elder. You were stuck at the copperbone level and unable to progress further. You wanted to open the spiritual river, but due to the death energy, you hesitated. On December 25th, after struggling for a month, you decided to advance to the spiritual river realm, because this was something you would eventually have to face. If you didn't break through under the targeting of the mastermind behind the scenes, survival would be very difficult in the future. Due to the extreme danger of this breakthrough, where a single misstep could lead to death with the mindset of doing something worthwhile before dying, making no one ashamed of your ancestors and yourself, that night you and Lin Xiaoshui had an indescribable encounter. You discovered that she indeed prefers men who are a bit more forceful. On January 25th, you successfully opened a spiritual river and stepped into the spiritual river realm. This brought you a sigh of relief as you resolved to cultivate diligently to gain more power for self-preservation in future crises. On January 26th, you and Lin Xiaoshui had an indescribable encounter. On January 27th, it was indescribable. On February 1st, it was indescribable. Song Fan asked you why you were so happy. You deeply regretted it and secretly warned yourself to start cultivating diligently from tomorrow, absolutely not to fall into such depravity, or you would eventually become a victim of the mastermind behind the scenes. On February 16th, it was indescribable. On February 17th, you noticed that Lin Xiaoshui was emitting a hazy glow. Xiaoshui as divine jade and bone, you realized that she might have refined the legendary jade bones. On February 18th, it was indescribable. Today the ancient bell on the peak of the spirit sect rang for an entire day, causing quite an uproar. It is said that several celestial ancestors of the Lingjian sect have emerged from their seclusion. On February 20th, you noticed that Lin Xiaoshui seemed a bit distracted today. After calling her several times, it took her a while to realize what you meant. On February 25th, your master, Iran Zizi, found you and expressed his intention to take you to the sword tomb for trials to refine your sword intent. On the way, you chatted and laughed. Suddenly a chill ran through your chest as a bloodied sword tip pierced through. You trembled and turned your head, your face filled with disbelief as you repeatedly asked why. Iran Zizi sighed deeply. Disciple, there's nothing I can do. You shouldn't have violated the sect's forbidden line. You are dead. Chen Shi's brows knitted into a frown. In the simulation, he had been indulging in pleasures and had not done anything serious, so how could he have violated the forbidden line? Could it be because of Lin Xiaoshui? Or was it that the person behind the scenes had struck again? Chen Shi thought back and forth, feeling that the first possibility was more likely. Even if he were foolish, he understood that Lin Xiaoshui, this intimate elder sister, had an extraordinary background. Just the fact that she refined that jade bone was outrageous. He likely died because of getting involved with her. At that moment, Chen Shi suddenly understood why the unseen puppet master had pushed Lin Xiaoshui out to frame him, because this woman had an identity issue. If he couldn't control himself, he might unknowingly lose his life, just like this time. Truly, lust is a knife that cuts deep. However, he then found it hard to comprehend why sleeping with Lin Xiaoshui would violate the forbidden line of the Lingjian sect. In his previous simulations, even when he got her pregnant, the Lingjian sect never made a sound. Chen Shi couldn't make sense of it. But one thing was certain. Lin Kushui's relationship with the Lingjian sect was extraordinary. Ding. Generating simulation rewards. The host can choose one. Lingyi first level cultivation, excellent copper bone. One sword cuts through heaven, entry level, contains 20 sword intent. Shisue pill, mystic grade mid-tier. Shifang ring, earth grade mid-tier treasure. Song family spirit, spring heaven grade low-tier spirit, object status damaged. Root bone enhancement, white talent. White talent, innate divine strength. What the hell? Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must have read it wrong. Song family spirit pool. The simulator actually churned this thing out. It is the clan treasure of the Song family. Doesn't this mean that every time he participates in the Jiaing Grand Competition, he can enter the spirit pool for training and infinitely obtain this heaven grade treasure? That would directly launch him to the sky. In a time when earth grade and even mystic grade spirit objects had become extinct, such a heaven grade divine material was priceless. Whoever obtains this treasure will be able to join a superpower and mass-produce unparalleled silverbone prodigies. But now the question arises, how should he choose? The simulation had mentioned that the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit pool had already vaporized in the air. If it materializes, it's one thing if the Yun Mansion can overlook it, but how could they cover up the commotion it would cause? An innocent man suffers for his wealth. Even now, I must remain calm and not let benefits cloud my judgment. Given the properties of a heaven-grade spirit object, if it appears in the Divine General Mansion, it won't be long before powerful individuals sense the anomalies at Yun Mansion. At that time, not only will I have to act as a scatterer of wealth, but I may also attract trouble. Chen Shi forced himself to look away from the heaven-grade spirit object with immense willpower. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. He hesitated briefly over the cultivation option, but ultimately gave it up. Because in the next simulation he planned to go to the Cursed Land to practice the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate and verify whether the aging attribute could help accelerate his progress in opening the 5 gates of the human body. If so, he might rely on time to accumulate a jade bone. Choosing an excellent copper bone now would likely take another 25 years to open the life gate and heart gate during the practice of the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate, which would undoubtedly waste a precious opportunity to choose a reward. Filtering out the pills, the 2 white talents were the same. However, what puzzled Chen Shi was why there was a white talent for root bone enhancement this time. Could it be that it's the enhancement of the root bone after entering the spirit pool for training? But this is not important. Next, he only had the sword intent and the Shifang ring, this earth-grade treasure left. After a moment of hesitation, he directly chose the Shifang ring. Firstly, this is a mid-tier treasure which even the ancestor of heaven and man would rarely possess. Secondly, it is a storage ring, and he wanted to test whether this mid-tier treasure could directly store the manifested Song family spirit pool into the storage ring after the next simulation. Using an earth-grade treasure as a container should be able to conceal the anomalies caused by the spirit pool, right? As Chen Shi made his choice. In the next moment, the simulation text twisted like tadpoles, and suddenly a black hole appeared in the air, slowly releasing an ancient bronze ring. Chen Shi took the hovering bronze ring down. He examined it closely. This earth-grade treasure called the Shifang ring looked quite ordinary in appearance and emitted no aura fluctuations. It was low-key and unassuming, resembling an ordinary item. This made Chen Shi feel somewhat relieved. As long as there were no special effects, it was fine. It seemed the craftsman of this ring also considered the importance of keeping wealth hidden. Very good. The more Chen Shi looked at this ring, the more he liked it. Next, he bit his finger and began to drip blood to recognize the owner. This was a method he heard from a martial artist at the horse racing grounds. It was said that this was how mystic-grade spirit items were recognized, although he didn't know if it would work. Blood dripped onto the ring. It quickly vanished before the naked eye. A trace of imperceptible dark light flashed across the ancient bronze ring. In a mysterious way, Chen Shi felt like he had established some connection with this ring. He stared at the ring, and his mind was then drawn into a force revealing a space of about 2.0 square meters, nearly 3 football fields in size. This feeling was wonderful, as if he had opened a god's perspective, allowing him to unobstructedly perceive everything in the space. At that moment, Chen Shi suddenly discovered a piece of farmland in the corner of the ring's space. Various plants were growing there, with several emitting a faint glow, looking extraordinarily remarkable. This must be the over 100 spirit herbs that Song Fan gifted. Ooh, what a delightful surprise. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. These over 100 mystic-grade spirit herbs each would be worth thousands of taels of silver. Earth-grade spirit herbs, which had become extinct, could not even be measured by value. Their allure to alchemists was absolutely deadly. It must be known that the reason why mystic-grade alchemists stand at the peak of alchemy on this continent is largely because there are no earth-grade spirit herbs for mystic-grade alchemists to use. Even a skilled woman cannot cook without rice, let alone an alchemist, a profession that requires a massive amount of spirit herbs to sustain. If he were to offer one earth-grade spirit herb as a reward, it would be enough to hire the most formidable mystic alchemist into Wei to refine pills for him. At that time, how many mystic-grade pills could be refined from these over 100 mystic-grade spirit herbs? What Shisui pills? What drunken immortal brew? Everything would be available. This time in the simulation, find a way to go to the cursed land at the border of Liangzhou and cultivate the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. Immediately, he began the simulation. Given the high uncertainty of this journey to the cursed land, he only invested 10 points of fate, hoping to see a turn of fortune. Ding, refreshing talents. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully refreshed a white talent. I love green. White talent longevity star. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. I love green. When there are green objects within 10 meters, your mood becomes extremely joyful. Longevity star. You possess a lifespan of 150 years, reaching the theoretical limit of the human body. Chen Shi did not hesitate and directly locked in the longevity star as his white talent. He then curled up, slightly changing to a more comfortable position on the beauty couch. Ding. Talent selection. Successful life simulation begins. Due to Lin Kushui's identity issues, you did not choose to stay overnight at the Yun residence. Instead, you opted to protect the eldest brother. You postponed the marriage contract. You found Li Ping and entered the training ground. You entered the scripture pavilion to acquire the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. You received a reward from Lin Manqing, then expressed that you had a batch of spiritual herbs and hoped to find a Xian-level alchemist through her connections to process them, ideally to exchange for refining bone elixirs. After hearing your words, Lin Manqing almost laughed in anger. A Xian-level alchemist is revered even more than the celestial ancestor. Even if she wanted to invite one, she would have to expend considerable social capital. To invite such a person for a few low-level spiritual herbs that you cannot even show off is simply too presumptuous. However, due to your identity as a genius, she refrained from saying much, and instead asked what body-refining elixirs you desired, promising to help you find a way. You noticed Lin Manqing's insincerity. You then took out a pre-prepared jade box from your pocket. Lin Manqing opened it to take a look. She suddenly stood up. In shock, she asked where this item came from. You did not answer this question, but earnestly requested Lin Manqing to help you with a task. If successful, you were willing to share a tremendous opportunity with her, stating that this secret could help Song Qingwei refine the legendary top-quality golden bone or even jade bone. Lin Manqing gazed deeply at you. She asked what she needed to do. You then mentioned the spy identity of Elder Wang, hoping Lin Manqing would send a congenital expert to capture him and search his soul to uncover his identity and background. Lin Manqing's gaze toward you gradually changed. It became more dangerous. You sensed that this woman might harbor ill intentions toward you. Though panic stirred within, your expression remained calm, asserting that your information was absolutely accurate, and that if there was any falsehood you were willing to exchange your life for it. Lin Manqing looked at you seemingly without fear. After a long silence, she ultimately agreed to your request. However, due to Elder Wang's sensitive identity, she stated that she would need a day to prepare. You returned to the Yun residence using half a bottle of mid-grade Xian-level Zui Xian brew to help Song Fan successfully sense his qi and blood. He was overjoyed, quickly thanked you, and somewhat shyly expressed his desire to go to the training ground, hoping you could assist him again. You shook your head, indicating that at his age he should go out to gain experience rather than remain a sheltered flower. Chen Shi felt that things were not so simple. The servant's betrayal, the trap at the martial arts arena. These were all lowly tricks, indicating that the opponent had always treated him like an insignificant ant. The problem lies here. If he is just a small character, then when he is exiled to the army with the power of the Qin Wangfu, a mere word could have prevented him, and he could have been secretly executed in the manner without the need to send black-clad assassins to intercept the imperial escort. A prince. For a small character. To do something that easily arouses the emperor's suspicion. Is it worth it? There is something unusual about it. Moreover, if it were really the Qin Wang who wanted his life, he wouldn't have survived for so long after so many previous simulations, especially after Elder Wang's escape and his talents being exposed. To sacrifice the life of a useless person to do Qin Wang a favor, Lin Manqing would do it without a second thought. There is another point of doubt. The masked black-clad person who tried to kill him in the previous 2 simulations, if they had ties to the Qin Wangfu, why would they carry out an assassination of imperial soldiers? This not only slaps the face of the court, but also the face of the Qin Wangfu. After all, the opponent is a prince of the Great Wei. With the royal family, glory and disgrace are shared. Besides, if they could manipulate Elder Wang, a high-level spy, to harm him, wouldn't it be a simple matter to arrange for him? Why bother with the assassination of imperial soldiers? The more Chen Shi thought about it, the more confused his mind became. However, he could confirm one thing: the mastermind behind the scenes at this time surely did not possess great strength, as they only dispatched a black-clad person who seemed to be at the perfection stage of the true lake realm, which clearly did not align with their cautious style. Unless this true lake realm perfectionist was the strongest force they could mobilize. With doubts, he continued to observe. After thinking for a long time, you asked whether the mastermind behind your betrayal was the Qin Wang. Lin Manqing stated that she was also unaware, as according to Elder Wang's memories, they were merely acting on higher orders. If one wanted to learn more, they would have to wait a few days for the Qin Wangfu to come and retrieve the person. Next, you asked about Elder Wang's motives for infiltrating the Song family. Lin Manqing claimed that this was not something you should know. Then she took the initiative to discuss the great opportunity you mentioned. You rejected her using her own words, stating that it was not something you should know. She was furious, her chest heaving violently. She accused you of having grown wings and daring to confront her. In response, you merely sneered. Since you took out the Earth-level spiritual medicine, you had already prepared for a gamble with a tiger, and you did not want to appear weak in front of this woman, as that would only show her your vulnerability and lack of confidence. So even if you were to pretend, you had to put on a facade of confidence. Your firmness left Lin Manqing in suspicion, and after a moment of silence, she revealed to you that 50 years ago a celestial palace descended in the cursed land, causing a stir across the world. Countless forces sent 5th realm martial artists to investigate, including the Black Dragon Guard of the Wei Emperor. Not long after, the Black Dragon Guard successfully entered the celestial palace and brought out a heavenly level skill. It was said to contain the method to break through to the celestial realm. Therefore, the Wei Emperor ordered the secret dispatch of over 10 celestial realm experts to escort the skill back to the imperial city. However, unexpectedly, before the skill could leave Liangzhou, the team was ambushed, and all 10 celestial realm experts perished, causing the heavenly level skill to vanish. After that, rumors flew all over. Some said the skill was robbed by the 5 major sects, others said it had returned to the imperial city, while there were those who claimed it never left and remained hidden in the Song family's divine general manor. In the end, Lin Manqing stated that as 50 years have passed, and no one has yet broken through to the celestial realm, the theory that the skill is hidden in Liangzhou's Song family has become increasingly convincing. And this presumably is also Elder Wang's motive for infiltrating the Song family. You pondered and asked Lin Manqing if she knew the whereabouts of the skill. The other party coldly laughed and said that if the skill were in the Song family, the place would have long been reduced to ruins. No one could resist the greed of all celestial realm experts, not even the Wei Emperor, let alone the Song family. You agreed, and then recalled the incident of your past life dying under the sword of Iranzi. You inquired about the reverse scale of the Lingjian sect. Lin Manqing looked at you warily and asked what you wanted to do. You confessed your identity as a reborn person, revealing everything about Lin Xiushui, finally emphasizing the matter of being stabbed to death by a sword. Chen Shi felt that the version of himself in the simulation was acting erratically again. He exposed his identity as a reborn person. This was not something he would typically do. In fact, since the beginning of the simulation at the Yufu, he had sensed something was off. Knowing that Lin Kushui's identity was problematic, he still insisted on having her support him. Did he not fear retribution? It was a bit too reckless. Given that your story as a reborn person was truly fantastical, Lin Manqing did not choose to believe you. In response, you were not surprised at all, only asking her to let Lin Xiushui cultivate the spiritual liquid, and the truth would be revealed. Finally, you thought for a moment and mentioned that Song Qingwei would refine golden bones in the Song family's spiritual pool in the future. Where is Song Qingming? Lin Manqing asked you unexpectedly. You replied that you did not know. Then the air fell into a silence. After a long time, Lin Manqing told you that within the Lingjian sect, there are some individuals with special bloodlines who are prohibited from marrying outsiders. If such a union occurs, it will be immediately discovered by the heavenly book of the Lingjian sect. At that time, the lightest punishment would be lifelong confinement and the heaviest death, without mercy. After saying this, she quietly looked at you. After hearing Lin Manqing's words, you immediately realized she was lying and testing you, because in your third life you had a child with Lin Xiushui, and the Lingjian sect had never made a sound. Chen Shi's expression became somewhat strange. He seemed to understand why the version of himself in the simulation was so reckless. It was likely due to memories. The version of him in the simulation, unaware of the simulator, had new memories, and even cultivation levels appearing in his mind. How would he think? With his 10 years of reading experience on Tomato, he would surely think along the lines of rebirth, reincarnation, and resurrection. The fear of life and death diminished. You choose to expose Lin Manqing's lies. You indicate that in your past life before joining the Lingjian sect you had already become involved with Lin Xiushui. Both of you were well acquainted, and the so-called heavenly book of the Lingjian sect did not immediately detect this. You then accurately named the top 10 competitors of the Jia Camp competition that would take place in 10 months, including their specific scores. In the end, you subtly suggest that your soul is special after your rebirth, and that if searched, no information could be obtained. You concluded the conversation under Lin Manqing's increasingly suspicious gaze. Before parting, the other party didn't even have the mind to ask about your great fortune. You know that the seed of doubt has already been sown, it just needs some time for the other party to verify it themselves. By then, you would be able to take the lead in your collaboration with Lin Manqing as a prophet attempting to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes. That day, driven by a certain determination, you began to cultivate the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. Seeing this, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. In the simulation, he had obtained the 5 paths of the heavenly gate in the scripture library, but had not practiced. He thought his suggestion had lost its effect. Now that he was on the ship, he no longer had to worry about the simulated self being too afraid to venture into the cursed land. After all, once the 5 paths of the heavenly gate are practiced, one cannot switch to other methods, or one can only walk this path to the end. If he did not go to the cursed land, the simulated self would likely be doomed for life. You swallowed a dose of spiritual liquid and began to guide the spiritual energy into your body. You felt the position of the Ming men. On the 11th day, the Qin Wangfu came to take people, but the elder of the Song family rejected them at the door. On the 13th day, the Qin Wang himself came to the door. The elder of the Song family went out to welcome him into the secret chamber, and they discussed for several hours. That night, Lin Manqing informed you that Elder Wang's framing of you was not directed by the Qin Wangfu, but someone had forged a secret letter from the Qin Wangfu, and Elder Wang, being negligent, failed to discern its authenticity, leading him to frame you. This reason is way too perfunctory, isn't it? Chen Shi frowned. How could someone working in intelligence fail to distinguish the authenticity of a superior's secret letter? This is absurd. Moreover, Chen Shi clearly remembered that in the 4th simulation after Elder Wang defected from the Divine General's mansion, he had deliberately been captured 9 months later, attempting to use the Zhangtian bottle as a blatant scheme to frame him and cut off his martial path. To say that it had nothing to do with the mastermind behind the scenes, he would never believe it. However, upon further reflection, Chen Shi found it somewhat reasonable. At least it could explain why the mastermind could manipulate a high-level spy like Elder Wang in the previous simulations, but was unable to use the Qin Wangfu's power to intercept him before he was exiled. Additionally, with the terrifying intelligence capabilities of the mastermind, forging the Qin Wangfu secret letter did not seem impossible. From all of the above, Chen Shi reached a conclusion: the mastermind during this period might not have established contact with the Qin Wangfu, and perhaps never would. However, if he replicated the trajectory of the 4th simulation and scared off Elder Wang in advance, he might be able to send a powerful expert skilled in stealth and tracking to tail him, to see if the fleeing Elder Wang would once again connect with the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the other party reached half-step innate 9 months later, and it was impossible that there wasn't some trick behind it. He could even reveal his identity as a reborn person in the next simulation and ask Lin Manqing to send a powerful expert to monitor Elder Wang's every move day and night to see if someone had truly forged the Qin Wangfu secret letter. The plan to disguise himself as a useless person should be feasible. Now there was only half a day left until he activated the simulator and met Lin Manqing. He had not yet gone to the Jia camp, had not exposed his strength, and had only made a show of the 7th lattice banner in front of Song Fan and Nangong Xian. Determined, Chen Shi continued to focus on the simulated text. After explaining the matter of Elder Wang in detail, Lin Manqing took the initiative to talk about Lin Xiushui, indicating that after several days of investigation, she indeed discovered that Lin Kushui's background was not simple. Her mother was once part of a special bloodline in the Ling Zone. If she is indeed from a special bloodline, why was Lin Kushui's mother not detected by the so-called Heavenly Book of the Ling Zone when she gave birth to her? Faced with your questioning, Lin Manqing stated that in principle the special bloodline women of the Ling Zone were indeed prohibited from marrying outsiders, and even from cultivating. Hearing about the prohibition of cultivation, you felt extremely puzzled. In your view, Lin Kushui's talent was undoubtedly terrifying. Within just a few months, relying on a bit of spiritual liquid, she could cultivate from iron bone to jade bone. Such innate talent could not be described in words, far exceeding your understanding, and even the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty could not compare. Prohibiting such a genius from cultivating was undoubtedly extremely foolish. You voiced your doubts. A rare trace of anger appeared on Lin Manqing's beautiful face, and her voice turned cold. She explained that the fate of these women from special bloodlines was very bleak. Because their offspring all possessed extraordinary talent, they could easily cultivate to innate or even to transcendent levels. Their purpose was merely to continuously reproduce for the Ling Zone, becoming breeding machines. Prohibiting these women from marrying outsiders was to ensure the purity of the special bloodline. Prohibiting their cultivation was to strengthen control, otherwise with their innate talent, they would surely rebel after achieving success, even overthrowing the male dominance of the Ling Zone. Historically, such bloody events had indeed occurred in the Ling Zone, so the sect was particularly strict on this rule. As soon as a woman with a special bloodline broke through to the Lingyi realm or refined the legendary jade bone, the Ling Zone's heavenly book would sense it. At that time, there would be only one outcome: immediate execution. You were greatly shocked to hear this. You couldn't comprehend that behind the glamorous Lingjian sect, there was such a dirty side. What surprised you even more was that Lin Manqing actually revealed this scandal to you. Through this incident, you also understood how you had died in your past life. After Lin Xiushui refined the jade bone, the ancient bell on the main peak of the Ling Zone rang for an entire day, and shortly after you met your untimely demise. Lin Manqing revealed that many high-ranking members of the Lingjian sect, including several celestial beings, are related to those with special bloodlines. Many celestial beings do not wish for their kin to suffer such a tragic fate, so they secretly send their descendants out of the Lingjian sect to live as ordinary people in the mundane world. As long as they do not break through to the upper 4 realms and are detected by the heavenly book, the Ling sect, considering the reputation of the celestial beings, will turn a blind eye. During your conversation, you learned that Lin Kushui's grandfather is a certain elder of the Ling sect at the celestial realm. He is also part of the special bloodline group. 50 years ago, after Lin Kushui's mother was born, he could not bear to see his daughter reduced to a tool for reproduction, so he secretly sent her to a noble family in the imperial city for adoption. Chen Shi fell into deep thought. In the previous simulations, he found the reason why Lin Kushui's identity as the daughter of an official was exposed, and why she was not sent to jail. It was highly likely that her celestial grandfather had intervened. Furthermore, she had encountered Song Fan during her escape, and lived a stable life in the Song family for 14 years, managing a tavern business. This was also something orchestrated by someone with intentions. In his third simulation, when Song Fan beheaded him with a sword in the camp, it could also be a factor. The granddaughter of the celestial ancestor, who is domineering and forceful. It would be difficult not to perish. It seems I need to treat the big sister better in the future. I can't let her grovel before me like in the simulations. A relationship where one side gives and the other takes cannot last long. Chen Shi thought to himself. Then he recalled Lin Kushui's disappearance at Yunyu Tower. Could it also have been orchestrated by her grandfather? Is it unrelated to the behind-the-scenes mastermind? Perhaps he could verify this in the next simulation. Lin Manqing warned you that if you do not wish to attract trouble, it is best to let Lin Xiushui cease her cultivation, as this would be beneficial for both sides. You understood the implication behind her words, meaning she would keep it a secret. You were somewhat surprised. After all, in your impression, this woman had always been ruthless and profit-driven, showing little compassion. You recalled her tone filled with righteous indignation when discussing the Ling sect scandals, and you couldn't help but start to doubt whether she belonged to the special bloodline group. You voiced your suspicion. Lin Manqing shot you a cold glance, indicating that you should not ask what should not be asked. Then she stated that through your Earth-level spiritual herb, she had contacted Master Gu He of the Yaowang Valley, who is the foremost alchemist of this era, and he would personally visit the Song family in due time. You were overjoyed at this news. In truth, you had always felt uncertain about collaborating with Lin Manqing, fearing that this woman would leave you with nothing. Now with the invitation of Master Gu, he using the spiritual herbs from the scroll's secret realm as leverage, you could establish a stable triangular relationship between Master Gu He and Lin Manqing. Subsequently, Lin Manqing inquired again about the great opportunity you mentioned, hesitating slightly. You replied stating that you knew of a secret realm which was the remnants of a superpowers sect from 100,000 years ago. In your past life, you had only been on the outskirts of the secret realm and had refined low-grade silver bones into high-grade silver bones, even acquiring over 100 mysterious-grade spiritual artifacts and several earth-grade treasures. If you were to delve deeper, you might achieve the refinement of jade bones and even have the opportunity to break through to the celestial realm. Lin Manqing gasped, her breathing quickening. 100,000 years ago. That was a time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not yet diminished. If what you said is true, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary opportunity comparable to the immortal palace in the cursed land from 50 years ago. She hurriedly asked where the secret realm was. You indicated that you could not reveal it for now, but promised to take her into the secret realm within 7 months. Lin Manqing remained silent for a long time. Suddenly she asked you who won the dragon competition 3 years later. In order not to jeopardize the trust that had just been established, you decided to tell the truth, stating that you died too early and did not know about that matter. Upon hearing this, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then you recalled Lin Kushui's disappearance at Yunyu Tower in your previous life. To clarify this matter, you earnestly requested Lin Manqing to find a highly skilled person adept at concealment techniques to secretly watch over Lin Xiushui. Lin Manqing asked you the reason. You stated that there was a mysterious person outside who had been eyeing Lin Xiushui, and you wanted to try to draw them out. Lin Manqing pondered for a moment and said that she had a nanny by her side, a master of innate perfection skilled in concealment and tracking techniques who could protect Lin Kushui's safety in the shadows. You felt somewhat strange upon hearing this. You recalled the incident in your fourth life where you died mysteriously in the inner courtyard. The murderer was very likely one of the old nannies around Lin Manqing. It seemed Lin Manqing noticed your hesitation, and she expressed displeasure, stating that this nanny had once been her mother's maid, watching her grow up from a young age and could be absolutely trusted. Having seen this, Chen Shi was already quite certain. This old nanny was the one Lin Manqing sent to monitor him, and the reason he died so inexplicably in the inner courtyard was very likely her doing. This had been Chen Shi's previous suspicion, but now he was less certain, as the other party was a master of innate perfection, not the ordinary person he had imagined. But if it wasn't her, then who could it be? Chen Shi couldn't help but think of Lu Yi, recalling how after he exposed Elder Wang's matters during the sword-mad simulation, that very night Lu Yi hurriedly had him leave the Divine General's mansion. Could it be that Lu Yi learned something from Elder Wang? According to the timeline of October in the second year, it was only about 2 months before he died inexplicably in the inner courtyard on December 8th of the second year. Did Lu Yi's departure have something to do with this? Next time, I need to find a way to live longer, especially to avoid the crucial death node of December 2nd. During this time, someone in the inner courtyard wants my life, and this person is quite powerful. Even a master of innate perfection like Lu Yi cannot save me, and I would die in my sleep, which resembles the method of the behind the scenes mastermind. On the 14th day, under your suggestion, Lin Xiushui went to Yunyu Tower to manage the business. For the next 7 days, Lin Xiushui entered and exited the Yun residence, normally encountering no danger, which puzzled you, as according to the timeline, the other party should have mysteriously disappeared from Yunyu Tower. You realized that history might have changed. The person who abducted Lin Xiushui for some reason chose to withdraw and lie low. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi appeared contemplative. Lin Kushui's mysterious disappearance from Yunyu Tower was likely orchestrated by an unseen hand. This time the other party did not take action. There are only 3 possibilities. 1. The old maid, the internal traitor, has leaked information. 2. The perpetrator discovered the lurking old maid and chose not to act. 3. The matter of Elder Wang has intimidated the unseen hand, making them afraid to create further trouble. Chen Shi felt that the last possibility was most likely. It should be noted that the old maid is a master of the innate grand completion realm and excels in the art of stealth and tracking. If she is lurking in the shadows, discovering her would likely require the intervention of a heavenly being, and the person behind this clearly does not possess such strength. The possibility of her leaking information is also very low. If such a powerful figure were truly a traitor, the unseen hand would have killed her 100 times over. A month later, Master Gu, he visited the Song family, and the heavenly being ancestor came out to greet him. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Master Gu, he humbly came to visit the Yun residence. Upon learning that you truly possess a great earth spiritual herb, Master Gu, he was immensely excited. He expressed his apologies for arriving so late, explaining that he had been in seclusion refining a batch of pills, and upon hearing of your invitation, he rushed to the Song family overnight. You expressed your understanding. Subsequently, you earnestly requested him to refine some longevity pills for you, offering a great earth spiritual herb as compensation. Without any hesitation, Gu he agreed. You immediately took out a jade box. Gu he eagerly reached out to take it, and the moment he opened it his eyes widened in astonishment. 7-star mystic sky leaf. It's even of middle-grade earth quality. Seeing your puzzled expression, Gu, he proactively explained that the records of the Pill King Valley state that the 7-star mystic sky leaf is the main herb for refining the repairing heaven pill, which is a divine pill that aids innate powerhouses in breaking through to the heavenly being realm. However, it's a pity that with the decline of the world's spiritual energy, the 7-star mystic sky leaf has been extinct for tens of thousands of years, and even the recipe for the repairing heaven pill has been lost to history. At the end of his explanation, Gu, he sighed heavily, stating that if the repairing heaven pill were available, the number of heavenly beings in the world would likely triple. After hearing Gu He's description, you fell into deep contemplation. Since the secret realm of that superpower has the 7-star mystic sky leaf, it is not unlikely that it also possesses the recipe for the repairing heaven pill. Perhaps in your past life the recipe was in Song Fan's hands, but this fellow might have been hiding it without revealing it. If you could obtain this recipe, and even refine the repairing heaven pill, you could undoubtedly attract a group of heavenly beings to serve under you. At that time, what unseen hand would merely be a bunch of chickens and dogs in your eyes. Then Gu He asked you what purpose you needed the longevity pills for, so he could tailor his refining accordingly. You indicated that you were cultivating the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. Subsequently, you took out over 100 grade mystic spiritual herbs from the ancient ring for Gu He to use. Gu He was shocked by your generosity. Such a large quantity of top-grade mystic spiritual herbs could not even be produced by their Pill King Valley. He also found it hard to believe you were cultivating such a troublesome technique as the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. However, he said nothing further as he realized you were not ordinary. In the following days, you continued to stay in the Yun residence, cultivating the 5 paths of the heavenly gate, while Gu He remained at the Yun residence, refining longevity pills for you in exchange for a great earth spiritual herb. This matter shocked the clan elders of the Song family. The outside world was rife with rumors. After all, as the only 6th-grade mystic alchemist of this generation, every move he made could cause tremendous uproar. And indeed, since Gu He settled in the Song family, countless innate powerhouses and even heavenly beings have traveled great distances to pay their respects. What they sought was simply a batch of pills. However, Gu He refused to meet them one by one under the pretext of refining pills. To avoid disturbing Master Gu He and his alchemy, the Song family decided to close their doors to visitors. Even so, these visitors dared not express any dissatisfaction, nor did they leave, but remained in Liangzhou City. During this time, as the male master of the Yun residence, you collected hundreds of spirit stones, in just a few days, all as bribes from those wanting you to relay messages to Gu He. This left you greatly shocked. A 6th-grade mystic alchemist holds such a high status. As the Song family closed its doors to visitors, the Yun residence returned to tranquility. Such a drastic change fills your heart with a strong sense of unease, as your intuition tells you that this matter is closely related to the hidden mastermind possibly triggered by your association with Gu He and your dealings with Elder Wan. You find Gu He and explain to him the situation regarding the secret realm ruins. Upon learning that there might be a large number of earth-grade spirit herbs, Gu He is exceedingly excited and insists that you must take him into the secret realm. Should he advance to an earth pill master because of this, he will certainly not forget today's favor. On June 9th, Song Fan, accompanied by Song Qingwei, Gu He, and others, heads towards the secret realm. Due to the potential dangers of the secret realm ruins, you decide not to go and do not wish to remain at the Song family, as you feel that the demon upheaval is likely targeting you. Staying with the Song family may put Lin Xiaoshui and others at risk, so you choose to head to the cursed land to cultivate for a while. For safety, Sake, you also implore Gu He to hire a celestial expert to secretly protect you on your journey. Before you leave, Gu He hands you a storage ring indicating that it contains various types of longevity pills, each capable of extending life by 10 years, although the effectiveness will diminish with repeated use. He hopes it will be useful to you. Upon opening it, you find it filled with high-grade mystic pills totaling over 200. You also discover an ancient jade talisman in the corner. You ask what this is. Gu He informs you that this is a teleportation jade talisman passed down from ancient times, and if you encounter danger shattering it may save your life. You immediately express your gratitude to Gu He. After 2 days of preparation, you disguise yourself as a soldier of the Divine Might Army and join a troop of over 1,000 men heading to the border of Liangzhou to fend off the demons. The commanding officer is your acquaintance Li Ping. On June 9th, after 2 continuous days of travel, the voice of the celestial expert suddenly rings in your ear. Kid, there's a tale behind you. I've dealt with it for you. It's a true Lake Realm warrior, Qin Wan. Oh, hearing the celestial expert scream, your heart jolts. Without hesitation, you crush the ancient teleportation jade talisman that you have been holding tightly, and your vision goes dark. In a stupor, a strong foul odor invades your nostrils. You open your eyes and find yourself momentarily dazed. In a dim enclosed cave, cold and dark, you realize you are sitting on a hard rocky ground, with faint light seeping in from the cave entrance, barely allowing you to see your surroundings. Not far from you to the side of the cave lies a corpse clad in tattered jeans, already rotting and infested with maggots. The open environment and the strong stench have attracted a swarm of unfamiliar insects densely gathering to feast on the decaying body. The jeans, leather boots, hiking backpack, mechanical watch. You are astonished at the attire of this corpse. What the hell? Chen Shi jumps up in shock. Did this ancient teleportation jade talisman bring him to Earth? This is too outrageous. Filled with astonishment and a hint of anticipation, he continues to look around. You rummage through the belongings of the denim-clad man and find a mobile phone. Upon opening it, you discover it still has power, but unfortunately the data has been formatted. At this moment, you notice a pile of ashes next to the corpse of the denim man. You carefully investigate and find some unburned scraps of paper among the ashes. You can vaguely see some Chinese characters hunting across worlds, reincarnation memory, abandoned monitoring points. Upon seeing the characters, you are greatly shocked. At this moment, you are certain that the person before you is definitely your fellow countryman from Earth. Chen Shi takes a deep breath and suddenly recalls the words fellow countrymen from the simulation. Does this imply that other travelers truly exist in this world? Moreover, based on the vocabulary in the ashes, does hunting across worlds mean hunting down other travelers? If the self in the simulation is still in the Great Way, merely misled to some place through the ancient teleportation talisman, it can almost be confirmed that the mastermind behind everything is, like yourself, also a traveler. Even this world may have more than just the two of them as travelers. But why? Aren't they all travelers? Shouldn't they be comrades, shedding tears of joy upon meeting? Why would they harm each other? Is there some benefit to killing him? Chen Shi finds it incomprehensible. He continues to focus on the simulated text. With a complicated mindset, you exit the cave and discover that the outside is a valley densely vegetated with ancient trees that obscure the sky. In an instant, you feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is at least 100 times richer than when you were cultivating at the Song family, fully capable of supporting your long-term practice of the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. However, your mind is not on this now, as you are eager to understand where you are. You determine a direction and rush forward. 10 days later, after traversing the winding mountain paths, you arrive at a cliff with mist swirling ahead, deep and bottomless. There is no path left. You turn back and head west. During your journey, you find a rusty water jug covered in moss beneath a large tree. Curiously, you walk closer and notice a bundle of soft material that catches your attention. Picking it up, you find it to be a clump of dried hair. You want to know more, so you dig around the hair and uncover some white bones, very decayed, crumbling at a touch. Diamond necklace, glass, vial, broken screen phone. This seems like a burial site for someone with a broken screen phone, and that bundle of hair suggesting it might have belonged to a modern woman. As for the time of death, you are not too certain, but based on the half-degraded glass vial, you estimate it to be at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years ago. Has it been that long? Chen Shi feels something is off. The human industrial revolution has only been around for 200 years. Could there have been industrial products like mobile phones thousands of years ago? The ancient voice that suddenly echoed from the stone tablet startled you, and upon hearing the speaker's standard Mandarin, you became even more alert. Though you were unsure of what Blue Star was, it was not hard to guess from the name that it was likely a planet similar to Earth. The speaker might also be a fellow traveler. However, given the poor reputation of travelers betraying one another, you did not acknowledge the identity of the Blue Star person, claiming instead that you had accidentally transported here after crushing a jade talisman. Upon hearing your words, the stone tablet's voice seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and then inquired where you had learned the language. You replied that it was the official language of the Great Wei Dynasty. The voice from the stone tablet expressed surprise and asked you many questions about the Great Wei, appearing quite unfamiliar with it. After some pleasantries, you took the initiative to ask, why are you hiding in the stone tablet? Hee, I do not wish to deceive you, young friend. I am the guardian of this tomb. You were greatly taken aback and hurriedly asked whose tomb it was. The voice from the stone tablet replied that this was the Spirit Clan's cave abode. Back in the day when the Spirit Clan faced extermination, he was entrusted by a powerful benefactor of the Spirit Clan to lead the descendants in fleeing. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, they were ultimately discovered by their enemies. He fought with all his might but could not prevail. The Spirit Clan's descendants were nearly wiped out, and he also perished, leaving behind only a remnant of his soul to linger in the world, becoming the guardian of the tomb to this day. After recounting his experiences, the voice from the stone tablet turned to ask what your plans were next. You expressed your desire to settle here for a while. You also inquired about the corpses you had seen along the way. The stone tablet's voice said that those corpses were all of Blue Star people. The Spirit Clan's cave abode was quite special. Tens of thousands of years ago, it frequently saw the sudden appearance of self-proclaimed travelers from Blue Star. At that time, he was lonely and bored, so he learned to speak the Blue Star language. However, in recent tens of thousands of years, he had not seen any Blue Star people. Finally, he earnestly advised you not to linger here for too long, as it was extremely dangerous. The enemies who slaughtered the Spirit Clan's descendants harbored a deep hatred for Blue Star people. To this end, they had specifically set up a monitoring point here to keep tabs on everything. If they discovered unknown individuals at the monitoring point, they might very well treat you as a blue star person and kill you. You were greatly shaken after hearing this. You had not expected that this place used to be able to randomly refresh travelers. At the same time, you were horrified by the identity of the stone tablet's voice. You had not anticipated that he was not a traveler as you had thought, and judging by his tone, he seemed to be an ancient creature who had survived for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, even the celestial beings only have a lifespan of around 500 years. However, what the other party mentioned about the monitoring point reminded you of the torn paper fragment in the pile of ashes in the cave that had abandoned monitoring point written on it. Your intuition told you that the voice from the stone tablet might not be telling the truth. Moreover, the cowboy corpse in the cave looked as if it had only recently been transported, which did not align with the claim that no one had come for hundreds of thousands of years. However, you chose not to expose him and instead asked how to leave. The other party stated that the spirit clan's cave abode was suspended all around and shrouded by a formation, and that this stone tablet was the eye of the formation. You only needed to drip blood on the stone tablet, and it would immediately send you away. Considering this was a fantasy world, and out of caution you did not do so. However, you thought of the fellow traveler behind the scenes. After a moment of contemplation, you explained the situation of the cowboy in the cave to the stone tablet, and asked whether travelers had started appearing again in the spirit clan's cave abode. The stone tablet trembled slightly, falling into a long silence. Then the stone tablet's voice became hoarse. Young friend, if you wish to leave, do as I say. I must go to sleep now. Afterward, no matter how you called out, the stone tablet remained indifferent. Subsequently, you explored the spirit clan's cave abode for several months, confirming that there was truly no one around. You then set up a makeshift shelter on a secluded peak, which allowed you to monitor the stone tablet from several kilometers away. Afterward, you began to practice the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. For years later, you successfully opened the fate door and refined it into a supreme iron bone. 20 years later, you successfully opened the heart door and refined it into a supreme copper bone. 50 years later, you successfully opened the life door and refined it into a supreme silver bone. 60 years later, as you sat on the mountain peak attempting to break through the death door, you suddenly saw a young man in sportswear and glasses standing in front of the stone tablet, speaking animatedly with great excitement. You trembled all over, realizing that this young man was likely another traveler like the cowboy. Just as you were about to rise, you saw the bespectacled young man take out a fruit knife and cut his finger, letting his blood drip onto the stone tablet. After laughing for a while, the bespectacled young man quickly turned and left. Seeing this scene, you gritted your teeth and took out a mysterious great sword from your 10 directions ring, following after him. You suspected that the young man might be under the control of the stone tablet. A divine soul assault strikes you. Your eyelids grow increasingly heavy. Just before losing consciousness, you stow the Rangxian spiritual artifact in your ring. Then, summoning your last shred of strength, you hurl the ring over the cliff's edge. Darkness swallows you. When you awaken, searing pain lances through both eyes. Your vision is utterly black. You realize you are blind. Yet fortune favors you. You have survived. As a peerless silverbone cultivator, your constitution is extraordinary. That bespectacled youth, a mere ordinary man, lacked any weapon capable of ending your life. He merely crippled your sight. Discarding the Shifang ring over the cliff before collapsing saved your life. Yet no joy stirs within you. This place teems with abundant spiritual energy. Given the ancient master sealed within that stone tablet, he may arrive to claim your life within days. Grasping this peril, you force yourself upright and, guided solely by acute hearing, stagger toward the cliff's rim. The wind howls fiercely around you. A suspicion rises unbidden in your mind. That bespectacled youth, unarmed, yet still possessing one fatal option, hurling you over the precipice, chose not to do so. Even a peerless silverbone cultivator would shatter into dust upon impact in such a Sanshang abyss. You inhale deeply and leap. No plummet follows. Instead, your feet meet solid ground. A long, slow breath escapes you. Thick layers of fallen leaves cushion your steps, crunching softly beneath your soles. Relying on heightened perception, you press forward through the gloom. A sharp feminine voice rings out, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Harmony sect?" At the name Harmony sect, you are stunned. It is one of the 5 great sects of the Dawei realm. Its ancestral mountain seated in Yangzhou, tens of thousands of li from the Liangzhou frontier. In your past life, during the Jia Camp Grand Competition, they even sent disciples to recruit at the Song family estate, though you and Song Fan joined the Spirit Sword sect instead. To avoid misunderstanding, you immediately declare yourself a scion of the Song family of Liangzhou, a cadet branch of the Divine General Manor, who strayed here by sheer chance, and humbly beg their pardon. The Harmony sect disciple pauses, then challenges you. The Song family was annihilated 60 years ago. The entire Liangzhou territory now lies under demonic dominion. How, as an uncultivated commoner, could you possibly breach the demonic blockade and travel alone across thousands of li to reach the Ling Mountain region of Shuzhou? Chen Shi's heart jolts. The Song family fell 60 years ago. Counting carefully, it aligns precisely with the year the demonic cataclysm erupted, the very year you entered the Spirit Clan's cave heaven. And Ling Mountain. Wasn't that the ancestral seat of the Spirit Sword sect? How had it become the Harmony sect's forbidden grounds? Bewildered, you continue reading. The Harmony sect disciple notices your blindness. She studies your face, still handsome despite approaching middle age, and suspects you might be a stolen young slave escaped from some senior sister's private abode. After all, Ling Mountain's outer defenses are impenetrable, no ordinary person could infiltrate it. She questions your identity once more. Though reeling inwardly at her revelations, you know further words serve no purpose. You remove the artifact concealing your cultivation and reveal your peerless silverbone aura, proving you are a surviving scion of the Song family, who arrived here only after shattering a spatial transmission jade talisman. Your overwhelming vital energy makes the Harmony sect disciple tremble. What follows next sends her into rapturous delight. In one swift motion, she strikes you down with a palm strike. Darkness returns. When you awaken again, you discover you were violated while unconscious. Iron shackles bind your ankles. Recalling the Harmony sect's known practice of keeping yang slaves, you instantly grasp your predicament and erupt in fury. You slap the demonist's supple buttocks, declaring yourself a peerless silverbone prodigy, a direct heir of the Song family. Should she dare imprison you, your elders will petition the Wei Emperor himself for justice. In your view, the Song family has thrived for a millennium. Its branches vast and deep. Even if its ancestral seat in Liangzhou fell, collateral lines remain plentiful, ready to inherit titles and found new manners. Even diminished, the Song family remains no trivial target for oppression within the Dawei realm. For 1,000 years, the Song family guarded Liangzhou, bearing immense hardship and sacrifice. Its annihilation 60 years ago likely stemmed from heroic resistance against the demons, a legacy of loyalty and martyrdom. Unless the Wei Emperor is a petty, graceless tyrant, he would intervene, both morally and politically. The demoness merely giggles, intoxicated, as she replies, the Dawei realm barely holds itself together. Even if you are a Song scion, what can the Wei Emperor do to me, a core disciple of the Harmony sect? His edicts now hold sway only in Xizhou, not here in Xuzhou. Hearing this, you recoil in shock. In just 6 decades, the Dawei realm has decayed beyond recognition. You swiftly apologize, claiming your outburst was impulsive. She is delighted by your deference and commands you to follow her loyally, assuring you she will reward you well. In the days that follow, you are imprisoned in a chamber by Wang Chuman, a Lingyi realm demoness. She attempts to persuade you to cultivate the Taiyin scripture of the Harmony sect to aid her dual cultivation practice, but abandons the idea upon discovering your unique 5 celestial gates meridian structure. A quiet sigh of relief escapes you. Dual cultivation demands parity. If one party dominates too severely, the other becomes mere sustenance. Drained dry, even a peerless silverbone cultivator would wither to a husk in short order. You inquire about the Spirit Sword sect. She replies coolly, it was absorbed and erased by our Harmony sect 53 years ago. You are thunderstruck and urgently ask how many heaven-ascended masters the Harmony sect possesses. She scoffs, the Spirit Sword sect's fall had nothing to do with our number of heaven-ascended masters. Rather, many of their venerable elders vanished inexplicably, leaving them critically weakened. Soon after rival sects dismantled them entirely, we claimed Ling Mountain. The Tianzong sect seized the sword tombs. You then ask about Song Fan. She claims never to have heard of him. This astonishes you. After 60 years, a figure of such destiny should not remain obscure, even if he never achieved renown. Next, you ask after Lin Manqing and Song Qingwei. This time she recalls something. Song Qingwei, I've heard of her. A golden bone prodigy and sword cultivation genius 50 years past. But during the Spirit Sword sect's dissolution, she perished in battle, never reaching the heaven-ascended realm. Through in-depth conversations with the enchanting woman, you discover that acquaintances from 60 years ago either seem to have perished or mysteriously disappeared. One of them is Gu He, who successfully broke through to the Earth Pill Master 30 years ago, causing a stir in the world. Unfortunately, in pursuit of the path of alchemy, he abandoned his cultivation and, with only the lifespan of an innate realm practitioner, sat down in the medicinal King Valley shortly after his breakthrough, thwarting your desire to seek information from him. The other is Nangong Wan, who entered the Celestial sect through the armor camp before the fall of the Song family. Fortunately, she escaped a calamity, and to your surprise, she is doing well now as an elder of the Celestial sect, a powerful figure of consummate innate perfection. Old acquaintances have faded, and the world has changed. This leaves you feeling somewhat lost and melancholic. The only comfort you find is that the enchanting woman, as a true disciple of the Hahuan sect, possesses outstanding roots and holds high standards for the purity of Yuan Yang, not the kind of promiscuity you had imagined. Through subtle hints, you learn that you are still her first man, and she is merely rich in theoretical knowledge. However, you must find a way to leave the Hahuan sect. Whether it's the bespectacled youth or the hidden mastermind, both pose potential threats. Staying in the Hahuan sect is extremely dangerous, If the enchanting woman reveals your circumstances, it won't take much for you to be exposed to the watchful eyes of the bespectacled youth and the hidden mastermind. On March 24th, 60A, after 2 months of getting to know each other, your relationship with the enchanting woman has grown warmer. On April 15th of 60, you told the enchanting woman a story from the dream of red mansions which she did not like. You then switched to the story of battle through the heavens, changing the protagonist to her and the heroine to yourself. She became completely captivated, even neglecting her usual hobbies, and spent her days insisting you recount tales of Yao Huahua and Chen Shi. On June 14th, 60, after days of interaction and adjustment, the enchanting woman no longer confined you and allowed you to come and go freely from her cave dwelling. On September 12th, 60, under the influence of your tender advances, you took the initiative for the first time to express your desire to leave the Hahuan sect, asking if she would be willing to accompany you. The enchanting woman was deeply conflicted, and noticing this, you questioned whether she had forgotten the vows you made to each other. She shook her head vigorously, and then, abandoning her identity as a true disciple of the Hahuan sect, eloped with you under the pretense of going out to gain experience. You have a premonition that it won't be long before the hidden mastermind comes knocking again to take your life. You need to gather more information. You decide to head to the Medicinal King Valley. Master Gu, he had entered the secret realm with Song Fan back in the day and should be aware of the whereabouts of Song Qing Wei and Song Fan. Although the latter has passed, there may still be clues left behind. On the way to the Medicinal King Valley, you gain further insight into the state of the world. Since the old Wei Emperor passed away 30 years ago, the fortunes of the Great Wei have been on the decline. Over the following 30 years, 5 young emperors were frequently replaced, all inexperienced rulers. Initially, there were court struggles followed by military generals seizing power. Now the one wielding absolute control over the court is the head of the divine generals house, the Wang family. The Wang family has long defended Yozhou, which lies on the demon's border. After the fall of the Song family, the Wang family faced attacks from both demons and humans struggling to hold on. At that time, the old Wei Emperor had just passed, leading to internal turmoil and external warfare. The noble families and sects were stirring. To stabilize the court, the empress summoned the Wang family to the imperial city, not expecting to create a situation reminiscent of Dong Zhuo occupying the dragon bed. After conversing with the enchanting woman, you realize that the main reason for the decline of the Great Wei is not the mysterious death of the old Wei Emperor, but the significant strengthening of the 4 major sects over these 60 years, which have regained control over cultivation resources. There are even rumors that the 4 major sects have produced a powerhouse beyond the human realm. This reminds you of a secret tale told by Lin Manqing about a cursed land where celestial palaces descend and divine-level techniques exist. In the 60 years since the fall of the Song family, the 4 major sects have greatly enhanced their power. Everything seems too coincidental. You suspect that the fall of the Song family may not be entirely your fault. They might really have hidden divine-level techniques from the cursed land. The hidden mastermind may have leveraged this point to secretly orchestrate the demon riots, and even the fall of the Song family, possibly with the involvement of all 5 major sects. In this upheaval, the demons devoured the people of the entire Liangzhou as their blood feast, breaking the Song family a formidable bone. The 4 major sects obtained divine-level techniques. The hidden mastermind destroyed your refuge, and even seemingly manipulated the Qing King to take your life. If it weren't for Master Gu, his ancient teleportation jade talisman, bringing you into the spirit tribe's cave, you would have long fallen victim to a deadly plot. The cause of such drastic changes, you speculate, may be your connection with Gu He and your handling of Elder Wang's affairs, which have provoked the opponent to spare no effort in eliminating you in your cradle, just as you sought to eliminate the bespectacled youth in the spirit tribe's cave. At this moment, you suddenly begin to understand the hidden mastermind. In that life, as the sword maniac living for 50 years, may also be attributed to your single-minded practice of the sword and neglect of cultivation, for you posed no threat at that time. On February 14th, 61, you arrived at the Medicinal King Valley with the enchanting woman. Your identity as a prodigy with exceptional silver bones gained you special treatment. However, when you expressed your desire to pay respects to Master Gu, he, the Medicinal King Valley, refused your request. Reluctantly, you stated your identity, mentioning that 60 years ago you provided Master Gu He with many earth-level spirit herbs, and he promised you that if you needed help you could come to the Medicinal King Valley to find him. Upon hearing your words, the steward of the Medicinal King Valley appeared much more serious. He said to wait a moment while he went to inform the descendants of Master Gu He to verify this matter. The enchanting woman was greatly shocked. She never expected you to have connections with the legendary Master Gu He, who was already deceased before she was born. Hearing this, you felt somewhat uneasy. Due to consuming a large amount of longevity pills and spending 60 years in the spirit tribe's cave, time passed aimlessly, and you hardly paid attention to your age. Only now, after the enchanting woman's remark, do you realize you are already 79 years old, which feels rather inappropriate. An hour later, a beautiful woman came to see you. Her expression was indifferent, and she introduced herself as Gu He's granddaughter. She mentioned that her grandfather had indeed spoken of such a matter in his lifetime, and had specifically instructed that if the benefactor who had provided him with earth-level spirit herbs came seeking help, they must do their utmost to fulfill his requests. The beautiful woman's attitude towards you was quite cold. Although you felt somewhat puzzled, you did not mind. You expressed your wish to learn more about Master Gu He's situation after entering the secret realm. The beautiful woman immediately took out a wooden box from her ring stating that it contained the information you sought. Then she asked if you had any other requests. You pondered for a moment and mentioned that a powerful enemy was lurking in the shadows and you wanted the Medicinal King Valley to send a master to protect your safety. The beautiful woman agreed to your request. Subsequently, she left without looking back. Seeing this, the steward of the Medicinal King Valley told you not to take it to heart. He hinted that Master Gu He had indeed been expected to break through to the celestial realm, but due to his obsession with alchemy after obtaining a large number of earth-level spirit herbs, he completely neglected his cultivation, leading to his eventual demise. After hearing this, you suddenly understood. You realized that the beautiful woman harbored resentment towards you for providing her grandfather with a large amount of earth-level spirit herbs, which indirectly caused his downfall. Upon realizing that the beautiful woman did not welcome you, you chose not to linger in the Yawang Valley and left with the wooden box. There was also an elder named Li Wui from the Yawang Valley. You inquired about Li Wui. The other party told you that after reaching the Tianren realm, to further break through, one must endure the 5 declines of Tianren, suffering filth, illness, old age, and death. For each decline endured, one's strength can double. However, the price is that this breakthrough is extremely perilous, akin to a life and death experience, as enduring each decline does not increase lifespan, but rather diminishes it. Furthermore, once a proactive breakthrough is made and the first decline of Tianren is endured, even if one gives up on cultivation and does not seek to break through again, the subsequent 4 declines will still descend upon you until your complete demise. Finally, Li Wui also informed you that since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has declined, heavenly materials and treasures have become increasingly scarce. Without the nourishment of high-level spiritual items, almost no one can endure the 5 declines now, even those who have find their bodies already ravaged and unable to pursue realms beyond Tianren. All of this has led to the majority of Tianren powerhouses now remaining at the initial stage of Tianren, afraid to break through for fear of invoking the 5 declines. You and the Demoness were greatly shocked. You hadn't expected such secrets existed within the Tianren realm. The more one seeks to break through, the more suffering one endures, and the quicker one dies, and no wonder there has been no emergence of powerhouses beyond Tianren in Wei for so many years. At the same time, you realize something: that protector of yours likely belonged to the group of individuals too afraid to break through, while the Qin Wang was probably a breakthrough survivor of the 5 declines, explaining the vast disparity in their strengths. This made you further suspect that the Song family might be harboring the secrets to breaking through to Tianren, and the mastermind behind it was using this to drive the Qin Wang to kill you. Finally, Li Wui told you an ancient secret. He stated that hundreds of thousands of years ago there were no such 5 declines in the Tianren realm. As long as conditions were ripe, one could break through. However, it is unknown what caused the sudden arrival of the 5 declines, which attached themselves to every Tianren cultivator like a curse. The curse mentioned by Li Wui made you subconsciously think of the cursed land at the border of Liangzhou. You felt there must be a great secret within. However, you did not dwell on it too much, as with your current strength you probably would not have the opportunity to delve into such secrets. If you were to have another life, perhaps you could try to help the Song family through their crisis, and see if you could access the heavenly level techniques brought from the cursed land. Then you asked about Li Wei's realm. He said he was a 3 declines Tianren. You were extremely surprised to hear this. You hadn't expected the Yawang Valley to send such a powerful protector for you. It seems that Master Gu He's granddaughter holds a significant position in the Yawang Valley. You thought for a moment and decided to inform Li Wui that your enemies were very strong and might send a 5 declines Tianren to take your life, expressing that if they were to retreat now you would actively explain the situation to the Yawang Valley. Li Wui refused, saying that having experienced 3 declines, he was already a withered bone in the grave with little time left. If he could die in battle for you, it would be a wish fulfilled. You were greatly taken aback by this. You did not understand why a dignified 3 declines Tianren would willingly risk his life for you. Seeing your puzzled expression, Li Wui sighed dejectedly. I hail from the Li family in Shuzhou. The family has exhausted every effort, depleting treasures and sacrificing countless clan members to become who I am today. I should protect the prosperity of my family in return for their kindness, yet I was prideful and aimed to break through beyond Tianren, overestimating my own talent, resulting in the 5 declines haunting me. With little time left, I feel deeply guilty towards my family. If I die in battle for you, the Yawang Valley will surely protect my family, and it would be a death well spent. Li Wui looked at you gratefully, expressing that had it not been for your appearance, he would not have had the chance to make amends for the family's debts. You sighed deeply upon hearing this, lamenting that cultivation truly goes against the heavens. People like Li Wui, who despite a lifetime of setbacks still strive for a glimmer of opportunity, to inquire about the Tao must be countless in this world. Yet many have turned to bones under the calamity of the 5 declines. How would someone like you await fare in the future? You couldn't help but recall the spiritual tribe's cave dwelling hidden in the Ling Mountain. That place has a mysterious origin, existing as a self-contained world for hundreds of thousands of years. If you could send a certain Tianren powerhouse inside, perhaps they could evade the calamity of the 5 declines and break through beyond Tianren. With such a powerhouse protecting you, the mastermind would appear trivial. On February 15, 1961, after leaving the Yawang Valley, you arrived at an inn, taking out the wooden box given to you by the beautiful woman, asking the demoness to help you see what was inside. The demoness told you it was a letter. Inside the box was also a recipe for a pill called the Butian Dan. You had the demoness read it to you. Immediately you heard shocking news: Song Fan, the son of fortune, had fallen. Gu detailed the events that transpired in the secret realm within the letter. He stated that before departing, the 3 of them had left a spiritual soul jade tablet with the Song family. If it shattered in case of danger, Lin Manxing would expose the secret realm, summoning the Tianren ancestors for rescue. The 3 of them, having undergone numerous trials, barely entered the depths of the secret realm, discovering it to be the ruins of the Dan Ding sect from ancient times. During this period, they harvested a large number of pill formulas and spiritual treasures. Song Fan and Song Qingwei relied on several divine springs that nourished the spiritual herbs, both refining supreme golden bones. Strangely, on their return journey, Song Fan's body suddenly vanished into thin air. After searching for a while with no results, they had no choice but to leave the secret realm that was about to close. Shortly thereafter, they encountered several Tianren ancestors from the Lingjian sect outside the secret realm and learned of the news about Song Fan's soul jade tablet shattering. Chen Shi frowned deeply. Song Fan had been lively when he last exited the secret realm. How could he fall now with assistance? Could it be the work of the mastermind? It shouldn't be. First of all, your relationship with Song Fan isn't deep. As a mere step-uncle, the mastermind should know the truth. Secondly, the mastermind's strength at this time was not strong. He only grasped many unknown secrets, using this information gap to create chaos. Such operations should also be perilous in the eyes of the opponent, otherwise he would have used them in previous simulations. The possibility of Gu He lying to harm Song Fan is also quite low. Based on the events of later generations, he doesn't seem like such a person. Moreover, in the simulation, Song Fan had entered the secret realm with Song Qingwei, leaving behind the spiritual soul jade tablet. This should be a method of monitoring by Lin Manxing. After all, Gu He, as a congenital powerhouse, would likely have no chance of harming Song Fan and Song Qingwei. On March 15, 061, after pulling up your pants, you advised the demoness to leave, expressing that she was still young and shouldn't follow you to her demise. The demoness was furious, questioning whether you had forgotten the vows made at the beginning. Knowing that arguing was futile on that day, under your secret guidance, Li Wui stealthily headed to the Hehuan sect. Shortly after, the demoness was forcibly taken away by her sect. Before leaving, she cried like a dog, pulling at you with a lengthy written plea, wanting you to wait for her at the inn, promising to find a way to escape and elope with you. You reluctantly agreed. Soon after, you and Li Wui left the inn under the cover of night. On May 12, 061, under the escort of Li Wui, you arrived at a small county town on the border of Shuzhou. What you witnessed along the way was truly horrifying. The millions of citizens in Liangzhou were treated like livestock raised by demons within the city walls, becoming regular blood food, with countless lives lost every day. The 4 major sects occupied the 7 states, yet turned a blind eye solely because the spiritual mines in Liangzhou had already been willingly offered to them by the demons. For a group of common folk, the lofty cultivators naturally would not risk their lives to rescue them. Even if there were a few righteous individuals, their efforts would be in vain. As the great building of society teeters, no single tree can support it. Even Shuzhou is not spared from demon attacks. For example, in this Qinghe city where you reside, due to its proximity to Liangzhou, demons often invade surrounding villages to devour villagers, resulting in the deaths of hundreds or thousands. To maintain stability, the county magistrate of Qinghe even secretly negotiated with nearby wolf demons, agreeing to provide 100 commoners monthly in exchange for not attacking the villages. You can't help but start reminiscing about the Great Wei. Although the governance was corrupt and taxes were heavy, at least ordinary people still had a way to survive, with hands and feet to steal or rob. Even in the worst case, one could sneak into the vast mountains, escaping the jurisdiction of the authorities, living as a tax-exempt mountain dweller, rather than facing the daily threat of being devoured by demons, where even entering the mountains was a dead end. That night, at your suggestion, Li Wui took action, wiping out the demons within 100 miles. The nearby demon kings trembled in terror, hastily retreating with their clans from the vicinity of Qinghe City. Not long after, the nearby citizens spontaneously donated money to erect a shrine honoring the one who acted in the shadows, with a steady stream of worshippers visiting daily. On July 14, 061, You heard news that the Tianzong branch in the sword tomb of Shuzhou had been attacked by a mysterious powerful figure, resulting in the fall of two heavenly elders, with Tianzong disciples suffering heavy losses, and the death toll was particularly bizarre, with all bodies turning into dried husks, supposedly the work of demonic cultivators. You couldn't help but worry about Nangong Wan. After all, while others might lend you a hand, she was someone who had helped you multiple times. On August 20th, 61, Li Wui informed you that Nangong Wan had left the sword tomb a month ago and should not have encountered any misfortune. Then he spoke with a serious tone, stating that a tremendously powerful demonic cultivator had emerged in Shuzhou, specifically hunting the heavenly powers of the four major sects. Even some second-realm heavenly beings had fallen victim to this demonic cultivator's schemes, urging you to leave Shuzhou. Li Wei's words reminded you of that old monster from the spiritual clan's cave. You suspected that this demonic cultivator might very well be the bespectacled youth. You dared not be careless and left Shuzhou under the cover of night. On September 10th, 61, you arrived at a border county in Yozhou, spending your days in taverns idly listening to songs. During this time your eyes healed. You had been trying to gather news about the Qin Wang, but there were few leads, as he seemed to have vanished into thin air 60 years ago. On November 18th of 61, while listening to music in the tavern, you saw a middle-aged man whom you found somewhat familiar, but you were quite certain you had never met him before. It was an odd feeling. Filled with curiosity, you took the initiative to strike up a conversation. The middle-aged man glanced at you and smiled, asking, "Brother, what can I do for you?" You thought for a moment and said, "You seem remarkably familiar, like an old acquaintance, yet I cannot recall who it is, hence my approach." Upon hearing your words, the middle-aged man became interested and inquired about your background. You stated that you were a descendant of the Song family from Liangzhou. The middle-aged man's expression turned somewhat dazed, chuckling softly, claiming he did not recognize you, perhaps due to a resemblance he shared with a certain friend of yours which made you feel familiar. Afterward, the middle-aged man chatted with you for a few more moments before bidding farewell. You watched his departing figure. You asked Li Wui beside you if the man was a cultivator. Li Wui shook his head, stating that the middle-aged man showed no signs of cultivation, just an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, you felt that you had overthought it. On December 2nd or 61, the demonic cultivators grew increasingly rampant, poisoning the lands of the 7 continents, and even began targeting second-realm heavenly beings. During your time in the tavern, you received news from time to time about the 4 major sects' elders being turned into dried corpses. After consecutively losing over 10 heavenly beings, the 4 major sects, including Yaowang Valley, Tianzong Wanfashan, and Yihuan sect, chose to cooperate and formed the Demon Extermination Alliance, beginning a worldwide hunt for demonic cultivators. On December 12th, 61, traces of demonic cultivators were discovered in the Fulong mountain range of Shuzhou, prompting the Demon Extermination Alliance to take action. On December 17th, 61, the demonic cultivators unleashed a massacre at great cost to themselves, slaughtering 12 heavenly beings from the Demon Extermination Alliance, including 1 second-realm heavenly being and 3 third-realm heavenly beings with dozens of innate strongmen. The 4 major sects suffered significant losses, shaking the world. That same month, the demons seized the opportunity to invade the border of Yuzhou, once again occupying dozens of cities, with tens of millions of innocent citizens becoming blood food. Your county town was the first to bear the brunt, and within just 3 days, hundreds of thousands of citizens perished at the hands of the demons. Under the protection of Li Wui, you successfully escaped the perilous situation. The world was descending further into chaos. After the fall of the 2 old ancestors guarding the Song residence, the entire Song family, young and old, was captured. Soon after, the 7 celestial ancestors of the Song family, who were away on a campaign, all met with unexpected and tragic deaths. According to whispers from the elder, the reason for their demise was that a mysterious group threatened the lives of the entire Song family, leading to their subsequent deaths. After listening to the elder's vague and speculative narrative, you concluded that the reason for the Song family's downfall was simply theft. However, you believe the main reason may still be the celestial-level martial arts that provoked the mysterious individuals. At the same time, you are curious about why this elder knows so much about what happened to the Song family back then. You took the initiative to inquire about his identity. The elder smiled and said, "In my earlier years, I used to feed horses at the Song family, relying on my older brother Yin, who was favored by a noble in the residence. I left the horse yard and became a shopkeeper in the commercial district of Liangzhou City, narrowly escaping that disaster. It was only after much inquiry that I came to know quite a bit about the events of that year." You were taken aback for a moment, staring at the elder's deeply lined face for quite a while. You asked, "What is your surname, elder?" The elder replied with a smile, "My humble surname is Li, with a single character for my given name, Pao. Speaking of which, young brother, upon closer inspection, you bear quite a resemblance to my late older brother." You remained silent for a long time as Li Pao began to boast about that older brother. He stated that his brother was exceptionally gifted, a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in 100 years, who was greatly valued by a lady in the residence. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, he mysteriously vanished, with some saying he met an untimely death, causing the most beautiful maid beside the lady Mo Xiang to cry until her eyes were swollen for him. Through your conversation with Li Pao, you learned some news about Lin Manqing. After the demon chaos erupted, the Lingjian sect sent a powerful figure down the mountain to take them away from the Song family, but what happened afterward was unknown to Li Pao. However, from this incident, you suspect that the Lingjian sect may have known about the Song family's downfall in advance, which is why they took Lin Manqing and her group away beforehand. Seeing this, Chen Shi was somewhat perplexed. During her time in the ruins' secret realm, Lin Manqing could summon several celestial experts, indicating her significant status within the Lingjian sect. Her husband Song Tianyuan is one of the Song family's 7 sons, and her daughter Song Qingwei also bears the Song family bloodline. Even if she were cold-blooded, it would be unreasonable to give no warning and watch the Song family be annihilated. Could it be that she was unaware of this matter? Or perhaps the Lingjian sect was also involved in the Song family's demise. Next, you inquired about the news of King Qin, but the other party knew little, only that after the front lines collapsed, the demons invaded Liangzhou in waves, and the Qin royal family had long since evacuated Liangzhou city to take refuge in the imperial city of Xizhou. You bid farewell to Li Pao, ultimately choosing not to acknowledge him. On December 27, 062, the magic cultivator who had been lurking for a year reappeared, forcefully storming the gates of the Hahuan sect in Yangzhou. In a short time, with unmatched strength, he slaughtered 4 celestial experts from the Hahuan sect. It was only when the sect's ancestor Xian Yangzi emerged from seclusion that the terrifying magic cultivator was finally repelled. This incident caused a great uproar. Li Wui told you that Xian Yangzi of the Hahuan sect was rumored to have glimpsed the realm beyond the celestial level. Such a powerful figure was still unable to retain the magic cultivator. Given time, the 4 major sects could face extermination, as the magic cultivator's rate of growth was too rapid. Under the threat of the magic cultivator, everyone in the 4 major sects felt insecure, and more celestial elders began to actively seek breakthroughs, attracting the arrival of the 5 calamities. In an instant, a radical wind swept through. The strength of the 4 major sects increased significantly. In fact, there were rumors that the matter of the magic cultivator had already caught the attention of the ancestors of the 4 major sects, who were all emerging from seclusion, lying in wait in the shadows for an opportunity to strike, ready to eliminate the magic cultivator at once. The sudden emergence of such a formidable figure in the demonic path made you increasingly suspicious that this magic cultivator was the bespectacled youth. The timeline was too coincidental. Perhaps only the old monster in the steel possessed such strength. His massacre of the Hahuan sect might have been out of resentment for having encountered treatment similar to yours when he left the Ling clan's cave, prompting him to act so ruthlessly. At the same time, another suspicion arose in your heart. Could it be that this magic cultivator was the reincarnation of Song Fan? If the old man within Song Fan's body were also a practitioner of the demonic path, he might very well possess such power. On February 7, 063, the magic cultivator completely vanished, seemingly fearing the rumors, worried that the ancestors of the 4 major sects were lying in wait. On March 3, 063, as the sky darkened after the last guest departed, you stood up, as usual, to close the tea house. However, you saw a figure in black clothing and a hat approaching from outside, hunching over with their face obscured by a veil, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. Just as you were about to speak, you heard Li Wei's voice. Young Master Chen, this person's aura is ethereal and unpredictable, not a simple character, at least a 3-calamity celestial. You paused, gazing at the figure in black, and slowly said, "Sir, the tea house is closing." The figure in black replied in a hoarse voice, "My master has heard that a tea house owner from Yangzhou City, a descendant of the Song family of the Liangzhou Divine General's mansion, has come and has specifically sent me to invite you to the residence as a guest, saying it's a reunion of old friends. I hope the owner will grant this request." You expressed surprise, saying, "Sir, could you tell me your master's name?" The figure in black replied, "The owner will know upon arriving." You nodded, saying, "Since it's an invitation from an old friend, then I must go. However, before that, could you please remove your hat and show your true face?" The figure in black said, "My appearance is unseemly, and it may cause discomfort to the owner." You smiled and indicated it was no bother. After your insistence, the figure in black hesitated for a moment, but still removed the hat. You maintained a composed expression, yet your gaze was tightly focused on the upper part of the figure. Once the hat was removed, you saw a face so wrinkled, it was almost unrecognizable. It was covered in scars, looking terrifying, making it impossible to discern the original features, but a large black mole, with long hair, was very prominent on the person's chin. You subtly withdrew your gaze and said meaningfully, "Sir, you resemble a dear old friend of mine." The figure in black put the hat back on and slightly raised their head, saying, "Oh." You slowly said, 63 years ago, I had a brief encounter with him. At that time, I was sitting in a prisoner cart while he waited for me on the road for quite a while. He also wore black clothes like you, but he was missing one thing. The old man wore a conical hat while he was masked." The man in black slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. Indeed, the master did not speak in vain. If you are not eliminated, you will eventually become a source of great trouble. The man in black chuckled softly, ignoring you, and turned to leave the tea house, his raspy voice drifting back. If you don't want him to die, come out and fight. You looked at Li Wui and calmly said, Senior Li, these people want my memories. In the midst of the fight, if someone tries to abduct me, there is no need for you to save me. You just grant me a swift end. Li Wui glanced at you and slowly followed the man in black. Moments later, a deafening roar erupted in the skies above Yangzhou City, stirring several celestial powerhouses to ascend and investigate. Upon discovering that it was a battle between two third-level celestial beings, they gathered to watch from a distance, not daring to approach. You remained seated in the tea house, choosing not to flee. The man in black before you was undoubtedly a pawn sent by the mastermind. Perhaps he was one of those who lay in wait for you at the borders of Liangzhou. Given the cautious nature of the opponent, there might be others lying in ambush outside the tea house. Exiting could easily lead to an ambush. However, you were surprised to find that after more than 60 years, the strength of the mastermind was not as formidable as you had imagined. You speculated that the turmoil caused by the demon rebellion back then might have inflicted a heavy toll on them. Not long after the battle began. Moments later, another man in a conical hat emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, the battle above the tea house became even more intense, causing the windows to shake violently and crackle. Seeing the newcomer, you realized they had made up their mind about you and were not deterred by your words. This thought just flashed through your mind. Then everything went black. In a daze, you slowly woke up to find yourself lying on a soft couch. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm and bright rays on the floor. You were stunned for a long time, thinking that being captured by the man in black meant certain death, yet here you were able to open your eyes and see the sun of a new day. You slowly sat up. Filled with confusion, you got out of bed and pushed open the door. You were greeted by Li Wui, who stood at the door. However, he was no longer in his middle-aged form. He was now covered in wrinkles and had white hair, appearing much older than you. Just as you were about to ask something, Li Wui revealed a shocking piece of news: your enemy has been captured. Hearing that the mastermind is the prince of the Qin royal family, you were momentarily stunned, feeling that something was amiss in your heart. If the mastermind is indeed the prince of the Qin royal family, then after being framed by Elder Wang in previous lives, the Black-clad assassins would have had no need to ambush the escort team. They could have directly utilized the power of the Qin royal mansion to intercept you before your exile, which would have been a mere gesture. You sensed something was wrong and took the initiative to inquire about Jiang Sun's situation. Li Wui expressed his uncertainty, stating that after he repelled the scarred old man, Jiang Sun had already been secretly taken away by people from the four major sects. Ultimately, he subtly revealed to you that after dismantling Jiang Sun's stronghold, several ancestors proposed to search your soul. It was the 5 calamities celestial of the Medicine King Valley who preserved you and brought you back. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. The 4 major sects knew he could lead them to the mastermind, and they must also understand that the mastermind was very interested in him. It was thus not difficult to comprehend their desire for his memories. Gu Yu's intervention to protect him might be connected to Master Gu He. However, these were not the key points. The crux was that both sides' actions were clearly premeditated. In the simulation at the moment he left the Spirit Clan's cave, he might have already been under strict surveillance. The 4 major sects were watching the mastermind, and Chen Shi was unsure of the reasons behind it, but one thing was certain: in this situation, it would be exceedingly difficult for the mastermind to kill him. Thus, to take his own life, he must first deal with these ancient monsters behind him. The prince of the Qin royal family, this imposter, was likely just a means for the mastermind to deal with the 4 major sects. At this moment, the simulation text continued to roll. Following the premise that the mastermind must take his life, he gradually became aware of this in the simulation. You sensed that everything that transpired last night was far from as simple as it appeared. However, you felt powerless to change it. In this fantastical world where strength spoke volumes, your feeble power caused you to be caught up in such high-level intrigues like a drifting leaf in a current. Even as a rare silver bone, it mattered little. At 80 years of age, your cultivation of the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate rendered you devoid of any so-called value for nurturing. In the days that followed, you remained at the Medicine King Valley, continuing your cultivation of the 5 paths of Heavenly Gate. Due to your special status, the Medicine King Valley agreed to provide you with spirit stones for your training. During this time, Gu Yu came to visit you once, asking many questions about the mastermind. You answered truthfully and attempted to express your suspicion that the prince of the Qin royal family might be an imposter. Gu Yu seemed surprised, nodded, and left. From his expression, you knew he didn't believe you. You were not surprised by this. The mastermind had prepared such methods for a long time. If your words could change anything, they would have long since been consumed by the 4 major sects. On March 8, 63, Li Wui bid you farewell, stating he had matters to attend to back in his clan. A few days later, you received news of Li Wui's passing. You remained silent for a long while and entrusted someone to deliver a pair of morning couplets. On April 9th, 63, the Medicine King Valley announced a shocking message stating that after investigation, the identity of the demon cultivator had been confirmed to be the long-faked death of the old Emperor Wei Yuanjing from 30 years ago. According to the Medicine King Valley's description, Emperor Yuanjing was nearing the end of his lifespan, and to survive resorted to practicing demonic arts, intending to use all cultivators as blood sacrifices to aid him in breaking through to transcendence. Shortly thereafter, the Tianzonghuan sect and Wanfo Mountain successively released statements acknowledging that the demon cultivator was indeed disguised as Emperor Yuanjing and demanded the court hand over the demon cultivator. In recent years, due to the inability of the Great Wei to maintain peace internally and repel enemies externally, along with rampant corruption among officials, they had long lost credibility among the populace. The statements from the four major sects caused nearly half of the world to believe them. In an instant, the world was thrown into fear and cultivators felt endangered, all demanding an explanation from the court. On April 10th, 63, Emperor Wei issued a decree vehemently denouncing the matter as unfounded. On April 19th, 63, the Medicine King Valley supported the king of Qingzhou in ascending the throne, and the next day the four major sects collectively honored the king of Qingzhou, deploying numerous cultivators to form the demon-expelling army marching towards the imperial city of Xizhou. On May 15th, 63, a shocking war erupted in Xizhou. In the following months, you stayed in the Medicine King Valley hearing news of celestial beings falling every few days. Moreover, as you practiced the qi gathering technique, you could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become significantly thinner. The alchemists of the Medicine King Valley informed you that celestial beings harnessing the righteousness of heaven and earth could manipulate the spiritual energy, which could lead to depletion in a location for days after a battle. This was also why the Great Wei had to sign a treaty with the demons to refrain from engaging celestials, as battles between celestials would only accelerate the decline of spiritual energy. You were greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Qingzhou was a full 70,000 miles away from Xizhou. What kind of devastating battle could cause such a depletion of spiritual energy in Qingzhou? What surprised you even more was that the declining Great Wei Dynasty could withstand the attacks of the four major sects for months, and you were increasingly puzzled as to why the four major sects were so willing to spare no expense in their confrontation with the court. You speculated that it might be related to the prince of the Qin royal family. On July 2nd, 63, you received the news of Nan Gongwan's fall on the front lines. On August 7th, 63, Xianyang Zi of the Hehuan sect, Jian Wu Dao of the Tian sect, Master Ku Yi of Wanfo Mountain, and the Poison Saint of the Medicine King Valley emerged together to head to the front lines. 3 days later, the defense of Xizhou began to collapse, and the forces of the demon-slaying army pressed directly toward the imperial city, their bloodlust palpable, as they chanted slogans demanding to cleanse the Dawei royal family in vengeance for their fallen comrades. The next day, a mysterious figure appeared on the battlefield, single-handedly confronting the demon-slaying army and engaging the four great sects' ancestors. Soon after, some cultivators discovered that all the dead under this mysterious figure were desiccated corpses, thereby solidifying the claim that the demonic cultivators originated from the Dawei royal family. The cultivators of the world were incensed. Even many noble families proclaimed their intent to sever ties with the royal family, but after a bloody suppression by the Wang family of the divine general's mansion, these voices diminished significantly. On August 12th, 63, the mysterious demonic cultivator clashed with the four great ancestors, causing the spiritual energy in the entire Xizhou to be depleted. On August 14th, 63, the demonic cultivator activated a secret method, unleashing astonishing combat power that killed four ancestors outright. In the final moments of life, the demonic cultivator stormed into the ranks of the demon-slaying army, wreaking havoc and slaughtering dozens of celestial-level powerhouses before ultimately self-destructing before the horrified gazes of the world's cultivators. After this battle, the strength of the four great sects was significantly diminished. Upon hearing this news in the Medicine King Valley, you were shocked. The assault of the four great sects on Xizhou, ending with the mutual destruction with the mysterious demonic cultivator, was undoubtedly related to the Qin prince. The timing was too coincidental. Shortly after the capture of the Qin prince, the four great sects launched their attack on Xizhou. You speculate that the four great sects may have learned something from the Qin prince, prompting them to attack Xizhou, perhaps even to force out the mysterious demonic cultivator. This might also be the ultimate goal of the puppet master, who pushed the Qin prince to the forefront, intending to use him as a weapon to eliminate the mysterious demonic cultivator while simultaneously weakening the four great sects. In the same month, demonic beasts launched a massive invasion of Yuzhou, Suzhou, and Yizhou, swiftly capturing nearly 100 prefectural cities within days, exposing billions of common folk to the bloodlust of the demons. Yu and Yangzhou are the strongholds of Wanfo Mountain Tian sect and Hehuan sect. Due to their ancestral ties, the demon-slaying army had to pause their offensive and dispatch some forces back to quell the demonic uprising, which relieved the officials in the court, who lamented the wisdom of the Dao Wei founding emperor. Back in the day after the founding emperor stabilized the realm, he forced these three factions to relocate to the borderlands adjoining the 10,000 Great Mountains, which now appears to have saved away from a dire fate. On September 18, 63, the long-lost Qin Huang Jiangyan, wielding a heavenly grade true artifact, unleashed unparalleled power outside the imperial city, decimating the demon-slaying army by slaying 3 celestial-level powerhouses and over 10 second and third-level celestial cultivators. Without the 4 great ancestors holding the fort, no one in the demon-slaying army could stand against Jiang Yan. This scene of the Qin Huang descending like a deity terrified the demon-slaying army into a hasty retreat from Suzhou. In an instant the world was shaken. No one expected the Qin Huang to possess such terrifying strength, let alone wield a heavenly grade true artifact. Such a configuration could only be matched by the resurrection of the 4 great sect's ancestors. Days later, the adjacent provinces of Jing and Yu declared allegiance, requesting the court to send governors to command their territories. From this point on, the dynamics of the world underwent a tremendous shift. The fortune of the Great Wei Dynasty began to rise sharply. This scene left everyone in awe. Even you couldn't help but marvel at how in a fantasy world a single individual's strength could rewrite the fate of a nation. If this were the previous world, even a celestial hero would find it impossible to alter the nation's fortune if the trend was against them, like Prime Minister Zhuge, who could only leave behind the lament of, "Oh, endless heavens, why do you treat me so unfairly?" before departing. On October 1, 63, Jiang Yan, surrounded by the Wang family of the Divine General's mansion, accepted the abdication of the young emperor and officially ascended the throne, taking the era name Guangwu and declaring himself Emperor Guangwu of Wei. After ascending the throne, Jiang Yan immediately implemented sweeping reforms, establishing the Jinui, purging corrupt officials, instituting the imperial examination system, suppressing noble families and sects, establishing martial schools, nationalizing spirit mines and secret realms, and redistributing land to the common people. These reforms triggered strong discontent among the noble families and sects in Cu and Jing provinces, who often paid lip service but ultimately fell silent under the bloody suppression of Emperor Guangwu. The Great Wei Dynasty once again radiated with vitality. You stayed in the Medicine King Valley listening to these familiar reform measures and increasingly felt that there were fellow travelers from your previous life behind the Qin Huang strategizing. Emperor Guangwu's reforms sparked intense hostility from the 4 great sects, completely extinguishing any thoughts of reconciling with the court, for these actions were even more extreme than those of the Great Wei founding emperor, threatening to uproot the 4 great sects altogether. In the face of Emperor Guangwu's threat, the 4 great sects became increasingly radical in their cultivation. On May 7, 64, while in the Medicine King Valley, you could clearly feel the number of celestial-level powerhouses significantly increasing. Almost every month you would hear news of someone breaking through to the celestial realm and preparing a grand banquet to celebrate. You suspected that the Medicine King Valley might have refined a heaven-supplementing pill, hence the emergence of so many celestial-level cultivators. At the same time, you also harbored some doubts. The 4 great sects likely possessed heavenly-grade techniques brought forth by the cursed lands, and perhaps in a decade or so, they could give rise to figures at the level of ancestors. With Jiang Yan's current strength, why doesn't he take advantage of the 4 great sects' weakness to launch an offensive, allowing them to recuperate instead? On February 8, 64, a familiar figure visited your courtyard, Song Chengming. After more than 60 years, he had become a diminished celestial being. You were astonished to see that the prominent figure of the Song family's new generation was still alive. Through conversation, you learned of Song Chengming's purpose for visiting. He was sent by the Guangwu Emperor to escort you to Suzhou to serve the court. You understood that in the current tense standoff, Song Chengming, as a noble of the Great Wei coming to the Medicine King Valley, indicated that there was no room for you to refuse this matter. You asked Song Chengming why the Song family had fallen. He fell silent, offering no response. On February 17, 64, you entered the imperial city and met with Emperor Jiang Yan of the Great Wei, who, after studying you for a moment, directly revealed your identity as an extraterrestrial demon. You were greatly shocked. Considering the reforms of the Great Wei, you almost believed that the Qin Huang was the hidden mastermind behind it all. But you understood that someone of Qin Huang's stature could not be the hidden mastermind. The ambush on the escort team, carried out by only a true Lake Realm cultivator, did not match the cautious style of a hidden mastermind. You realized that this information must have come from the crossing compatriot. You inquired, "Could your majesty tell me that person's name?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Of course, but before that, why don't you tell me about your abilities?" Upon hearing this, you instantly understood that the hidden mastermind also possessed a golden finger. However, you soon felt puzzled. Given Qin Huang's celestial status, he had no need to ask you and could simply inquire with his heart. Why was he pretending to seek information from you? You responded, "I can see certain future visions." Jiang Yan looked at you with great interest. Has there ever been a being stronger than a celestial in the future of the Great Wei? Your heart stirred at this question. You had just arrived and suspected that Jiang Yin, who could slay 3 diminished celestial beings, might have already surpassed the celestial realm. Now it seemed that was not the case. You shook your head and said, "I'm not sure. I can only see future events related to myself." Jiang Yin nodded and asked what information you possessed. You disclosed all the means by which the hidden mastermind plotted against you, the ambush on the escort team, deaths in the inner courtyard, demise in the deep mountains, and chaos caused by demons. Jiang Yin listened, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a trace of coldness. After a while he told you that he too did not know the true identity of the hidden mastermind. The other party was very cautious and had always communicated with him through puppets during their collaboration. You felt somewhat disappointed and also suspicious, doubting that Jiang Yin was telling the truth. However, he then revealed a shocking piece of information. The hidden mastermind was also an extraterrestrial demon, and it was suspected that there was a force behind him composed of extraterrestrial demons. They were in a life-and-death rivalry with your faction, which was why he was so intent on killing you. There was profit in your demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi was astonished. Were there factions among the Traversers? In the 2.5 years since his crossing, he had been going solo and had not encountered any factions. Could it be that an organization had abandoned him? At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly recalled the bespectacled youth from the Spirit Clan's cave and the cowboy's corpse. Was it possible that they were part of the same organization as him? When I entered the Spirit Clan's cave, based on the state of the cowboy's corpse, he should not have died long ago. The next time I simulate, if there is an opportunity to enter the Spirit Clan's cave again, I could try to make contact with the cowboy. Perhaps I can obtain some intelligence about the organization. Chen Shi murmured. Now he somewhat understood why the hidden mastermind was always so wary of revealing himself. Because the other party also believed he had backing. If his identity was exposed and he was killed, it would likely attract the pursuit of other members of his faction. After all, among Traversers, mutual hunting seemed to yield some form of rewards. When Jiang Yin informed him of this, he probably thought that he had forces behind him intending to create trouble for the hidden mastermind, or even better, to eliminate this unstable factor. Although these two were in a state of cooperation, they seemed to be playing their own games. You were greatly shocked upon hearing this. You never expected Jiang Yin to know so many secrets about the hidden mastermind. Finally, Jiang Yin also revealed that the scarred elder who captured you last year at the tea house might know the true identity of the hidden mastermind. You nodded and then tried to inquire about the identity of the demon cultivator and the reasons behind the attacks from the 4 major sects on Suzhou. Jiang Yin smiled and said nothing, refusing to answer. You then asked about the downfall of the Song family. Jiang Yin still did not respond, indicating that you should ask that demon cultivator instead. Afterward, the conversation with him came to an end. In the days that followed, you were confined in the imperial palace by Jiang Yin, who provided you with abundant food and drink. Jiang Yin demonstrated a humanitarian spirit from another world by summoning 2 exceptionally beautiful princesses to serve you, and subtly hinted that you had 3 months to leave a bloodline for yourself or try to convey some information. As your death approached, you chose to indulge yourself. On May 10th, 64, under your tireless efforts, the 2 princesses became pregnant in succession. Days later, amidst the complex gazes of the princesses, you left the palace with Jiang Yin. You swallowed a pill that Jiang Yin had given you. You fell into a deep sleep. In the midst of slumber, you were being soul-searched. You died. Looking at the simulated text, Chen Shi silently processed the vast amount of information he had gained and formulated a plan for himself. 1. Find the scarred elder with the mole on his chin. 2. Clarify the reason for your mysterious death in the inner courtyard 3 years from now. 3. Secretly monitor Elder Wang to see who is sending him secret messages. 4. Lin Xiaoshui will mysteriously disappear from Yunyu Tower in a few days. We find a way to uncover the reason for her disappearance without alarming anyone. 5. Pay attention to the downfall of the Spirit Sword sect. 6. Try to contact the cowboy and the bespectacled youth from the Spirit Clan's cave. 7. Obtain the recipe for the sky repairing pill and try to cultivate your own power so that when you leave the Spirit Clan's cave you will have the strength to contend with the hidden mastermind. However, you must first find an Earth Pill Master. 8. Secure the ancient teleportation Jade Talisman from Gu He. 9. Act discreetly to avoid the downfall of the Song family and the demise of Song Fan. Generating simulation rewards, the host can choose one from the options. Perfected Refinement Realm, including top-quality silver bones. White Talent, Old Immortal. Recipe for the Sky Repairing Pill. 125 Longevity Pills, High Grade. Due to spending a long time in the Spirit Clan's cave, the options for rewards are limited. However, Chen Shi was somewhat surprised that the ancient teleportation talisman from Master Gu He did not appear as a choice. This might be because he had crushed and used it during the simulation. System I choose option. As Chen Shi made his selection, a powerful surge of vitality erupted from his body. If the mastermind has also activated, it should be some kind of intelligence-based golden finger. Chen Shi pondered. However, to be fair, this golden finger of the mastermind is truly underwhelming. 60 years have passed. Not even a breakthrough beyond the heavens realm. This further explains why the mastermind is reacting so aggressively, even going so far as to orchestrate a demonic uprising. Given the astonishing capabilities of his simulator, as long as he has enough money, he could likely become invincible in just a few days. The mastermind surely doesn't know what his golden finger is. However, judging by how he, under the guise of a horse servant, managed to get close to Lin Manqing in half a day and befriended Gu He within a month, it's clear without needing to think that his golden finger is extraordinary. The speed of his rise is too rapid, especially with his handling of Elder Wang. It's apparent he has already sensed the presence of this time traveler. With all of the above, it's hard for the mastermind not to panic. This simulation must be as low-key as possible. We cannot provoke the mastermind again to prevent him from acting out of desperation. Having made up his mind, Chen Shi reopened the simulator. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 710. 24 tails. Fate points 210. Would you like to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Chen Shi clicked yes and invested all his fate points. Ding, refreshing talent. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully refreshed a green talent, Immortal Phoenix. Green talent, Unyielding Spirit. Please choose your talent within 1 minute. Immortal Phoenix, any minor injury you sustain can heal in a short time. Even severed limbs can regrow within 3 months. I never realized my body was special until one day when I entered the palace and became a eunuch. Unyielding Spirit, after a character dies in the simulation, they can simulate for an extra day. Damn it, let me see who killed me. Looking at the simulation text, Chen Shi's eyes brightened. The talents refreshed this time are outstanding with no side effects and can provide long-term benefits. The Immortal Phoenix talent is extraordinary. Not only can it recover from minor injuries, but it can also regenerate severed limbs. Choosing this means that as long as he doesn't encounter a monstrous opponent, he will be absolutely invincible at the same level. Even his energy consumption can wear down his opponents. The Unyielding Spirit is considerably inferior to the Immortal Phoenix. However, considering the presence of the mastermind, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided on this talent. As long as he resolves the mastermind, his lifespan will undoubtedly be greatly extended. Perhaps a single simulation could make him invincible. He is keen to find out who has been scheming against him all along. Ding. Talent selection, successful life simulation begins. Due to practicing the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate, you no longer prioritize root bone and yuan yang. You choose to stay overnight at Yunfu. An indescribable story. 2 hours later, Chen Pingan could not find a home and settled on the towering snowy mountain. You helped her clean up and temporarily canceled the engagement. The next day, you left Li Ping alone. A day felt like 3 autumns. On the 3rd day, a day felt like 3 autumns. On the 5th day, a day felt like 3 autumns. During this time, you selected several moderately potent mystical spirit herbs from the 10 Directions ring and gifted them to Song Fan. Song Fan's favorability towards you greatly increased. He called you uncle. On the 8th day, you met Lin Manqing and showcased the prowess of your superb silver bones. She was utterly shocked. You confessed your identity as a reborn person, deliberately omitting Lin Xiaoshui. You took out all the spirit herbs and earnestly requested Lin Manqing in her name to secretly ask Master Gu He to refine a longevity pill and also to trade for the ancient teleportation jade talisman and request 2 experts skilled in stealth techniques to secretly monitor Elder Wang and protect Lin Xiaoshui. Under the temptation of the ruins, secret Lin Manqing agreed to your request. Under your instruction, Lin Xiaoshui began to enter and exit Yunfu normally. On the 10th day, Song Fan started his martial arts journey. You let him go out to train, but this time you didn't reveal the identity of the old man. You merely told Song Fan to bring back a scroll from the treasure pavilion in Yunming City in 5 months. Song Fan asked you what scroll. You didn't answer, indicating that he would know once he went to the treasure pavilion. Song Fan left in great confusion. On the 15th day, Lin Manqing arrived at Yunfu and informed you of an incident. The old lady secretly protecting Lin Xiaoshui had caught a suspicious black-clad man at Yunyu Tower. You were shocked and hurriedly asked mother-in-law, do you know the identity of that black-clad man? Lin Manqing shook her head. He poisoned himself to death. You felt a bit disappointed and then asked, did that person have a big mole on his chin? Lin Manqing said no, but after hesitating for a moment, she revealed to you a piece of information. The martial arts technique of the black-clad man's movement appeared similar to the assassins trained by the royal family of the Great Wei. You were greatly astonished. You had always believed that the one who abducted Lin Xiaoshui was the mastermind. It appears that this is not the case. Because being able to command royal assassins is either wealthy or noble. If the mastermind had such an identity, taking your life would be a piece of cake. At least during the first 2 simulations, it was unnecessary to intercept the escort team at all. After the Yunyu Tower incident, Lin Manqing proactively inquired about Lin Kushui's identity. You avoided answering. She was extremely frustrated. Through this matter, you also discovered a problem. In your previous life, after you confessed everything about Lin Xiaoshui, Lin Manqing quickly investigated her background. This time, you deliberately concealed Lin Kushui's matters, and she had no clues at all and could not uncover anything about Lin Xiaoshui, only knowing that she was a guilty woman. You realize that the special bloodline groups of the spirit sect, after being secretly sent to the secular world by their parents, have a very high degree of confidentiality regarding their identities. Even internal personnel, like Lin Manqing from the spirit sect, cannot detect any anomalies without your hints. Looking at the simulation text, Chen Shi pondered. Why did the black-clad man abduct Lin Xiaoshui? For her special bloodline. To take her back to have children and optimize the offspring. That doesn't make sense. The spirit sect has the heavenly book. The special bloodline descendants breaking through to the upper four realms can be sensed. The black-clad assassin's backer who can probe Lin Kushui's special bloodline identity cannot possibly be unaware of the heavenly book. Furthermore, the special bloodline groups of the spirit sect scattered outside have complicated backgrounds. At the very least, their ancestors had a celestial being. Capturing her would be like handling a ticking time bomb, and one wouldn't even know how they died in the end. However, if it's not for the special bloodline, then it indicates that Lin Xiaoshui may have some secrets unknown to him. A month later, Lin Manqing came to Yunfu again and gave you a ring. When you opened it, you found that it contained as many as 150 longevity pills. You knew that this woman had used your spirit herbs to contact Master Gu He and might have taken some kickbacks. However, you didn't care about that. What you cared about was that the ring did not contain the ancient teleportation jade talisman you wanted. You asked mother-in-law, what about the ancient teleportation jade talisman? Lin Manqing, dissatisfied with your concealment of Lin Kushui's matters, said somewhat irately, I've sent people to inquire several times, but Master Gu, he said, he never had any ancient teleportation jade talisman and doesn't know where you heard that from. Chen Shi was taken aback. Did Gu He not have the teleportation jade talisman? This shouldn't be the case. During the last simulation, it was specifically mentioned that the jade pendant in his ring was an ancient teleportation jade talisman, which could save his life in emergencies. How could it be missing? Could it be that Gu He had not obtained this jade pendant at this time? The likelihood of this was quite small. This simulation had already passed a month. In the last simulation, Gu He also came to the Song family a month later. Therefore, Gu He stated that he did not possess the teleportation jade talisman. There are only three possibilities. 1. He is lying. 2. The jade talisman was obtained by Gu He during his stay at the Song family, possibly given by the Song family members or by someone visiting Gu He. 3. Lin Manqing secretly kept the jade talisman. Chen Shi leaned towards the last possibility. As a parting message, Master Gu He warned future generations to repay kindness, which can be said to be morally impeccable. More importantly, 60 years have passed, and his granddaughter has indeed followed this principle, even though the other party does not like him. Such family values are commendable. It is evident that there is a foundation of teaching by example. To Master Gu He, an ancient teleportation jade talisman is likely worth less than a single hair from a spirit medicine of Earth grade. There is no need to deceive the one who provides the Earth grade spirit medicine for such a trifle. Moreover, after Gu He arrived at the Song family, he spent all his time in the Yun residence refining pills and hardly met any guests. Thus, the second possibility is also quite small. Only Lin Manqing has the greatest suspicion of secretly keeping it. Perhaps due to his overly eager display of interest in the jade talisman during the simulation, it led the other party to suspect it could be some extraordinary treasure. Of course, one cannot rule out another possibility. That his history may have quietly changed in places unknown to him. Lin Manqing shot you a sideways glance. What kind of look is that, kid? You remained silent for a long time before saying, Dear mother-in-law, that jade talisman is very important to me. I kindly ask you to return it to me. Lin Manqing was somewhat angered. She suggested that if you do not believe her, you should ask Master Gu He directly. You argued for quite a while. In the end, she left with a displeased expression. You sat in the main hall lost in thought. Actually, when Lin Manqing said you could ask Master Gu He directly, you realized that she might truly not be lying. After all, this matter could be easily verified. However, you still suspect that the jade talisman is in Lin Manqing's hands, perhaps because she believes it holds secrets and wants to study it. On January 17th, you attempted to practice the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate, challenging the Dead Gate. You discovered a problem. The amount of spiritual energy required to challenge the Dead Gate is enormous. A portion of mysterious grade spiritual liquid can only sustain your practice for half an hour. At this rate of consumption, even the Song family cannot afford it. You decisively gave up. That evening, an indescribable story occurred between you and Lin Xiaoshui. You slept soundly in your clothes. In your sleep, you were encountering an illusion. You were being questioned. You answered some questions. Questioning the heart. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, this was a technique that could only be wielded by the ancestor of the celestial being. He guessed this was the handiwork of Lin Manqing. It is possible that during this confession of his rebirth identity, he did not mention Lin Xiaoshui, resulting in insufficient persuasiveness, prompting the other party to secretly probe into his background using this method. At noon, after waking up, you felt a bit listless. This puzzled you. As being of the supreme silver bone, this level of consumption should merely be a drizzle and shouldn't leave you feeling heavy-headed. You pondered for a while. Ultimately, you could only attribute this to the severe debts incurred by your previous incarnation, resulting in some weakness even after breaking through to the supreme silver bone. Not long after Master Gu, he sent a recording stone. He personally explained. He truly had no ancient teleportation jade talisman. You completely dispelled your doubts. At the same time, another conjecture arose in your heart. History may have quietly changed in ways you are unaware of. 2 months later, with no news from Elder Wang, you decided to first go to the cursed land and attempt to practice the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. You discussed with Lin Manqing. You reached a consensus. You left a letter for Song Fan asking him to take Song Qingwei to the ruin's secret realm upon his return. Lin Manqing would find a reason to imprison you, exiling you to the border of Liangzhou while assigning an old maid to protect you on the way. After 2 days of preparation, you disguised yourself as a prisoner and followed a 1,000-man army towards the Liangzhou border to cultivate wasteland. The leading military general was a martial artist who had achieved the great perfection of true lake realm. On February 20th, after several days of travel, you arrived at the Liangzhou border. While the army rested in place, the soldier guarding you found an excuse to relieve himself and accidentally dropped a copper key in front of your prison cart. You picked it up and unlocked the chains. You escaped. The other prisoners saw you running alone without taking them along. They immediately shouted, trying to attract the soldier's attention. According to the map in your arms, you identified a direction and began your journey. 7 days later, you heard the voice of the old maid beside you. Chen kid, just ahead is that cursed place. Considering your supreme silver bone, ill-advise you one more time, once you enter there, even if you are a jade bone, you will basically have no connection with the martial way in this life. You expressed your gratitude, then plunged into the cursed land without looking back. In truth, how much you wish to stay at Yun residence and spend day and night with Lin Xiushui, but time does not wait for anyone. The hidden puppet masters grow stronger day by day, and as you attempted to practice the 5 paths of the heavenly gate, your path forward was already blocked. You grit your teeth and pressed on. Accumulating your foundation for the next life is still better than dying at the hands of the hidden puppet masters a few years later. Just after taking a few steps, the old maid's voice sounded again. Chen kid, I will wait for you here for 10 years. If you don't come out in 10 years, I will take it as you are dead and return to report to the lady. You dive into a dense rainforest. An hour later. At that moment, you realized you must have been killed by Song Fan nearby. You were puzzled as to how he found you in this vast mountain range, but now it becomes clear that this was likely information leaked by the mastermind behind it all. Yet you remain somewhat perplexed. This village surely isn't within the cursed land, but it must be very close on the edge. Who would settle in such a place for no reason? You feel something is off as you walk along the muddy path covered in white frost. Upon seeing him for the first time, he looks very familiar, yet you are certain you do not know him. This feeling is strange. You remember in your previous life, shortly after leaving the Spirit Clan's cave, you encountered a middle-aged man like him at the border of Yuzhou. At that time, Li Wui told you he was just an ordinary person. You feel that something is amiss. An ordinary person shouldn't retain the appearance of a middle-aged man after 60 years unless he also consumed longevity pills. Or perhaps you mistook him for someone else. With doubts in your heart, you approach him again. The middle-aged man glanced at you and smiled, asking, young man, are you here in this death forest seeking opportunities as well? You pause for a moment after hearing this, hesitating slightly before saying, I thought you looked familiar, like a relative from my clan, but I can't recall who, so I came to disturb you. Upon hearing your words, the middle-aged man became interested and asked about your background. You told him you are a descendant of the Song family from Liangzhou. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat dazed, chuckling lightly, saying he does not know you, and it might be that he looks similar to one of your elders, which is why you found him familiar. After hearing this, you are certain that the man before you is the same middle-aged man you encountered in your past life. You proactively engage him in conversation. You learn that the village is home to many martial artists of the lower fifth realm. Due to the mysterious origins of the cursed land and the descent of an immortal palace 50 years ago, many hopeless martial artists with poor talents have come here to seek opportunities. Some come voluntarily, while others are hired by influential families or sects. And there are also many ruthless individuals along with merchants like the middle-aged man claiming to be in business. It is a mixed crowd, but over the years some have indeed unearthed profound spiritual artifacts and even earthly treasures within the cursed land. This caused a huge stir at the time. Countless people flocked to it. Unfortunately, after several decades, nearly 100 miles around the cursed land have been thoroughly excavated. It is said that not a single earthly treasure has been found, let alone profound spiritual artifacts. Perhaps only by venturing deep into the uncharted territories beyond 100 miles could one discover anything, but ordinary martial artists simply cannot withstand the erosion of the death energy. Only specially cultivated longevity slaves from powerful factions can barely delve in and seek opportunities. Then the middle-aged man advised you to leave this place. He stated that you hail from the Song family in Liangzhou and have an unlimited future, so there is no need to take risks here. Even if you obtain an opportunity, your body would be eroded by the death energy, and you would never break through to the spiritual river realm, which would not be worth the loss. You shook your head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have my reasons for coming here." The middle-aged man showed a look of surprise for the first time, saying, "Oh, is it convenient to disclose? I am quite familiar with the area nearby and might be able to offer you some assistance." You hesitated for a moment and mentioned the uniqueness of the Tiandao Wudao technique. The middle-aged man looked deeply at you and stated that he was just an ordinary person and could not help you with such matters. However, after thinking for a moment, he still handed you a blank copper booklet saying it was a talisman he had obtained at a temple blessed by a master and was very effective. If the copper booklet turns black, it would indicate impending disaster, and you should quickly flee from the cursed land. Considering he resembles one of your elders, he would only charge you 500 taels of silver, treating it as a kind gesture. You purchased the copper booklet. Your intuition tells you that this mysterious middle-aged man may have some connection to the Song family, and he doesn't seem like someone who would want to harm you. Then the middle-aged man chatted with you for a while longer before taking his leave. You studied the copper booklet for a while, but found nothing unusual. You didn't think much of it, and put it away as you entered the cursed land. On February 28th, you stepped into the cursed land, activating your technique to absorb qi. Almost instantly, a rich spiritual energy surged towards you, at least dozens of times stronger than that of the outside world. However, unlike the outside, this spiritual energy appeared not as colorful particles, but in a strange grayish hue. You speculate that this might be the death energy that Song Fan mentioned, which could cause one to perish with a single breath. You attempt to challenge the death gate. After a week, you discover that the efficiency here is a full double compared to consuming profound-grade spiritual liquid outside. This greatly surprises you, as it means you would only need 45 years to completely break through the fourth death gate and refine the legendary supreme golden bone. However, you choose not to cultivate immediately, but plan to explore further. After all, the deeper you go, the higher the concentration of death energy. A gust of wind blows. You hear a series of chanting sounds in your ear, as if a Buddha is solemnly reciting scriptures. Without a second thought, you hurriedly take out the wordless copper book from your bosom, only to discover it is extremely hot, with black mist continuously rising from it. At this moment, large sections of Sanskrit appear on the copper book. You cannot comprehend them. However, the first few large characters at the top catch your attention. A protective charm for disaster elimination and auspiciousness. In an instant, you realize that this is a treasure that can help you resist the death energy. Having already ventured over 100 miles into the cursed land and inhaled a breath of black mist from the mushrooms, your body does not show any discomfort, and you do not appear aged in the copper mirror. This is clearly abnormal. In your perception, the concentration of death energy here is no longer light gray, but rather dark gray. You have a premonition that without the assistance of longevity pills, you might not last 2 months before dying of old age in this deep mountain. You put away the copper book, hesitated for a moment, and chose to delve deeper. As you go deeper, you notice an increasing frequency of mushrooms. You have harvested a gray mushroom. Underneath a large tree, you discover a corpse covered in moss. You are taken aback. Along the way, you have seen quite a few skeletal remains. Perhaps due to the erosion of death energy, those bones have turned to dust, crumbling at the slightest touch. However, this corpse is an exception. The thick layer of moss on it clearly indicates that it has been preserved for a long time and is remarkably intact. You cautiously step forward and uncover the moss. A dazzling golden light flashes before you. To your astonishment, the corpse in front of you is actually that of a golden bone prodigy. Moreover, judging by its quality, it is indistinguishable from 24K pure gold from your previous life. Under the sunlight, it almost blinded you. With such quality, you believe the golden bone's grade must be quite high, likely the legendary top-grade golden bone that remains immortal for 10,000 years after death. You do not understand why such an exceptional prodigy would ruin their future by entering this cursed land. You end up with nothing. There is nothing of value on this golden bone, not even a storage ring. You find it somewhat too meager, completely unbefitting of their status as a prodigy. Nevertheless, out of humanitarianism, you casually dig a hole to bury this golden bone. After moving the golden bone, you discover a thin object partially buried in the soil beneath it. You pull it out and see a metal piece severely corroded by bronze rust. This object seems somewhat familiar to you. After a moment, you take out the scorching copper book from your bosom. Comparing the two, they overlap perfectly in size. A sense of unease rises within you. This top-grade golden bone prodigy may have, during their lifetime, possessed a copper book capable of resisting death energy, and perhaps it was the failure of the copper book that led to their untimely demise here. Alternatively, they may have encountered other unforeseen accidents, but it likely wasn't human malice, for a top-grade golden bone would be nearly invincible in a cursed land. Only lower-level martial artists dare to enter unless there are other dangers present. After thinking for a while, you ultimately grit your teeth and decide to continue deeper. 210 miles. The further you go, the more alarmed you become. After delving 300 miles in, you discover several more top-grade golden bones. Without exception, they all hide that type of bronze iron piece. What is even more chilling is that on one of the top-grade golden bones you find a familiar cultivation method, Heavenly Gate, 5 paths. This makes you increasingly uneasy. Your intuition tells you that these top-grade golden bone prodigies were likely cultivated through the Heavenly Gate 5 paths. There are so many clever people in the world, it is impossible that you are the only one who has thought of the possibility that the death energy in the cursed land might be mutated spiritual energy. If there exists some treasure that can isolate the death energy, perhaps someone really dared to take the risk and entered this cursed land to cultivate Heavenly Gate 5 paths. After all, the death energy here can accelerate a cultivator's breakthrough to the 5 gates. Moreover, given your current depth of 300 miles, the concentration of death energy around you has turned gray-black. Even without absorbing the black mist from the gray mushrooms, your cultivation efficiency is still over 20 times faster than if you were to consume Xian-grade spiritual liquid. In this place, a death gate that would normally take 100 years to open can be opened in less than 5 years. Perhaps in this world, only in the cursed land can one truly cultivate the Heavenly Gate 5 paths. This cultivation method seems to have been tailor-made for this place. Everything is too coincidental. After being targeted by the manipulator behind the scenes for so long, you have become extremely sensitive to such conspiracies. You instinctively feel that something is amiss, and you begin to suspect the intentions of the Ling Wei Zi who created the Heavenly Gate 5 paths. You wonder what the purpose of the middle-aged man who gave you the copper book could be. As you gaze at your simulated self filled with doubts, Chen Shi furrows his brow. He had some doubts when he first entered the Song family scripture vault. After all, Ling Wei Zi is merely a celestial being. Does he really possess the ability to create the Heavenly Gate 5 paths? Despite seeming like a mediocre cultivation method, it can indeed enable one to steadily cultivate to the level of jade bone. What is jade bone? It is as crystalline and lustrous as jade and remains immortal for eternity after death. Over time, it will be nourished by the heavens and earth, giving birth to spiritual intelligence, transforming into some kind of spiritual treasure of the world. Is such a fantastical thing truly achievable by mere mortals? Is he really just a celestial being? Chen Shi finds it hard to believe. Celestial ancestors are indeed powerful, but not to such an absurd extent. Moreover, everything is indeed too coincidental. The Heavenly Gate 5 paths truly seems to have been born in response to the cursed land. If that is the case, it is somewhat terrifying. To be able to create such a cultivation method that aligns with the unique circumstances of the cursed land, it would not be an exaggeration to say it turns decay into wonder. Perhaps even the legendary immortals are not as impressive. Who exactly is the mastermind behind this scheme? This wordless copper tome capable of filtering out the deathly aura should be an item associated with the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate, also originating from the same planner. Judging by the Sanskrit inscribed on the tome, it is highly likely that the owner is someone from the Buddhist sect. However, I wonder why that mysterious middle-aged man possesses such an item. Chen Shi murmured to himself. Just a moment ago, he felt that the middle-aged man harbored no malice towards him. Now, however, he had his doubts. After all, so many corpses of predecessors lay before him. Moreover, he recalled that during the second simulation, he had fled to this cursed land and encountered Song Fan 4 years later. Given the growth rate of a fortunate child, he surely surpassed the 5th realm at that time. The fact that he could enter and exit the cursed land unharmed suggests that he might also possess a wordless copper tome. Could it be that Song Fan also practiced the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate in the future? With this lingering question, Chen Shi continued to read on. You pondered for a long time in place. You gritted your teeth and decided to continue cultivating the 5 paths of the Heavenly Gate. At this point, there is no retreat. Once you begin practicing the 5 paths, you can no longer shift to other arts. Without refining the jade bone, you will forever be unable to break through to the spirit river realm, living eternally in the shadow of the hidden hand. You looked at the scorching molten-like Sanskrit copper tome in your hand. Your intuition told you that this tome was operating at maximum capacity. If you continued to delve deeper, it might risk breaking down. Given your current depth of 300 miles, without the protection of the tome, you would likely age instantly under the erosion of the deathly aura. Even with over 100 longevity pills on you, they probably wouldn't last long. Master Gu He once said that only the first longevity pill could extend life by 10 years. Continuous consumption would diminish its efficacy until it completely lost its effect. In your heart, you expected that these 150 longevity pills could extend your lifespan by just 150 years. Consider that a blessing. You sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a gray mushroom you had collected along the way. After a moment's hesitation, you took a small bite. Instantly, the rich gray-black, deathly aura began to corrode your entire body. The tome vibrated slightly, emitting a dazzling red glow, while the chanting of the Buddha grew increasingly louder. You began to push against the death gate. You discovered that your efficiency had reached an astonishing 35 times. This meant that you would only need less than 3 years to successfully unlock the 4th death gate. On May 12th of year 1, after consuming several gray mushrooms, your progress in breaking through the death gate reached 50%. On May 14th of year 2, your footprints scattered across dozens of miles. You had depleted all the mushrooms, and your efficiency in breaking through the death gate significantly dropped. After a year, your progress only improved to 70%. During this time, you noticed that the red glow of the tome had faded considerably. On June 16th of year 2, in the dead of night as silence enveloped you while you sat in meditation, you faintly heard the sound of a woman crying. You were startled and quickly took out the tome to check, finding nothing amiss, and it had not darkened. You felt a bit relieved. You spent a restless night. The changes in the death aura have accelerated your efforts to break through the death gate, achieving an astonishing 60 times efficiency. You decide to continue your cultivation. On August 24th of the second year, your progress in breaking through the death gate reached 90%. On October 5th of the second year, a dazzling golden light erupted from your body as you successfully opened the fourth death gate, reaching the peak of Golden Bone. Overjoyed, you decided to stay and continue your attempt to break through the fifth heavenly gate. You are currently attempting to break through the fifth heavenly gate. You notice that your cultivation speed has slowed down again, now less than double the usual. You realize that to break through the fifth heavenly gate more quickly, you may need to venture deeper into the cursed land. However, after much thought, you abandon the idea of going deeper. You noticed that the copper tome was showing faint signs of darkening. The mysterious middle-aged man had said that if the copper tome turned black, it represented danger, and you felt this statement was worth believing. However, you do not plan to leave just yet. Instead, you decide to continue your cultivation for 2 more months. According to history, 3 years later, the Song family's inner court will pose a threat to you, and you want to avoid this sensitive time, even though doing so might not be useful. On December 30th of the second year in the morning, while you are cultivating, you hear the piercing cry of a woman once again. This cry is filled with pain, evoking sympathy, and making you unable to resist the urge to comfort her and hold her in your arms. You sit up with a blank expression, unconsciously walking towards the depths of the cursed land. At this moment, the copper tome in your arms radiated a strong golden light. You were jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, and looked towards the depths of the cursed land with lingering fear. Just now, after hearing that crying sound, an uncontrollable urge to save its owner surged in your heart. It was truly bizarre. Without the protection of the copper tome, you would likely be in grave danger. Simultaneously, you increasingly felt that something foul might be hidden in the depths of the cursed land during your days. Suddenly, you felt the ground violently tremble. Immediately, you saw a terrifying black mist erupting from the depths of the cursed land, obscuring the sky and surging towards you. Your face changed drastically, and you took off running. 10 minutes later, you were engulfed by the black mist from behind, and the surroundings immediately turned dark. At this moment, the copper tome in your arms trembled and flew out, radiating a powerful golden light as Sanskrit characters floated out, surrounding you and forming a golden shield. You noticed that the shield was dimming at a visibly rapid pace. Fear gripped your heart as you realized that under the corrosion of this terrifying black mist, the shield might not hold for long. Remembering this, you took out a longevity pill from your ring, running while continuously stuffing it into your mouth. Instantly, a massive surge of vitality erupted within you. 200 miles, 100 miles, 50 miles, 20 miles. Crack! Your shield shattered. The eerie black mist began to corrode your body. You inhaled deeply, sensing decay, foul odor, and oppression. Your expression twisted in pain as your stomach churned. It felt like passionately kissing a rotting tongue. However, more terrifying was the fact that your skin was visibly aging and wrinkling, only to become smooth and tight again under the enormous vitality within you. This cycle continued, and within just a minute, the vitality from the longevity pill was completely consumed. At this moment, you were still several miles away from stepping out of the cursed land. At your peak Golden Bone speed, it normally would take less than a minute, but under the corrosion of this terrifying black mist, you understood that you would not last that long. The distance of several miles seemed like a chasm at this moment. Between life and death, you recalled your martial art, the heavenly sword slash. You remembered the words of the sword fanatic, concentrate fully, and reach the peak. You took a deep breath, your body slightly sinking, standing firm like a rock. After a few breaths, your body transformed into a fine blade-like afterimage, flashing away and instantly appearing in a village several miles away, so fast that even the nearby martial artists did not notice your arrival. In the midst of life and death, the heavenly sword slash broke through again, advancing to mastery level, comprehending 2/10 of sword intent. Witnessing this, Chen Shi was somewhat surprised. He did not expect such a breakthrough to occur during a critical moment. Could it be that the peak Golden Bone enhanced his aptitude? You fell into exhaustion looking at the village you were in and let out a slight sigh of relief. However, to your surprise, more than 2 years had passed, and the population of the village had increased by several times. Looking out from the empty space at the village entrance, it was bustling with people, with discussions rising and falling. You listened for a while and learned some news. It turns out that during this period, due to the mutation of the death aura in the cursed land, it attracted the attention of many interested parties. According to custom, each eruption of the death aura results in a subsequent period during which its concentration declines significantly, allowing ordinary adventurers a chance to delve 100 miles deep in search of opportunities. The last eruption of the death aura occurred 52 years ago, 2 years before the celestial palace descended, hence the gathering of large crowds in the village. Among them were spies dispatched by powerful factions, but they were all martial artists of the lower 5 realms. This village is close to the edge of the cursed land where death aura occasionally escapes, and entering would pose a risk of death for those in the upper 4 realms. Afterward, you wandered around the village for a long time, trying to gather information about the mysterious middle-aged man. As expected, you found nothing. Just as you were about to leave, you encountered an acquaintance. It was Li Pao. Upon seeing you, he was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly approached and asked, "Are you Brother Chen?" You nodded. Li Pao was overjoyed, shaking your hand excitedly. "Brother Chen, you finally came out. I was sent by the lady to wait for you here. She said she has something important to discuss with you, and if you see me in the village, I must urge you to return to the Divine General Mansion first." You asked, "What is it?" Li Pao flattered, "Brother Chen, I am insignificant and do not know what the lady is referring to. You still need to ask her in person." You heard about Song Qingwei's master. A figure from your past flashed through your mind, the old woman in black you encountered at Shanhua residence. You never expected Lin Manqing to send such a significant person to escort you, indicating that there were indeed important matters to discuss. You speculated that it might be related to the secret realm of the ruins, or perhaps they wanted you to persuade Song Fan to become Song Qingwei's protector. After all, there were only 7 days left until the true dragon selection of the Song family. With this understanding, you felt slightly reassured. However, you still had some doubts about the old woman's identity. At such a critical juncture, returning with someone like her felt somewhat precarious. As long as the old woman in black was present, even if she were an inside informant, she would likely refrain from acting recklessly. Moreover, nearly 3 years had passed, and you feared that hidden enemies might be lurking outside. The old woman, a master of innate perfection, might not be sufficient to handle them. You waited in place for over 10 minutes. Li Pao successfully gathered over 10 of your Qing gang brothers from the racetrack. After greeting each of them one by one, you instructed them to scout outside in batches to see if the old woman was still waiting for you. 3 hours later, you received confirmation from several Qing gang brothers. Without hesitation, you detached from the group, your body transforming into a fleeting shadow as you raced toward the meeting place agreed upon with the old woman. Your speed was astonishing. This was the result of the footwork you comprehended through the sword of life and death. You named it a grandiose title, 9 Heavens, Thunder Step. With the enhancement of this footwork, what used to take you an hour to traverse was now completed in less than 5 minutes. However, upon arrival, you did not see the old woman and the others. You sensed that something was amiss. In your exchanges with Li Pao and others, the old woman was supposed to be waiting for you here. The absence of anyone indicates one clear point: your Qing gang brothers had all turned traitor, deceiving you. Without a moment's hesitation, you unleashed all your vital energy and blood, fully deploying the 9 Heavens Thunder Step, your body instantly transforming into a fine line shooting forth. But suddenly your body came to a halt, and you felt a heavy blow to your head, as if a steel needle had pierced your brain, accompanied by a swirling sensation. In that instant, you slipped into unconsciousness. You fell to the ground. In your stupor, you were being soul-searched by someone. Your head was hit hard. After careful observation, you find yourself in a stone-walled secret chamber. Based on their attire and physique, you deduce there are 2 men and 1 woman, but beyond that, no valuable information. Just as you are at a loss, a voice suddenly speaks in a grim tone. The person is already dead. I hope that the prince will also keep the agreement and bury that matter deep, or else my Lingjian sect is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Then a young man speaks casually. Rest assured, senior, I, this young master, have always been true to my word. Additionally, I wish Miss Qingwei success in her endeavors, winning the top prize and being recognized as the true dragon of the Song family. The grim voice lets out a cold huff. A middle-aged man with a gentle voice adds, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Prince. Junior sister, let us be on our way." As the sound of shuffling footsteps echoes, you realize the situation has escalated. That young voice undoubtedly belongs to the mastermind. Analyzing their conversation, it seems he probably has some unspeakable secret of the Lingjian sect in hand, using it to threaten and eliminate himself through their hands. This is the 4th time you have simulated dying in the inner courtyard. It is likely due to this reason. The Lingjian sect has Lin Manqing involved, wanting his life. It couldn't be easier. However, this secret should only be known to the mastermind 3 years later. Otherwise, the previous simulations would not have happened. He would have died long ago. This also explains why in the simulation Lu Yi urged him to leave the Song family overnight. Perhaps he learned through Elder Wang or other means that it was the Lingjian sect that sought his life, thus going so far as to put him in a coffin and send him thousands of miles away, burying him underground for 2 years to evade disaster. But the identity of the mastermind leaves him confused. A prince, a royal family member. If that is the case, then there was no need for the assassination of the escort team in the first 2 simulations, nor to send just 1 fully realized martial artist. With the identity of a royal family member, wanting his life would be as easy as pie. Even a least favored prince only needs to send a word to the Song family, and as subjects they would have no reason to refuse, at least in the first two simulations. He is merely a lowly horse servant yet to become close to Lin Manqing, yet to show his talent. Wanting his life could be done quietly with just a word without needing to go through such trouble to assassinate the escort team. But the problem is, the young voice in the simulation indeed has a tone somewhat like that of a modern person. For example, the phrase wishing for success is not a product of this world, at least Chen Shi has never heard of it. Of course, it could also be due to his own lack of education in this body suffering from ignorance. At this moment, the simulation text continues to scroll. The brief conversation among the three keeps your heart unsettled for a long time. The young voice murmurs again, something feels off. This kid has no memories at all. Could he be one of them? No. To be safe, I must get out and hide for a while, avoid the spotlight. If that group dares to act against the Great Light Sphere, if I am exposed, I will surely perish. At this moment, heavy footsteps resound outside. You hear the young voice command, drag the corpse out and burn it. I want to see it turn to ash. As for the golden bones on him, they cannot be casually buried. Find someone trustworthy to guard them day and night. Any changes must be reported to me immediately. Also, we need to invite several high monks from the Wanfashan to perform rites for the soul. They must find a way to grind the golden bones into powder to prevent any accidents. Understood. The rough voice replies, understood, my lord. Immediately your head is lifted and your vision suddenly clears. In the dim secret chamber, you see a young man in a brocade robe standing sideways to you, half of his body hidden in the darkness, with an uncertain expression, one hand resting on the table, standing not far from your corpse, his shadow, perfectly cast over your body, and head amplifying the young man's tall figure. You stare wide-eyed. You can barely see clearly. Then your gaze swiftly shifts, and you see a broad-faced man with thick brows and big eyes wearing a look of slight confusion. You lock eyes with him. You notice he is dressed in black, but he lacks a prominent mole on his chin. The strong man is holding your head. Somewhat dazed. Then he raises his rough hand and brushes your face. Your eyes close. Then you open your eyes wide again. The strong man blinks in confusion, and his rough hand awkwardly brushes your face again. Your eyes close again. Your eyes open wide once more. The man in black looks surprised. He scratches his head, hesitates for a moment, and turns to the young man saying, my lord, this person's head seems a bit abnormal. Really? Let me take a look. The young man approaches. He leans in close. In an instant you see a handsome face with well-defined features. You memorize this face intently. What the hell? The young man exclaims, and without hesitation, he pokes your eye with 2 fingers. The unwilling eyes are forced to close. The simulation ends. Watching the word simulation ends appear, Chen Shi furrows his brow. Just based on that young man's exclamation, he is undoubtedly a time traveler. Moments ago that person also muttered that he had no memories at all and suspected he was one of them. What does this no memories refer to? Memories? Or some kind of special ability? Chen Shi ponders, leaning more towards the latter, as he indeed has no memories of a special ability in the simulation. Does this mean there is another group of time travelers without a special ability? Moreover, judging by the young man's attitude, he seems to be quite wary of that organization, saying they even dared to act against the Great Light Sphere. He does not know what this Great Light Sphere refers to, but one thing is certain: if the people of this organization can make a time traveler with a special ability like the young man fear them, without having a special ability themselves, they must be incredibly ruthless. If he had traveled without a simulation device, he would probably have been doomed to a life of servitude. But none of this is the key point. The key is who was behind the assassination of the escort team in the first 2 instances. The experts from the Lingjian sect and the strong man in black both refer to the young man as my lord, indicating that he is either a prince or an heir apparent. With such an identity, one must be incredibly foolish to commit the act of assassinating an escort team. Chen Shi cannot make sense of it. But soon a new guess arises in his mind. Could it be? There is not just one mastermind, but rather 2 individuals. One is a royal family member, and the other is an unidentified person. Ding. Generating simulation rewards. The host can choose one from here. 1. Perfected bone refinement, including top-grade golden bones. 2. Green talent, unblinking. This gray mushroom must be what he left over in the cursed land. Unexpectedly, its grade is so high, merely nourished by deathly energy, it has already become a heavenly grade poison, which also shows how extraordinary the cursed land is. However, the option number 8 did surprise Chen Shi a bit. He remembered that this item had often appeared in previous simulations, and at that time, he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a resource that improved his constitution during the simulation. But this time he had been meditating and absorbing qi and had not consumed any washing marrow pills. How could this reward still appear? Could it be the enhancement brought by the top-grade golden bones? Or is it due to practicing the 5 paths of the heavenly gate? Chen Shi didn't dwell on this question for too long and shifted his focus to the unblinking talent and the top-grade golden bones. His expression was slightly hesitant. Being able to unlock the 4th death gate this time was largely due to luck. If he hadn't encountered that mysterious middle-aged man who gifted him the divine spell, he might have to refine for a lifetime and still not achieve golden bones. The death energy in the cursed land is too malevolent. It's not something that a mere longevity pill can alleviate. In the simulation, his body merely came into contact with the death energy and aged instantly. If he were to practice chi absorption techniques and inhale a large amount of death energy from over 300 miles deep, he would probably age rapidly, making it hard to survive for 4 years like in the second simulation. Therefore, if he gives up the top-grade golden bones, even if he times it perfectly, he might not encounter that mysterious middle-aged man again when he next goes to the cursed land. Luck plays a huge role in this. But if he gives up on unblinking, he wouldn't want to either. With this talent, it won't take long before the mastermind behind the scenes shows their true nature. Moreover, with so many traversers in this world fighting against each other, the importance of this talent increases even more. In the moment of Chen Shi's hesitation, a line of simulation text reappeared before his eyes. Hint for talents of white grade and above, the host may choose to lock them. Locked talents will not refresh during the next investment of fate points and can still be chosen by the host. But be aware, when the host simulates next time, the fate points invested must be sufficient to refresh a green talent. Otherwise, the locked talent will still refresh. System: how many fate points do I need to invest to guarantee that I refresh a green talent? White talents require 199 fate points. Green talents require 100,999 fate points. Blue talents require 100,999 fate points. Purple talents require 100,09999 fate points. Golden talents require 100,000 fate points. Hint: talents of the same grade also have differences in strength. Excluding luck, theoretically, the higher the fate points invested by the host, the stronger the same grade talent that is brushed out. Chen Shi seemed pensive. The luck factor mentioned in the simulation text is probably similar to a lucky draw. Investing 100 fate points could yield a talent worth 999 fate points. For example, the immortal phoenix he brushed out this time might fall into this category. However, that blue talent actually requires at least 1,000 fate points. To be honest, that's a bit pricey. System: lock in unblinking, and I choose the top grade golden bones. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi felt a surge of powerful vitality rise within him. His aura steadily climbed. After a while, he exhaled a breath of turbid energy, silently sensing the changes happening in his body. His perception became even sharper. When he had perfect silver bones, the spiritual energy flowed around him as if it were tangible. But after becoming top-grade golden bones, even without practicing, he could clearly feel some spiritual energy drilling into his body as if it had a natural attraction. If he were to step into the spirit river realm, his cultivation speed would definitely be many times faster than with silver bones. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 210. 24 tails. Fate points 0. Would you like to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Seeing this, Chen Shi felt relieved. As long as the price didn't increase, he was worried that after choosing the top-grade golden bones, the system would raise it to over 1,000 taels. It seems that the system's price increase standard only takes into account the realm. Whether golden bones or jade bones, they are uniformly calculated as bone refinement realm. However, from now on, he can't casually break through to the spirit river realm. If the simulation currency turns into spirit stones, it would be a serious issue. He should take advantage of the low prices to use silver to brush out more resources, such as the heavenly grade spirit pool from the Song family, which only requires 500 taels of silver per item. It's not as ridiculous as a group purchase. At this moment, a girl in a green dress walked in from outside the door. She was Lin Kushui's personal maid named Mu Jin, the one who delivered silver to him not long ago. Young Master Chen, the lady calls for you to have lunch. Mu Jin's eyes carried respect, but there was a hint of confusion and disbelief in her gaze. Just now she was serving the lady with her bath and noticed many red marks on her body. The lady said it was wind rash, but she did not believe it. Thinking about how the lady had just stayed here for an hour, Mu Jin was very suspicious that the culprit who caused the lady to end up like this was the distant cousin of this young master. Realizing this, Mu Jin's young heart was greatly shaken. She was sold into the Yun mansion at the age of 3 to serve Lin Xiushui. After 14 years, the lady had always maintained an elegant and gentle image, treating any man without a hint of warmth, including that man from the Nangang family, with ulterior motives. But unexpectedly, in just one day under the bright sun, the lady actually had such an affair with her cousin. Miss Mu Jin, are you feeling unwell? Looking at the dazed little maid in front of him, Chen Shi asked with concern. No. Mu Jin lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Shi, and quietly said, Young Master Chen, please follow me to the inner hall for lunch. Chen Shi found it a bit strange. Why was this girl's face so red? She wouldn't have some hidden illness, would she? I need to tell Lin Xiushui later to have this girl checked. It wouldn't be good if she gets some lingering illness. Chen Shi thought to himself. Then he followed Mu Jin out of the courtyard along the pebble-paved path and arrived at the inner hall of the Yun mansion. He hadn't even entered the door. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. At that moment, on the open space outside the inner hall, there was a round-faced boy crazily doing push-ups. Yes, push-ups. Chen Shi had never properly practiced martial arts and didn't know if this action belonged to the native practices of this world. He patted Mu Jin's slender shoulder and pointed at the round-faced boy, saying, "Sister Mu Jin, who is that little chubby boy lying on the ground?" Hearing Chen Shi call her sister, Mu Jin froze for a moment, then instinctively looked in the direction Chen Shi was pointing and replied, "His name is Song Qingshan. He is the only friend of the young master." The Cheng generation. This plump young man must have some familial standing. At the very least, he belongs to the immediate clan of the Song family, within 5 degrees of kinship. Unlike Song Fan, a distant collateral branch, so remote, he isn't even included in the generational naming hierarchy. Still, a single push-up hardly suffices as definitive proof of a transmigrator. In his previous life, Chen Shi had watched an archaeological documentary featuring a Ming Dynasty martial manual unearthed from a tomb, which meticulously described a technique called the crouching tiger art, visually indistinguishable from the modern push-up. Such a rudimentary method for strengthening tendons and sinews was conceivable even to ancient scholars of his former world in the Great Wei Dynasty, a realm where martial cultivation flourished. It was all the more likely to have been independently devised. Still, asking him a few polite questions would surely do no harm. Having resolved his course, Chen Shi stepped forward with a warm smile and asked, "Young brother, have you eaten yet?" "Eaten?" The round-faced youth abruptly halted his motion, lifting his head in surprise and flinging droplets of sweat. "No need. I had lunch before coming here." The moment Song Qingshan raised his head, Chen Shi stiffened, struck motionless. After a long silence, he offered a gentle, benevolent smile. "I hear your name is Song Qingshan, and that you're friends with Song Fan." Song Qingshan resumed his rapid push-ups, panting between repetitions. "I've known Xiao Fan since we were 4. We're close friends. And you?" "I don't believe I've seen you before at Yin Mansion," Chen Shi said. "I'm Song Fan's maternal uncle." Song Qingshan paused mid-rep, hesitated briefly, then rose from the ground and bowed respectfully. "Uncle, greetings." Chen Shi smiled warmly in reply. "It seems you truly are good friends with Song Fan." Song Qingshan nodded emphatically. "Yes, very good friends." After exchanging a few light pleasantries, Chen Shi excused himself under the pretext of dining, yet his doubts deepened. His gaze lingered on Song Qingshan's jawline. There, a mole, a tiny soybean-sized black speck. In that instant, Chen Shi's mind flashed to the scarred elder of 60 years hence. That lackey of the hidden mastermind. Could this possibly be coincidence? Chen Shi's brow furrowed tightly. 6 decades later, that scarred elder had fought Li Wui to a standstill. Surely no less than a 3rd tribulation celestial. If he truly were this plump youth, he'd be no older than 80. Yet how could such a youthful celestial appear, so withered and decrepit? Could the 5 tribulations be this devastating? Or had he cultivated some life-draining art? Or was this merely chance? Chen Shi leaned toward the latter. Coincidence seemed most plausible. Even Song Chengming, the Song family's foremost prodigy, had reached only the 3rd tribulation by that time. This youth who played freely with Song Fan clearly possessed no extraordinary talent. Indeed, through the acute perception granted by his supreme golden bone, Chen Shi sensed the boy's vital energy, robust yet no stronger than his own during the skin-refining realm. Truly a hopeless mediocrity. Within the Song family, bearing the generational character, Cheng meant inclusion within the 5-degree kinship circle. Children began martial training at age 5. Yet after all these years, this youth remained stuck in the skin-refining realm. His level of ineptitude rivaled Song Fan's own, even explaining why these 2 destined failures found kinship in one another. Even so, Chen Shi's suspicions refused to subside. Any figure entwined with a fate-blessed protagonist defied ordinary logic. Yet upon spotting that mole on Song Qingshan's jaw, he dared not press further, lest he arouse suspicion. This was reality, not simulation. There would be no second chances. If investigation was necessary, it would happen within the simulation. Still, logically, he should have noticed this youth during his last simulation, perhaps distracted by fleeting beauty or hurried onward to the cursed lands, thus overlooking this critical detail. He lifted the pearl curtain. Chen Shi followed Mu Jin into the inner hall. He caught sight of Lin Xiushui sitting gracefully at the table. Dressed in a loose gown embroidered with dark floral patterns, her exquisite face and pair of shimmering beautiful eyes framed by thick eyelashes exuded a unique charm reminiscent of a plump begonia flower. Her long, graceful neck still bore a faint trace of lingering lip marks. After a round of persuasion, this voluptuous beauty seemed to have gained even more allure. Pulling out a chair to sit down, Chen Shi asked elder sister, "Where is Song Fan?" Upon hearing the term elder sister, Lin Xiushui instinctively tightened her collar. After a moment, with a hint of worry, she sighed lightly. "Feiner has suffered such a blow, how can he still eat?" As she spoke, her tone inevitably carried a hint of blame. If it weren't for Chen Shi's instigation, their families wouldn't have torn apart, nor would they have established a 3-year agreement. Song Fan is nearly 15 years old, and even if he recovers, he has missed the age for martial arts training. How could he possibly catch up to the exceptionally gifted Nangong Wan? But if he loses and is forced to fulfill the bet, kneeling in public to admit he is worthless to Nangong Wan, Song Fan might never hold his head high in the Song family for the rest of his life. His life would be ruined. Even if she privately approached Nangong Xian to soften the terms of the bet and treat it as a joke, it would inevitably hurt Song Fan's self-esteem, as it would mean she, as his mother, believes he cannot measure up to Nangong Wan. Elder sister, do you still remember the story I told you? Lin Xiaoshui was taken aback, not understanding why Chen Shi brought it up. But soon she recalled Song Fan from the story, her tone a bit hesitant. Are you referring to Feiner? Chen Shi nodded slowly. Indeed, Song Fan's talent is far stronger than you can imagine. He is a true genius, a Ancient Millennium talent. As long as he is given some time, he will eventually soar to great heights. However, it is precisely because he is a genius that his low points are even more precious, for the true insights of a person are often realized during their lowest moments. The entirety of a person's fate, and even their character, undergoes dramatic changes during this phase. The so-called low point is a time when one is not respected, when hope in martial arts feels distant, when confidence is trampled upon, when past glories, past efforts, and past truths are entirely denied. All their sacrifices go in vain, and even the closest of kin, including one's fiancé, may look down on and despise them. Yet it is only by enduring such dark moments. Chen Shi raised his gaze, fixing it on the dazed Lin Xiaoshui, that Song Fan can see through everything in this world, allowing his heart to truly settle and understand what he truly desires. Some things must be destroyed in order to be rebuilt. Once Song Fan endures this difficult period, I believe he will understand that the only one who can redeem him through suffering is himself. This will also be the most valuable asset after he ascends to the peak in the future. Lin Xiaoshui stared blankly at Chen Shi. For a moment her heart was in turmoil. Others might not know Song Fan's situation, but as his mother, how could she be unaware? How could he be regarded as an Ancient Millennium genius? Just being able to enter the martial arts realm safely would make her content. Yet she looked at Chen Shi, who wore a serious expression, and found herself uncertain. Having experienced adversity, enduring 30 years of storms and waves, and navigating the commercial world for over a decade, she had encountered many people and heard countless sweet and harsh words. She shouldn't have believed Chen Shi based on a single statement, but the presence of Huang made her feel that he probably wouldn't deceive her. Can the strange illness afflicting Feiner really be cured? Yes, Chen Shi nodded without hesitation. All it takes is a top-grade mystical medicine that nourishes the soul, and the illness will be cured. Upon hearing top-grade mystical medicine, the light in Lin Kushui's eyes dimmed suddenly. Coming from a prestigious background, she understood very well that such rare treasures were beyond her reach. Even when her father held great power, it was difficult to obtain. At that moment, Chen Shi took out a jade box from his robe and placed it on the table, his expression serious, as he said, humans are not grass and trees. Who can be without feelings? As Song Fan's stepfather, I cannot bear to see him suffer such hardships. It is only right that I lend him a helping hand. However, I can help him shorten the pain, but cannot prevent him from experiencing it, for doing so would not be helping him. That is why I deliberately intensified the conflict between Song Fan and Miss Nangong during the marriage withdrawal this morning. It was to let him experience this painful tribulation ahead of time. To perfect this dark moment. Then I will lend a hand to help him conclude this. Song Fan may come to resent and blame me afterward, but I do not mind. As his stepfather, I believe this is a responsibility and obligation I must bear. Elder sister, do you understand? Lin Xiaoshui stared blankly at the jade box in front of her. She reached out, opened it, and was astonished to see a piece of spirit medicine glowing with green light. Over the years, to restore Song Fan's health, she had purchased numerous inferior medicines and had some understanding of spirit medicines. She knew that what lay inside the jade box was undoubtedly a top-grade mystical medicine. Her heart instantly became unsettled. She had never understood why Chen Shi had deliberately intensified the conflict between the two sides that morning. Now she finally understood. It turned out that everything was for Song Fan. After realizing this, she gazed at Chen Shi with a complicated expression, feeling a ripple in her heart. This little man was willing to make such sacrifices for Song Fan, proving that he truly cared for her. This made her feel a twinge of guilt. She shouldn't have rejected his help in the morning out of shyness. After all, this was the only way she could repay him. Ding. Your bond with Lin Xiaoshui has deepened. Fate points 100. Looking at the simulated text that appeared before him, Chen Shi pondered. This time, by successfully navigating the situation with Lin Xiaoshui, he directly gained 100 fate points. Comparable to the last marriage proposal. It seems that to deepen the bond, it is not just about physical connection, but also emotional connection. However, gifting a top-grade mystical medicine and helping Song Fan step into cultivation early is undoubtedly a far-reaching event. Why didn't he see Song Fan contributing fate points? Could it be that it only counts when Song Fan consumes the spirit medicine and truly steps into cultivation? That must be it. While Chen Shi was lost in thought, the feast began, and several maidservants brought out a sumptuous spread, setting it on the table as if it were a festival. Chen Shi's mouth watered uncontrollably. This feeling of hunger could only be understood by someone who had eaten fodder for 2.5 years at a horse farm. King Qin Jiangyan. Lin Xiaoshui murmured, a trace of contemplation rising in her eyes. Jiang Yan. I know he was the most favored prince of the late emperor, the designated crown prince at that time. However, a month before the late emperor's demise, for some unknown reason, his position as crown prince was revoked in favor of his brother, the current emperor Yuanjing. A month before the emperor's death, the revocation of the crown prince's status. Chen Shi was slightly taken aback. Although he was a novice in history, he understood that this was exceedingly inappropriate. The crown prince is the foundation of the nation. The moment one ascends to the East Palace, they become the target of countless civil and military officials, aristocratic families vying to pledge their allegiance. Over time, the interests entangled behind this are immensely vast. Even the emperor cannot simply revoke it at will, and if a revocation must occur, it cannot be done so hastily. He pondered and asked, "Elder sister, do you know why Jiang Yan was deposed?" Lin Xiushui replied, "It is said he lost his virtue. Only upon death does one discover the crown prince has lost his virtue. This reason is too perfunctory." He shook his head and posed another question. "What about Jiang's son?" Speaking of Jiang's son, Lin Kushui's stunningly beautiful face rarely revealed a hint of disgust. He is the only son under King Qin, only in his 20s, a notorious wastrel who often exploits the power of the Qin royal residence to commit numerous outrageous acts. Recently, I heard he even went to the Hahuan sect to cultivate with a female cultivator. Chen Shi fell into deep thought. Jiang's son was certainly not as deplorable as Lin Xiushui described. If he were truly a wastrel, he would not be pushed into the spotlight by the hidden hand 60 years later. These two, one subtly possessing the capability to revive the Wei Dynasty, the other capable of provoking the mysterious, demonic cultivators and the four great sects' ancestors to clash fiercely, are not simple figures. However, after the recent simulation turmoil, a question has been lingering in Chen Shi's mind. What if there truly exist two hidden hands? One is an unidentified individual. The other is a royal family member who within 3 years learns about journey to the West and determines his identity as a time traveler seeking his life. So 60 years later, the hidden hand collaborating with King Qin to kill him. Could it be an unidentified time traveler with intelligence-gathering abilities? Or could it be a royal time traveler? Furthermore, did King Qin truly collaborate with the hidden hand? Elder sister, can the prince be addressed as Your Highness? Chen Shi suddenly asked. Yes, Your Highness is the respectful title for the queen, crown prince, princess, and various princes. Lin Xiushui, coming from an official family with a father who is the Minister of Rites, could answer questions about etiquette without much thought. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He realized he might have been misled by the simulator. The simulated text had consistently described the hidden hand with a youthful voice, leading him to believe the individual might be a prince or nobleman. However, this is a fantasy world. Even at 100 years old, as long as one's cultivation is profound, one can maintain a youthful appearance. King Qin Jiang Yan. Chen Shi now highly suspects he is that royal time traveler. Moreover, he is the one who will take his life 60 years later. The reason is simple: only Jiang Yan will be left smiling in the end, as he will be the greatest beneficiary. Utilizing the heir of King Qin, causing the mysterious royal demonic cultivators and the ancestors of the four major sects to perish together, ultimately achieving an invincible position to ascend to the throne. In the simulations, Jiang Yan's reform measures exuded the flavor of a time traveler. Previously, he had not suspected Jiang Yan, purely believing that there was only one hidden hand, and deducing that sending a true Lake Realm martial artist to intercept the transport team indicated the hidden hand status was not high, making it impossible for someone like King Qin, who could determine his life or death with a single word, to be a celestial-level expert. It wasn't until he experienced the last simulation and heard the mention of Your Highness that everything seemed to make sense, if it truly was King Qin Jiang Yan. Since activating the simulator, he has undergone 8 simulations, at least 3 of which ended with him dying at Jiang Yan's hands. In the 4th simulation, he bizarrely died in the inner courtyard. In the 7th simulation, after leaving the Apothecary Valley, he died in the Wei Imperial Palace. In the 8th simulation, after leaving the Cursed Land, he possibly died in a secret chamber at the Qin royal residence. The remaining 5 times were presumably due to the unidentified hidden hand. Strictly speaking, King Qin cannot be considered a hidden hand, as the power dynamics between them are unequal. With the other party's status once discovered, he would almost certainly be doomed. However, this is still just Chen Shi's conjecture. This answer needs to be verified through simulations. The method for verification is quite simple. In reality, he needs to meet King Qin in person. As long as he remembers his appearance combined with his unable to close his eyes talent, he will surely be able to recognize the other party directly in the next simulation. Once he confirms King Qin's identity, he can prepare in advance during simulations, for instance by staying away from court institutions, Lingjin sect, and the Song family. Otherwise, in 3 years, he is almost certain to die. No matter how powerful the refresh ability, it would be wasted, as there would be no opportunity for growth. Unless he is bestowed with a purple, or even golden-level divine talent that could turn the tide, or at the very least have a talent akin to that of a sword fanatic, enabling him to hide in the deep mountains and forests studying swordsmanship he might survive for a few decades while completely giving up on cultivation. Otherwise, it would be utterly futile. Without the resources of a major force, relying on oneself to achieve success in cultivation is but a dream. The lower 5 realms can still survive in the cursed land, but once in the upper 4 realms, one is entirely doomed. However, with his identity, it is still quite challenging and perilous to meet King Qin Jiangyan in reality. Elder sister, have you met King Qin? Chen Shi asked. Lin Xiushui was slightly taken aback, her tone a bit nostalgic. Yes, but that was over 20 years ago. At that time I was still young, attending a banquet in the palace with my father, and we had several encounters. Then, elder sister, could you try to recall King Qin's appearance? Chen Shi gazed intently at Lin Xiushui, his tone soft, even. Could you draw him? In the Yun residence, in the bedroom, sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a vibrant glow on the red carpet. The red drapes swayed gently, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Chen Shi approached the beautiful couch, helping Lin Xiushui, who was draped in a sheer dress and gazing dreamily on the soft red carpet. Chen Shi reached out to caress her slightly warm cheek, gently parting her rosy soft lips with his thumb, and softly said, "Elder sister, this matter must not be known to Song Fan for now, though I fear he cannot handle it." She responded in a voice as soft as a whisper. Ding. Your bond with Lin Xiushui has deepened. Fate points 30. Madam, the money from the tavern has arrived. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the room. Lin Xiushui lowered her head, wiping the corner of her lips with the back of her hand, hurriedly putting on her outer garment and leaving. Beneath her splendid long dress, a pair of delicate snow-white feet stepped on the red carpet, appearing and vanishing as she walked. Chen Shi appeared deep in thought. He then sat down at the desk, picking up the dried ink portrait of King Qin. He examined it closely. The features were indeed three-dimensional, and the appearance was very handsome. Given the other party's cultivation level at the celestial being realm 20 years later, there should not be too much change in looks. After watching it repeatedly for an hour, Chen Shi firmly remembered that face. Subsequently, he put away the portrait and left Lin Kushui's bedroom, climbing over the wall to his adjacent courtyard. Pushing open the door, he was startled to see several large wooden boxes. This must be the cash Lin Xiushui had sent someone to retrieve from Yunyu Tower. Ding. Recharge successful. Money 11,000. Talent Life Simulator. Balance 11,210. 24 tails. Fate points 130. Do you want to spend 500 fate points to start the simulation? Now this is truly a windfall. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. He changed to a comfortable position, lying on the soft couch, ready to initiate the life simulation. He invested 100 fate points. Ding. Refreshing talent. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully refreshed the green talent Unyielding Spirit. Green talent Intelligence Tester. Please select your talent within 1 minute. Unyielding Spirit. After a character dies in the simulation, they can simulate an extra day. Let me see who killed me. Intelligence Tester increases damage dealt to lower IQ beings by 30. I am a walking IQ detector. I can tell if someone is foolish with just one hit. This Intelligence Tester talent has some merit. A 30 increase in damage falls under the realm of conceptual abilities. However, it is only applicable to low IQ beings, which makes it rather useless. In a fantasy world, longevity is common, and there are many old monsters, each cunning in their own right. Even the demons and monsters do not have lower IQs than humans, so this talent is basically of little use, even less so than some white talents. System. I choose Unyielding Spirit. Ding. Talent selection successful. Life simulation begins. You got up and left the room, coming outside to see Song Chengshan madly doing push-ups. You approached him once more to chat. You learned that this push-up technique was taught to Song Chengshan by a martial artist named Su Yujin from the training ground, claiming it is particularly suitable for someone like him, a warrior with low comprehension and poor roots, to strengthen his muscles and bones. You noted down the name Su Yujin in your mind. However, due to the mole on Song Chengshan's chin, you still held some suspicions about him. If he truly is the scar-faced old man from 60 years later, he must have evaded the life-and-death crisis of the Song family's destruction back then. Yet you feel that Song Chengshan's strength is too weak to survive such a dire situation. After all, those who exterminated the Song family were not a bunch of kind-hearted souls. They surely understood the importance of eradicating the roots. Unless, like Nangong Wan, Song Chengshan could enter the first camp and join Tianzong, conveniently distancing himself from the Song family to escape the disaster. However, as a waste with low roots, Song Chengshan clearly does not have such conditions. You pondered for a moment and asked Chengshan, do you have any plans to leave the Song family recently? Huff. Huff. I. Song Chengshan, maintaining his rhythm of 3 push-ups per second, said I have that intention to leave the Song family and venture outside. Huff huff. Where do you plan to go? You asked nonchalantly. To the Qin Wangfu. Huff. Master Su said that there is a method there that does not require good roots. Huff huff. You felt a jolt all over. You then inquired about his family situation. Song Chengshan fell silent. Subsequently, his speed of doing push-ups increased. You sensed a shift in his emotions, realizing that there might be some valuable information worth uncovering. You continued to ask questions. You took out a spirit herb from your ring. Finally, you stated that this was prepared for Song Fan, which could cure the strange illness he bore, and threatened him. Qingshan, you wouldn't want Song Fan's strange illness to remain uncured, would you? Song Qingshan paused slightly. After a moment, he stopped his actions and got up from the ground. Gasping for breath, he said, I hail from the 8th branch of the Song family. Song Chengqian is my elder brother. Chen Shi was taken aback. Song Chengqian. He remembered this person, a direct descendant of the Song family, a middle-grade silverbone talent, who appeared in the 6th simulation's first camp competition, even taking his stage only to be eventually driven off by Song Fan, who shot him an angry glare. In the end, it seemed he entered the Song family's spirit pool for cultivation. 8th place. A figure of the genius level. However, what surprised Chen Shi the most was still Song Qingshan's identity. Upon learning of Song Qingshan's identity, you were taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Song family, he should undoubtedly have sufficient resources, yet after more than a decade, he has only reached the refinement stage. This left you somewhat hesitant. 60 years later, the scar-faced old man was a 3-declined celestial. If Song Qingshan were truly so inept, it would be safe to conclude that he is not the scar-faced old man. However, recalling the method from the Qin Wang mansion that does not require innate talent, you found yourself uncertain. You thought for a moment and asked, Qingshan, can Song Fan cultivate that method from the Qin Wang mansion? Song Qingshan shook his head. Master Su said that practicing that method is arduous and shortens your lifespan. I do not want Xiao Fan to cultivate this. You were taken aback. The old man's aged visage flashed in your mind, further deepening your suspicions about Song Qingshan. You feigned surprise and asked, then why do you want to practice it? Aren't you afraid of a short life? I do not care about being short-lived. Song Qingshan lowered his head, his voice somber. I just want to prove myself. You were somewhat surprised. Oh, why is that? Song Qingshan remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, I come from the direct line of the Song family, but I am different from my brother. I inherently lack martial talent, and I am slow-witted. For a time I was regarded as a waste by the family. I envy my brother, but I do not resent him, because I know that including my parents, no one has treated me better than my brother. Growing up with poor innate talent, I endured bullying from my peers, all while being cared for by my brother. You may not understand, but the Song family of the Divine General's mansion is different from common households. Here familial affection is more tenuous and the environment is colder. Song Qingshan quietly looked up at the sky. Every person in the clan is an absolute believer in talent. Your innate talent determines how the clan members regard you, dictates the family's protection towards you, and even decides whether your parents love you or not. Song Qingshan's gaze shifted downward, locking onto you. Because of my poor innate talent, I am destined to be at the bottom. Apart from my brother, no one noticed when I learned to speak, when I learned to walk, whether I ate or not, whether I was alive or dead, or if I was bullied in the training arena. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but sigh, feeling some sympathy for the little chubby boy doing push-ups. In the Divine General's mansion, where martial prowess is revered, he had delivered horses to the training grounds several times, often witnessing scenarios akin to school bullying. Growing up in such an environment, it was no wonder he desperately wanted to prove himself. He even went so far as to practice the lifespan-shortening techniques of the Qin Wang mansion. With demons causing chaos and unrest at the borders, the Song family being a crucial force against these demons, and a martial family has valid reasons to prioritize talent for the sake of national peace and family prosperity. I have never complained about this point. You are watching Song Qingshan, so what are you complaining about? I have no complaints at all. Song Qingshan straightened his back, his tone becoming firm and powerful. As a person, as a man, merely harboring grievances against the family's unfairness or resenting my parents' indifference is futile. My innate talent is poor and I am indeed a waste, but as long as I do not believe that I am not a waste. Having poor innate talent means I will train harder. While others practice for 1 hour, I will practice for 2. When they train for 10 hours, I will train for an entire day. For over a decade, from the very first second of opening my eyes each day, I face at least 100,000 push-ups, 40,000 punches, and countless muscle training exercises. I do not believe in the notion that heaven rewards diligence, but I believe that hard work will never go to waste. Song Qingshan clenched his fists, his voice growing louder. Therefore, the meaning of my existence is to prove to the world and to my family that an ordinary person with mediocre talent can still reach the heights that only geniuses can achieve through their own efforts. I want to prove that in this world there are no wastes, only those who give up on themselves. As a fellow waste, you felt a mix of emotions. Why did the scene suddenly become so intense? Watching the rapidly scrolling simulated text, Chen Shi's expression became somewhat peculiar. You bid farewell to Song Qingshan and returned to the courtyard. Your doubts grew stronger. The Qin Wang was a royal traveler who would take your life 60 years later, and the complete annihilation of the Song family was undoubtedly linked to the hidden mastermind. If Song Qingshan were the scar-faced old man 60 years later, he could never serve someone who killed his brother, a sworn enemy, with a blood feud. Moreover, according to your current timeline, the ambush on the escort team would occur in just a few days. A teenager like Song Qingshan still in the Song residence, and at the refinement stage, could not possibly establish any connections with the hidden mastermind, let alone partake in the ambush against the court's officials. Additionally, if Song Qingshan were truly the henchman of the hidden mastermind, there would be no need for him to go to such lengths to ambush the escort team. Although Song Qingshan is a waste, he is still a direct descendant of the Song family, making it easy for him to take your life. Based on all of this, you believe the probability of Song Qingshan serving the hidden mastermind is very low. Combining Song Qingshan's desire to practice the method from the Qin Wang mansion that does not require innate talent, you infer that the Qin Wang is indeed the royal traveler, the very person who took your life in the last life, assuming the scar-faced old man truly is Song Qingshan. Seeing this, Chen Shi became even more perplexed. In the seventh simulation, after leaving the Spirit Clan's cave, he encountered the scar-faced old man in a tavern and had tested the other party, probing whether they were the black-clad individuals lying in wait for him on the border of Liangzhou. Analyzing the scar-faced old man's reactions, it was evident he was aware of the hidden mastermind's intention to ambush the escort team. The question lies here. If the scar-faced old man serves the Qin Wang, how could he know so much about the hidden mastermind's plans? Moreover, to be honest, even if 60 years later the one who killed him isn't the Qin Wang, but the hidden mastermind, it is unlikely that Song Qingshan would be informed of such matters given the hidden mastermind's cautious nature. Having not been exiled, the masked individuals in black would surely be waiting in vain at the Liangzhou border. Would the hidden mastermind really disclose such matters? Could it be that he is so loose-lipped? You find this highly improbable. Could it be that you guessed wrong? Song Qingshan is not the scar-faced old man at all. Is it possible that the one who killed him was not the Qin Wang? Or is it that, after the hidden mastermind orchestrated the demon chaos, he revealed a little of his true nature? You instruct Song Fan to begin his martial cultivation and send him out for trial and experience. You then meet Lin Manqing. You openly reveal your identity as a reborn cultivator. Under Lin Manqing's stunned gaze, you unveil your peerless golden bone. Through Lin Manqing's connections, you gain an audience with Master Su, the very instructor mentioned by Song Qingshan. After conversation, you learn of his origins. It turns out Master Su Yujin was once a martial officer of the Eastern Palace, having served Prince Qin. When Prince Qin was deposed, his entire retinue, scholars and warriors alike, was disbanded. Su Yujin left the prince's residence and by sheer serendipity joined the Song family's Divine Might Army as an officer. Later, he retired from active service due to injury. Given his extensive battlefield experience, the Song family retained him at their martial training grounds to instruct others in the art of battlefield combat. You inquire about push-ups. Master Su tells you this simple body-forging exercise was drawn from an ancient text he once encountered. You ask for the title of the book. Su Yujin pauses, then admits the name has faded with time. He first saw the text decades ago in the Eastern Palace's Imperial Library. Though the title eludes him, he vividly recalls its author, the legendary Jinwu Emperor, who reigned 100,000 years ago. He tells you the Jinwu Emperor was a sovereign whose might rivaled even that of our Great Wei founding emperor. According to records, over 100,000 years ago, hordes of demons and monsters surged across the seas, invading the continent and plunging the realm into chaos. At humanity's darkest hour, the Jinwu Emperor emerged like a thunderclap from the heavens. Under his leadership, humankind united and waged a grueling decade-long war, ultimately purging the demonic invaders. The demons now entrenched within the 10,000 mountain range are but remnants of those ancient foreign fiends. Thereafter, the Jinwu Emperor founded the continent's first dynasty, the Xinwu Empire. Yet even the Jinwu Emperor, though divine in power, could not escape the inexorable passage of time. Despite extending his life with countless spirit pills and rare elixirs, he passed away after 15 centuries. Before his demise, he constructed a mausoleum, known as the Jinwu Tomb. At this, Su Yogan's expression softens with reverence. Legends say the tomb houses untold treasures amassed by the Jinwu Emperor, celestial herbs, immortal elixirs, divine weapons, and profound martial manuals. Yet no one knows its location. It is said, however, that 12 keys exist, each granting passage into the tomb. These were the Jinwu Emperor's final bequest, gifts reserved solely for the heirs of the Xinwu imperial line. Alas, upon the Jinwu Emperor's death, the Xinwu Empire collapsed overnight. Clans and sects rose in rebellion, storming the imperial palace in a bloodbath. In the ensuing chaos, the 12 keys vanished without a trace. This is precisely why our Great Wei founding emperor harbored such deep enmity toward the great clans and sects, for the fall of the Xinwu Empire was inextricably tied to their treachery. Thus, upon founding the Great Wei, he launched relentless campaigns, annihilating countless clans and sects, thereby securing the enduring prosperity of our realm. After a moment's reflection, you ask Master Su, Senior Master, did that ancient text record other body-forging exercises? Master Su nods. Indeed, several more. You respectfully request a demonstration, and he proceeds to perform pull-ups, horse stances, squats, and planks. Your expression grows increasingly perplexed. These movements are unmistakably modern. You recall the voice from the spirit clan's cave heaven, a voice that once declared for over 100,000 years people from Blue Star have inexplicably manifested within this realm. A suspicion takes root, perhaps the Jinwu Emperor himself was a transmigrator from Blue Star. You courteously take your leave of Master Su. Under the watchful protection of the elderly maid Lin Xiaoshui moves freely in and out of the Yun residence. On the 15th day, the elderly maid apprehends the black-robed assassin once again at Yunyu Tower. Prepared this time, they prevent him from biting down on his poison pill. Yet disappointment follows en route back to the residence. The assassin dies mysteriously. Upon examination, the maid confirms his soul shattered upon detonating his slave seal. On the 17th day, Lin Manqing resolves to personally arrange your marriage to Mo Xiang. You disclose Lin Xiaoshui's situation. Lin Manqing stiffens momentarily, but given your status as bearer of the peerless golden bone, she smiles warmly and assures you it poses no obstacle. On the 19th day, Mo Xiang arrives at the Yun residence. That night you sleep side by side. She speaks softly of wedding preparations, her dark eyes shimmering faintly in the gloom, then shifts tone, her cheeks flushing as she murmurs, "Brother Chen Shi, do you know how to consummate the marriage?" You fall silent. To Mo Xiang you remain an innocent youth. Thus feigning expertise would betray that purity. You reply earnestly, "How could I not? It's simply sharing the ceremonial wine cup, then lying together in bed." Mo Xiang bursts into laughter. Shy yet teasing, "Brother Chen Shi, you're truly naive. Consummation isn't so simple. It's how children are conceived. One doesn't just lie down and expect life to bloom." "Brother Chen Shi, do you know?" In the darkness her rosy face glows with quiet pride and bashfulness. "I do. I was taught thoroughly by the elderly maid before coming here." Brother Chen Shi has never touched a girl in his life. When you later consummate with Sister Lin, you'll surely make a fool of yourself. Suppressing your mirth, you prepare another jest. When suddenly, Mo Xiang throws her arms around you, pressing her burning cheek against your chest, her voice trembling like a silken thread. "Brother Chen Shi, Mo Xiang, Tonight we'll teach you how to consummate the marriage. Will you allow it? So long as your gentle Sister Lin won't suffer pain, and you won't embarrass yourself." That night, Mo Xiang, timid yet tender, imparts to you the intimate knowledge of marital union. On the 15th day, your grand wedding ceremony unfolds at the Yun residence. Guests fill the halls. From red envelopes alone you collect over 100,000 taels of silver. Thousands of spirit stones follow. You revel in bliss. During this time you entreat Lin Manqing to suppress the tale of journey to the west you recounted 2 years prior, ensuring it spreads no further. Lin Manqing agrees, and asks when you intend to break through to the Spirit River. As you cultivate the 5 paths of the Celestial Gate, a path requiring Jade Bone attainment before progressing, you offer only a vague reply. You wish to refine your peerless golden bone to its absolute zenith before attempting breakthrough. Lin Manqing nods in understanding. On the 28th day of the first lunar month, stealing your will, you depart the Song residence, setting course for the cursed lands, arriving early at the fated village to await the mysterious middle-aged man. On February 2nd, under the protection of the old matriarch, you arrived at the cursed land and entered that village. You did not see the mysterious middle-aged man. According to your memories from your previous life, you arrived at this village 26 days earlier this time, so it was normal for the mysterious middle-aged man not to appear. In the following days you wandered around the village, trying to encounter the middle-aged man. Your intuition told you that the middle-aged man harbored a great secret. The fact that he could produce that nameless bronze book indicated he was no ordinary person. At the very least, he was a practitioner of the 4th realm in martial arts. In such a case, daring to enter the edge of the cursed land was either due to exceptional skill and courage or ignorance. Clearly the middle-aged man belonged to the former. Moreover, the several exquisite golden bones deep within the cursed land made you extremely suspicious. The 5 paths of Heaven's Gate might have been set up by some ancient monster. If one truly mastered this technique, one might unwittingly become a pawn appearing on a menu to be served at a table. Thus you were eager to find the middle-aged man to learn about the secrets of the 5 paths of Heaven's Gate. You interacted with many people, gathering numerous snippets of intriguing rumors. A traveling merchant mentioned that in the vast expanse of way at the ends of the earth there lay an endless ocean. Only in the cursed land adjacent to the mighty mountains, where the mountains are continuous and the peaks are towering, does the sun and moon constantly rise. Perhaps beyond the cursed land, on the other side of the mountains, lies a paradise, a world recorded only in ancient texts of cultivation. Some martial artists scoffed at this statement, arguing that if there truly existed a flourishing world of cultivation, Wei would be the last pure land on earth. Over the years, many extraordinary beings have set sail to explore the unknown, yet all have vanished without a trace. This indicates the presence of great dangers outside, perhaps akin to the ominous aura of the cursed land, both strange and unpredictable. Time passed quickly. On February 26th, you were wandering around the village as usual when you suddenly saw 2 figures emerging from the cursed land. One was white-haired, clad in a white robe, exuding an otherworldly aura. The other was a robust middle-aged man in a gray long gown. At the first glance, a sense of familiarity washed over you again. You were certain that the person before you was the mysterious middle-aged man. However, what shocked you was that these two had actually emerged from the cursed land. You suspected it might be due to the protection of the nameless bronze book. Chen Shi fell into deep thought. Based on the analysis of the previous simulation regarding the intake of the death energy, the nameless bronze book, unless in shield mode, primarily had a purifying effect. If the death energy of the cursed land was as terrifying as Song Fan described, causing even a celestial being to perish instantly upon inhalation, then the nameless bronze book might not truly allow a practitioner of the fourth realm to enter the cursed land. Purification requires a process. Instant death is akin to a sudden heart attack. Simply put, it means the blood cannot return, resulting in immediate death. Of course, if the shield mode is activated and one merely wanders around the outskirts of the cursed land without delving deep, it should be safe. However, these two clearly did not seem to be simply strolling around the outskirts. You recalled the words of that traveling merchant from over 10 days ago. The cursed land leads to another world. You suspected that these two might not be locals. After all, 60 years later, Li Wui, as a three-fading celestial being, could not see through the cultivation level of the middle-aged man, believing him to be an ordinary person. Just this alone hints at something unusual. To be safe, you did not approach them immediately. Instead, you followed from a distance, planning to eavesdrop. With your exquisite golden bones hearing even from hundreds of meters away, you could concentrate enough to catch the gist of their conversation. A minute later, the white-haired elder noticed you and said, "You young one sneaking around, what is your purpose?" You felt a bit flustered and quickly chose to establish a connection, cupping your hands to the middle-aged man and saying, "I find this elder somewhat familiar, like a blood relative from my clan, yet I cannot remember who it is, hence my hesitation and following." Upon hearing your words, the middle-aged man indeed became interested, inquiring about your background. You stated that you were a disciple of the Song family from Liangzhou. The middle-aged man seemed a bit dazed, chuckling softly, saying he did not recognize you, possibly because he resembled one of your elders, which made you feel familiar. Why did he believe my identity as a disciple of the Song family after I mentioned that the middle-aged man seemed familiar to me twice? Chen Shi furrowed his brows and murmured, "Could it be just because he is an exquisite silver bone? An exquisite golden bone?" Chen Shi felt that this shouldn't be the case. He might have inadvertently overlooked some crucial information, yet he truly could not recall anything. He had no clues. The main reason was that he had never seen the middle-aged man in reality. Relying solely on the adjective familiar from the simulation text made it exceedingly difficult to deduce anything. Upon hearing that you were a disciple of the Song family from Liangzhou, the white-haired elder spoke. In surprise, "You are a disciple of the Song family." You nodded without hesitation. The elder scrutinized you with narrowed eyes, asking, "Which branch of the Song family do you hail from? Side branch or direct lineage?" You knew that the mysterious middle-aged man had a close relationship with the Song family, so naturally the closer the connection, the better. Thus you immediately stated that you were from the 8th house of the Song family, a direct descendant named Song Qingxian, 18 years old, with a younger brother named Song Qingshan. The elder's eyes slightly narrowed. He gazed at you and asked, "Do you still recognize who I am?" You were momentarily stunned. From the elder's words, it seemed he recognized Song Qingshan. You thought this unlikely. The mysterious middle-aged man had a close relationship with the Song family and clearly possessed extraordinary skills. If he did not doubt your identity, how could this elder possibly discern that you were an imposter? You suspected the other party was trying to trick you. You shook your head, stating that you had never met him before, and inquired about the elder's name. The elder looked at you and slowly said, "I am a worshipper of the Song family and instructor at the training ground Lui." Lui. Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he thought Lui was a master at the peak of the innate realm, but now it seemed he had underestimated him greatly. To have walked out of the cursed land with the mysterious middle-aged man speaking and laughing with ease, he was likely not a simple character. However, with Lui as a revered figure in the Song family, why did Li Pao not mention this during the massacre 60 years later? Why only mention that 2 ancestors of the Song family ascended to face the enemy? Was Lui not present at that time? Or did he flee? Or perhaps he simply stood by and watched the Song family perish? The mysterious middle-aged man clearly had connections with the Song family. During the 7th simulation, when the Song family faced a crisis of annihilation, he ought to have had the power to assist, yet he did not intervene, while Lui stood by as the Song family fell. That seems plausible, Chen Shi murmured, continuing to watch with confusion. You were greatly shocked. Strictly speaking, this was your first meeting with Lui. The memories in your mind were peculiar, lacking images, only a vague textual description. If not for the familiar feeling emanating from the middle-aged man, you probably wouldn't have recognized him. According to the timeline, your first encounter with Lui, it would be 3 months later when he would return to the Song residence. You were to teach at the A camp. Today is February 26th, just a few days away from Lui returning home, while this old man has just emerged from the cursed land. The timelines coincide. If nothing unexpected happens, this old man before you is indeed Lui. More than a decade ago, I left the Song residence, having taught martial arts to Chengqian for several months. His appearance is vividly etched in my memory, thick eyebrows and big eyes, an ordinary look far from your delicate and youthful demeanor. Louis gazed at you and spoke slowly. The mysterious middle-aged man retracted his smile, narrowing his eyes and staring at you in silence. The atmosphere turned somewhat oppressive. You were drenched in cold sweat. These two individuals before you clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. If you could not provide a reasonable explanation, it would imply impure motives. Moreover, your wandering around the village these days made you a conspicuous target. With just a bit of inquiry, they could deduce that you were waiting here deliberately. Such behavior would undoubtedly touch upon their sensitive nerves, possibly costing you your life. After all, the mysterious middle-aged man clearly had some connection with the Song family, yet he consistently distanced himself, unwilling to reveal his identity, indicating that he was somewhat concerned about this. However, you managed to know ahead of time, more than 20 days in advance, that they would appear in the village, even taking advantage of this feeling of familiarity to disguise yourself as a disciple of the Song family to engage in conversation. Such ulterior motives would inevitably raise suspicions, and you might have to endure a soul-searching interrogation. Even with the old matriarch outside, it would likely be of no help. You know too much. After realizing this, you could no longer hesitate and respectfully said, "So, it is Master Lu. It has been over a decade since we last met. Please forgive Chen Shi for being slow to recognize his mentor, yet your teachings remain vividly etched in my heart. I have never dared to forget them for a single day." You then bowed, deeply knocking your head several times. Bang, bang, bang. Louis remained unmoved, but asked if you still remembered the martial arts he had taught you. You expressed that you could not forget it for even a moment. Louis's expression stirred for the first time, nodding slightly. "Indeed, in the past, I taught this martial art in the training hall. However, among the direct descendants of the Song family, none could grasp its essence. Even that exceptionally talented little girl back then gained nothing while your sword talent." A surge of sword intent erupted from you. Louis's eyes widened instantly. After a moment, he scrutinized you with a look of suspicion. Ultimately, he did not inquire further about your identity. The mysterious middle-aged man's face once again broke into a smile. The oppressive atmosphere eased. You felt a sigh of relief in your heart, silently celebrating that your gamble had paid off. Next, Louis advised you to leave this place, stating that at your young age, having mastered the earthly one-sword slash and possessing a golden bone physique, your future is limitless, and there is no need to take risks in this place. As he spoke, he gazed at you with profound meaning, suggesting that the future of the hundreds of thousands of Song family descendants in Liangzhou might in the end rest upon your shoulders. Old Lu's tone seemed a bit problematic. In the past, Chen Shi would have taken this as Louis's praise and encouragement. But ever since experiencing the seventh simulation and learning of the Song family's complete annihilation, he began to sense something was off. Based on the descriptions from the simulation, Louis's profound gaze seemed to imply that he knew the Song family would be completely destroyed. This was somewhat abnormal. In the seventh simulation, the destruction of the Song family should have a direct connection to the mastermind behind the scenes. But now what was with Louis's tone? Was it a coincidence? Did he overthink? Or was it that, even without him, the Song family would still meet their demise? Was the mastermind merely a catalyst? With the memories from previous lives, you felt that Louis's words carried deeper meanings. You were filled with suspicion in your heart, and politely declined Louis's kind offer to leave, stating that you had reasons that compelled you to go to the cursed land. Louis and the middle-aged man exchanged surprised glances, asking why. You explained the special nature of the Tianmin Five Paths martial art. The middle-aged man indicated that he was quite familiar with this martial art. At your young age, relying on longevity-enhancing spiritual materials, opening the third life gate at the outskirts of the cursed land was understandable, but it was impossible to open the fourth death gate. You anticipated this question and immediately produced the prepared explanation. You stated that you had accidentally obtained an unnamed copper book, discovering that it could resist the death energy. Coincidentally, a few years ago, you found the Tianmin Five Paths martial art in the second floor of the Song family scripture pavilion, so you connected it with the death energy of the cursed land and entered here to practice, finding that the refining went smoothly, allowing you to open the fourth death gate in just 3 years. However, to your regret, the unnamed copper book was eroded by the death energy and had become a broken copper shard in just 3 years. You were unwilling to remain stagnant for a lifetime. After some inquiries, you discovered that the unnamed copper book seemingly originated from the cursed land, so you stayed in the village, hoping to chance upon finding a similar copper shard. Louis gazed deeply at you and asked, "Have you seen anything in the depths of the cursed land?" Those golden bones. Faced with Louis's question, your spirit jolted. You quickly stated that you had seen similar fragments of bronze books on them, and even discovered the 9 heavens mystic art on a golden bone remnant. Ultimately, you inquired Louis about the origins of those golden bone remains. Louis sighed and fell silent. At this moment, the middle-aged man beside you took the floor. The golden bone remnants you saw belonged to practitioners of the 9 heavens mystic art, most of whom were powerful beings in their past lives. You were taken aback. Upon careful thought, you found this highly unreasonable. Once one cultivates the nine heavens mystic art, they cannot switch to other arts. Without reaching the jade bone, stage 1 is forever stuck in the lower 5 realms. If those golden bones were indeed from powerful beings, it would undoubtedly contradict this principle. You pointed out this inconsistency. The middle-aged man explained that those powerful beings had reached the celestial realm, but had intentionally wasted their cultivation to recultivate the nine heavens mystic art, since this art is difficult for lower 5 realm warriors to master, even with the assistance of the death energy from the cursed land. This is because the 5th gate of the 9 heavens is infinitely harder to open than the 4th gate of death, requiring one to venture into the deepest part of the cursed land. The concentration of death energy there is something that lower 5 realm warriors cannot endure, and even with the protection of the bronze book, success remains elusive. Thus, only by first reaching the celestial realm and having a lifespan of 500 years, then intentionally wasting one's cultivation and preparing a massive amount of longevity-enhancing spiritual materials, can one have a glimmer of hope to withstand the death energy in the deepest parts of the cursed land, open the 5th gate, and refine the legendary jade bone. You felt even more puzzled. Celestial beings are already at the pinnacle of the world, yet to attain the elusive jade bone, they would give up everything, even their current status, to cultivate a lower 5 realm technique. You sensed something was amiss and suspected that the middle-aged man was deceiving you. The middle-aged man did not answer, but instead asked if you knew what lay beyond the cursed land. You recounted the words of the itinerant merchant. The middle-aged man nodded and revealed shocking news. After opening the 5th gate of the 9 heavens, there exists another known as the divine gate. This gate is truly the essence of the 9 heavens mystic art, for it allows practitioners to become immune to death energy and live a second life, traversing the cursed land to seek out another potential realm of cultivation. You were utterly astonished and hurriedly asked what was remarkable about the 6th divine gate. The middle-aged man asked if you knew about the jade bone. You recalled Li Ping's words and responded, "It is as pure as jade, eternal and unyielding. Over the ages it is nurtured by the heavens and earth, giving birth to sentience and transforming into some form of heavenly treasure." The middle-aged man sighed. It is said that the 6th divine gate can house one's divine soul, remaining undying for all eternity. When a practitioner's lifespan is exhausted, if the jade bone is placed in the cursed land after countless years nourished by the death energy, it can evolve into some form of a heavenly treasure immune to death energy. At that time, before the jade bone gains sentience, one can revive their divine soul and, rooted in heavenly treasures, live a second life. At this point, Chen Shi suddenly recalled what he heard in the martial arts arena that morning. Li Ping had mentioned that the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty was rumored to be the jade bone, and before his death, his body mysteriously vanished. Could it be that he also cultivated the 9 heavens mystic art? Was his corpse placed in the cursed land? Upon further reflection, Chen Shi found it unlikely. The great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty was at least a 5 decaying celestial being. Given that the maximum lifespan of a celestial being is 500 years, having survived multiple tribulations of decay and still living for over 500 years was already a miracle. If he had also wasted his cultivation to refine the jade bone in the cursed land, his lifespan would have drastically diminished, making it impossible for him to live for so long. Unless he was a second life, a resurrected being emerging from the cursed land. However, this clearly seemed implausible. Those who could cultivate the 9 heavens mystic art were undoubtedly the most radical of radicals. Such individuals could forsake everything, even their lives, for the sake of that elusive grand realm, and their resolve towards the Tao likely rivaled that of sword enthusiasts. If they truly lived a second life, they would have already traversed the cursed land. Even if there was nothing on the other side, it would be a dead, and they could use their immunity to death energy to stay in the cursed land for cultivation, striving for a higher realm. It was unlikely they would remain in the Wei Dynasty to vie for supremacy. The words of the middle-aged man left you unable to calm your heart for a long time. You did not fully believe him. After some thought, you asked, "I see that Master Lu and this senior both emerged from the cursed land, seemingly unafraid of death energy. Are you both also second life resurrected beings?" This time, both fell into silence. You then recalled the woman's cries you heard in the cursed land during your previous life. You inquired again. Both remained even more silent, a bit disheartened. You felt pressed for time and asked some questions they might be willing to answer. You thought of the 9 heavens mystic art. Your intuition told you that the middle-aged man would not speak without reason. In your previous life, he wouldn't have wasted words on you. This time, revealing so much information, you guessed it might be due to your opening of the 4th death gate, or perhaps Lu Yi's influence. You asked, "Senior, does this mean I can never cultivate the 9 heavens mystic art in this lifetime, forever stuck in the lower 5 realms?" The middle-aged man replied, "Not necessarily. If you can find more bronze books, there may still be a chance to open the 5th gate and break through the upper 4 realms." You asked where to gather the bronze books. For the first time, hesitation appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He glanced at Lu Yi, pondered for a moment, and said he was unsure, as it depended on personal fortune. You wandered around the village for another month, yet the middle-aged man remained elusive. You recalled the information that had suddenly appeared in your mind. You suspected that you might have seen him before, but your memory seemed to have failed you. Without the copper booklet, you chose to leave the village and return to the Song Manor. Lu Yi arrived at the Yun Manor and indirectly inquired about where you learned your sword techniques. You mentioned discovering them on a relic in the deep mountains. You recounted the tale of the swordsman, expressed your desire to take him as your master, but were rejected. However, you gained a Dao Enlightenment Stone. You grasped 2/10 of the sword intent. On May 11th, you learned that Song Qingshan had entered the Qin Wang's manor for cultivation. On September 12th, Song Fan returned from the secret realm. Upon seeing you, his expression was quite complex. You had assisted him in entering the martial arts world, and he was grateful. Since you were only 4 years older than him, he initially thought of treating you as a brother, but unexpectedly you became his father. After some conversation, you learned that Song Qingwei had refined a golden bone, while Song Fan had refined a top-grade silver bone, and obtained a large number of mysterious grade spiritual tools. You were somewhat taken aback. In the seventh life, according to the letters left by the ancient river, these two had refined top-grade golden bones together. You asked Song Fan in detail about the events. You learned that they were stuck on the outskirts and had not ventured deep into the secret realm. You realized the problem might lie with you. In this life, you had not pointed out the old man on Song Fan, and for some unknown reason, he had not taken Song Fan into the depths of the secret realm, thus preventing any possession from occurring. You asked Song Fan what treasures he had found in the secret realm. He was evasive. You suggested that Lin Xiushui should have a few brothers for him. He truthfully informed you that he had obtained a key that could enter the true martial tomb. This name you had heard from Su Yujin a few months ago. The master of the true martial tomb, the true martial emperor, was suspected to be a fellow traveler. You hurriedly asked when he could enter the tomb. Song Fan said he didn't know, but under the threat of you being an older brother, he hesitated and added that it might take 4 years. This inevitably reminded you of 6 months ago, that voice in your mind urging you to go to the cursed land 4 years later and unlock the 5 gates. You also recalled the second life, the painful experience of Song Fan striking you with full force in the cursed land 4 years later. Considering the nature of the child of destiny, you seriously suspected that there would be a great opportunity in the cursed land 4 years later, and that opportunity might be the legendary true martial tomb. You decided to take a gamble. You left the Song family ahead of time and headed to the cursed land to avoid the life and death crisis brought by Qin Wang 3 years later. However, if the hidden hand also possesses the nameless copper booklet, you would undoubtedly perish. But you had no other choice, as this was your only path to survival. You could only take the gamble. Given your current situation, even if you joined one of the 4 major sects, it would be of no use. Despite being a top-grade golden bone, you cultivated the Heavenly Gate 5 paths and could not transform into a jade bone, thus lacking any worth for cultivation. If Qin Wang were to use the Spirit Sword sect to take your life, the 4 major sects would likely hand you over without hesitation. Leaving the Song family would be even more perilous. The hidden hand had known about matters like the heavenly bottle from the very beginning, clearly having a map hack. If you left the Song family, it wouldn't be long before your hiding place was exposed. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi suddenly recalled the sword-mad simulation. He had lived for over 50 years. Initially, he thought it was due to hiding in deep mountains isolated from the world. Later, he believed it was because the hidden hand deemed him no threat. Now that he thought about it, it should have been old Lu secretly protecting him, but ultimately, he could not save him. Since he had just mastered the sword technique, he had encountered a deadly scheme. It seemed that old Lu had reached some kind of agreement with the hidden hand, the content of which might have been to allow the sword mad to fully immerse himself in his obsession and master the sword technique without regrets, which could also be seen as a form of care for his disciple. However, this also revealed old Lu's identity, which was far from being as simple as it appeared. You decided to set the time to go to the cursed land for 2.5 years later. In the days to come, you continued to stay at the Yun Manor. With your abundant energy from the top-grade golden bone, Lin Xiushui found it somewhat overwhelming. During the day, she often used business as an excuse to go out and avoid you. Mo Xiang swallowed everything with tears. On October 1st, the competition in the Jia camp began, and you did not participate. On October 5th, Song Qingwei with her golden bone won first place in the competition, followed by Song Qingming in second place and Song Fan in third. Song Fan went out to train. On November 15th, the 5 major sects arrived at the Jia camp to recruit disciples. Lin Manqing suggested that you go to the Spirit Sword sect for cultivation. You refused. Lin Manqing urged you to break through the Spirit River. You tirelessly expressed your desire to further consolidate and stated that you would have Song Fan from 3 years later become Song Qingwei's protector, assisting her in winning the True Dragon election. Lin Manqing did not understand and thought that with your top-grade golden bone there was nothing left to consolidate, but she did not press further. From this, you realized that Lin Manqing might truly be unaware of the Song family's demise in the 7th life, otherwise she wouldn't be so concerned about Song Qingwei's election for the True Dragon of the Song family. On March 2nd of year 1 after your day and night of effort, Mo Xiang became pregnant. She was very happy and pulled you to discuss baby names for an entire night. On May 14th of year 1, Lin Manqing with a pale face found you and told you that Lin Xiushui and the old granny had gone missing at Yunyu Tower. You were shocked. Last time after capturing the assassins at Yunyu Tower, you had not let your guard down and had arranged for the old granny to secretly protect Lin Xiushui, but unexpectedly an accident still occurred. You hurriedly asked mother-in-law, is there any clue now? Lin Manqing looked worried, we don't know yet. There are no signs of a struggle at the scene, only a pool of blood. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi's heart jolted. A pool of blood. This shouldn't be Lin Kushui's. Because in the Sword Mad simulation song, Fan only said that his mother was missing, not that she had been harmed, and did not mention the presence of blood at the scene. So was it the old granny's? Doesn't this imply that the old granny, who was proficient in concealment and tracking techniques, and had reached the innate perfection, was taken down without any resistance? Otherwise there would be no way for there to be no signs of a struggle at the scene. Chen Shi realized. Things had spiraled beyond control. History had shifted once more. Or perhaps it had not changed at all. Had he lacked the simulator, Lin Xiushui would inevitably have vanished, as history dictated. His very presence had disrupted that fate. Her disappearance now signaled history realigning itself with its original course. To date, he had undergone 8 simulations. Only 2 of them featured Lin Xiushui remaining unvanished. The first was Simulation 4, wherein she had been confined with him in the inner courtyard and given birth to Chen Ping'an. The second was Simulation 6, when she accompanied him into the Lingjian sect. In the remaining 6 simulations, Lin Xiushui had mysteriously vanished, though the simulator never mentioned it, as he had simply been absent from the Song residence, and thus unable to obtain such news. I wonder whether those who abducted elder sister this time are the same royal agents who dispatched the black-robed assassins last time. Chen Shi frowned deeply. He continued reading the simulation text. On the 17th day of the 5th month, year 1, you learned that the soul jade plaque stored for old nurse at the Lingjian sect had shattered, confirming her demise. You were consumed by anxiety. On the 18th day of the 5th month, year 1, a robed elder in violet arrived at the Yun residence accompanied by Lin Manqing. His expression was grim and forbidding. He questioned you extensively about Lin Xiushui. You answered without reservation. Later, Lin Manqing informed you that the violet-robed elder was Lin Xiushui's celestial grandfather. On the 20th day of the 6th month, year 1, Lin Manqing visited the Yun residence and delivered a shocking revelation. Lin Xiushui's soul jade plaque stored at the Ling sect had also shattered, confirming her death. You fell silent for a long while. You asked Lin Manqing whether any leads on the perpetrator had emerged. She replied that no clues had yet surfaced. Only that moments before Lin Xiushui's soul jade plaque shattered, the Ling sect's divine scripture had blazed with brilliant radiance, sensing both the cursed lands and the breakthrough of a Ling sect bloodline heir into the upper 4 realms. Several celestial elders of the Ling sect raced through the night toward the cursed lands, guided by the divine scripture, only to discover a charred corpse. Upon hearing this, a tempestuous fury surged within you. You clenched your fists tightly. After a moment's pause, you loosened them again, defeated, hollow. Powerless and insignificant, you could do nothing. In the days that followed, you drowned your sorrows in wine within the Yun residence, visiting the Shanha abode every few days to inquire about progress in the investigation concerning Lin Xiushui. Lin Manqing shared much with you. She explained that Lin Xiushui's case had drawn full attention across the Ling sect. Dozens of celestial-level cultivators had been dispatched to Xi province to demand answers from the imperial court. Given that royal assassins had previously attempted to abduct Lin Xiushui at the Yunyue Pavilion, Prince Qin of Liang province had become the prime suspect. Under pressure from the Lingjian sect, Emperor Yuanjing issued a special edict ordering Prince Qin to travel to the capital for interrogation. Days passed. You waited, steadfastly, silently. Yet no news came. Not a single trace of the culprit remained. In the following days, you made frequent trips to the Shanhao abode. From Lin Manqing, you learned a curious tidbit. During her recent return to the Lingjian sect, she had noticed many unfamiliar faces upon Ling Mountain. Upon inquiry, she discovered they were all descendants of the Ling sect's scattered, uniquely gifted bloodlines. On the 12th day of the 1st month, year 2, Emoxiang gave birth to a daughter, mother and child both safe and sound. This brought a sliver of light into the gloom-shrouded Yun residence. You named the girl Chen Yanxiu. On the 2nd day of the 4th month, year 2, after spending several months caring for Emoxiang, you chose to leave the Song residence and journey to the Cursed Lands to await the opening of the Jinwu tomb 4 years hence. This journey promised mortal peril. Before departing, you specifically warned Emoxiang, should demonic chaos erupt in Liang province, she must seek refuge with Lin Manqing at the Lingjian sect, or failing that, flee the Song residence entirely, and if necessary turn to Song Fan for aid. After settling all affairs, you departed the Yun residence beneath Emoxiang's anxious gaze. You disguised yourself as a prison warden. You escorted a convoy of prisoners to the Liang province frontier to assist in fortress construction. Using spirit medicines from your tenfold ring as payment, You had Lin Manqing arrange for 3 celestial-level guardians to secretly escort you. You traveled for an entire day. Darkness swallowed your vision. You slipped into unconsciousness. You were being soul-searched. You were beheaded by a single sword stroke. You died. Chen Shi stared baffled. How could he have perished so silently, under the covert protection of 3 celestial-level cultivators? He strongly suspected a traitor within their ranks. Even Prince Chen himself could not possibly have abducted him undetected, right under the watchful eyes of 3 celestial-level guardians. Moreover, according to historical precedent, Prince Chen would not learn of Journey to the West until 3 years later. Especially since Chen Shi had personally requested Lin Manqing to seal all knowledge of Journey to the West, meaning Prince Chen would learn of it even later. Still, it was possible his own overcautiousness had drawn Prince Chen's attention prematurely. Yet this familiar manner of death unmistakably pointed to a fellow transmigrator, the hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows wielding an intelligence-based golden ability. If not Prince Chen, then surely him. You triggered the verdant talent Unquiet Death. You gained 1 additional day. Seeing this, Chen Shi snapped back to awareness. He immediately refocused on the simulation text. Your severed head rolled onto the ground, and your eyes flew wide open. You beheld your own headless corpse, steaming blood gushed forth, soaking the tangled grass around you. You saw a pair of slender fair legs clad in white gauze. You glimpsed half a black robe. You deduced there were 2 figures, 1 male, 1 female. They stood beside your corpse. Since your head lay tilted sideways, you could only see their lower bodies. This time, however, you were not in a sealed chamber, but in a wild mountain forest. The light was abundant, yet it served no purpose, except making those pale legs gleam unervingly bright. You stared wide-eyed and motionless. You waited in silence. After a moment, a youthful voice laughed deferentially. Senior sister's might is peerless. Even 3 celestial cultivators fall before her in a single exchange. I am utterly awestruck. A cool feminine voice replied, enough flattery. The target is dead. Now tell me, where are the remaining Ling clan blood heirs concealed? Of course, I shall reveal all. But first I beg one more favor of senior sister. Do you wish to die? Oi. Senior sister master himself instructed me, whatever the matter, I must ask you for aid. Surely you would not defy master's command. The cool voice grew impatient. Whom else would you have me kill? The youthful voice chuckled, Prince Chen's heir, Jiang Sun. Senior sister, this head's eyes seem abnormal. Please handle it for me, leaving no trace. Your skull is shattered by a single palm strike. Your body disintegrates. 1 eyeball bursts free. Instantly your field of vision widens, and in a fleeting startled glance you glimpse a strikingly handsome face, sharp-featured and chiseled. It is not the visage of the Qin king as depicted in imperial portraits. With a soft plop your eyeball explodes midair, your death's final unblinking gaze forcibly severed. Simulation terminated. Chen Shi frowned, lost in contemplation as he read the simulation log. The Ling clan bloodline, a concept even Lin Manqing knew only as a special bloodline, was utterly alien to him until his visit to the Ling clan celestial cavern. That a young voice could name it outright marked its speaker unmistakably as the mastermind behind an intelligence-based divine ability. Yet why would he kill me, and also target Jiang Sun? Could Jiang Sun be the royal transmigrator? Have they already crossed paths? If so, the mastermind clearly failed, and likely suffered a catastrophic reversal. After all, 60 years later, Jiang Sun was still paraded before the world as a pawn arrested alive by the 4 great sects, very much unharmed. He must have truly been apprehended. The ancient cultivators of the 4 great sects, each centuries old, had plotted meticulously. They would never misidentify their quarry. Still, this information holds limited value in this simulation. The mastermind did not orchestrate the demonic uprising, rendering historical trajectories entirely divergent. Yet in the previous simulation, he died precisely 3 years after stepping beyond the cursed lands at the hands of a certain prince. If Jiang Sun is the royal transmigrator, his death makes no sense. Thus, the mastermind almost certainly suffered a disastrous failure. Moreover, that senior sister mentioned by the mastermind, who could eliminate 3 celestial ascendants without a whisper, must be an invincible existence, perhaps even surpassing the current Qin king in might. Could such a peerless expert truly falter, striking with full intent against a junior cultivator? Or does Jiang Sun possess a divinely anomalous ability? Did he escape? Or did he truly perish, proving he is not the royal transmigrator? Is the Qin king himself the transmigrator? Is still far too little known. Jiang Sun's status as a royal transmigrator remains unconfirmed. In the next simulation, I may attempt to eliminate him early. If he truly is the transmigrator, his death would dissolve the fatal deadlock 3 years hence, allowing me to remain safely hidden within the Song family and Lingjian sect. Even failure carries no loss. At minimum, his identity would be confirmed, and perhaps I'd uncover the nature of his divine ability. Simultaneously, I must ensure senior sister's safety. Chen Shi murmured inwardly. Lin Xiaoshui's astonishing cultivation speed stemmed unequivocally from her Ling clan bloodline. In this simulation, the deaths of old nursemaid and Lin Xiaoshui were likewise orchestrated by the mastermind, or rather by her senior sister. Their objective, the Ling clan bloodline itself. From this one truth emerges 2 years hence the mastermind will become a disciple of a supreme master, thereby attaining a dramatic leap in power. Most likely a patriarch-level figure among the 5 great sects. Lingjian sect is ruled out first. A patriarch of Lingjian sect would inevitably recognize the Ling clan bloodline. Dispatching a subordinate to seek it would be redundant, even absurd. As for why they seek it, a hunch stirred deep within Chen Shi's mind. Ding. A notification chimed generating simulation rewards. Choose one master. Green talent, unblinking death. Slight enhancement to innate constitution. Seeing option, Chen Shi solidified his suspicion. He had long puzzled over the simulator's recurring offer of slight enhancement to innate constitution. Now he understood. The Ling clan bloodline served purposes far beyond procreation. It fundamentally elevated one's innate constitution and cultivation potential. To date, 9 simulations had unfolded. Reflecting now, every time he engaged intimately with Lin Xiaoshui, this reward invariably appeared. Especially during the Jia Camp Grand Contest simulation, after being pierced through by a sword at Lingjian sect, the reward panel inexplicably displayed a white talent, innate constitution enhancement. Previously, he'd assumed the spirit pool had refined his aptitude. Now he saw his error. It was wholly attributable to the Ling clan bloodline. Precisely then, Lin Xiaoshui had forged her jade bones, triggering resonance with the Ling sect heavenly scripture and sealing his doom. Thus, the Ling clan bloodline's potency scaled with cultivation depth, maximizing constitutional enhancement at higher realms. Frankly, without the simulator, Chen Shi would never have fathomed this latent function of the Ling clan bloodline. For during the lower 5 realms, its effect remained subtle. Even as its beneficiary, he'd struggled to perceive such minute anomalies. Yet now, armed with the truth, revisiting past events revealed telling clues. For instance, during the simulation where he was confined to the inner courtyard, stuck for weeks at midstage bone refinement, he abandoned effort, indulged in passion with Lin Xiaoshui, and broke through mysteriously within days. Then, why does Lingjian sect forbid these women from cultivating? Why execute them upon ascending to the upper 4 realms? A mere jade bone suffices to trigger a white talent. What would manifest upon breaking through the spirit river or attaining celestial ascension? A blue talent. Even purple. Even superior offspring pale beside the allure of enhancing one's own innate constitution. Chen Shi sensed profound contradiction here. Lingjian sect's elders could not be ignorant of this truth, yet they enforce such decrees regardless. This surely is Lingjian sect's greatest secret, one veiled so deeply that even Lin Manqing, a cultivator from the Ling sect itself, grasps only its faintest outline. To assume a special bloodline exists solely for procreation is simplistic folly. This further explains why he was slain after Lin Xiaoshui forged her jade bones. The white talent's boost to innate constitution was unmistakable. Within days, he would inevitably notice his sudden, inexplicable improvement. Over time, suspicion would inevitably fall upon Lin Xiaoshui, leading him to unravel the Ling clan bloodline secret. Hence, the Ling sect had no choice but to eliminate him. Perhaps this is the true reason Lingjian sect forbids Ling clan women from ascending beyond the upper 4 realms. To safeguard this secret, absolutely and irrevocably. 60 years hence, Lingjian sect's annihilation likely stems from this very bloodline. The mastermind and his senior sister serve as perfect evidence. The moment they learned of it, they fixated on Lin Xiaoshui without delay. Even 3 years hence, the royal transmigrator may leverage this secret to pressure Lingjian sect into sacrificing him. And if the transmigrator knows this secret, the mastermind's assassination attempt on Jiang Sun must have catastrophically backfired, like stealing chickens only to lose his entire flock, inadvertently gifting Jiang Sun with golden insights. System, I choose option. Ding. Reward selection confirmed. You have permanently inherited the green talent, unblinking death. In this simulation, participate in the Jia Camp Grand Contest, unlock the Supreme Tier Spirit Pool, then commission Senior Sister to sketch Jiang Sun's likeness. Remain sequestered within the Song residence, nowhere else. Determine whether the royal transmigrator is Jiang Yin or Jiang Sun. If opportunity arises, attempt to assassinate Jiang Sun preemptively. Chen Shi recited the plan silently for 10 minutes, imprinting it as a powerful mental directive. Then he reopened the simulator. Ding. The 10th life simulation begins. You leave the room, find Lin Xiaoshui, and ask her if she has seen Jiang Sun. She states that she has seen him at Yinyu Tower, her eyes filled with disdain, clearly not having a good impression of Jiang Sun. She takes out rice paper and a brush. Leaning over, she begins to draw while you watch intently. Her hand shakes as she grips the brush. Crimson ink drips down. It splatters on the floor, blossoming into vibrant red flowers. You head to Shanheju to meet Lin Manqing. You candidly reveal your identity as a reborn individual. With the support of your exceptional golden bones, your persuasion is quite powerful, and you intentionally omit any information about Lin Xiaoshui. You inquire about Lui. Lin Manqing smiles, and tells you that Lu Yi used to be like you, a servant from the Song family. You are greatly surprised. Unexpectedly, old Lu has such a past. You question her in detail and learn of Lu Yi's history from Lin Manqing. He was a beggar taken in by the Song family 90 years ago, initially doing odd jobs at Zonkantang. Later, he gained the old lattice favor and worked for a year as a ceremonial host in a shop in Liangzhou City, 2 years as a hostess, 3 years as a street runner, 6 years in the external accounts office, 10 years as a deputy manager, and 40 years as the head manager. For most of his life, he was unremarkable. However, 30 years ago, Lu Yi suddenly approached the old lady of the Song family, Lin Manqing's mother-in-law, requesting to practice martial arts. This caused quite a stir at the time, but due to Lu Yi's years of hard work for the Song family, the old lady made an exception and arranged for a martial arts teacher to instruct him, hoping he would know when to back down. Yet after truly starting martial arts training, he astonished everyone. At nearly 70, manager Lu, older, yet more resilient, cultivated under the ample resources of the Song family, as if aided by the heavens. Over 30 years, he astonishingly broke through from a decrepit old man to a preternatural being, rejuvenating his spirit. Could old Lu be a reincarnated great being? Did he awaken his past wisdom? In contrast, his current body had merely engaged in some handiwork before being condemned to death by the doctor. At 70, Lu Yi might have great-grandchildren who could run errands, and yet he reached the preternatural level, which is no different from a miracle. He is definitely not a local. The middle-aged man who emerged from the cursed land is probably the same. Neither of them are ordinary individuals. You are greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, old Lu has such a legendary story. Yet you are puzzled as to why you've never heard of old Lu's feats during the 2.5 years you've traversed in this world where gossip flourishes. Lin Manqing glances at you, indicating that such matters cannot be casually spoken of, as it would bring trouble to the Song family and Lu Yi. You somewhat understand. Lu Yi's rapid cultivation could indeed attract trouble. After all, a tall tree catches the wind, and public opinion can be frightening. Next, you inquire in detail about matters regarding Lu Yi. Due to your exceptional golden bones and your identity as a reborn individual, Lin Manqing shows great patience and answers your questions without reservation. Unfortunately, you gain little information. Lin Manqing's understanding of Lu Yi only pertains to his time in the Song family, while you want to know about Lu Yi's experiences before he became a beggar. You express your request. Lin Manqing looks at you with some confusion. Why are you so interested in Lu Yi, my son? You reply, mother-in-law, I wish to learn martial arts, so I want to know more about Master Lu's past. Lin Manqing is somewhat surprised. She immediately responds that this is a minor issue. She will find someone to ask who is in charge of taking Lu Yi back, then perhaps they can obtain some early experiences of Lu Yi before entering the Song family. You express your gratitude. Then Lin Manqing proposes to help you arrange your marriage. You mention Lin Xiushui. Lin Manqing's face flashes with displeasure, but she quickly conceals her emotions and says disingenuously, men often have 3 wives and 4 concubines, since you already have someone you like, how can I break up your love? How about this? I'll help arrange the marriages of all 3 of you. You pick up your teacup and bow respectfully, saying, thank you, mother-in-law, for your generous support. Lin Manqing reaches out to take the cup and takes a small sip. After a moment, she lifts her beautiful face and lightly huffs through her nose, saying, let me be clear, you must not neglect Mo Xiang in the future. Also, this girl has a weak constitution and hidden injuries. The doctor said she cannot practice martial arts or it will cost her life. You must remember this, otherwise if anything happens, he'll hold you responsible. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chen Shi is somewhat taken aback. He still remembers that Lin Manqing slapped Mo Xiang this morning. He had been thinking of getting back at her from somewhere else. But now it seems that the other party is not so bad after all. Upon reflection, Chen Shi feels he may have had a poor impression in the past. Coming from a servant background with no martial arts talent, and only knowing a few stories, he was just an ordinary person. No, as a servant, he was even below an ordinary commoner. In the eyes of a noblewoman like Lin Manqing, he is somewhat akin to a mischievous youth from his previous life, who deceives young girls. Seeing Mo Xiang flirting with such a person, and even breaking the rules, she was probably more angered, and only slapped him as a lesson. After all, Mo Xiang is not an ordinary maid. She has at least come from the Lingjin sect. However, Lin Manqing's prohibition on Mo Xiang practicing martial arts seems familiar. Mo Xiang is weak. During the last simulation, Lin Xiushui used the excuse to avoid him at Yinyu Tower. During the day, only Mo Xiang bore the brunt, which does not seem to match a weak constitution. Could it be? Chen Shi thought of the Ling clan's bloodline. You kneel before her, expressing your loyalty. You rise. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch sight of the portrait of the emperor at the front of the hall, depicting the great Emperor Gao who established the profound principles of heaven and earth. Curiously, you ask, mother-in-law, which renowned artist painted this portrait of the founding emperor? Lin Manqing gently places down her teacup and casually replies, I can't remember, these are all ancient items from thousands of years ago. I've heard that ever since Shanhe Ju was built, this painting has hung here. It is one of the few surviving portraits of our founding emperor. You are somewhat surprised. Are portraits of the founding emperor that rare? Hearing that portraits of the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty are so rare surprised you. Logically speaking, such portraits of founding emperors, whether for the sake of governance or for sacrificial purposes, should not be limited to just a few surviving examples. You wondered why this was the case. Lin Manqing expressed her uncertainty, but it is rumored that the great ancestor practiced a rather extraordinary art, and his physique was exceptionally unique. Even ordinary celestial beings find it hard to remember his face, forgetting it after just one glance, let alone ordinary artists. These reasons lead to the rarity of portraits of the great ancestor. Upon realizing this, Chen Shi fell into deep thought. The portraits are indeed scarce. Only a few exist in the world. Even the other 3 divine houses do not have any. Thus in this world and in Liangzhou, it seems that only the Song family possesses a portrait of the great ancestor. Even the Qin Wangfu might not have one. Then, could the familiarity you sensed from the mysterious middle-aged man be due to the portrait? Is it possible that he really is the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty? You caught a glimpse of the great ancestor's portrait in the inner courtyard earlier. So after several months, seeing the middle-aged man in the simulation felt vaguely familiar. The more Chen Shi thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite significant. Firstly, this is the inner courtyard, the residence of the Song family's household where outsiders cannot enter. Places like the Shanhua residence are even more exclusive. He had never worked there as a servant primarily because the inner courtyard was vast, housing tens of thousands of people. In terms of scale, it was much larger than the Forbidden City in his past life, and the Shanhua residence itself was also quite large with dozens of halls. Even if one entered here, it would not guarantee access to the hall where the great ancestor's portrait is hung. Secondly, as a peak golden bone, being so young in a place like Liangzhou, claiming to be a descendant of the Song family would carry significant weight. After all, only those who have seen the great ancestor's portrait in the Shanhua residence can either be servants or descendants of the Song family. As a peak golden bone, he clearly could not be a servant. Moreover, this portrait of the great ancestor is an ancient artifact, having been hung in the Shanhua residence since its establishment. It is possible that this portrait was a gift from the great ancestor himself, along with a personally inscribed plaque to the Song family. All these factors contributed to him saying that the middle-aged man seemed very familiar, leading the other party to choose to believe in his identity. However, it could not be said that he was believed. The middle-aged man may not have cared whether he was a descendant of the Song family. The advice to leave the cursed land might have been out of old feelings, a mere casual suggestion, but what truly prompted the middle-aged man to give him the bronze book was likely the 5 paths of the heavenly gate. A few minutes later, Lin Manqing concluded her conversation with Yu. Song Fan went out to train. Yu held a grand wedding with Lin Xiaoshui and Mo Xiang. On February 14th, Lin Manqing informed Yu that the steward who brought Lu Yi into the residence had passed away more than 10 years ago. She could only try to find an elderly person who had long worked with Lu Yi. On February 27th, an elderly man with deep wrinkles visited your courtyard. After some pleasantries, you learned his identity. His name is Li Jian, a beggar who entered the residence with Lu Yi 90 years ago. You inquired about Lu Yi. Li Jian, over 100 years old, spoke unclearly, his mental state not very good, resembling someone with dementia, making communication with him quite challenging. An hour later, you learned that Li Jian's ancestors were taken from the Wei Dynasty by demons 200 years ago, imprisoned in cities under demon control, treated as livestock until 90 years ago, when the current head of the Song family, Song Tiangong, led an army to defeat the demons, reclaim their homeland, and conveniently rescued them, relocating these Wei survivors to the rear. Li Jian followed the army during the migration and encountered a wild person. That wild person was Lu Yi. Lu Yi had no parents. With unkempt hair, unable to speak, lacking education, and living on raw flesh and blood, these traits align well with the characteristics of the survivors raised by demons. Thus, the commanding officer decided to capture Lu Yi as well. They were relocated to the rear. However, interestingly, the place where Lu Yi appeared happened to be near the border of Liangzhou, very close to the cursed land in your memory. This made you somewhat suspicious. Lu Yi might be a survivor who came out of the cursed land. However, for some reason, he lost his memory, and since he was born deep in the mountains, he initially lived a life of eating raw flesh and blood, awakening his past life memories only at the age of 70, finally stepping into cultivation. You thought if he is a reincarnated individual relying on the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, then cultivating to the innate stage at 70 does not seem unreasonable. Is it possible that the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty is also a reincarnated individual? Chen Shi's mind surfaced this question. Lu Yi and the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty should be of the same kind. If reincarnated beings really lose their memories, then the great ancestor engaging in the struggle for dynastic supremacy does not seem out of place, just like Lu Yi, who spent a significant part of his life managing a shop. However, if they truly are reincarnated beings, why remain in the Wei Dynasty? Why not cross the cursed land to see the outside world? Is it possible that the other side is also a dead end? Under your continuous questioning, Li Jian grew increasingly fatigued, and in the end he shut his eyes and collapsed. You were taken aback. You hurried forward to support him only to find that he had merely fallen asleep, feeling relieved in your heart. You asked Mujin to help lead Yin to a room to rest. After pondering for a while, you considered going to the cursed land to verify the identity of the middle-aged man to see if he is indeed the great ancestor of the Wei Dynasty. However, shortly after you decided to abandon this plan because time was too tight. It is now February 27th, and a day has passed since the middle-aged man stepped out of the cursed land. Lu Yi would soon return to the residence. Considering the future crisis, you decided to prepare for both possibilities. If the royal time traveler of 3 years is using the secret of the spiritual clan's bloodline to manipulate the Lingjian sect to take your life, then perhaps you could also emulate this using the same secret to turn the tables on the Lingjian sect. However, this method is too dangerous. You wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, and you are not certain whether the royal time traveler 3 years later is actually threatening the Lingjian sect with this. Your intuition tells you that the Lingjian sect possesses the bloodline of the spiritual clan that enhances root bones. In your previous life, they dispatched dozens of celestial beings to Shi Prefecture to pressure the Wei Emperor. Their terrifying foundation likely exceeds your imagination. The royal time traveler might not dare to use such matters to threaten the Lingjian sect. You wouldn't dare either. Therefore, this is just an alternative plan. Your main plan is still to find someone to assassinate Jiang Sun in advance. Li Wui. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. Upon further contemplation, he found this plan might be feasible. Based on the situation from the 7th simulation, Li Wui's character should be commendable. He is a martial artist with an unwavering Tao heart, unafraid of the 5 declines tribulation and determined to transcend above the realm of mortals. Belonging to those who are particularly eager to make progress. As long as one desires advancement, even the proudest can have their vulnerabilities. In the following days, you began to inquire about the legendary first sword of the world as depicted in the story of Lu Yi. Regrettably, none had heard of such a person. Even Li Ping, who is well-informed, first thought of the sword saint of the spirit sword sect and the ancestor Jian Wudao when mentioning the first sword of the world. This made you somewhat doubtful. The first sword of the world might not be a figure of this era. Perhaps he was a previous incarnation of Lu Yi. 3 months later, Lu Yi returned to the Song Mansion and you attempted to become his disciple. You were refused, but received a Tao comprehension stone. It seems that without the talent of a sword fanatic, old Lu likely won't accept me as a disciple. If that swordsman is indeed old Lu's past life, then perhaps he sees in me a reflection of his former self. Chen Shi pondered silently. He then turned his gaze back to the simulation text. On March 28th, Li Wui secretly arrived at the Yun Mansion. After some pleasantries, you learned he came from a second-rate family in Shuzhou. As a top-tier silver-bone genius, he was regarded by his elders as the family's future from a young age. You also learned that the Li family of Shuzhou had recently been living frugally, selling off large assets to fully support Li Wui's breakthrough to the realm of mortals, hoping to elevate the family to first-rate status. Just days ago, Li Wui had returned from a secret realm training and immediately rushed over after receiving an invitation from the Song Mansion. During your conversation, you could clearly sense Li Wui's urgent desire for progress. In fact, with his talent, he could easily join any of the 5 major sects and would not lack resources. However, this also meant he would have to make a certain break from his family. The Shuzhou Li family had finally produced a super genius and naturally didn't want to lose him. Li Wui, having benefited from his clan since childhood, could not betray them. Once you became familiar, you mentioned a business proposition that carried some risk but offered considerable profit, asking if he would be willing to participate. He asked what kind of business it was. You subtly suggested that you wanted him to assassinate the crown prince. Li Wui's expression changed drastically. He had come to the Divine General's mansion at the invitation of the 7th Madam, intending to earn a reward to gather resources for his breakthrough to the realm of mortals. However, he did not expect you to be so audacious as to ask him to assassinate a member of the royal family, especially the current emperor's nephew. If the matter were to be exposed, the Shuzhou Li family would likely face annihilation. He rejected you without hesitation and questioned whether this was your idea or that of the 7th Madam. You remained silent. Taking out 10 wooden boxes from the Shifeng ring, you indicated that this was a deposit. The moment the jade box emerged, a rich aura of spiritual energy immediately enveloped the area. Li Wui looked astonished, reaching out to open the jade box. To his shock, he discovered that all 10 jade boxes contained invaluable Xin-level spiritual herbs, and of the highest quality, which made his breath quicken. He could even hear his heart pounding. He remembered that the last time he felt this excited was when he refined a top-tier silver bone. With these spiritual herbs, he could surely break through to the realm of mortals. However, the matter of assassinating a member of the royal family was simply too grave. He still hesitated. Subsequently, you took out another jade box from your ring and opened it to reveal a leaf exuding a faint glow. Li Wui trembled all over. He was horrified to find that the fragrance of the herb from the leaf, merely inhaling a whiff, actually caused a slight loosening of his stagnated realm. You explained that this was called the 7-star Xiantian leaf, a mid-grade, earth-level spiritual herb. In ancient times, it was a primary ingredient for refining the heaven-mending pill, which could aid innate powerhouses in breaking through to the realm of mortals. If Li Wui could bring back the head of Jiang Sun, this spiritual herb would be a reward. Moreover, you would also provide 50 additional Xian-level top-tier spiritual herbs afterward. If he were to fail and perish, these spiritual herbs would still be sent to the Shuzhou Li family. After a short while, Li Wui gritted his teeth and slammed his palm into his other hand, declaring that he would take this business deal. You then mentioned Jiang Sun, who had recently gone to the Hahuan sect for training. On April 12th, due to threats from the unseen hand, you repeatedly cautioned Lin Xiushui not to leave the mansion. On April 24th, you learned through an informant that Li Wui had become a disciple at the Hahuan sect. On May 14th, you found out through an informant that due to the favor of the crown, Prince Jiang Sun had taken a master who was a celestial elder at the Hahuan sect with quite a respectable status. Li Wui temporarily could not find an opportunity to act and could only lurk in the shadows waiting for the right moment. On July 14th, you received the portrait of Jiang Sun drawn by Lin Xiushui. He had handsome features with sword-like brows and starry eyes with well-defined contours. You memorized that face thoroughly. On September 12th, Song Fan returned from the secret realm, and you asked him what treasures he had found. He was evasive. He eventually revealed the key to the Jinwu tomb. After careful comparison of the portrait, you confirmed that the person before you is Jiang Sun. You are greatly surprised as you did not expect Jiang Sun, a possible fellow traveler from another world, to lose his life so easily. You proactively inquire about the course of events. Li Wui informs you that the woman from Hahuan sect whom Jiang Sun was infatuated with lost her father unexpectedly some time ago and had to return home to mourn. Jiang Sun accompanied her in leaving Hahuan sect. This gave Li Wui the opportunity to ambush them midway, successfully killing both. In the end, Li Wui reflects that Jiang Sun was deeply concealed, completely unlike the reputed playboy. It was merely a disguise. In reality, he was an innate powerhouse, barely over 20, undeniably a top genius. During the battle, even Li Wui was deceived, nearly facing defeat. However, relying on his formidable strength as a half-step celestial, he easily defeated Jiang Sun, who was only at the initial stage of the innate realm. Seeing this, Chen Shi slightly dispels his doubts. The mastermind behind the scenes 2 years later even had his exceptionally powerful senior sister specifically assassinate Jiang Sun. With such targeted actions from the mastermind, Jiang Sun must be extraordinary, very likely that royal traveler. If he were killed so easily by Li Wui, that would be abnormal. Next, you subtly ask Li Wui if Jiang Sun exhibited any special abilities during the battle. Li Wui pauses for a moment. He states that there were none. However, he has figured out why Jiang Sun chose to tarnish his reputation. The main reason is that his father is the Qin Wang, an innate powerhouse who has firmly held the position in the Eastern Palace for decades, deeply entangled with many high-ranking officials in the court. Thus, both father and son are highly suspected by the current emperor. Even their fief was specifically chosen to be in Liangzhou City, just to allow the Song family to monitor the Qin Wang. You are somewhat surprised as you did not expect the Song family to have this level of connection with the Qin Wang's residence. Through this matter, you also see a glimmer of hope in using the Song family to contend against the Qin Wang's residence. Given the uncertainty about whether the royal traveler is dead or alive, you decide to make additional preparations. You conclude the conversation. You pay Li Wui the remaining reward. On September 30th, a major event occurred in Liangzhou City where the Qin Wang's heir was tragically killed by a mysterious powerhouse. The Qin Wang was enraged and personally went to the gate of Hahuan sect. The current emperor was furious and specifically dispatched an imperial envoy determined to thoroughly investigate the matter. You feel somewhat anxious. On October 1st, you participated in the great competition of the 1st Battalion. Your exceptional golden bones were exposed right under the eyes of the Song family's ancestors. You challenged Song Qingming. You used the Heaven and Earth One sword slash. The opponent does not evade, unleashing 60% of his sword intent, deploying the perfected Song family's Earth-ranked ultimate skill C without end. A flurry of sword lights flashed by. Boom. Both of you were knocked off the stage. You slid on your knees for dozens of meters, your face flushed and your insides burning. Blood trickled from the corner of Song Qingming's mouth. You have exhausted your strength. A narrow loss. Half an hour later, you recover your strength and continue to challenge Song Qingming. After just taking one blow from you, Song Qingming sustained significant injuries. If he were to forcefully contend with you again, he would likely be unable to maintain his position in the top 10. Considering this, he reluctantly relinquished the first arena. In the following days, several copperbone competitors challenged you. However, unlike before, under the immense strength of your exceptional golden bones, you did not even need to use the Heaven and Earth One sword slash. Even with ordinary strikes, you could easily defeat these challengers. On October 5th, the competition ended, and you claimed the top position. You became famous. After the competition, an ancestor-level figure from the Song family, Chen Shi, heard the news and personally met with you. You engaged in a close conversation. In the end, Chen Shi proposed to betroth Song Qingxue to you. You know that this ancestor from the Song family is trying to win you over, wanting to tie you to the Song family's chariot. Unfortunately, your cultivation follows the 5 paths of the heavenly gate, and your talent is not as monstrous as they imagine. You shake your head to refuse. You also candidly reveal your cultivation method. Chen Shi's expression turns suspicious, asking how you at such a young age managed to break through the 4th death gate in such a short time. You mention encountering a mysterious middle-aged man in the cursed land who gave you a page from a bronze booklet. Before you can finish, Chen Shi interrupts you, stating that he learned all about you before leaving seclusion and knows you have never left the Song residence. Seeing this, you confess your identity as a reborn individual after a year and astonishingly declare that the Song family may face annihilation in the near future. Chen Shi looks completely bewildered. Then with a wave of his hand, you feel a rush of dizziness and your consciousness begins to disperse. Your spirit is being extracted. You answer a number of questions. You regain your senses, lifting your head to meet Chen Shi's piercing gaze. He questions you, stating that during the inquiry you denied your identity as a reborn individual. Chen Shi feels somewhat puzzled. From the description of the simulated text, it seems that the inquiry aims to allow individuals to open their hearts and answer questions subconsciously while their consciousness is dispersed. It is difficult to lie. It resembles the hallucinogens used during FBI interrogations in your past life. The self in the simulation clearly retains memories from previous simulations, yet during the inquiry, he denied himself. Could it be that the self in the simulation possesses some form of special memory protection mechanism? Unless he says it himself, no one can acquire any memories provided by the simulator. The likelihood of this is very high. In the 3rd simulation, he was once soul-searched by Lin Manqing, but no information was obtained. The innate powerhouse who searched his soul did not even realize he was a traveler, merely thinking he was an inconspicuous horse servant. Thus, the self in the simulation likely has a memory protection mechanism. As long as he does not actively speak, no one can pry into his memories. In the 8th simulation, the royal traveler who killed him also muttered that he found nothing in his head and suspected he was from that side. Initially, he thought that nothing referred to a golden finger. Now it seems to refer entirely to the memories in his mind. You realize that the memories of your past life may be quite special and cannot be probed, leaving only explanations. Your soul after rebirth seems somewhat abnormal. In the end, you feel that your argument lacks persuasiveness, and you reveal that Elder Wang is a spy planted by the Qin Wang's residence. Chen Shi grows increasingly suspicious. He had already known Elder Wang's identity. The reason he kept him around was purely to observe what tricks the Qin Wang's residence was playing. However, now that you have stated this, he is somewhat astonished and begins to harbor doubts about what you said regarding the Song family's destruction. He casually asks you how the Song family will be destroyed. You lay out the entire situation about the demon chaos, the heavenly level techniques, and the mysterious person attacking the Song residence, deliberately omitting the existence of the mastermind. If Chen Shi were to learn that the destruction of the Song family involves you, it might lead you to be directly expelled. Chen Shi gazes deeply at you, asking if you wish to break through the 5th heavenly gate and refine the legendary jade bones. You are taken aback for a moment, then quickly express your eagerness. Chen Shi informs you that the opportunity to break through the 5th heavenly gate lies within the true martial tomb in the cursed land, which is what people refer to as the celestial palace that descended 50 years ago. Upon learning that the Jinwu tomb was in fact the celestial palace mentioned by Lin Manqing, you were profoundly startled. Chen Shi informed you that the 5 heavenly gates cultivation system and the bronze registers, capable of resisting curses, both originated from the Jinwu tomb over 10,000 years ago. Yet the Jinwu tomb's emergence follows no fixed cycle. It may remain sealed for as little as 10,000 years, or as long as several tens of thousands. Once opened, however, it will recur 3 times at roughly 50-year intervals. Possession of a Jinwu tomb key permits entry for 5 individuals, granting access to extraordinary opportunities. You grew puzzled. According to Su Yogan's account, only 12 such keys ever existed, and all were lost 100,000 years ago. How then could Chen Shi be so certain you would enter the tomb without one? You voiced your doubt directly. Chen Shi explained that though the Song clan possessed no Jinwu tomb key, an alternative path existed, mastering the 5 heavenly gates. Upon unlocking the 3rd gate of life, one who steps into the cursed lands during the tomb's opening will be automatically transported inside. His words stirred your memory. The enigmatic middle-aged man suspected to be the Great Wei Dynasty. That man had instructed you to journey to the cursed lands 4 years hence, likely intending for you to enter the Jinwu tomb and recover more bronze registers. Unlike Chen Shi, however, he spoke with absolute certainty about the tomb's timing. Yet you knew well nothing in this world comes without cost. His age surely served his own ends, and the crux of it all likely lay within the 5 heavenly gates. Still, you paid it little mind. In earlier lives you might have feared limits on rebirth, but now, having lived 10 lifetimes, you held firm conviction you were undeniably blessed with divine favor. What failed to destroy you only forged you stronger. Thus death and life, mere frost and wind upon the soul. Next you inquired about tier heavenly cultivation manuals. Song Shini did not answer outright. Instead, he asked whether you would retrieve an artifact from the Jinwu tomb on his behalf. Without hesitation you agreed, and seized the moment to declare your unwavering loyalty. Song Shini appeared genuinely surprised, then burst into hearty laughter praising you as a man of profound integrity. He resolved there and then to formally betroth Song Qingxue to you. You accepted. Unlike Mo Xiang, Song Qingxue was the eldest daughter of Song Tianji, the sixth branch patriarch, and bore the rare silver bone mark elevating her status to unparalleled prestige within the Song clan. Marrying her would bind you irrevocably to the Song family, transforming you into a true scion. Thereafter, even if Prince Qin commanded Lingjin sect to assassinate you, your safety would be assured, so long as you remained within the Song residence. Grasping this truth, you grew deeply concerned about the Song clan's impending downfall, and urged Song Shini once more to prepare diligently against looming calamities. He nodded gravely, promising to convene elders upon his return and commission one of the Song clan's celestial sovereigns to attempt breakthrough. A faint frown crossed your brow. During the seventh life's demon uprising, the Song clan had dispatched 7 celestial sovereigns to the frontier and retained 2 more at the ancestral seat, 9 in total. To assign only one to breakthrough struck you as dangerously negligent. You proposed an Allen strategy. Song Shini declined, shaking his head. He explained that when a celestial sovereign attempts breakthrough, the 5 calamities descend, slashing lifespan drastically. To live beyond 80 years would be miraculous. Should they follow your suggestion, the clan's next generation of elite warriors would vanish overnight. Ensuring its collapse was merely a matter of time. A quiet sigh rose within you. You understood Song Shini still doubted your claim to be a reincarnator. Yet you harbored no suspicion that he lied. Consider Li Wui currently at the peak of the innate realm. He would become a 3rd Calamy sovereign 60 years hence, only to fade into silence consumed by the 5 calamities' torment. Thus it was clear post-breakthrough a celestial sovereign's lifespan contracts sharply. 60 years is the outer limit. For a top-tier sect like the Song clan, abundant resources might stretch that to 70, still a sobering reality. Indeed, some 5th Calamy sovereigns do live 5 centuries, such as the Great Wei Taizu or the elder patriarchs of the 5 great sects. Yet the resources required are staggering. Even these supreme powers can sustain but a single such sovereign. You paused, then deliberately asked about the cultivation realms of the Song clan's 9 celestial sovereign elders. Song Shini's expression tightened. He scrutinized you closely, demanding how you knew their number. You reaffirmed your identity as a reincarnator, then fell silent, thoughtful. Song Shini revealed that aside from himself, a 4th Calamy sovereign, the Song clan counted 1 3rd Calamy, 1 2nd Calamy, and 6 unscathed sovereigns yet untouched by the 5 calamities. You judged that ratio insufficient, and proposed raising it to 2/3. Again Song Shini refused. Spiritual energy wanes, supreme spirit herbs grow scarce. Even our clan possesses but a handful. Surviving the 5 calamities demands rare body-nourishing treasures. If one forces through the first calamity, without them the body shatters irreparably, leaving perhaps 20 years before inevitable dissolution. You asked, Elder, is the Song clan spirit pool not itself a supreme treasure? Song Shini frowned, displeasure flickering across his face. The spirit pool is the very foundation of our clan. How could it possibly be squandered on a calamity breakthrough? He paused, then sighed. True, one ancestor long ago did use the spirit pool to transcend the 5th calamity. That act grievously wounded the pool, leaving it irreparable. Before that, even upper-grade silver bone cultivators immersed therein stood a chance of refining golden bone. But today, even supreme-grade silver bone yields no such transformation. That ancestor died full of remorse, commanding future generations never to repeat his folly. Chen Shi suddenly grasped it. In the 6 simulations reward pool, the tier heavenly spirit pool had appeared, marked as damaged. At first he'd assumed the flaw stemmed from distance from the spring's source, that the version obtained was incomplete. Now he realized he'd misjudged entirely. This time I've drawn a tier heavenly spirit pool. Perhaps in the next simulation I can deploy it to strengthen the Song clan against coming crises. One pool is insufficient, 10-20, until 9 5th Calamy sovereigns stand guard. Then let us see how long the hidden hand dares stir. Chen Shi mused inwardly. Yet soon a bolder notion took root. What if in reality a tier heavenly spirit pool were placed within the Song clan? Would that constitute altering history and trigger profound ripples across reality? Senior ancestor, what must I retrieve from the Jinwu tomb? Haha, you'll know soon enough. You concluded your conversation. On December 6th, you entered the spirit pool for cultivation and encountered your fiancée Song Qingxue, a young woman with an oval face and a sweet radiant beauty. 10 minutes later you swam a full circuit of the spirit pool before departing. Before leaving, you respectfully petitioned the 2 celestial elders guarding the pool to reserve the central spring eye position for Song Qingxue. The 2 elders nodded in agreement. After all, your body possessed supreme golden bones, already refined to perfection beyond further tempering. and yielding this prime spot to a Song family disciple was a gesture they welcomed. Song Fan felt somewhat disgruntled perceiving you as overly fickle, seeking another woman behind his mother's back. Yet he remained silent. In this era, polygamy was commonplace, especially for one blessed with supreme golden bones. Song Qingwei stood wordless. Song Qingming clenched his fists tightly. Song Qingshue's delicate cheeks flushed faintly as she lifted her almond-shaped eyes, glancing at you surreptitiously, her heart fluttering wildly. On January 1st of year 1 under Song Shenyi's decisive approval, you formally became engaged to Song Qingxue. You also met your future father-in-law Song Tianji, who admonished you to wed Song Qingxue and sire offspring. You must first break through into the innate realm, thereby bestowing upon your child a vital innate qi, ensuring a far-reaching path ahead. He added that this requirement was not directed solely at you. Every core blood heir of the Song family had undergone the same trial. Shortly after the engagement, Song Qingxue departed home to cultivate at the Spirit Sword sect. During this time, you maintained steady correspondence with Song Qingxue at the Spirit Sword sect, nurturing your bond through letters, an inter-realm courtship unfolding across vast distances. On February 2nd of year 1, after your extraordinary talent had been revealed, no demonic uprising occurred. You surmised that your ascent this lifetime had been deliberately gradual, causing the hidden mastermind to withdraw into silence, biding time until securing tutelage under a venerable elder, then striking with lethal precision. In the days that followed, you remained within the Song residence. Through your devoted care, Imo Xiang unexpectedly conceived again. All the while, you secretly monitored the Qin royal mansion's movements and found them entirely unremarkable. After Jiang Sun's death, the mansion had sealed its gates and received no visitors. To your relief, no suspicion fell upon you. Li Wui had executed the deed with flawless discretion, leaving the imperial authorities utterly without trace. On July 16th of year 1, Song Qingxue broke through into the Spirit River realm and descended from the Spirit Sword sect to visit her family. You met her briefly at the Yun residence. She was quietly angered, offended that you had already sired a child with another woman before her. You tenderly soothed her distress. On December 19th of year 1, your child was born, a daughter. You named her Chen Yinxue. You wrote to Song Qingxue immediately, hoping this gesture would ease the tension between her and Imo Xiang. Upon learning the name Chen Yinxue, she beamed with delight and sent 2 mystic tier protective jade pendants through a trusted courier. On December 21st of year 1, anticipating that the hidden mastermind would seek apprenticeship under a supreme master around this time, you began discreetly writing to Song family disciples cultivating across the 5 great sects, inquiring whether any had recently become direct disciples of an elder-level cultivator. The answer was unequivocal no. For the past decade, not a single elder-level cultivator had taken a personal disciple. On October 23rd of year 2, approaching the critical 3-year threshold, you heightened your vigilance to the utmost. In prior lifetimes, imperial transmigrators had learned of the journey to the west at precisely this juncture, and dispatched the Spirit Sword sect to assassinate you. For safety, you remained sequestered within the Yun residence, refusing all outside contact. During this period, Lin Manqing visited Imo Xiang several times. Her tone carried quiet reproach, chiding you for having neglected for over half a year to accompany Imo Xiang to the Shana abode to pay respects to her mother-in-law. Imo Xiang felt deeply ashamed. She repeatedly pleaded with you to accompany her on such a visit, but you refused coldly and unyieldingly. At this perilous moment, should the Spirit Sword sect move against you, they would almost certainly act through Lin Manqing's hand. To go to the Shanha abode now would risk meeting the same fate as in your 4th life, dying inexplicably within its inner courtyards. On November 24th of year 2, a cultivation elder of the innate realm arrived at the Yun residence bearing summons from the senior ancestor. You had no choice but to comply, and followed the elder to the Song family ancestral hall deep within the inner compound. There you beheld 6 elders whose aura was unfathomably profound. Song Shenyi sat enthroned at the head of the hall. He spoke without preamble. Recently, a massive surge of death qi erupted from the cursed lands, signaling the imminent onset of the death qi recession tide. By precedent, the Jinwu tomb is highly likely to open within the coming year. Prepare yourself accordingly. You conferred for half an hour, then departed the inner compound. That afternoon, you returned to the Yun residence. There you found Imo Xiang, just recovered from childbirth, pacing anxiously in the courtyard, her beautiful, yet pale face etched with urgent worry. You stepped forward to inquire. But before you could speak, Imo Xiang rushed toward you, delivering a chilling revelation. Lin Xiaoshui had vanished from the Yun residence moments earlier. You were stunned, immediately suspecting the hidden mastermind. That someone could abduct a person directly from the Song residence defied even your darkest expectations. Acting swiftly out of concern for Lin Xiaoshui's life, you hastened to the Shanha abode and confessed her true identity to Lin Manqing. Upon learning that a rare bloodline was being targeted, Lin Manqing treated the matter with grave seriousness and activated a transmission talisman to alert the highest echelons of the spirit sect. That very night, accompanied by Lin Manqing, a purple-robed elder arrived at the Yun residence. His expression was grim and severe as he questioned Yu extensively about Lin Xiushui. Yu answered every query truthfully, then emphasized the cursed lands, declaring with absolute certainty that Lin Xiushui would perish there 1 month hence. The purple-robed elder recoiled in astonishment and raised his hand to initiate a heart-truth inquiry upon Yu. At that instant, Song Shini materialized midair, let out a cold snort, and halted the elder's action, vouching personally for the veracity of your words. On December 25th of year 2, while anxiously awaiting news at the Yun residence, you suddenly sensed the ambient spiritual energy thinning, soon collapsing into a brief, eerie desolation. It reminded you of the cataclysmic battle that had once raged across Sizhou in your 6th life. On December 27th of year 2, through Song Shini, you learned that dozens of celestial cultivators from the Spirit Sword sect had clashed with a man and woman who had abducted Lin Xiushui in the Cursed Lands. The ensuing battle shook the heavens. Though the Spirit Sword sect suffered immense losses, they succeeded in slaying the mysterious woman who had seized Lin Xiushui. Yet shockingly, the enigmatic man escaped, even amid the tight encirclement of celestial cultivators. As he was about to be captured, he shattered an unknown teleportation jade talisman and vanished into thin air before their very eyes. The man and woman in the Cursed Land should be the behind-the-scenes mastermind who killed me during the last simulation and his senior sister. According to the intelligence analyzed from the information obtained from the unblinking eyes, the mastermind's senior sister is very interested in the bloodline of the spirit race. With her unfathomable strength, it doesn't seem impossible for her to infiltrate the outer courtyard of the Song residence and abduct Lin Xiushui. However, the teleportation jade talisman. Looking at the simulated text, a flicker of doubt flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. He recalled the 7th simulation. The ancient teleportation jade talisman that Gu He gifted him. Could these two be the same thing? If it is truly the same item, wouldn't that imply that after planning the demon chaos, the mastermind had also used Gu He's hand to deliberately deliver this jade talisman into his possession? It was thanks to this item that he had managed to evade the pursuit of King Qin back then. Chen Shi did not believe that the mastermind would act so kindly. After much contemplation, it can only be understood that this jade talisman might be the true killing move. However, for some reason it has not been triggered. Moreover, this incident also confirms one point: Master Gu He had some interaction with the mastermind. Furthermore, the time of this interaction likely occurred within the next 6 months, because according to the timeline of the 7th simulation, Gu He arrived at the Song family a month later, and then stayed at Yunfu to refine pills until the 6th month, when he handed over the pills and the jade talisman to him. The mastermind should have delivered the jade talisman to Gu He between January and June, and Gu He then passed it on to him. However, what confuses Chen Shi is that during this period the mastermind status should not have been high, so how could he possibly have connections with a top-tier alchemist like Gu He? In the next simulation, I can try to replicate the trajectory of the 7th simulation and ask Gu He about the origins of the teleportation jade talisman. If it truly was provided by the mastermind, I could then expose him and take advantage of his weakened state to eliminate him beforehand, thus resolving the impending crisis. After making up his mind, Chen Shi continued to focus on the simulated text. You suspect that the mastermind shattered the ancient teleportation jade talisman given to you by Gu He in the 7th life. However, due to a lack of evidence, you cannot be certain. After pondering for a moment, you initiate an inquiry with Song Shi. That mysterious female cultivator. Is she from one of the 4 major sects? Song Shi's expression grew serious, indicating that he had observed the scene a few days prior and found that the woman's techniques were extraordinary. With her own strength, she could contend with over 10 celestial beings of the Lingjian sect without losing ground. Her cultivation level likely exceeds that of the ancestors of the 4 major sects. If it weren't for the intervention of Lingzong's old ancestor Lin Jingyi, she might have truly escaped. Such a powerful individual, if she were from one of the 4 major sects, would certainly not remain obscure. You were greatly shocked upon hearing this. You did not expect the mastermind's senior sister to possess such terrifying strength. You suspect that she might not be a local. Just like Lu Yi and the mysterious middle-aged man. Her background is mysterious. Moreover, according to the memories in your mind, the mastermind's senior sister has a sect and an elder above her. If the disciple is already so extraordinary, if the master gets involved, even if you were to break through to the celestial level in the future, it would likely be difficult to contend with her. After realizing this point, you are even more determined to eliminate the mastermind in advance. Next, Song Shi inquires again about how you knew that the person who kidnapped Lin Xiushui would appear in the Cursed Land. You emphasize once again your identity as a reborn person. Song Shi furrowed his brow in thought. He did not speak. After a moment, he indicated that he would mobilize all resources to have the 3 celestials of the Song family begin their breakthroughs to prevent potential future crises. You suggest that Song Shi use the spiritual pool to survive the calamity of the 5 declines. Song Shi refused. He said that if the spiritual pool were to lose its continuous supply of talents within 3 generations, the Song family would collapse and would no longer be able to suppress the demons. You know this is a principled issue. There is no point in saying more. Then you earnestly request Chen Shi to arrange a mansion for you in the inner courtyard. He agreed. On December 30th, year 2, the eunuch was relocated deep into the inner courtyard with the Song family's ancestral temple, just a few alleys away where the ancestors are worshipped and several celestial beings guard it daily. The sense of security for your family has greatly increased. On the same day, the Song family's True Dragon competition officially began. Perhaps due to Lin Kushui's disappearance, Song fan did not return to the Song residence to compete this time. Lin Manqing is not angry. Because 3 years have passed, Song Qingming has only been promoted to True Lake with an excellent silver bone, while Song Qingwei, who has experienced the ruined secret realm, has early forged a golden bone, and during the Lingyi realm period, even opened up 12 spiritual rivers, making him invincible. At the same level, defeating Song Qingming and securing the True Dragon competition victory is a certainty. During this time, you have repeatedly asked Mo Xiang to inquire about Lin Kushui's news from Lin Manqing. The other party did not respond. She said that such matters require you to ask her in person. On January 3rd, year 3, during the True Dragon competition, the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains suddenly revolted, slaughtering 4 cities on the border of Liangzhou under the leadership of several demon emperors, with over 10 towns falling and millions of civilians becoming blood food. Song Shi launched a surprise attack on Yunfu. He came to ask you many questions regarding the destruction of the Song family. At this moment, you know he has completely believed your prophecy, but it is too late. It is impossible to break through in time now. Furthermore, your knowledge about the destruction of the Song family is limited, and you can only recount the statements originally made by Li Pao, leaving the authenticity for him to judge. After discussing for a time, in the end, Song Shi decided to personally don armor and take the field, to cut through the chaos with a swift blade. On January 4th, year 3, Song Shi led 2 celestials from the Song family to the front lines to combat the demons. On January 10th, year 3, a Song Qingwei was elected as the True Dragon of the Song family. That evening, Lin Manqing hosted a banquet at Shanheiju to celebrate, inviting you and Mo Xiang to attend together. You are somewhat hesitant. Because it is now 3 years later at this point in time, if the royal time traveler is still alive, they must have already begun to incite the Lingjian sect to harm you, so Lin Manqing's likelihood of taking action against you is quite high. However, you are eager to learn about Lin Kushui's situation and cannot afford to think too much. You and Mo Xiang holding the child head to Shanheiju. You see Lin Manqing. You inquire about Lin Qiushui. She indicates that this is not a place to talk and invites you to discuss in the back courtyard of Shanheiju. You feel somewhat uneasy. The inner courtyard of the Song residence is a place with tight security housing many of the Song family's women. In this era that emphasizes propriety, even the celestial ancestor guarding the inner courtyard cannot casually pry into matters, as it would be unreasonable. The back courtyard of Shanheiju, however, is Lin Manqing's private residence, where privacy is extremely high. If she were to incapacitate you back there, even if the celestial ancestor Song Shi were to guard the inner courtyard, he would not be able to detect anything unusual. You feel somewhat hesitant. However, due to some strong psychological prompting, you grit your teeth and decide to go anyway. You also want to see whether the royal time traveler is truly dead. You followed Lin Manqing to a side hall in the backyard. An old maid brought in tea. You both sat down. A moment of daze washed over you, and your consciousness began to dissipate. Your mind was being drawn away. You answered several questions. You regained your awareness. Your expression turned somewhat grim. You knew that you had just been questioned, indicating that a powerful figure was hiding in the unseen corners of the side hall, and this underhandedness was likely not from the Song family. In an instant, you thought of the royal time travelers and the Lingjian sect. Mother-in-law, have you forgotten? My soul is special after my rebirth, whether it's soul searching or questioning the heart, no memories can be obtained. Lin Manqing lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip. She did not pick up on your line of conversation. After a moment, she initiated a discussion about Lin Qiushui, her voice cold. Your wife was rescued some time ago, but due to certain reasons, she was taken away by some people from the Ling sect, and her life or death is currently unknown. You immediately realized that Lin Qiushui might, like in your past life, have broken through the 4 realms of martial arts, provoking the ire of the Ling sect. You felt a sense of worry, but were helpless. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Manqing asked lightly. What do you mean, mother-in-law? Explain clearly your identity as a reborn person from a year later. Upon hearing this, you knew this woman was beginning to test you. In your narrative, you were simply a reborn person from a year later, and that was indeed the case. In your previous lives, the time spent in the Song residence apart from once in the inner courtyard generally did not exceed a year, and the information you knew was quite limited. If Lin Manqing were to ask you about events 2 or 3 years later, you would surely be at a loss for answers, merely guessing. At that time, your identity as a reborn person would become unsustainable. Thus, whether facing Song Shi or Lin Manqing, you would only state that you came from a year later. However, you as a reborn person from a year later had learned that Lin Xiaoshui was abducted some days ago, and asserted that the abductor would appear in the cursed land, which clearly does not align with logic. After all, it was already 3 years later. Lin Manqing was not a fool. She couldn't have failed to notice this. The reason she didn't ask was likely that she wanted to wait for you to explain proactively. However, you had been avoiding her recently, and now she probably couldn't hold back any longer and arranged for a powerful figure to question you. Of course, you suspected another possibility that the royal time traveler was not dead and had already manipulated the Lingjian sect to secretly harm you. Lin Manqing's current conversation with you might be an attempt to extract some intelligence about the future from you. If that were true, it would mean that you were destined to die today. You were unwilling to be captured easily. You decided to emulate the royal time traveler and use the secret of the Ling bloodline to threaten the Lingjian sect. Though you were also unsure if that time traveler had used this secret to threaten the Lingjian sect. Mother-in-law, I can be honest, but before that you should first tell me who threatened you to do this. Upon hearing your words, Lin Manqing's expression indeed changed. No longer maintaining her calm and elegant demeanor while drinking tea. She put down her teacup, lifted her stunningly beautiful face, gazing at you with a cold tone. What do you mean by that? You gave her a meaningful glance and replied slowly. Mother-in-law, there is an ancient saying in my hometown, one who does not commit wrongful deeds has no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. What the matter is, do you still need to ask me? Isn't the presence of the hidden expert from the Lingjian sect enough to explain everything? After a pause, considering the Lingjian sect's peculiar behavior, you coldly added, Mother-in-law, you wouldn't want that matter to be known by the ancestor of the Song family, would you? Lin Manqing's eyebrows shot up, enraged. She slammed the table, her ample bosom heaving with fury. Well, you heartless wretch, your wings have indeed hardened, daring to speak to me like this. You displayed no expression. Mother-in-law, I give you 30 breaths of time. Quickly reveal the mastermind behind this, or that matter will spread throughout the Song family tomorrow. Even if you kill me, it would be futile, for before coming here, I had already arranged for my sworn brother Li Pao to secretly manage this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Manqing's face turned pale. Her voluptuous figure swayed dangerously. Chen Shi vaguely felt that something was amiss. Initially, he had always thought that it was the unseen mastermind manipulating the Lingjian sect to harm him, and Lin Manqing was merely an accomplice. But now, seeing Lin Manqing's reaction, it seemed as if that matter threatened her life. Could it be that she was the mastermind? Had the royal time traveler never threatened the Lingjian sect, but simply used that matter to control Lin Manqing? The more Chen Shi thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was quite high. Even if the Qin Wangfu was strong, there was only the Qin Wang as a powerful figure. Compared to the Lingjian sect, it was entirely insignificant. Using the Ling bloodline to threaten such a colossal entity anonymously was indeed a bit overestimating oneself, unlike the operations performed by the time traveler. But what exactly is it that would cause Lin Manqing to lose her composure? Chen Shi felt curious. At this moment, the simulated text continued to scroll. You noticed that Lin Manqing's reaction was excessively intense. You were extremely surprised. However, you could not afford to think too much. You decided to press the attack, continuing to interrogate her. Otherwise, once she realized and began to question you carefully, she would quickly discern that you were merely bluffing, as you had no idea what that matter was that Lin Manqing cared about. You remained expressionless. Mother-in-law, there are 16 breaths left, 15 breaths, 14. Lin Manqing slumped in her chair, her eyes filled with panic. You are undergoing a heart-questioning interrogation. You are undergoing a soul search. You are undergoing a soul search. 1 hour later, the black-robed old woman departed with a grave, solemn expression. Only you remain. Foaming at the mouth, consciousness shattered, slumped motionless where you fell. Your vision blurs into double images. Your eyelids grow leaden. Drowsiness overwhelms you. At that moment, a voice, furious and humiliated, drifts faintly from the side hall. What? That brat was bluffing me just now. Madam, what shall we do with him now? Escort him out of the manor. For Qingwei Sake, he must die. Upon reading this, Chen Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. With those final words of the simulation text alone, Lin Manqing's role as mastermind is irrefutably confirmed. My bizarre death within the inner courtyard and my capture upon stepping beyond the cursed lands were both orchestrated by this woman. She is the true insider, the clandestine ally of the imperial transmigrator. Yet she would kill me for Song Qingwei's sake. Then it follows that that matter, mentioned by the imperial transmigrator, must pose grave peril to Song Qingwei. Chen Shi did not know what that matter referred to, but judging by Lin Manqing's reaction, it must be an event pivotal to Song Qingwei's destiny. Otherwise, why would she attempt to eliminate me repeatedly? The imperial transmigrator wields this secret like a vice, tightening its grip on Lin Manqing without mercy. Once he grasped this truth, Chen Shi exhaled softly, relief washing over him. If this were merely Lin Manqing's personal vendetta, unconnected to the entire Lingjian sect, then his next simulation would be far less perilous. He could seek refuge under the protection of the Song clan's elder ancestor and simply avoid Lin Manqing altogether. There would be a strong likelihood he could survive, lurking in obscurity until the Jinwu tomb's opening 4 years hence. Yet all this hinged upon first eliminating the true puppeteer behind the curtain. That man will become the disciple of a peerless powerhouse 2 years hence, coupled with his intelligence-gathering golden talent, and that battle-unrivaled senior sister, if he truly sought assassination. Even if Chen Shi sheltered within the Song residence, and somehow endured until the 4th year, he might never reach the cursed lands. He would likely fall prey to an ambush en route, just as in his previous simulation. The security detail was simply inadequate, unless of course he could persuade Song Shini to transcend the 5 decays and ascend to celestial immortality. Or, exploiting the puppeteer's current weakness, he could enter the cursed lands prematurely lie low until the Jinwu tomb opened. Yet this path carried risk. In his second simulation, a 4-year-older Song fan had slain him there holding a portrait, surely with the puppeteer's subtle machinations behind it. Your spirit wanes. Dazed, you close your eyes. In that haze, a sudden chill spreads across your lower body. You sense someone stripping away your clothes, then dressing you anew. A muffled mutter reaches your ears. This lad's stubborn as a mule. A jolt rocks your frame. You hear the crisp rhythmic clop of hooves striking flagstones. You realize you're inside a carriage. With immense effort you gather your fraying consciousness, holding fast to a sliver of awareness, refusing total collapse into unconsciousness. 1 hour later, the carriage continues onward. 5 hours later, the carriage still rolls, yet the ride grows markedly rougher. The hoofbeats deepen, growing muffled. The smooth flagstones beneath you now giving way to gravel-strewn imperial roads. You realize you may have already left Liangzhou City. Chen Shi froze. Why wasn't he being delivered directly to the Qin Prince's mansion? Why was he being taken beyond the city walls? Was this a feint to mislead observers? To obscure intent? That seemed unlikely. In the prior simulation, Lingjian sect cultivators had already met the prince face-to-face within a private chamber. Clearly the imperial transmigrator avoided only him, his fellow transmigrator, not native cultivators. So why had things changed this time? Had history itself shifted? Pondering deeply, Chen Shi concluded such deviation was entirely plausible. This time both transmigrator allies had suffered calamity. The imperial transmigrator Jiang Sun was dead. The puppeteer had shattered his jade token and vanished, most likely entering the spirit clan's heavenly cave, whose exit remained uncertain even now. 10 minutes later, you seem to hear the voice of the elderly nursemaid. I've delivered him. Tell your master to bury that matter deep within his gut. I'll deliver your message. By the way, did you administer the drug? No. The nursemaid replied. The voice flared with anger. How dare you bungle this? Our master commanded you to drug him, render him utterly insensate, before delivering him to his presence. This youth has just endured over 10 soul searches. His divine sense is fractured. If you administer that drug now, his soul may shatter outright, causing instant death. She paused, then added, I left your drug untouched. It rests inside the carriage. Administer it only moments before presenting him to your master. You're making a mockery of this. A mockery? Our master. Say another word, and I'll have you pickled. The voice choked into silence. A long pause. Then the carriage jolted again into motion. 20 hours. 30 hours. A low, distant thunderclap rumbles overhead. You feel raindrops drumming softly against the carriage roof. 40 hours. You know, you have traveled far beyond Liangzhou City. Beyond the Qin Prince's mansion. 50 hours. You can endure no longer. Your consciousness unravels and you sink into profound slumber. You lose all perception. A pity, Chen Shi sighed softly. Within simulations, time does not advance during unconscious states. Just as when Lu Yi buried him underground for 2 years, the log simply read unconscious. Only while awake could he track elapsed days. With such data, and taking Liangzhou City as the epicenter, he could calculate approximate distance traveled, based on average carriage speed, and deduce which surrounding regions he might have reached. This method might not pinpoint the Transmigrators' exact hideout, but it would at least narrow the search to a manageable geographical radius. Next time, clues wouldn't vanish into the void. Unconscious. Unconscious. You are undergoing a soul search. You are decapitated by a single sword stroke. You die. You trigger the green talent Unquiet Death. You gain 1 additional day. Your severed head lies upon the ground, eyes wide open. You see your own headless corpse, blood steaming as it gushes forth, staining the flagstone floor crimson. Then, the world spins violently. You realize your skull is still rolling across the floor. You strain your gaze, unblinking, determined not to miss a single frame. You find yourself lying in a subterranean chamber built of gray stone. Light is dim. Behind your corpse stand 3 figures. Thud. Your head rolls to a corner of the chamber, lodged perfectly at a half-lateral, half-upward angle. Your vantage is flawless. The faces of all 3 loom clearly before you. At first sight, your heart lurches violently. Jiang Sun is absent. The Qin Prince is absent. Not the Qin King, nor Jiang Sun. Chen Shi frowned as he watched the scrolling simulated text. In the dim blue stone-walled secret chamber in the simulation bore a striking resemblance to the one from his 8th trial. the very place where the imperial transmigrator had slain him. This time the unavenged death trigger activated, yet neither the Qin King nor Jiang Sun appeared. Only two possibilities remained in one. Neither the Qin King nor Jiang Sun is the imperial transmigrator. 2. Jiang Sun is the imperial transmigrator, and Chen Shi had not mistaken his target. And Chen Shi leaned toward the second possibility. And there were only two fellow transmigrators from his world. If the imperial one had already been eliminated early naturally, he would never appear. Thus the one who killed him could only be the shadowy mastermind lurking behind the scenes. And given his cheat-like ability centered on intelligence, gathering escaping the Ling clan's heavenly realm seemed no insurmountable feat. Yet what puzzled Chen Shi was this: why would the mastermind appear within the secret chamber left behind by the imperial transmigrator? And you fix your gaze intently upon the elderly man among the three, ethereal serene, bearing the aura of a celestial cultivator. Your heart remains unsettled long after the shock fades. And 2 years ago you saw this face at the Song residence. It is unforgettable. And Louis, you are utterly certain it is Louis. It is beyond imagination that Louis should be entangled with the very mastermind who orchestrated your ruin. A profound existential doubt washes over you. And Chen Shi too finds himself shaken to his core. And last time Louis granted him 50 years of protection, leaving him bewildered. Now it seems clear Louis must have been collaborating with the mastermind. Still this remains only a conjecture. Nan Chen Shi dares not assert it with absolute certainty. After all, history has shifted drastically. This time the mastermind's senior sister is dead. Jiang Sun, the imperial transmigrator, is likely deceased as well. He cannot be sure whether in the original timeline Louis ever crossed paths with the mastermind. You snap out of your shock, and you realize you must seize every moment to observe. And for your head's unnatural state will soon draw the attention of your fellow transmigrator. You suppress further thought, and you begin scrutinizing the other two figures. And the first to catch your eye is the young man in black, standing at the center of the altar meticulously polishing his sword. His features are striking, sharp, chiseled, and regal. And he must be the fellow transmigrator who severed your head, yet you do not recognize him. Beside him stands another man, bronzed of complexion, clad in a yellow robe cinched with a black sash, his broad chest straining visibly against the fabric. You detect not the faintest trace of cultivation aura from any of them, and this baffles you deeply. With his peerless golden-boned physique even facing Song Shi, the venerable patriarch of the Song residence, Chen Shi could still sense subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy. Yet these three stood before him like ordinary mortals, unremarkable, silent, utterly devoid of presence. Nas, you surreptitiously observe them, and Louis seems to sense your gaze, and turns glancing directly at you. And then he freezes startled. Your heart tightens. And at that moment the bronzed man speaks. Brother cultivator, how did you manage to retrieve this youth? And the young man smiles. Some time ago I stumbled upon a closely guarded secret, and leveraged it. They delivered him without resistance. Oh, the bronzed man grows intrigued. Pray tell me more. It is no great matter. 3 years ago 7th Madame Song secretly administered a turbid pill to the eldest legitimate son of the Song patriarch, ensuring her own daughter's victory in the true dragon selection. That pill shattered his innate primordial qi, the very essence bound to his birth, and cost him the chance to awaken his golden bone. Chen Shi is stunned, and he does not know what a turbid pill is, but he knows Song Qingming, the Song patriarch's eldest legitimate heir, and he knows the significance of primordial qi. Li Ping once said children born to primordial level masters inherit a strand of primordial qi, a blessing enabling effortless refinement of bronze bone, even silver bone. Its value to bone-refining martial artists is incalculable. Yet Lin Manqing had shattered it outright. And if this truth ever surfaces, and Song residents will erupt into chaos. In this world, destroying another's path to Tao is tantamount to murdering their parents, guaranteeing betrayal, severed bonds, and even fratricidal bloodshed. Though the Song residents may lack the power to punish Lin Manqing, this stain ensures Song Qingwei will never ascend as true dragon, and she will bear the scornful stares of her entire clan for life. But 3 years ago, and that aligns precisely with the present moment in reality. And could it be that Lin Manqing's visit to Lingjian's sect, to pay respects to her kin, was merely an alibi? Hearing Lin Manqing's unforgivable secret, your spirit recoils violently. And simultaneously you confirm the young man's identity. He is undoubtedly the mastermind. And he escaped the Ling clan's heavenly realm. Replaced Jiang Sun Nan used this secret to coerce Lin Manqing into betraying you. He escaped the Ling clan's heavenly realm, and he replaced Jiang Sun. And he wielded this secret to compel Lin Manqing's treachery. What surprises you, however, is that this secret, Lin Manqing's darkest shame, appears to have been uncovered by the mastermind's intelligence-based cheat ability. This triggers a memory from your past life, and after your ambush and death you overheard the mastermind beseeching his senior sister to assassinate Jiang Sun. In the original timeline, that assassination likely failed. Perhaps that very failure caused Jiang Sun to learn Lin Manqing's secret from the mastermind. And even your identity as a transmigrator may not have been exposed through Journey to the West, but rather leaked by the imperial transmigrator who acquired it from the mastermind. Ha, this woman intrigues me. I fancy her. I hear she bears Ling clan blood, and, indeed, senior brother. You watch the bronzed man's lecherous expression deepen his vulgar words spilling forth unchecked. And, elder, what are you gazing at? At that moment the young man follows Lu Yi's line of sight, and locks eyes with you. And then, and damn, and he cries out in shock. In one fluid motion he slides beneath the altar, then surges forward as a blur, arriving before you in an instant. Knees fist large as a sandbag swells monstrously in your vision. Boom, and your skull explodes under the impact. And blood sprays in all directions. None eyeball tears free from its socket. And tumbles onto the floor bouncing twice. In Brother Cultivator the head shows no life fluctuation. It is inert, says the bronzed man. I know, but that eye unsettles me. Sigh. Lu Yi exhales. I have accepted our earlier terms. The Lingjian sect members shall be dealt with. Yet, young master, I urge you sincerely, the karmic entanglements tied to Ling clan blood run infinitely deeper than you imagine. To withdraw now is not too late. Elder, I have no path backward. However vast the karma, I shall shoulder it, because only thus do I retain the faintest hope of fleeing this abandoned land. He steps forward toward your fallen eye, smiling. Inthan crushes it beneath his toe. In the unavenged death, simulation terminates. Simulation ended. In abandoned land, Chen Shi frowns deep in thought. In the abandoned land the mastermind referenced is almost certainly present-day Dawei. Why use the word flee? In does Dawei harbor some looming peril, yet to unfold? The mastermind behind the scenes is no ordinary sect. After the death of a senior sister, a dark-skinned man has appeared who seems to be no ordinary individual either. At the very least, he is a 5-declined celestial being, and he might even be an unparalleled powerhouse surpassing the elders of the 4 great sects, just like that senior sister. However, no matter how strong they are, these individuals chose to remain hidden from the Lingjian sect, avoiding its brilliance. This also reveals much. The Lingjian sect, being the foremost of the 5 great sects, still carries significant weight. Old Lu, on the other hand, carries even more weight. After all, he has openly stated in simulations that the people of the Lingjian sect are under his management. It doesn't come across as mere boasting. Chen Shi silently pondered. Then he recalled the 7th simulation. The demoness of the Hahuan sect mentioned that the Lingjian sect perished because many celestial elders mysteriously disappeared back, then leading to a severe decline in strength which resulted in them being dismembered by various forces. This missing persons case might have been orchestrated by old Lu. Ding. The simulation rewards are being generated, and the host can choose one. 1. True Martial Tomb Key. 2. Song Family Spirit Spring Low-Grade Heavenly Spirit Item Condition Damaged. 3. 1 Sword Cuts Through Heaven Entry Level contains 20 Sword Intent. 4. Some enhancement of root bones. Seeing the true Martial Tomb Key, Chen Shi immediately confirmed that anything he had touched during the simulation could be refreshed in the rewards list. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to forego the true Martial Tomb Key. He had opened the 4th Death Gate and could enter the true Martial Tomb without a key. The main dilemma now is how to survive until the true Martial Tomb opens 4 years later, so the importance of the spirit pool is relatively higher. It might even allow Chen Shi to advance to a 5-decline celestial being. At the very least, it can be used for cultivation. If he cannot go to the true Martial Tomb and the fast-track route is blocked, he might as well find a way to obtain the ancient teleportation jade talisman to enter the Ling clan's cave heaven. Spending 375 years, he could forcefully open the 5th heaven gate with the spiritual energy from the low-grade heavenly spirit item and the Ling clan's cave heaven, which should pose no problem. It should take 2 or 3 simulations to achieve. As someone with a cheat, he wouldn't be easily defeated. System, I choose 2. As Chen Shi made his choice. In the next moment, the simulation text twisted like tadpoles, and suddenly a black hole appeared in the air from which a crystal stone, emitting white mist, slowly floated out. In an instant, the dense mist-like spiritual energy rapidly filled the entire room. The green potted plant placed on the table began to stretch its branches and leaves visibly growing and reproducing. Chen Shi did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly urged his mind to store the spirit spring and potted plant into the Shifang ring. Then he activated the 5 paths of the heaven gate, and suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful suction. The spiritual mist surrounding him was swept up by this suction, rolling back like waves, transforming into streams of white air that rushed into his mouth and nose. After several breaths, a muffled burp escaped his lips. Chen Shi realized that the absorption speed of the supreme golden bones for spiritual energy was indeed quite exaggerated. Truly, one would not know until they tried. The moment he did, he was taken aback. With such qualifications, if he stepped into the Lingyi realm under abundant spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would likely soar like a rocket. Ding. Your bond with Chen Shi has deepened. Fate. 1. Watching the suddenly appearing simulation text, Chen Shi was shaken. As a 5-declined celestial being establishing a bond with Chen Shi could not possibly yield just 1 point of fate. This indicates he had just manifested the spirit spring which caught attention. This attention was very subtle, or it might have just been a hurried glance. They did not suspect him or notice the supreme golden bones on him, otherwise it would not have been just 1 point of fate. After realizing this, Chen Shi felt fortunate that he had just timely stored the potted plant. The unusually growing plant would easily arouse suspicion if seen by Chen Shi. He did not wish to expose himself in reality. Pretending to be nonchalant, he lay back on the couch, closed his eyes, and gave himself a strong psychological suggestion. Copy the trajectory of the seventh life, provoke the mastermind to incite a demonic chaos, obtain that ancient teleportation jade talisman, and then follow the clues to uncover the mastermind and eliminate them as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Chen Shi reopened the simulation panel. Talent Life Simulator. Balance, 10,210. 24 tails. Fate points, 31. Would you like to spend 500 points to start the simulation? Chen Shi clicked yes. The simulation text began to scroll. The 11th life simulation begins. Considering the extraordinary strength of the mastermind's sect, you decide to employ phishing law enforcement, replicating the trajectory of the 7th life to lure out and eliminate the mastermind ahead of time. After a moment's contemplation, you took out the heavenly spirit spring from the ring. In an instant, dense spiritual mist spread out once more. Looking at this basketball-sized crystal, you were astonished. Previously, you had always thought of the spirit spring as a pool. Now it seems that it is not so. The pool only becomes a spirit spring when this crystal is present. 10 seconds later, an old man appeared in your bedroom. His expression was grave as he circled the heavenly spirit spring on the table, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The more he looked, the more puzzled he was. You noticed that after the old man appeared, the mist emitted by the heavenly spirit spring was completely confined within the room, not dissipating even slightly. After a while, the old man revealed his identity. It was Chen Shi. He pointed at the spirit spring and asked, "Young friend, where did you find this item?" You confess your identity as a reborn individual, stating that this is the Song family's spirit spring, a product that came back with you. Then you also revealed the news of the demonic chaos and the destruction of the Song family. Chen Shi's expression became even more shocked. He believed you. This was solely due to the damage on the spirit spring matching exactly with that of the Song family. In a time when heavenly spirit items had already become extinct, finding another spirit spring with identical damage was nearly impossible. He asked you many questions about the destruction of the Song family. You spoke freely. Then you requested Chen Shi to interrogate Elder Wang, the undercover agent. He agreed. You left the Yun mansion and went to the law enforcement hall to arrest Elder Wang. Chen Shi personally interrogated him. During this time, you also saw him leave the Song mansion. 2 hours later, Chen Shi informed you that Elder Wang had recently bribed the servant of the 9th young master to frame you, but it was unsuccessful. Just now, Elder Wang received a secret letter from the Qin Wang mansion attempting to use Lin Xiushui to continue framing you. Upon hearing that Elder Wang had just received a secret letter, you were taken aback. In the original timeline, you had to wait for Lin Manqing to return to the mansion before you could use her connections to investigate Elder Wang, and this back and forth took over 10 days. The mastermind behind the forged secret letter would have long since vanished. However, now, due to Chen Shi's involvement, Elder Wang's arrest was significantly expedited, and he personally went to the Qin Wang mansion to verify. The speed of this efficiency might very well catch the mastermind off guard, causing them to reveal themselves. You hurriedly asked Elder, "Do you know who delivered the secret letter?" Chen Shi replied, "The Qin Wang's heir Jiang Sun." "Is it Jiang Sun who delivered the secret message to Elder Wang?" Chen Shi frowned, sensing something amiss. The one who delivered the secret message was the person who instigated Elder Wang to frame him. Clearly aware of his identity as a time traveler and knowing about Lin Kushui's spiritual clan bloodline, he was undoubtedly the mastermind with an intelligence-related advantage. However, the mastermind could not possibly be Jiang Sun, who was suspected of being a royal time traveler. As a congenital realm warrior with a celestial father, if he truly intended to kill him, there was no way he could have escaped during the initial 2 simulations. With the esteemed status of the Qin royal mansion after his imprisonment, it would merely take a word to secretly remove him from the prison and escort him to the Qin royal mansion for a quiet execution. There would be no need to ambush the escort team, and even if an ambush were necessary, it wouldn't suffice to send just one true Lake Realm warrior. This alone contradicted the cautious style of the mastermind. But Chen Shi claimed that the person who delivered the secret message was Jiang Sun, which puzzled Chen Shi. At that moment, the simulation text continued to roll. Hearing that the person who delivered the secret message to Elder Wang was Jiang Sun, you find it hard to believe. You repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the information with Chen Shi. Chen Shi insisted it was correct. He had just left the mansion and caught up with the one who delivered the secret message to Elder Wang. Through soul searching, he discovered that the person was a royal assassin. Just an hour ago, he received a handwritten letter from Jiang Sun ordered to deliver a secret message to Elder Wang to use Lin Xiushui to frame you. Received a handwritten letter from Jiang Sun an hour ago. Chen Shi's brows tightened even further. Just after finishing lunch, Lin Xiushui had told him that Jiang Sun had recently become infatuated with a female cultivator from the Hehuan sect and had gone to the Hehuan sect to cultivate. The truth of his infatuation with the female cultivator remains to be seen, but the news of his journey to the Hehuan sect should be true. After all, during the last simulation when he attempted to assassinate Jiang Sun, with Li Wui, Jiang Sun had indeed stayed at the Hehuan sect. The problem lies here. The Hehuan sect is located in Yangzhou, tens of thousands of miles away from Liangzhou. It was only a few hours ago that Li Pao's scheme to frame him failed. How could Jiang Sun so far away react so quickly? Just as the plan failed here, another was drafted there. Moreover, tens of thousands of miles away, even a celestial being couldn't possibly arrive in an hour, could they? Furthermore, Jiang Sun couldn't possibly command a celestial to deliver a message. Just this point almost confirms that Jiang Sun's handwritten letter was forged. The person who forged the letter was undoubtedly the hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows. However, these royal assassins are not fools. Jiang Sun's blatant act of following the female cultivator to the Hehuan sect to tarnish his reputation is something even Lin Xiushui has heard about. These loyal assassins would certainly be aware. After receiving Jiang Sun's handwritten letter, Chen Shi simply couldn't believe it. They were not puzzled about how their master tens of thousands of miles away could react so swiftly to write such a handwritten letter. He himself could sense the anomaly. The intelligence personnel of the Qin royal mansion couldn't possibly overlook the suspicion of the letter being forged. But they still went along with it. Chen Shi couldn't understand, though he could be certain of one thing right now. Jiang Sun could not be the mastermind, but the letter was definitely forged by the mastermind. Yet the efficiency of such forgery, the execution efficiency, was somewhat abnormal. It should be known that the storytelling time he agreed upon with the young master was set after morning practice, which corresponds to the hours of the rabbit to the snake, equivalent to 5 to 10 o'clock in his past life. In other words, it would at least be after 10 o'clock when the young master's servant could learn that he took the money and did not show up for the storytelling, thereby understanding that the framing plan had failed. Only after this would Elder Wang be informed, and after Elder Wang knew, he would need to inquire why it failed, and eventually learn that he had reported the young master, in return relying on selling out the master to seek favor to enter the Song family's martial arts arena. The time for this exchange of messages would take at least 1 or 2 hours. Even if Elder Wang learned this information and instantly passed it on, the mastermind would need to wait until noon to find out. This would roughly coincide with the time he had just eaten with Lin Xiushui. Now it had only been about an hour since he finished his lunch. In other words, within an hour the mastermind forged Jiang Sun's letter instructing the assassins of the Qin royal mansion to have Elder Wang use Lin Xiushui to secretly harm him. Chen Shi felt that the intelligence-related advantage of the mastermind should not be so extraordinarily powerful, capable of real-time monitoring. Otherwise, during the second simulation, he wouldn't have had the chance to traverse a month's journey and survive for 4 years in the cursed land. In other words, even if the mastermind had the ability for real-time monitoring, it would be impossible to instantaneously make such quick arrangements. The Qin royal mansion is not his home. Yet the reality is that the mastermind truly accomplished this, still driving the royal assassins to carry out this deed. At this moment, the simulated version of himself also realized this point. The simulation text continued to roll. You seriously suspect the mastermind is also from the Qin royal mansion. Moreover, he holds some status. It is even possible that he is lurking beside Jiang Sun, a trusted confidant of Jiang Sun, which is why he could forge Jiang Sun's orders and instigate Elder Wang to frame you time and again. You mentioned Jiang Sun to Chen Shi, expressing that the other party went to the Hehuan sect for cultivation some time ago. Chen Shi was quite surprised. He had been in seclusion for a long time. He was not aware of the whereabouts of juniors like Jiang Sun. However, he still stated that according to the memory of that royal assassin, he indeed received Jiang Sun's handwritten letter. As for more details, he wasn't very clear because during the soul-searching process he hadn't had the chance to carefully review the memory before that person died suddenly. Died from detonating the slave mark's soul shattered. Chen Shi's words sent a shock through your heart. You recalled the royal assassins who had kidnapped Lin Xiushui multiple times. When he was caught by the old matron, he met a similar fate. However, since the royal assassins faced the 4 declined celestial being Chen Shi this time, they didn't have time to poison themselves or detonate the slave mark, and were forcefully soul-searched, exposing part of their memories. Through this, you were even more certain that the mastermind was lurking in the Qin royal mansion, because the person who kidnapped Lin Xiushui was likely plotting against the spiritual clan bloodline. And the only ones who know the secret of the spiritual clan bloodline in this world, besides the high-ranking members of the spirit sect, are probably just you and the mastermind, this fellow time traveler. The other party likely accessed this point to get in touch with that mysterious sect that covets the spiritual clan bloodline and possesses extraordinary power. Next, you asked Chen Shi many questions. However, he indeed didn't know much. After a moment, you handed the celestial grade spiritual spring to Chen Shi. Chen Shi promised you that if the Song family does not perish, this favor will last forever. Afterward, he expressed that time was pressing and he needed to return to seclusion to break through to the four declined celestial being. He would later arrange for the head of the Song family to go to the Qin royal mansion to seek an explanation for the matter regarding Jiang Sun's plot against you. I heard that the head of the Song family will go to the Qin Wang mansion to seek an explanation for you. You feel that the hope is slim. The messenger has already died suddenly. Now there are no witnesses. It seems very difficult to trace the mastermind behind the forged letters unless a living witness can be captured. After pondering for a moment, you took the initiative to inquire about the slave seal. Song Shi tells you that this is a mark imprinted deep within a cultivator's soul. Once this mark is placed, life and death are at the mercy of a single thought. Additionally, when the soul is invaded, the slave seal will automatically detonate to prevent soul searching. In the end, Song Shi also tells you that the creator of this forbidden technique is someone you know, the master of the Jinwu tomb, the Jinwu Emperor. You are taken aback and increasingly feel that the Jinwu Emperor is a traveler from Blue Star who emerged from the Ling clan's cave. Based on your memories from previous lives, regardless of whether it's a royal traveler or the mastermind capturing you would mean soul searching. This shows that travelers are very eager to obtain each other's memories. The Jinwu Emperor created such a forbidden technique perhaps to guard against this very point. Seeing this, Chen Shi's eyes reflect deep thought. If this speculation holds true, then the Jinwu Emperor must hold an extraordinary status among the travelers from Blue Star. To apply such a forbidden technique on fellow travelers is no small feat. Moreover, it has come to the point of soul searching. It is certain that they are on the brink of death. At such a juncture, who still cares about whether their memories would reveal other travelers of the same faction? After death, they are indifferent to the raging flood. The Jinwu Emperor who created this forbidden technique is at least a leader among travelers. Only such an organizational head would consider the overall situation in this way. The next day, you went to the inner courtyard and met with Song Tiangang. After conversing, you learned the preliminary investigation results of the dead warriors. Someone forged Jiang Sun's letter and used dead warriors to relay messages claiming that this was not the idea of the Qin Wang mansion. As for who forged it, it is currently unknown. However, this matter has attracted the attention of the Qin Wang mansion, which will continue to follow up for thorough investigation. You feel somewhat disappointed realizing that relying on such methods to unearth the mastermind is unrealistic. After pondering for a while, you recall a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. According to your memories from previous lives, your two fellow travelers are in a hostile relationship. If the mastermind is indeed lurking in the Qin Wang mansion, then Jiang Sun as a royal traveler must be unaware, otherwise he would have already eliminated the current weak mastermind. At this moment, the mastermind is highly likely aware of Jiang Sun's identity as a royal traveler. Hence, when he plotted against you in his previous life, he was so timid. Even with some status in the Qin Wang mansion, he did not dare to conspire against you through the Qin Wang mansion. The reason is likely due to your sensitive identity. You once mentioned the journey to the west in the inner courtyard. As long as this matter slightly piques Jiang Sun's attention, he'll realize your identity as a fellow traveler. Moreover, someone who plots to kill you must also be a fellow traveler. After all, you are merely a small horse servant. Such a grand scheme is indeed suspicious, and any fellow traveler would definitely sense the anomaly. The mastermind might also fear this point. Hence, he wants to move you out of Liangzhou city far from the Qin Wang mansion, and even dare to act only on the borders of Liangzhou. However, through this, it can also be indirectly inferred that the mastermind has a special relationship with Jiang Sun. That is why he could easily forge Jiang Sun's letter, but precisely because of this, every move he makes is more likely to attract Jiang Sun's attention. You decide to use a wolf to catch a tiger. You plan to use Jiang Sun, the royal traveler, to deal with the mastermind. You intend to reveal your identity as a traveler. You want Jiang Sun, the royal traveler, to know that someone is using his name to manipulate dead warriors from the Qin Wang mansion to secretly harm you, a fellow traveler. As long as Jiang Sun is a royal traveler, he will certainly do everything in his power to investigate the mastermind. And you only need to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the mastermind to die, and then find Li Wui to eliminate Jiang Sun. In this way, the threat from the two fellow travelers can be easily resolved. You return to the Yun mansion. You ask Lin Xiushui to draw a portrait of Jiang Sun. Then you request her assistance in finding a group of writers to create story scripts, the more the better. She leans over the desk, her cheeks flushed, gnawing on the back of her hand. She agrees with a hum and a haw. On the third day, more than 20 writers arrive at the Yun mansion, and you secretly arrange for them to be housed without going out. They have quite a few complaints, but after you offer more money, they accept happily. Next, you begin to dictate the plot of Journey to the West. They write it down. On the 10th day, with over 20 people working day and night, Journey to the West is freshly out. Then you successively produce Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Investiture of the Gods, and a collection of poems. You spend a vast sum of silver to print these books, extensively stockpiling them in the Yun mansion. During this period, you meet Lin Manqing. You take out a great earth spiritual herb and request her to help you contact Master Guha and Li Wui from Shuzhou in her name. A month later, Master Guha visits the Song family, and the celestial ancestor goes out to greet him. Master Guha humbly visits the Yun mansion. Upon learning that you truly possess a great earth spiritual herb, Master Guha is greatly excited. He apologetically expresses that the reason for his late arrival is that he was in seclusion refining a batch of pills, and upon hearing your invitation, he rushed to the Song family overnight. You express your understanding. Then you subtly inquire with Master Guha whether he possesses any ancient teleportation jade talismans. He replies that he does not. You suddenly realize that the ancient teleportation jade talisman held by Guha was obtained on his way to the Song family. This leaves you puzzled. After all, the person who gifted Guha the ancient teleportation jade talisman is clearly the mastermind. According to your memories from previous lives, after Guha arrived at the Song family, he spent all day in the Yun mansion refining pills. You do not understand how the mastermind managed to get the jade talisman into Guha's hands. However, you do not get too caught up in this issue, because as long as you wait for the jade talisman to be in hand, you can follow the trail through Guha to eventually expose the mastermind. Even if you still cannot unearth him, you have another plan. That is to distribute the accumulated stories and poems for free throughout Liangzhou City. Once the identity of the travelers is completely exposed, the mastermind scheme to frame, you will undoubtedly alert the royal traveler Jiang Sun, leading to an internal investigation. Without the ancient teleportation jade talisman, the mastermind will find it impossible to escape under such a deadly situation. Under your reward of several earth-grade spiritual herbs. On January 14th, you had Lin Xiaoshui bribe a large number of people to act as your water army, spreading the news throughout Liangzhou City. Within just a few days, the news of Master Guha settling with the Song family had caused a tremendous uproar. Since then, guests visiting the Song family have been incessantly arriving, each one an innate powerhouse. What they sought was merely a pill. However, Master Guha refused to meet them all under the guise of alchemy. You remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the behind-the-scenes mastermind lurking in the Qinhuang mansion to make contact with Master Guha. On January 15th, Li Wui secretly arrived at Yunfu. You proposed the plan to assassinate Jiang Sun. His expression changed drastically. Without waiting for his refusal, you presented another 20 top-tier profound-grade spiritual herbs along with the fee from Master Guha to refine pills once. He trembled all over. When do you want Jiang Sun to die? This timing is hard to pin down. Jiang Sun cannot be killed too early. He must be given time to uncover the behind-the-scenes mastermind. Yet he cannot be killed too late to prevent him from becoming too influential. After all, Jiang Sun, this royal time traveler, has seemingly always held the upper hand in his confrontations with the mastermind in previous lifetimes, indicating his golden finger is not weak. You recall the last simulation. Jiang Sun died at Li Wei's hands around September, just after leaving the Hehuan sect. You feel this timing cannot be exceeded, otherwise it may give rise to variables. You believe that once your identity as a time traveler is exposed, the two fellow time travelers will undoubtedly take action. The mastermind, having sent royal assassins to frame you, will surely be in a state of panic. Realizing this could arouse Jiang Sun's suspicion. There is a risk of exposure. In desperation, he might flee the Qinhuang mansion overnight. The royal time traveler Jiang Sun, upon learning of your identity, will likely leave the Hehuan sect before September, returning to the Qinhuang mansion to investigate the hidden mastermind. You feel somewhat indecisive. If Jiang Sun returns to the Qinhuang mansion, it will be very difficult for Li Wui to have another opportunity to assassinate him. Moreover, after eliminating the mastermind, Jiang Sun may become even stronger. After all, it seems there is some kind of reward for mutual hunting among time travelers. Jiang Sun's golden finger is already formidable. If it is further enhanced, the situation may develop beyond your control. You ponder deeply. Li Senior, Jiang Sun cannot be killed for the time being. I need you to go to the Hehuan sect and closely monitor his movements. If Jiang Sun suddenly attempts to leave the Hehuan sect and return to the Qinhuang mansion within the next 8 months, you must intercept him halfway. However, before his demise, you may perform a soul search on him or use torture methods to ascertain his true intentions for returning to the Qinhuang mansion. By the way, Li Senior, Jiang Sun is at least an innate level martial artist. You must not be careless. The playboy persona is merely a disguise he presents to the outside world. Li Wui looked at you deeply, not asking further questions, and nodded in agreement. However, he then informed you of one thing. Once cultivators reach the innate level, even celestial beings cannot perform soul searches. They can only use introspection. However, if faced with a resolute individual, it is not very effective. If Jiang Sun is indeed a patient person, torture may be ineffective in making such a person yield. You do not worry too much about this. As someone who has been there, you believe that fellow time travelers, as long as they were not in a special profession in their previous lives, generally find it difficult to hold out against torture for long. Then you recall the 7th lifetime during the demon chaos, when you obtained the ancient teleportation jade talisman. If you remember correctly, it should have been around June. You took out hundreds of books from your storage ring, including collections of poetry, tales of journey to the west, and the 36 scattered hands of Dongzhuanzi. You instructed Li Wui that these books must be shown to Jiang Sun, who is staying in the Hehuan sect, within the next 6 months, and you must closely monitor Jiang Sun's movements afterward. On January 18th, you went to the inner courtyard again, hoping to find Song Tiangang to help you select a master to monitor the Qin Wang mansion after your identity as a time traveler is exposed, preventing the mastermind from escaping. However, you were disappointed. Song Tiangang had recently entered seclusion at the spirit pool in the back mountain. Helpless, you had to seek Master Ge's assistance. He immediately stated he would use his connections to help you find a suitable candidate. After everything was arranged, you recalled that mysterious middle-aged man who resembled the great Emperor of Wei. You decided to visit the cursed land once more. Based on memories from previous lifetimes after encountering these two people in the cursed land, due to Lu Yi's presence, the middle-aged man who resembled the great Emperor of Wei seemed somewhat cautious when speaking with you, even using secret sound transmission to avoid letting Lu Yi know. Thus this time you planned to avoid Lu Yi and meet with him alone. On February 20th, under the escort of the old matron, you returned to the cursed land. You did not enter immediately, but quietly waited in a small grove outside the village. You remembered your first meeting with the middle-aged man was when you bumped into him at the village entrance, and at that time, there was no sign of Lu Yi. So you planned to recreate an accidental encounter. Time quietly passed. On February 26th, while hiding in the woods, you saw two familiar figures at the village entrance. One had white hair and beard exuding an otherworldly aura. The other had a heroic appearance, giving you a sense of familiarity. As the sun set in the west, dusk gradually fell. You had been crouching in the forest for an entire afternoon, yet the figure of the middle-aged man remained elusive. You realized that he might be spending the night in the village. This was indicated by the memories in your mind, which showed that your first encounter with the middle-aged man was during the day. Now, however, it was already evening. You felt that he would not come out today. Your curiosity was piqued about what Lu Yi and the middle-aged man were conspiring about in the village. You thought about your next life. Perhaps you could find a way to eavesdrop in advance. However, considering the unpredictable strength of these two individuals, it would likely be very difficult to listen in. At least the ordinary methods would not work. You contemplated for a moment, and suddenly remembered the relic of the Spirit Clan's cowboy. That phone with formatted data. If you remembered correctly, when you shattered the Jade Talisman in the 7th life, and were transported to the Spirit Clan's cave, that phone could still turn on. If you could obtain that phone and solve the charging issue, you might be able to use the recording function to try eavesdropping on Lu Yi and the middle-aged man's conversation. Chen Shi's heart stirred. He felt this was a good approach. Modern technological products are essentially no different from ordinary items. They do not exhibit any fluctuations of spiritual energy, making the chances of being discovered very slim. However, before proceeding, you must reset the phone from the Spirit Clan's cave. You also need to figure out Lu Yi and the middle-aged man's whereabouts and conversation location, setting the phone to recording mode and placing it discreetly for eavesdropping. You realize that implementing this plan would not be easy. After all, you cannot ensure that the phone from the Spirit Clan's cave would reincarnate with you in the next life. You lay on the tree trunk, gazing at the high-hanging bright moon, unable to sleep through the night. The next day, as dawn broke, a faint glow began to appear on the distant horizon. The sun slowly rose. You gathered your spirits and used your peripheral vision to monitor the movements at the village entrance. An hour later, you caught sight of the white-haired Lu Yi walking out of the village. You knew this old man had exceptionally sharp senses and dared not look too long. After a while, once you confirmed that Lu Yi had left, you jumped down from the tree and immediately made your way into the village. You pretended to just arrive, meandering through the streets near the village entrance, asking everyone about the whereabouts of the nameless bronze booklet. As noon approached, a familiar figure appeared in your line of sight. It was the middle-aged man heading toward the village entrance. According to the trajectory, he would likely pass right by you brushing past. You felt a surge of excitement. However, this time you did not intend to approach him as a passerby. You wanted to test whether the middle-aged man's attitude toward you was due to your identity as a descendant of the Song family or your cultivation of the Tianmin 5 paths. Maintaining an indifferent expression, you continued to stop a vendor earnestly inquiring about the nameless bronze booklet. Moments later, you adeptly concluded your conversation with him. Then you turned, and just in time saw the middle-aged man passing by. You quickly followed him. You asked, "Brother, have you heard of the auspicious god curse?" The middle-aged man gazed at you for a moment and asked, "Young brother, what do you seek this for?" You indicated that you were cultivating a special technique and needed to delve deeper into the cursed land for training. That curse happened to help you resist the death aura of the cursed land. The middle-aged man's expression turned to one of surprise. "Oh, may I ask what technique it is?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's eyes seemed to ponder. In previous simulations, he had encountered the middle-aged man twice in the cursed land. In both instances, whether it was the middle-aged man or Lu Yi, they seemed to have directly perceived his innate talents. Perhaps out of respect for the incense offerings, they even advised him to leave. However, once he revealed that he cultivated the Tianmin 5 paths, their attitudes changed immediately. During their first solo meeting, the middle-aged man even gave him a page of the bronze booklet, aiding him in breaking through the 4th death gate. Chen Shi did not know the reason behind this. Yet he was certain of one thing. The Tianmin Five Paths is a highly secretive technique. If not actively revealed, neither the middle-aged man nor Lu Yi would be able to discern that he was practicing it. They would merely consider him a super genius who refined his golden bones. This left Chen Shi quite perplexed. He initially suspected that the middle-aged man was the architect of the Tianmin Five Paths. However, it seemed that this was not the case. If the middle-aged man were truly the architect and master who created this technique, he would unlikely be unable to see that Chen Shi was cultivating the Tianmin Five Paths. Faced with the middle-aged man's inquiry, you hesitated for a moment, expressing that you practiced a technique called Tianmin Five Paths and had accidentally obtained a page of the wordless bronze booklet. However, regrettably, due to the erosion of the death aura, it had become a broken bronze piece in just 3 years. You were unwilling to stop here for a lifetime. Through inquiries, you discovered that the nameless bronze booklet likely originated from the cursed land, so you came to this village hoping to find a similar bronze piece. The middle-aged man gazed at you deeply, stating that he was just an ordinary person and could not assist you in such matters. However, after thinking for a moment, he still handed you a page of the wordless silver booklet, saying it was a protective talisman he obtained from a temple blessed by a master and claiming it to be very effective. If you needed it, he would only charge you 500 taels of silver as a good fate. Chen Shi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He remembered his first meeting with the middle-aged man. It was exactly this scene, except that the bronze booklet was replaced by a silver one. The change might be due to his breakthrough of the fourth death gate. However, what surprised Chen Shi was that in the absence of old Lu, the middle-aged man directly gave him a silver booklet. Was this a blessing or a curse? You purchased the silver booklet. At the same time, you realized something: the middle-aged man did not produce this silver booklet in the previous 2 lives, likely due to Lu Yi's presence, or perhaps due to your Sword of Heaven's one slash. Regardless of your true identity, whether you were a direct descendant of the Song family or not, with that sword technique, Lu Yi could be considered your half-master to some extent. The middle-aged man's actions were likely based on this. This made you somewhat uneasy, as you were more willing to believe Lu Yi than the middle-aged man. After all, in that lifetime of the sword maniac, he had protected you for a full 50 years due to your master-disciple relationship. Afterward, the middle-aged man chatted with you for a few more moments before taking his leave. You examined the silver booklet for a while, but could not discern anything unusual. It appeared quite ordinary. You knew that this object might only reveal its secrets upon entering the cursed land. You wanted to test it in the cursed land. However, after a moment's thought, you decided to abandon this plan. In this life, you could not afford any accidents. You still needed to return to Liangzhou City to root out the mastermind. If you died inexplicably in the cursed land, it would be too unworthy. You stored the silver booklet in the Shifeng ring, choosing not to leave the village but to head in the direction the middle-aged man had just come from. With ample time, you wanted to further investigate the whereabouts of Lu Yi and the middle-aged man to facilitate eavesdropping in the next life. Walking through the streets, you found that this village located at the edge of the cursed land appeared bustling, as most visitors were martial artists and wandering merchants from various places, making its population scale and prosperity comparable to a large town, perhaps even surpassing it. Tea houses, inns, taverns, and entertainment venues were all available. You found an inn and settled down. Concerned that the middle-aged man might still be lingering in the village, you chose to wait a while instead of inquiring immediately. During this time, you visited an entertainment venue. You found it indeed expensive, but the quality of the ladies was surprisingly high. After observing for a long time, you did not see anyone prettier than the older sister. Her temperament was incomparable. The older sister was the kind of voluptuous beauty with a dignified elegance, looking very tempting to bully, while the women in the entertainment venue were too frivolous, with a heavy scent of the mundane world. On February 28th, you enjoyed the songs at the entertainment venue. On February 29th, you again enjoyed the songs. On March 5th, you began to ask around among the patrons about whether anyone had seen an old man with an ethereal demeanor a few days prior. In just half a day, you managed to gather information about Lu Yi. A patron told you that he had seen a white-haired old man playing chess with someone in a thatched cottage while returning from fishing in the back mountain a few days ago. You arrive at the back mountain of the village, discovering the faint presence of grayish death energy surrounding you. This back mountain already falls within the realm of cursed land, yet the patron at the tavern just claimed he had been fishing here a few days ago, seeing an old man with white hair playing chess with someone in a thatched hut. You sensed something amiss. After all, this is cursed land. Who would be fishing nearby? After walking for a few more minutes, you suddenly notice that thick fog has rolled in, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. To be honest, with your exceptional eyesight, even at a kilometer away you could see clearly, and such mere fog shouldn't obscure your vision. You become aware of the unusual circumstances, feeling a desire to retreat. You decide to return the way you came, turning around. Then you are stunned. You see a thatched hut built of straw and wood. You are certain that you did not see this hut on your way here, meaning it has appeared out of thin air behind you. Faced with such an eerie scene, you choose to bypass it. An hour later, you realize you have encountered the legendary Wall of Ghosts. No matter how you walk, you cannot leave this back mountain, nor can you escape this hut. You feel that dragging this out is not a solution and decide to step into the hut to take a look. The worst outcome would be merely dying and restarting. You approach the stone table inside the hut, discovering a chessboard placed upon it. The pieces on the chessboard are arranged in a complex manner with black pieces resembling formations and white pieces like dragons looking very much like the game of Go from your past life, still representing a half-finished match. However, the board is covered in cobwebs with fallen leaves and twigs scattered about. Clearly, this unfinished game took place a long time ago. You do not know how to play chess and cannot comprehend it, yet strangely as you gaze at the full array of black pieces you suddenly feel that the white dragon seems increasingly awkward. It could connect seamlessly, yet there is a missing piece in the middle, creating a sense of being surrounded by the seemingly chaotic black pieces. Compelled by an uncontrollable urge, you reach out and take a white piece from the dusty chess box beside you, placing it in the vacant spot of the great dragon. At the moment the piece is set down, you notice the sky around you darkening. In a faint slumber, you awaken to find yourself lying on a soft couch. The moonlight filters through the window, casting a frost-like glow on the floor. You survey the layout of the room, stunned for a while, initially believing you are experiencing an illusion. You realize you are back at Yunfu. The room before you is indeed Lin Kushui's bedroom, a place you would never mistake. After all, every window, table, and bed in this room holds memories of moments shared with your elder sister, leaving a lasting impression on you. Just as you are filled with confusion, you suddenly notice something unusual about yourself. To your shock, you discover that your fifth gate seems to show signs of being opened. You quickly open the Shifeng ring, only to find that the silver page gifted to you by the middle-aged man has vanished. At that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Mo Xiang walked in carrying a basin of water and a towel. Seeing you awake, after some conversation, you learn something important. It turns out that the old matron had waited outside for a month without seeing you emerge, so she sent someone to the cursed land to look for you. After many inquiries, she finally found you unconscious at the back mountain of the village. However, at that time you were not aware of what had happened. You had aged considerably, with a head full of white hair. It was Master Gu, he who used pills to restore you, barely bringing you back to the appearance of your current middle-aged self. During this period you had been in a deep slumber for 4 months.